Point 23. Actions and organizations of volunteers 261 must be distinguished from the actions and organizations of homogeneous social blocks, and judged by different criteria. Obviously, volunteers should be taken as meaning not the elite when this is an organic expression of the social mass, but rather those who have detached themselves from the mass by arbitrary individual initiative, and who often stand in opposition to that mass or are neutral with respect to it. This factor is especially important in the case of Italy, one on account of the traditional apoliticism and passivity of the great popular masses. The relative ease with which volunteers are recruited is a natural reaction to these phenomena, two on account of the social composition of Italy, one of whose features is the unhealthy quantity of rural, or rural type, middle and petits bourgeois, who produce a large number of dissatisfied intellectuals, hence ready volunteers for any enterprise. Even the most bizarre, which is vaguely subversive, to the right or to the left. 3. On account of the mass of rural wage laborers and of lumpenproletariat called in Italy by the picturesque name of morti di fame. 262. When one analyzes the Italian political parties, one can see that they have always been parties of volunteers, and in a certain sense of déclasses, they have never or almost never represented. Point 24. Homogeneous social blocks. One exception was the Cavourian historic right, and that was what constituted its organic and permanent superiority over the so-called Action Party of Mazzini and Garibaldi. 263. The latter was the prototype for subsequent mass parties in Italy, which were not really mass parties at all, i.e. they did not organize homogeneous social groups, but the political equivalent of gypsy bands or nomads. Only one such analysis exists, and that imprecise and gelatinous, written solely from a statistical sociological point of view. This is in Roberto Michael's Il proletariato e la borghesia nel movimento socialista italiano, Torino, Bacca 1908. The position of Gottlieb 264 was precisely similar to that of the Action Party, i.e. of a gypsy or nomad kind. His interest in the trade unions was extremely superficial, and polemical in origin, not systematic, not organic and coherent, not directed towards social homogeneity but paternalistic and formalistic. A distinction must be made between two kinds of voluntarism or Garibaldism. On the one hand there is that which theorizes itself as an organic form of historico-political activity, and celebrates itself in terms which are purely and simply a transposition of the language of the individual superman to an ensemble of supermen, celebration of active minorities as such, etc. On the other hand there is voluntarism or Garibaldism, conceived as the initial moment of an organic period which must be prepared and developed, a period in which the organic collectivity, as a social bloc, will participate fully. Vanguards without armies to back them up, commandos without infantry or artillery, these two are transpositions from the language of rhetorical heroism, though vanguard and commandos as specialized functions within complex and regular organisms are quite another thing. The same distinction can be made between the notion of intellectual elites separated from the masses, and that of intellectuals who are conscious of being linked organically to a national popular mass. In reality, one has to struggle against the above-mentioned degenerations, the false heroisms and pseudo-aristocracies, and stimulate the formation of Point 205. Homogeneous, compact social blocks, which will give birth to their own intellectuals, their own commandos, their own vanguard, who in turn will react upon those blocks in order to develop them, and not merely so as to perpetuate their gypsy domination. Romanticism's Paris Bohème too was intellectually at the root of many contemporary modes of thought which appear nonetheless to deride those bohemians. 1933-34. 2. State and Civil Society. Introduction. Point 206. The notes grouped in this section include some of the most crucial to an understanding of Gramsci's political thought. They deal with the nature of fascism, the revolutionary strategy appropriate in the West, or in the epoch in which Gramsci is writing, see below, and the theory of the state. They can perhaps best be approached via the three related concepts of Caesarism, war of position, and civil society. Caesarism, for Gramsci, is a concept which does not merely refer to fascism, but can have a wider application, e.g. to the British national government of 1931, etc. It is thus not identical to Marx's concept of Bonapartism, although it is clearly related to it. Caesarism represents a compromise between two fundamental social forces, but one. The problem is to see whether in the dialectic revolution/restoration it is revolution or restoration which predominates, and 2. It would be an error of method to believe that in Caesarism, the entire new historical phenomenon is due to the equilibrium of the fundamental forces. It is also necessary to see the interplay of relations between the principal groups, of the fundamental classes and the auxiliary forces directed by, or subjected to, their hegemonic influence. Thus, in the specific case of the fascist regime in Italy, the problem, in Gramsci's eyes, is 1. To analyze the passive revolution which fascism perhaps represents, and 2. To analyze the specificity of the social forces which produced it, i.e. rejecting absolutely the crude equation fascism equals capitalism. In the concept of passive revolution, pages 106 to 14, Gramsci tentatively related passive revolution to war of position. The difficulty of this latter concept is that Gramsci uses it in two partially conflicting senses. Sometimes it is the form of political struggle which alone is possible in periods of relatively stable equilibrium between the fundamental classes, i.e. when frontal attack, or war of manœuvre, is impossible. It is in such periods that Gramsci poses the question: does there exist an absolute identity between war of position and passive revolution? Or at least does there exist, or can there be conceived, an entire historical period in which the two concepts must be considered identical until the point at which h. p.207. The war of position again becomes a war of manœuvre. Here, clearly, war of position will give way to war of manœuvre at a certain point in the historical development, and then it will once again be possible to carry out frontal attacks on the state. However, in Political Struggle and Military War, pages 229 to 38, war of position is related to the West, where there is a proper relation between state and civil society, unlike the East, Russia, where war of manœuvre was appropriate. The two conceptions of war of position are only reconciled in one passage, and that with considerable qualifications, where Gramsci suggests that in the West civil society resists, i.e. must be conquered, before the frontal assault on the state. This notion can of course be related to the thesis put forward in the problem of political leadership above, where Gramsci says that a social group can, and indeed must, already exercise leadership, i.e. be hegemonic before winning governmental power. This indeed is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. Clearly this thesis is open to reformist interpretations, involving an underestimate of the problem of the state in revolutionary strategy. But there is little justification for imputing any such allusion to Gramsci himself. The fact that, more than any other great revolutionary Marxist thinker, he concerned himself with the sphere of civil society and of hegemony, in his prison writings, cannot be taken to indicate a neglect of the moment of political society, of force, of domination. On the contrary, his entire record shows that this was not the case, and that his constant preoccupation was to avoid any undialectical separation of the ethical political aspect of politics or theory of hegemony and consent from the aspect of force and economics. What is, however, true is that Gramsci did not succeed in finding a single, wholly satisfactory conception of civil society or the state. This is not the place to attempt a discussion of his theory of the state. Those interested should see, in particular, the important exchange between Norberto Bobbio and Jacques Texier in Gramsci e la cultura contemporanea, Editori Riuniti, 1969. But the diversity of his attempts to formulate his position must be briefly indicated. In the passage referred to above, civil society resists before the frontal assault on the state. Yet, in another of the notes grouped under the title Political Struggle and Military War, Gramsci describes the state in the West as an outer ditch, behind which there stand a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, i.e. in precisely the opposite way. The state is elsewhere defined as p.208. Political society plus civil society, and elsewhere again as a balance between political society and civil society. In yet another passage, Gramsci stresses that in concrete reality, civil society and state are one and the same. To these variations in Gramsci's conception of the state there correspond analogous variations in his conception of civil society. See 2 notes 4, 5, and 49 on pages 55, 55 and 80 respectively, and note 71 on p. 170. On pp. p. 164, Gramsci writes, a distinction must be made between civil society as understood by Hegel, and as often used in these notes, i.e. in the sense of political and cultural hegemony of a social group over the entire society, as ethical content of the state, and on the other hand civil society in the sense in which it is understood by Catholics, for whom civil society is instead political society of the state, in contrast with the society of family and that of the church. In this Hegelian usage, state/political society is contrasted to civil society as moments of the superstructure. Yet in Hegel's philosophy of right, civil society includes economic relations, and it is in the sense that the term is used by Marx, for example in the Jewish question. And Gramsci too at times adopts this usage, e.g. on ms. pages 266-67, every social form has its homo economicus, i.e. its own economic activity. To maintain that the concept of homo economicus has no scientific value is merely a way of maintaining that the economic structure and the economic activity appropriate to it are radically changed, in other words that the economic structure is so changed that the mode of economic behavior must necessarily change too in order to become appropriate to the new structure. But precisely here lies the disagreement, and a disagreement which is not so much objective and scientific as political. What, anyway, would a scientific recognition that the economic structure has changed, and that economic behavior must change to conform to the new structure, mean? It would have the significance of a political stimulus, nothing more. Between the economic structure and the state with its legislation and its coercion stands civil society, and the latter must be radically transformed, in a concrete sense and not simply on the statute book or in scientific books. The state is the instrument for conforming civil society to the economic structure, but it is necessary for the state to be willing to do this, i.e. for the representatives of the change that has taken place in the economic structure to be in control of the state. To expect that civil society will conform to the new structure as a result of propaganda and persuasion, or that the old homo economicus will disappear without being buried with all. p.209. The honors it deserves, is a new form of economic rhetoric, a new form of empty and inconclusive economic moralism. Here civil society is in effect equated with the mode of economic behavior. Observations on certain aspects of the structure of political parties in periods of organic crisis. p.210. At a certain point in their historical lives, social classes become detached from their traditional parties. In other words, the traditional parties in that particular organizational form, with the particular men who constitute, represent, and lead them, are no longer recognized by their class, or fraction of a class, as its expression. When such crises occur, the immediate situation becomes delicate and dangerous, because the field is open for violent solutions, for the activities of unknown forces, represented by charismatic men of destiny. These situations of conflict between represented and representatives reverberate out from the terrain of the parties, the party organizations properly speaking, the parliamentary electoral field, newspaper organization, throughout the state organism, reinforcing the relative power of the bureaucracy, civil and military, of high finance, of the church, and generally of all bodies relatively independent of the fluctuations of public opinion. How are they created in the first place? In every country the process is different, although the content is the same. And the content is the crisis of the ruling class's hegemony, which occurs either because the ruling class has failed in some major political undertaking for which it has requested, or forcibly extracted, the consent of the broad masses, war, for example, or because huge masses, especially of peasants and petit bourgeois intellectuals, have passed suddenly from a state of political passivity to a certain activity, and put forward demands which taken together, albeit not organically formulated, add up to a revolution. A crisis of authority 265 is spoken of. This is precisely the crisis of hegemony, or general crisis of the state. The crisis creates situations which are dangerous in the short run, since the various strata of the population are not all capable of orienting themselves equally swiftly, or of reorganizing with the same rhythm. The traditional ruling class, which has numerous trained cadres, changes men and programs and, with greater speed than is achieved by the subordinate classes, reabsorbs the control that was slipping from its grasp. Perhaps it may make sacrifices, and expose itself to an uncertain future by demagogic promises, but it retains power, reinforces it for the time being, and p.211 uses it to crush its adversary and disperse his leading cadres, who cannot be very numerous or highly trained. The passage of the troops of many different parties under the banner of a single party, which better represents and resumes the needs of the entire class, is an organic and normal phenomenon, even if its rhythm is very swift, indeed almost like lightning in comparison with periods of calm. It represents the fusion of an entire social class under a single leadership, which alone is held to be capable of solving an overriding problem of its existence and of fending off a mortal danger. When the crisis does not find this organic solution, but that of the charismatic leader, it means that a static equilibrium exists, whose factors may be disparate, but in which the decisive one is the immaturity of the progressive forces. It means that no group, neither the conservatives nor the progressives, has the strength for victory, and that even the conservative group needs a master. 1932 to 1934, first version 1930-1932. See the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. This order of phenomena is connected to one of the most important questions concerning the political party, i.e. the party's capacity to react against force of habit, against the tendency to become mummified and anachronistic. Parties come into existence, and constitute themselves as organizations, in order to influence the situation at moments which are historically vital for their class, but they are not always capable of adapting themselves to new tasks and to new epochs, nor of evolving pari passu with the overall relations of force, and hence the relative position of their class, in the country in question, or in the international field. In analyzing the development of parties, it is necessary to distinguish their social group, their mass membership, their bureaucracy and general staff. The bureaucracy is the most dangerously hidebound and conservative force. If it ends up by constituting a compact body, which stands on its own and feels itself independent of the mass of members, the party ends up by becoming anachronist, and at moments of acute crisis it is voided of its social content and left as though suspended in mid-air. One can see what has happened to a number of German parties as a result of the expansion of Hitlerism. French parties are a rich field for such research. They are all mummified and anachronistic historico-political documents of the various phases of past French history, whose outdated terminology they continue to repeat. Their crisis could become even more catastrophic than that of the German parties. 1932-34:1 St version 1930-32. In examining such phenomena, people usually neglect to give due p.212 importance to the bureaucratic element, both civil and military. Furthermore, they forget that not only actual military and bureaucratic elements, but also the social strata from which, in the particular national structure, the bureaucracy is traditionally recruited, must be included in such analyses. A political movement can be of a military character even if the army as such does not participate in it openly. A government can be of a military character even if the army as such does not take part in it. In certain situations it may happen that it suits better not to reveal the army, not to have it cross the bounds of what is constitutional, not to introduce politics into the ranks, as the saying goes, so that the homogeneity between officers and other ranks is maintained, on a terrain of apparent neutrality and superiority to the factions, yet it is nonetheless the army, that is to say the general staff and the officer corps, which determines the new situation and dominates it. However, it is not true that armies are constitutionally barred from making politics. The army's duty is precisely to defend the constitution, in other words the legal form of the state together with its related institutions. Hence so-called neutrality only means support for the reactionary side, but in such situations, the question has to be posed in such terms to prevent the unrest in the country being reproduced within the army, and the determining power of the general staff thus evaporating through the disintegration of its military instrument. Obviously, none of these observations is absolute. At various moments of history and in various countries they have widely differing significance. The first problem to be studied is the following: does there exist, in a given country, a widespread social stratum in whose economic life and political self-assertion, effective participation in power, even though indirectly, by blackmail, the bureaucratic career, either civil or military, is a very important element? In modern Europe this stratum can be identified in the medium and small rural bourgeoisie, which is more or less numerous from one country to another depending on the development of industrial strength on the one hand, and of agrarian reform on the other. Of course the bureaucratic career, civil and military, is not the monopoly of this social stratum. However, it is particularly well suited to the social function which this stratum carries out, and to the psychological tendencies which such a function produces or encourages. These two elements impart to the entire social stratum a certain homogeneity and energy in its aims, and hence a political value, and an often decisive function within the entire social. p.213. Organism. The members of this stratum are accustomed to direct command over nuclei of men, however tiny, and to commanding politically, not economically. In other words, their art of command implies no aptitude for ordering things, for ordering men and things into an organic whole, as occurs in industrial production, since the stratum has no economic functions in the modern sense of the word. It has an income, because legally it is the owner of a part of the national soil, and its function consists in opposing politically the attempts of the peasant farmer to ameliorate his existence, since any improvement in the relative position of the peasant would be catastrophic for its social position. The chronic poverty and prolonged labor of the peasant, with the degradation these bring, are a primordial necessity for it. This is the explanation for the immense energy it shows in resisting and counter-attacking whenever there is the least attempt at autonomous organization of peasant labor, or any peasant cultural movement which leaves the bounds of official religion. This social stratum finds its limits, and the reasons for its ultimate weakness, in its territorial dispersal and in the non-homogeneity which is intimately connected to this dispersal. This explains some of its other characteristics too: its volubility, the multiplicity of ideological systems it follows, even the bizarre nature of the ideologies it sometimes follows. Its will is directed towards a specific end, but it is retarded, and usually requires a lengthy process before it can become politically and organizationally centralized. This process accelerates when the specific will of the stratum coincides with the will and the immediate interests of the ruling class. Not only that, but its military strength then at once reveals itself, so that sometimes, when organized, it lays down the law to the ruling class, at least as far as the form of solution is concerned, if not the content. The same laws can be seen functioning here as have been observed in relations between town and countryside in the case of the subordinate classes. 266 Power in the towns automatically becomes power in the countryside. But the absence of economic margins and the normally heavier repression exercised from the top downwards in the countryside cause conflicts there immediately to assume an acute and personal form, so that counterattacks have to be more rapid and determined. The stratum under consideration understands and sees that the origin of its troubles is in the towns, in urban power. It therefore understands that it must dictate a p.214 solution to the urban ruling classes, so that the principal hotbed will be extinguished, even if this does not immediately suit the urban ruling classes themselves, Either because it is too costly, or because it is dangerous in the long term, these classes see longer cycles of development, in which it is possible to maneuver, instead of simply following material interests. It is in that sense, rather than in an absolute one, that the function of this stratum should be seen as directive. 267. All the same, it is no light matter. A reflection of this stratum can be seen in the ideological activity of the conservative intellectuals of the right. Gaetano Mosca's book Teorica dei governi e governo parlamentare, 2nd edition 1925, 1st edition 1883, is typical in this respect. 268. Even in 1883 Mosca was terrified at the possibility of a contact between the towns and the countryside. Mosca, because of his defensive position, of counterattack, understood the political technique of the subaltern classes better in 1883 than the representatives of those same classes, even in the towns, understood it themselves even several decades later. It must be noted how this military character of the social group in question, traditionally a spontaneous reaction to certain specific conditions of its existence, is now consciously cultivated and organically formed in anticipation. To this conscious process belong the systematic efforts to create and reinforce various associations of reservists and ex-combatants from the various corps and branches of the services, especially of officers. These associations are linked to the respective general staffs, and can be mobilized when required, without the need to mobilize the conscript army. The latter can thus preserve its character of a reserve force, forewarned, reinforced, and immunized from the political gangrene by these private forces which cannot fail to influence its morale, sustaining and stiffening it. It could be said that the result is a movement of the Cossack type, with its formations ranged not along the frontiers of nationality, as was the case with the Tsarist Cossacks, but along the frontiers of the social class. In a whole series of countries, therefore, military influence in national life means not only the influence and weight of the military in the technical sense, but the influence and weight of the social. p.215. Stratum from which the latter, especially the junior officers, mostly derives its origin. This series of observations is indispensable for any really profound analysis of the specific political form usually termed Caesarism or Bonapartism, to distinguish it from other forms in which the technical military element as such predominates, in conformations perhaps still more visible and exclusive. Spain and Greece offer two typical examples, with both similar and dissimilar characteristics. In Spain it is necessary to take certain peculiarities into account: the size of the national territory, and the low density of the peasant population. Between the latifundist aristocrat and the peasant there does not exist a numerous rural bourgeoisie, hence, minor importance of the junior officer corps as a force in itself. On the other hand, a certain oppositional importance was possessed by the officers of the technical corps, artillery and engineers. These, of urban bourgeois origin, opposed the generals and attempted to have a policy of their own. Hence military governments in Spain are governments of great generals. Passivity of the peasant masses, as citizens and as soldiers. If political disintegration occurs in the army, it does so in a vertical rather than a horizontal sense, through rivalries between cliques at the top. The rank and file splits up behind the various competing leaders. Military government is a parenthesis between two constitutional governments. The military are the permanent reserves of order and conservation. They are a political force which comes into action publicly when legality is in danger. The course of events is similar in Greece, with the difference that Greek territory is scattered over a whole system of islands, and that a part of its more energetic and active population is always at sea, which makes military intrigue and conspiracy easier. The peasantry is passive in Greece as in Spain, but in the context of the total population the most energetic and active Greeks being sailors, and almost always far from the center of their political life, the general passivity must be analyzed differently in each case, nor can the solution to the problem be the same in both countries. When the members of a deposed government were shot in Greece some years ago, 269, this was probably to be explained as an outburst of rage on p.216. the part of the energetic and active element referred to above, with the intention of imparting a bloody lesson. The most important observation to be made is that neither in Greece nor in Spain has the experience of military government created a permanent, and formally organic, political and social ideology, as does on the other hand occur in those countries which are, so to speak, potentially Bonapartist. The general historical conditions of the two types are the same: an equilibrium of the conflicting urban classes, which obstructs the mechanism of normal democracy, i.e. parliamentarism. But the influence of the countryside in this equilibrium is diverse in the two cases. In countries like Spain, the total passivity of the countryside enables the generals of the landowning aristocracy to utilize the army politically to restabilize the threatened equilibrium, in other words the supremacy of the ruling classes. In other countries the countryside is not passive, but the peasant movement is not coordinated politically with the urban movement. Here the army has to remain neutral, up to a certain point, of course, since otherwise it might split horizontally. Instead the bureaucratic military class comes into action. This class, by military means, stifles the, more immediately dangerous, movement in the countryside. In this struggle, it finds a certain political and ideological unification. It finds allies in the urban middle classes, middle in the Italian sense, 270 reinforced by students of rural origin now living in the towns, and it imposes its political methods on the upper classes, which are compelled to make numerous concessions to it, and to allow some legislation favorable. p.217. To its interests. In short, continuing to maintain itself under arms amidst the general disarmament, and brandishing the danger of a civil war between its own troops and the regular, conscripted army. If the ruling class shows too great an itch for resistance, it succeeds in permeating the state with its interests, up to a certain point, and in replacing a part of the leading personnel. These observations must not be conceived of as rigid schemata, but merely as practical criteria of historical and political interpretation. In concrete analyses of real events, the historical forms are individualist and can almost be called unique. Caesar represents a very different combination of real circumstances from that represented by Napoleon I, as does Primo de Rivera from that of Zivkovic, etc. 271 1933-34, first version 1930-32. In analyzing the third level or moment of the system of relations of force which exists in a given situation, 272 one may usefully have recourse to the concept which in military science is called the strategic conjuncture, or rather, more precisely, the level of strategic preparation of the theater of struggle. One of the principal factors of this strategic conjuncture consists in the qualitative condition of the leading personnel, and of what may be called the front line, and assault, forces. The level of strategic preparation can give the victory to forces which are apparently, i.e. quantitatively, inferior to those of the enemy. It could be said that strategic preparation tends to reduce to zero the so-called imponderable factors, in other words, the immediate, unpremeditated reactions at a given moment of the traditionally inert and passive forces. Among the factors involved in the preparation of a favorable strategic conjuncture, there must precisely be included those already studied in our earlier observations on the existence and organization of a military social stratum, side by side with the national army in the technical sense ***. In connection with the military stratum, what T. Titani writes in Ricordi personali di politica interna, Nuova Antologia, 116 April 1929, is interesting. Titani recounts how he meditated on the fact that, in order to assemble the forces of order required to confront disturbances which had broken out in one place, it was necessary to plunder other regions. During the Red Week of June 1914, in order to repress the troubles in Ancona, Ravenna was plundered in this way, and subsequently the prefect of Ravenna, deprived of his forces of order, was obliged to shut himself up in the prefecture, abandoning the city to the rebels. Several times I wondered what the government could have done if a movement of revolt had broken out simultaneously all over the peninsula. Titani proposed to the government that it should enroll ex-combatants under the command of retired officers as public order volunteers. His project seemed to merit consideration, but it was not followed up. p.218. Further points could be developed out of the following extract from the speech which General Gazzara, Minister of War, delivered in the Senate on May 19, 1932, see Corriere della Sera, May 20. The disciplinary regime obtaining in our army thanks to fascism, today sets a guiding norm valid for the entire nation. Other armies have had, and still retain, a formal and rigid discipline. We keep the principle constantly before us that the army is made for war, and that it is for war that it must prepare. Peacetime discipline must be the same as wartime discipline, and it is in peacetime that the latter must find its spiritual foundations. Our discipline is based on a spirit of cohesion between leaders and followers which is a spontaneous product of the system adopted. This system resisted magnificently throughout a long and very hard war until the final victory. It is the merit of the fascist regime to have extended to the entire Italian people so distinguished a disciplinary tradition. It is on individual discipline that the outcome of strategic conceptions and of tactical operations depends. War has taught us many things, among them that there is a deep gulf between peacetime preparation and wartime reality. It is certain that, whatever preparations may have been made, the initial operations of a campaign place the belligerents before new problems, which produce surprises on both sides. It should not for that reason be concluded that it is useless to have any a priori conceptions, and that no lessons can be derived from past wars. A theory of war can in fact be extracted from them, a theory which must be understood through intellectual discipline, understood as a means for promoting modes of reasoning which are not discordant, and uniformity of language such as will enable all to understand and make themselves understood. If, on occasions, theoretical unity has threatened to degenerate into schematism, there has at once been a prompt reaction, enforcing a rapid renovation of tactics also made necessary by technical advances. Such a system of rules is therefore not static and traditional, as some people think. Tradition is considered only as a force, and the rules are constantly in the process of revision, not simply for the sake of change, but in order to fit them to reality. An example of preparation of the strategic conjuncture is to be found in Churchill's memoirs, where he speaks of the Battle of Jutland. 1933-34, first version 1932. p.219. Caesarism 273. Caesar, Napoleon I, Napoleon III, Cromwell, etc. Compile a catalogue of the historical events which have culminated in a great heroic personality. Caesarism can be said to express a situation in which the forces in conflict balance each other in a catastrophic manner, that is to say, they balance each other in such a way that a continuation of the conflict can only terminate in their reciprocal destruction. When the progressive force A struggles with the reactionary force B, not only may A defeat B or B defeat A, but it may happen that neither A nor B defeats the other, that they bleed each other mutually, and then a third force C intervenes from outside, subjugating what is left of both A and B. In Italy, after the death of Lorenzo il Magnifico, this is precisely what occurred. 27-4. But Caesarism, although it always expresses the particular solution in which a great personality is entrusted with the task of arbitration over a historico-political situation characterized by an equilibrium of forces heading towards catastrophe, does not in all cases have the same historical significance. There can be both progressive and reactionary forms of Caesarism. The exact significance of each form can, in the last analysis, be reconstructed only through concrete history, and not by means of any sociological rule of thumb. Caesarism is progressive when its intervention helps the progressive force to triumph, albeit with its victory tempered by certain compromises and limitations. It is reactionary when its intervention helps the reactionary force to triumph, in this case too with certain compromises and limitations, which have, however, a different value, extent, and significance than in the former. Caesar and Napoleon I are examples of progressive Caesarism. Napoleon III and Bismarck of reactionary Caesarism. The problem is to see whether in the dialectic revolution/restoration it is revolution or restoration which predominates, for it is certain that in the movement of history there is never any. p.220. Turning back, and that restorations in toto do not exist. Besides, Caesarism is a polemical ideological formula, and not a canon of historical interpretation. A Caesarist solution can exist even without a Caesar, without any great, heroic, and representative personality. The parliamentary system has also provided a mechanism for such compromise solutions. The Labour governments of MacDonald were to a certain degree solutions of this kind, and the degree of Caesarism increased when the government was formed which had MacDonald as its head and a conservative majority. 275 Similarly in Italy from October 1922 until the defection of the Popolari, and then by stages until January 3, 1925, and then until November 8, 1926, 276 there was a politico-historical movement in which various gradations of Caesarism succeeded each other, culminating in a more pure and permanent form, though even this was not static or immobile. Every coalition government is a first stage of Caesarism, which either may or may not develop to more significant stages. The common opinion of course is that coalition governments, on the contrary, are the most solid bulwark against Caesarism. In the modern world, with its great economic trade union and party political coalitions, the mechanism of the Caesarist phenomenon is very different from what it was up to the time of Napoleon III. In the period up to Napoleon III, the regular military forces or soldiers of the line were a decisive element in the advent of Caesarism, and this came about through quite precise coups d'état, through military actions, etc. In the modern world, trade union and political forces, with the limitless financial means which may be at the disposal of small groups of citizens, complicate the problem. The functionaries of the parties and economic unions can be corrupted or terrorist, without any need for military action in the grand style of the Caesar or 18 Brumaire type. The same situation recurs in this field as was examined in connection with the Jacobin/48ist formula of the so-called permanent revolution. 277 Modern political tech. p.221. Nique became totally transformed after 48, after the expansion of parliamentarism and of the associative systems of union and party, and the growth in the formation of vast state and private bureaucracies, i.e. politico-private, belonging to parties and trade unions, and after the transformations which took place in the organization of the forces of order in the wide sense, i.e. not only the public service designed for the repression of crime, but the totality of forces organized by the state and by private individuals to safeguard the political and economic domination of the ruling classes. In this sense, entire political parties and other organizations, economic or otherwise, must be considered as organs of political order, of an investigational and preventive character. The generic schema of forces A and B in conflict with catastrophic prospects, i.e. with the prospect that neither A nor B will be victorious, in the struggle to constitute, or reconstitute, an organic equilibrium, from which Caesarism is born, can be born, is precisely a generic hypothesis, a sociological schema, convenient for the art of politics. It is possible to render the hypothesis ever more concrete, to carry it to an ever greater degree of approximation to concrete historical reality, and this can be achieved by defining certain fundamental elements. Thus, in speaking of A and B, it has merely been asserted that they are respectively a generically progressive, and a generically reactionary, force. But one might specify the type of progressive and reactionary force involved, and so obtain closer approximations. In the case of Caesar and of Napoleon I, it can be said that A and B, though distinct and in conflict, were nevertheless not such as to be absolutely incapable of arriving, after a molecular process, at a reciprocal fusion and assimilation. And this was what in fact happened, at least to a certain degree, sufficient, however, for the historico-political objectives in question, i.e. the halting of the fundamental organic struggle, and hence the transcendence of the catastrophic phase. This is one element of closer approximation. Another such element is the following: the catastrophic phase may be brought about by a momentary political deficiency of the traditional dominant force, and not by any necessarily insuperable organic deficiency. This was true in the case of Napoleon III. The dominant force in France from 1815 up to 1848 had split politically, factiously, into four camps: Legitimists, Orleanists, Bonapartists, Jacobin Republicans. The internal faction struggle was such as to make possible the advance of the rival force B, progressive, in a precocious form. However, the existing social form had not yet p.222 exhausted its possibilities for development, as subsequent history abundantly demonstrated. Napoleon III represented, in his own manner, as fitted the stature of the man, which was not great, these latent and imminent possibilities. His Caesarism therefore has a particular coloration. The Caesarism of Caesar and Napoleon I was, so to speak, of a quantitative/qualitative character. In other words, it represented the historical phase of passage from one type of state to another type of passage in which the innovations were so numerous, and of such a nature, that they represented a complete revolution. The Caesarism of Napoleon III was merely, and in a limited fashion, quantitative. There was no passage from one type of state to another, but only evolution of the same type along unbroken lines. In the modern world, Caesarist phenomena are quite different, both from those of the progressive Caesar/Napoleon I type, and from those of the Napoleon III type, although they tend towards the latter. In the modern world, the equilibrium with catastrophic prospects occurs not between forces which could in the last analysis fuse and unite, albeit after a wearying and bloody process, but between forces whose opposition is historically incurable and indeed becomes especially acute with the advent of Caesarist forms. However, in the modern world Caesarism also has a certain margin, larger or smaller, depending on the country and its relative weight in the global context. For a social form always has marginal possibilities for further development and organizational improvement, and in particular can count on the relative weakness of the rival progressive force as a result of its specific character and way of life. It is necessary for the dominant social form to preserve this weakness. This is why it has been asserted that modern Caesarism is more a police than a military system. 1933-34, first version 1932. It would be an error of method, an aspect of sociological mechanicism, to believe that in Caesarism, whether progressive, reactionary, or of an intermediate and episodic character, the entire new historical phenomenon is due to the equilibrium of the fundamental forces. It is also necessary to see the interplay of relations between the principal groups, of various kinds, socio-economic and technical economic, of the fundamental classes and the auxiliary forces directed by, or subjected to, their hegemonic influence. Thus it would be impossible to understand the coup d'état of December 2, 278. p.223. Without studying the function of the French military groups and peasantry. A very important historical episode from this point of view is the so-called Dreyfus affair in France. This too belongs to the present series of observations, not because it led to Caesarism, indeed precisely for the opposite reason, because it prevented the advent of a Caesarism in gestation, of a clearly reactionary nature. Nevertheless, the Dreyfus movement is characteristic, since it was a case in which elements of the dominant social bloc itself thwarted the Caesarism of the most reactionary part of that same bloc. And they did so by relying for support not on the peasantry and the countryside, but on the subordinate strata in the towns under the leadership of reformist socialists, though they did in fact draw support from the most advanced part of the peasantry as well. There are other modern, historico-political movements of the Dreyfus type to be found, which are certainly not revolutions, but which are not entirely reactionary either, at least in the sense that they shatter stifling and ossified state structures in the dominant camp as well, and introduce into national life and social activity a different and more numerous personnel. 279. These movements too can have a relatively progressive content, insofar as they indicate that there were effective forces latent in the old society which the old leaders did not know how to exploit, perhaps even marginal forces. However, such forces cannot be absolutely progressive, in that they are not epical. They are rendered historically effective by their adversaries' inability to construct, not by an inherent force of their own. Hence they are linked to a particular situation of equilibrium between the conflicting forces, both incapable in their respective camps of giving autonomous expression to a will for reconstruction. 1933. The Fable of the Beaver. The beaver, pursued by trappers who want his testicles from which medicinal drugs can be extracted, to save his life tears off his own testicles. Why was there no defense? Because the party's haughty. p.224. Little sense of human or political dignity. But such factors are not natural phenomena, deficiencies inherent in a people as permanent characteristics. They are historical facts, whose explanation is to be found in past history and in the social conditions of the present. Apparent contradictions, there predominated a fatalistic and mechanistic conception of history. Florence, 1917, accusation of Bergsonianism, 280. And yet positions taken up were characterized by a formalistic, crude, and superficial voluntarism. For example, the 1920 plan to establish an urban council in Bologna, restricted to organized elements. 281. This would only have created a useless duplicate, replacing an organism with historical roots in the masses like the Camera del Lavoro by an organism of a purely abstract and bookish kind. Did the plan at least have the political aim of transferring hegemony to the urban element, the proletariat? The latter, with the establishment of the council, would have acquired a center of its own, given that the Camera del Lavoro was organized on a provincial basis. There was no question of any intention of this kind, and in any case the project was never carried out. Treves' expiation speech, 282. The speech is fundamental for understanding the political confusion and polemical dilettantism of the leaders. Such skirmishes concealed these leaders' fear of concrete responsibilities, and that fear in turn concealed the absence of any unity with the class they represented, any comprehension of its fundamental needs, its aspirations, its latent energies. Paternalistic party, of petits bourgeois with an inflated idea of their own importance. 283. Why no defense? The notion of war psychosis. p.225. And the belief that a civilized country cannot allow certain violences to take place. These generalities too were masks for other, deeper motives. Besides, they were in contradiction with what was repeated each time a massacre occurred. We have always said, for our part, that the ruling class is reactionary, whose core once again was the fact of separation from the class, i.e. the existence of two classes. There was a failure to grasp what would happen if reaction triumphed, because the real struggle was not lived, only the struggle as a doctrinal principle. A further contradiction with respect to voluntarism: if one is against voluntarism, one ought to appreciate spontaneity. But in fact the opposite was the case. What was spontaneous was inferior, not worth considering, not even worth analyzing. In reality, the spontaneous was the most crushing proof of the party's ineptitude, because it demonstrated the gulf between the fine-sounding programs and the wretched deeds. But in the meantime the spontaneous events occurred, 1919-20, damaged interests, disturbed settled positions, aroused terrible hatreds even among peaceful folk, brought out of their passivity social strata which had been stagnating in putridity. 284. They created, precisely because of their spontaneity and because they were disavowed, the generic panic, the great fear which could not fail to unify the forces of repression which would crush them without pity. The so-called Pact of Alliance between Confederation and Party, 285. p.226. Which can be compared to a concordat between state and church, constitutes an exceptional document of this gulf between represented and representatives. The party, which is an embryonic state structure, can allow no division of its political powers. It cannot permit a part of its members to claim rights equal to its own, to pose as allies of the whole, just as a state cannot allow a part of its subjects to make, via a foreign power, a special contract, over and above the general laws, governing their relations with it, i.e. with the very state to which they belong. To admit such a situation would imply the subordination de facto and de jure of the state and of the party to the so-called majority of the represented. In reality, to a group which poses itself as anti-state and anti-party and which ends up by indirectly exercising power. In the case of the Pact of Alliance, it was clear that power did not lie with the party. The curious relations obtaining between party and parliamentary group likewise corresponded to the Pact of Alliance. These two took the form of an alliance with equal rights. This system of relations meant that the party had no concrete existence as an independent organism, but merely as one constitutive element of a more complex organism, which had all the characteristics of a labor party without a center, without any unitary will, etc. Must the unions therefore be subordinated to the party? This is not the right way to pose the question. The problem must be posed in the following terms: every member of the party, whatever his position or his responsibilities, is still a member of the party and subordinate to its leadership. There cannot be subordination between union and party. If the union has spontaneously chosen as its leader a member of the party, that means that the union freely accepts the directives of the party, hence freely accepts, indeed desires, control by the party over its officials. This problem was not posed correctly in 1919, although there existed a great and instructive precedent, that of June 1914. 286. For in reality, the fractions had no policy, and hence neither did the party. 1930. p.227. Agitation and propaganda. The weakness of the Italian political parties, excepting to some extent the Nationalist Party, throughout their period of activity, from the Risorgimento onwards, has consisted in what one might call an imbalance between agitation and propaganda, though it can also be termed lack of principle, opportunism, absence of organic continuity, imbalance between tactics and strategy, etc. The principal reason why the parties are like this is to be sought in the deliquescence of the economic classes, in the gelatinous economic and social structure of the country, but this explanation is somewhat fatalistic. In fact, if it is true that parties are only the nomenclature for classes, it is also true that parties are not simply a mechanical and passive expression of those classes, but react energetically upon them in order to develop, solidify, and universalize them. This precisely did not occur in Italy, and the result of this omission is precisely the imbalance between agitation and propaganda, or however else one wishes to term it. The state/government has a certain responsibility in this state of affairs. One can call it a responsibility, insofar as it prevented the strengthening of the state itself, i.e. demonstrated that the state/government was not a national factor. The government in fact operated as a party. It set itself over and above the parties, not so as to harmonize their interests and activities within the permanent framework of the life and interests of the nation and state, but so as to disintegrate them, to detach them from the broad masses and obtain a force of non-party men linked to the government by paternalistic ties of a Bonapartist Caesarist type. This is the way in which the so-called dictatorships of Depretis, Crispi, and Giolitti, and the parliamentary phenomenon of transformism, 287 should be analyzed. Classes produce parties, and parties form the personnel of state and government, the leaders of civil and political society. There must be a useful and fruitful relation in these manifestations and functions. There cannot be any formation of leaders without the theoretical, doctrinal activity of parties. p.228. Without a systematic attempt to discover and study the causes which govern the nature of the class represented and the way in which it has developed. Hence, scarcity of state and government personnel, squalor of parliamentary life, ease with which the parties can be disintegrated, by corruption and absorption of the few individuals who are indispensable. Hence, squalor of cultural life and wretched inadequacy of high culture. Instead of political history, bloodless erudition; instead of religion, superstition; instead of books and great reviews, daily papers and broadsheets; instead of serious politics, ephemeral quarrels and personal clashes. The universities, and all the institutions which develop intellectual and technical abilities, since they were not permeated by the life of the parties, by the living realities of national life, produced apolitical national cadres, with a purely rhetorical and non-national mental formation. Thus the bureaucracy became estranged from the country, and via its administrative positions became a true political party, the worst of all, because the bureaucratic hierarchy replaced the intellectual and political hierarchy. The bureaucracy became precisely the state/Bonapartist party. 1930. See the books which after 1919 criticized a similar state of affairs, but far richer in terms of the life of civil society, in the Kaiser's Germany, for example Max Weber's book Parliament and Government in the German New Order, a political critique of bureaucracy and party life. Translation and preface by Enrico Ruda, pages 16, 200. The translation is very imperfect and imprecise. The philosophy of the epoch. The discussion on force and consent has shown that political science is relatively advanced in Italy, and is treated with a certain frankness of expression even by individuals holding responsible positions in the state. The discussion in question is the debate about the philosophy of the epoch, about the central theme in the lives of the various states in the post-war period. How to reconstruct the hegemonic apparatus of the ruling group, an apparatus which disintegrated as a result of the war, in every state throughout the world. Moreover, why did this apparatus disintegrate? Perhaps because a strong antagonistic 288 collective political will developed? If this were the case, the question would have been resolved in favor of such an antagonist. In reality, it disintegrated under the impact of purely mechanical causes, of various kinds, one because great masses, previously passive, entered into movement but into p.229. A chaotic and disorganized movement, without leadership, i.e. without any precise collective political will, 2. Because the middle classes, who during the war held positions of command and responsibility, when peace came were deprived of these and left unemployed precisely after having learned how to command, etc. 3. Because the antagonistic forces proved to be incapable of organizing this situation of disorder to their own advantage. The problem was to reconstruct a hegemonic apparatus for these formerly passive and apolitical elements. It was impossible to achieve this without the use of force which could not be legal force, etc. Since the complex of social relations was different in each state, the political methods of using force and the ways in which legal and illegal forces were combined had to be equally diverse. The greater the mass of the apolitical, the greater the part played by illegal forces has to be. The greater the politically organized and educated forces, the more it is necessary to cover the legal state, etc. 1930-32. Political struggle and military war. In military war, when the strategic aim destruction of the enemy's army and occupation of his territory is achieved, peace comes. It should also be observed that for war to come to an end, it is enough that the strategic aim should simply be achieved potentially. It is enough in other words that there should be no doubt that an army is no longer able to fight, and that the victorious army could occupy the enemy's territory. Political struggle is enormously more complex. In a certain sense, it can be compared to colonial wars or to old wars of conquest in which the victorious army occupies, or proposes to occupy, permanently all or a part of the conquered territory. Then the defeated army is disarmed and dispersed, but the struggle continues on the terrain of politics and of military preparation. Thus India's political struggle against the English, and to a certain extent that of Germany against France, or of Hungary against the Little Entente, knows three forms of war: war of movement, war of position, and underground warfare. Gandhi's passive resistance is a war of position, which at certain moments becomes a war of movement, and at others underground warfare. Boycotts are a form of war of position, strikes of war of movement, the secret preparation of weapons and combat troops belongs to p.230. Underground warfare. A kind of commando tactics 289 is also to be found, but it can only be utilized with great circumspection. If the English believed that a great insurrectional movement was being prepared, destined to annihilate their present strategic superiority, which consists, in a certain sense, in their ability to maneuver through control of the internal lines of communication, and to concentrate their forces at the sporadically most dangerous spot, by mass suffocation, i.e. by compelling them to spread out their forces over a theater of war which had simultaneously become generaliste than it would suit them. To provoke a premature outbreak of the Indian fighting forces, in order to identify them and decapitate the general movement. Similarly, it would suit France if the German nationalist right were to be involved in an adventurous coup d'état, for this would oblige the suspected illegal military organization to show itself prematurely, and so permit an intervention which from the French point of view would be timely. It is thus evident that in these forms of mixed struggle fundamentally of a military character, but mainly fought on the political plane, though in fact every political struggle always has a military substratum, the use of commando squads requires an original tactical development, for which the experience of war can only provide a stimulus, and not a model. The question of the Balkan Kamitages 290 requires separate treat. p.231. Meant, they are related to particular conditions of the region's geophysical environment, to the particular formation of the rural classes, and also to the real effectiveness of the governments there. The same is true with the Irish bands, 291, whose form of warfare and of organization was related to the structure of Irish society. The Kamitages, the Irish, and the other forms of partisan warfare have to be separated from the question of commandos, although they appear to have points of contact. These forms of struggle are specific to weak, but restive, minorities confronted by well-organized majorities. Modern commandos on the contrary presuppose a large reserve force, immobilized for one reason or another but potentially effective, which gives them support and sustenance in the form of individual contributions. The relationship which existed in 1917-18 between the commando units and the army as a whole can lead, and has led, political leaders to draw up erroneous plans of campaign. They forget, 1. that the commandos are simple tactical units, and do indeed presuppose an army which is not very effective but not one which is completely inert. For even though discipline and fighting spirit have slackened to the point where a new tactical deployment has become advisable, they still do exist to a certain degree, a degree to which the new tactical formation precisely corresponds. Otherwise there could only be rout, and headlong flight. 2. That the phenomenon of commandos should not be considered as a sign of the general combativity of the mass of the troops, but, on the contrary, as a sign of their passivity and relative demoralization. But in saying all this, the general criterion should be kept in mind that comparisons between military art and politics, if made, should always be taken cum grano salis with a pinch of salt, in other words, as stimuli to thought, or as terms in a reductio ad absurdum. In actual fact, in the case of the political militia there is neither any implacable penal sanction for whoever makes a mistake or does not obey an order exactly, nor do courts-martial exist quite apart from the fact that the lineup of political forces is not even remotely comparable to the lineup of military forces. In political struggle, there also exist other forms of warfare apart from the war of movement and siege warfare or the war of p.232. Position. True, i.e. modern, commandos belong to the war of position, in its 1914-18 form. The war of movement and siege warfare of the preceding periods also had their commandos, in a certain sense. The light and heavy cavalry, crack rifle corps 292 etc., and indeed mobile forces in general partly functioned as commandos. Similarly, the art of organizing patrols contained the germ of modern commandos. This germ was contained in siege warfare more than in the war of movement, more extensive use of patrols, and particularly the art of organizing sudden sorties and surprise attacks with picked men. Another point to be kept in mind is that in political struggle one should not ape the methods of the ruling classes, or one will fall into easy ambushes. In the current struggles this phenomenon often occurs. A weakened state structure is like a flagging army. The commandos, i.e. the private armed organizations, enter the field, and they have two tasks: to make use of illegal means, while the state appears to remain within legality, and thus to reorganize the state itself. It is stupid to believe that when one is confronted by illegal private action one can counterpose to it another similar action, in other words, combat commando tactics by means of commando tactics. It means believing that the state remains perpetually inert, which is never the case quite apart from all the other conditions which differ. The class factor leads to a fundamental difference. A class which has to work fixed hours every day cannot have permanent and specialized assault organizations as can a class which has ample financial resources and all of whose members are not tied down by fixed work. At any hour of day or night, these by now professional organizations are able to strike decisive blows, and strike them unawares. Commando tactics cannot therefore have the same importance for some classes as for others. For certain classes a war of movement and maneuver is necessary because it is the form of war which belongs to them, and this, in the case of political struggle, may include a valuable and perhaps indispensable use of commando tactics. But to fix one's mind on the military model is the mark of a fool. Politics, here too, must have priority over its military aspect, and only politics creates the possibility for maneuver and movement. From all that has been said it follows that in the phenomenon of military commandos, it is necessary to distinguish between the technical function of commandos as a special force linked to the p.23.3 modern war of position, and their politico-military function. As a special force, commandos were used by all armies in the World War. But they have only had a politico-military function in those countries which are politically enfeebled and non-homogeneous, and which are therefore represented by a not very combative national army, and a bureaucratized general staff, grown rusty in the service. 1929-30. On the subject of parallels between on the one hand the concepts of war of maneuver and war of position in military science, and on the other the corresponding concepts in political science, Rosa Luxemburg's little book, translated, from French, into Italian in 1919 by C. Alessandri, should be recalled. 293. In this book, Rosa a little hastily, and rather superficially too theorized the historical experiences of 1905. She in fact disregarded the voluntary and organizational elements which were far more extensive and important in those events than, thanks to a certain economistic and spontaneist prejudice, she tended to believe. All the same, this little book, like others of the same author's essays, is one of the most significant documents theorizing the war of maneuver in relation to political science. The immediate economic element, crises, etc., is seen as the field artillery which in war opens a breach in the enemy's defenses, a breach sufficient for one's own troops to rush in and obtain a definitive, strategic, victory, or at least an important victory in the context of the strategic line. Naturally, the effects of immediate economic factors in historical science are held to be far more complex than the effects of heavy artillery in a war of maneuver, since they are conceived of as having a double effect: one, they breach the enemy's defenses, after throwing him into disarray and causing him to lose faith in himself, his forces, and his future; two, in a flash they organize one's own troops and create the necessary cadres, or at least in a flash they put the existing cadres, formed until that moment, by the general historical process, in positions which enable them to encadre one's scattered forces; three, in a flash they bring about the necessary ideological concentration on the common objective to be achieved. This view was a form of iron economic determinism, with the aggravating factor that it was conceived of as operating with lightning speed in time and in space. It was thus out-and-out historical mysticism, the awaiting of a sort of miraculous illumination. p.234. General Krasnov asserted, in his novel, 294, that the Entente did not wish for the victory of Imperial Russia, for fear that the Eastern question would be definitively resolved in favor of Tsarism, and therefore obliged the Russian General Staff to adopt trench warfare. Absurd, in view of the enormous length of the front from the Baltic to the Black Sea, with vast marshy and forest zones, whereas the only possible strategy was a war of maneuver. This assertion is merely silly. In actual fact, the Russian army did attempt a war of maneuver and sudden incursion, especially in the Austrian sector, but also in East Prussia, and won successes which were as brilliant as they were ephemeral. The truth is that one cannot choose the form of war one wants, unless from the start one has a crushing superiority over the enemy. It is well known what losses were caused by the stubborn refusal of the general staffs to recognize that a war of position was imposed by the overall relation of the forces in conflict. A war of position is not, in reality, constituted simply by the actual trenches, but by the whole organizational and industrial system of the territory which lies to the rear of the army in the field. It is imposed notably by the rapid fire power of cannons, machine guns, and rifles, by the armed strength which can be concentrated at a particular spot, as well as by the abundance of supplies which make possible the swift replacement of material lost after an enemy breakthrough or a retreat. A further factor is the great mass of men under arms. They are of very unequal caliber, and are precisely only able to operate as a mass force. It can be seen how on the Eastern Front it was one thing to make an incursion in the Austrian sector, and quite another in the German sector, and how even in the Austrian sector, reinforced by picked German troops and commanded by Germans, incursion tactics ended in disaster. The same thing occurred in the Polish campaign of 1920. The seemingly irresistible advance was halted before Warsaw by General Weygand, on the line commanded by French officers. 295 Even those military experts whose minds are now fixed on the war of position, just as they were p.235 previously on that of manœuvre, naturally do not maintain that the latter should be considered as expunged from military science. They merely maintain that, in wars among the more industrially and socially advanced states, the war of maneuver must be considered as reduced to more of a tactical than a strategic function, that it must be considered as occupying the same position as siege warfare used to occupy previously in relation to it. The same reduction must take place in the art and science of politics, at least in the case of the most advanced states, where civil society has become a very complex structure and one which is resistant to the catastrophic incursions of the immediate economic element, crises, depressions, etc. The superstructures of civil society are like the trench systems of modern warfare. In war it would sometimes happen that a fierce artillery attack seemed to have destroyed the enemy's entire defensive system, whereas in fact it had only destroyed the outer perimeter, and at the moment of their advance and attack the assailants would find themselves confronted by a line of defense which was still effective. The same thing happens in politics, during the great economic crises. A crisis cannot give the attacking forces the ability to organize with lightning speed in time and in space, still less can it endow them with fighting spirit. Similarly, the defenders are not demoralized, nor do they abandon their positions, even among the ruins, nor do they lose faith in their own strength or their own future. Of course, things do not remain exactly as they were, but it is certain that one will not find the element of speed, of accelerated time, of the definitive forward march expected by the strategists of political caternism. 296. The last occurrence of the kind in the history of politics was the events of 1917. They marked a decisive turning point in the history of the art and science of politics. Hence it is a question of studying in depth which elements of civil society correspond to the defensive systems in a war of position. The use of the phrase in depth is intentional, because 1917 has been studied but only either from superficial and banal viewpoints, as when certain social historians study the vagaries of women's fashions, or from a rationalistic viewpoint, in other words, with the conviction that certain phenomena are destroyed as soon as they are realistically explained, as if they were popular superstitions, which anyway are not destroyed either merely by being explained. The question of the meager success achieved by new tendencies. p.236. In the trade union movement should be related to the series of problems. 297. One attempt to begin a revision of the current tactical methods was perhaps that outlined by L.Dav. Br. Trotsky at the fourth meeting, when he made a comparison between the Eastern and Western fronts. 298. The former had fallen at once, but unprecedented struggles had then ensued. In the case of the latter, the struggles would take place beforehand. The question, therefore, was whether civil society resists before or after the attempt to seize power, where the latter takes place, etc. However, the question was outlined only in a brilliant, literary form, without directives of a practical character. 1933-34, first version 1930-32. It should be seen whether Bronstein's famous theory about the permanent character of the movement 299 is not the political reflection of the theory of war of Minerva. Recall the observation of the Cossack general Krasnov, i.e. in the last analysis, a reflection of the general economic cultural social conditions in a country in which the structures of national life are embryonic and loose, and incapable of becoming trench or fortress. In this case one might p.237 say that Bronstein, apparently Western, was in fact a cosmopolitan, i.e. superficially national and superficially Western or European. Ilyich Lenin on the other hand was profoundly national and profoundly European. Bronstein in his memoirs recalls being told that his theory had been proved true 15 years later, and replying to the epigram with another epigram. 300 In reality his theory, as such, was good neither 15 years earlier nor 15 years later. As happens to the obstinate, of whom Guy Chardonnay speaks, 301 he guessed more or less correctly, that is to say, he was right in his more general practical prediction. It is as if one was to prophesy that a little 4-year-old girl would become a mother, and when at 20 she did so one said, I guessed that she would, overlooking the fact, however, that when she was 4 years old one had tried to rape the girl, in the belief that she would become a mother even then. It seems to me that Ilyich understood that a change was necessary from the war of Minerva applied victoriously in the East in 1917, to a war of position which was the only form possible in the West where, as Krasnov observes, armies could rapidly accumulate endless quantities of munitions, and where the social structures were of themselves still capable of becoming heavily armed fortifications. This is what the formula of the United Front 302 seems to me to p.238 mean, and it corresponds to the conception of a single front for the Entente under the sole command of Foch. Ilyich, however, did not have time to expand his formula, though it should be borne in mind that he could only have expanded it theoretically, whereas the fundamental task was a national one, that is to say it required a reconnaissance of the terrain and identification of the elements of trench and fortress represented by the elements of civil society, etc. In Russia the state was everything, civil society was primordial and gelatinous. In the West, there was a proper relation between state and civil society, and when the state trembled a sturdy structure of civil society was at once revealed. The state was only an outer ditch, behind which there stood a powerful system of fortresses and earthworks, more or less numerous from one state to the next. It goes without saying, but this precisely necessitated an accurate reconnaissance of each individual country. Bronstein's theory can be compared to that of certain French syndicalists on the general strike, and to Rosa Luxemburg's theory in the work translated by Alessandri. Rosa's book and theories anyway influenced the French syndicalists, as is clear from some of Rosmer's 303 articles on Germany in Vivrière, first series in pamphlet form. It partly depends too on the theory of spontaneity. 1930-32. The transition from the war of Minerva, frontal attack, to the war of position in the political field as well. This seems to me to be the most important question of political theory that the post-war period has posed, and the most difficult to solve correctly. It is related to the problems raised by Bronstein-Trotsky, who in one way or another can be considered the political theorist of frontal attack in a period in which it only leads to defeats. This transition in political science is only indirectly, mediately, related to that which took place in the military field, although certainly a relation exists and an essential one. The war of position demands enormous sacrifices by infinite masses of people. So an unprecedented concentration of hegemony is necessary, and hence a more interventionist government, which will take the p.239 offensive more openly against the oppositionists and organize permanently the impossibility of internal disintegration with controls of every kind, political, administrative, etc., reinforcement of the hegemonic positions of the dominant group, etc. All this indicates that we have entered a culminating phase in the political historical situation, since in politics the war of position, once won, is decisive definitively. In politics, in other words, the war of Minerva subsists so long as it is a question of winning positions which are not decisive, so that all the resources of the state's hegemony cannot be mobilized. But when, for one reason or another, these positions have lost their value and only the decisive positions are at stake, then one passes over to siege warfare. This is concentrated, difficult, and requires exceptional qualities of patience and inventiveness. In politics, the siege is a reciprocal one, despite all appearances, and the mere fact that the ruler has to muster all his resources demonstrates how seriously he takes his adversary. 1930-32. A resistance too long prolonged in a besieged camp is demoralizing in itself. It implies suffering, fatigue, loss of rest, illness, and the continual presence not of the acute danger which tempers but of the chronic danger which destroys. Karl Marx, Eastern Question. September 14, 1855. Politics and Military Science. Tactic of great masses, and immediate tactic of small groups. Belongs to the discussion about war of position and war of movement, insofar as this is reflected in the psychology both of great leaders, strategists, and of their subordinates. It is also, if one can put it like that, the point of connection between strategy and tactics, both in politics and in military science. Individuals, even as components of vast masses, tend to conceive war instinctively as partisan warfare or Garibaldian warfare, which is a higher form of partisan warfare. In politics the error occurs as a result of an inaccurate understanding of what the state, in its integral meaning, dictatorship plus hegemony, really is. In war a similar error occurs, transferred to the enemy camp, failure to understand not only one's own state but that of the enemy as well. In both cases, the error is related to individual particularism of town or region. This leads to an underestimation of the adversary and his fighting organization. 1930-32. p.240. Internationalism and National Policy. A work, in the form of questions and answers, by Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin dating from September 1927, it deals with certain key problems of the science and art of politics. 304. The problem which seems to me to need further elaboration is the following: how, according to the philosophy of praxis, as it manifests itself politically, whether as formulated by its founder Marx or particularly as restated by its most recent great theoretician Lenin, the international situation should be considered in its national aspect. In reality, the internal relations of any nation are the result of a combination which is original and, in a certain sense, unique. These relations must be understood and conceived in their originality and uniqueness if one wishes to dominate them and direct them. To be sure, the line of development is towards internationalism, but the point of departure is national, and it is from this point of departure that one must begin. Yet the perspective is international and cannot be otherwise. Consequently, it is necessary to study accurately the combination of national forces which the international class, the proletariat, will have to lead and develop, in accordance with the international perspective and directives, i.e. those of the Comintern. The leading class is in fact only such if it accurately interprets this combination of which it is itself a component, and precisely as such is able to give the movement a certain direction, within certain perspectives. It is on this point, in my opinion, that the fundamental disagreement between Leo Davidovich Trotsky and Vissarionovich Stalin as interpreter of the majority movement Bolshevism really hinges. The accusations of nationalism are inept if they refer to the nucleus of p.241. The question. If one studies the majoritarians' Bolshevik struggle from 1902 up to 1917, one can see that its originality consisted in purging internationalism of every vague and purely ideological, in a pejorative sense, element, to give it a realistic political content. It is in the concept of hegemony that those exigencies which are national in character are knotted together. One can well understand how certain tendencies either do not mention such a concept, or merely skim over it. A class that is international in character has in as much as it guides social strata which are narrowly national, intellectuals, and indeed frequently even less than national, particularistic and municipalistic, the peasants, to nationalise itself in a certain sense. Moreover, this sense is not a very narrow one either, since before the conditions can be created for an economy that follows a world plan, it is necessary to pass through multiple phases in which the regional combinations of groups of nations may be of various kinds. Furthermore, it must never be forgotten that historical development follows the laws of necessity until the initiative has decisively passed over to those forces which tend towards construction in accordance with a plan of peaceful and solitary division of labor, i.e. to the socialist forces. That non-national concepts, i.e. ones that cannot be referred to each individual country, are erroneous can be seen ab absurdo. They have led to passivity and inertia in two quite distinct phases. One, in the first phase, nobody believed that they ought to make a start, that is to say, they believed that by making a start they would find themselves isolated. They waited for everybody to move together, and nobody in the meantime moved or organized the movement. 2. The second phase is perhaps worse, because what is being awaited is an anachronistic and anti-natural form of Napoleonism, since not all historical phases repeat themselves in the same form. 305. The theoretical weaknesses of this modern form of the old mechanicism are masked by the general theory of permanent revolution, which is nothing but a generic forecast presented as a dogma, and which demolishes itself by not in fact coming true. 1933. Problem of the collective man or of social conformism. 306. p.242. Educative and formative role of the state. Its aim is always that of creating new and higher types of civilization, of adapting the civilization and the morality of the broadest popular masses to the necessities of the continuous development of the economic apparatus of production, hence of evolving even physically new types of humanity. But how will each single individual succeed in incorporating himself into the collective man, and how will educative pressure be applied to single individuals so as to obtain their consent and their collaboration, turning necessity and coercion into freedom? Question of the law. This concept will have to be extended to include those activities which are at present classified as legally neutral, and which belong to the domain of civil society. The latter operates without sanctions or compulsory obligations, but nevertheless exerts a collective pressure and obtains objective results in the form of an evolution of customs, ways of thinking and acting, morality, etc. Political concept of the so-called permanent revolution, which emerged before 1848 as a scientifically evolved expression of the p.243 Jacobin experience from 1789 to their mid-year. 307. The formula belongs to an historical period in which the great mass political parties and the great economic trade unions did not yet exist, and society was still, so to speak, in a state of fluidity from many points of view, greater backwardness of the countryside, and almost complete monopoly of political and state power by a few cities or even by a single one, Paris in the case of France, a relatively rudimentary state apparatus, and greater autonomy of civil society from state activity. A specific system of military forces and of national armed services, greater autonomy of the national economies from the economic relations of the world market, etc. In the period after 1870, with the colonial expansion of Europe, all these elements change. The internal and international organizational relations of the state become more complex and massive, and the 48ist formula of the permanent revolution is expanded and transcended in political science by the formula of civil hegemony. The same thing happens in the art of politics as happens in military art. War of movement increasingly becomes war of position, and it can be said that a state will win a war in so far as it prepares for it minutely and technically in peacetime. The massive structures of the modern democracies, both as state organizations, and as complexes of associations in civil society, constitute for the art of politics as it were the trenches and the permanent fortifications of the front in the war of position. They render merely partial the element of movement which before used to be the whole of war, etc. This question is posed for the modern states, but not for backward countries or for colonies, where forms which elsewhere have been superseded and have become anachronistic are still in vigor. The question of the value of ideologies must also be studied in a treatise of political science. 1933-34. Sociology and Political Science. The rise of sociology is related to the decline of the concept of political science and the art of politics which took place in the 19th century, to be more accurate, in the second half of that century, with the success of evolutionary and positivist theories. Everything that is of real importance in sociology is nothing other than political science. Politics became synonymous with parla. p.244. Mentory politics, or the politics of personal cliques. Conviction that the constitutions and parliaments had initiated an epoch of natural evolution, that society had discovered its definitive, because rational, foundations, etc. And, lo and behold, society can now be studied with the methods of the natural sciences. Impoverishment of the concept of the state which ensued from such views. If political science means science of the state, and the state is the entire complex of practical and theoretical activities with which the ruling class not only justifies and maintains its dominance, but manages to win the active consent of those over whom it rules, then it is obvious that all the essential questions of sociology are nothing other than the questions of political science. If there is a residue, this can only be made up of false problems, i.e. frivolous problems. The question therefore which faced Bukharin when he wrote his popular Manual 308, was that of determining what status could be accorded to political science in relation to the philosophy of praxis, whether the two are identical, something impossible to maintain, except from the most crudely positivist viewpoint, or whether political science is the body of empirical or practical principles which are deduced from a vaster conception of the world or philosophy properly speaking, or whether this philosophy is only the science of the concepts or general categories created by political science, etc. If it is true that man cannot be conceived of except as historically determined man, i.e. man who has developed, and who lives, in certain conditions, in a particular social complex or totality of social relations, is it then possible to take sociology as meaning simply the study of these conditions and the laws which regulate their development? Since the will and initiative of men themselves cannot be left out of account, this notion must be false. The problem of what science itself is has to be posed. Is not science itself political activity and political thought, inasmuch as it transforms men, and makes them different from what they were before? If everything is politics, then it is necessary, in order to avoid lapsing into a wearisome and tautological catalogue of platitudes, to distinguish by means of new concepts between, on the one hand, the politics which corresponds to that science which is traditionally called philosophy, and on the other the politics which is called political science in the strict sense. If science is the discovery of formerly unknown reality, is this reality not conceived? p.245. Of in a certain sense as transcendent? And is it not thought that there still exists something unknown and hence transcendent? And does the concept of science as creation not then mean that it too is politics? Everything depends on seeing whether the creation involved is arbitrary, or whether it is rational, i.e. useful to men in that it enlarges their concept of life, and raises to a higher level, develops, life itself. In connection with the popular manual and its appendix Theory and Practice, the Philosophical Review by Armando Carlini, Nuova Antologia, March 16, 1933, should be consulted. It appears from this that the equation theory, practice equals pure mathematics, applied mathematics was formulated by an Englishman, Whittaker, I think, 309. Hegemony, civil society, and separation of powers. The separation of powers, 310, together with all the discussion provoked by its realization and the legal dogmas which its appearance brought into being, is a product of the struggle between civil society and political society in a specific historical period. This period is characterized by a certain unstable equilibrium between the classes, which is a result of the fact that certain categories of intellectuals, in the direct service of the state, especially the civil and military bureaucracy, are still too closely tied to the old dominant classes. In other words, there takes place within the society what Gramsci calls the perpetual conflict between church and state, in which the church is taken as representing the totality of civil society, whereas in fact it is only an element of diminishing importance within it, and the state as representing every attempt to crystallize permanently a particular stage of development, a particular situation. In this sense, the church itself may become state, and the conflict may occur between on the one hand secular, and secularizing, civil society, and on the other state/church, when the church has become an integral part of the state, a political society monopolized by a specific privileged group, which absorbs the church in order the better to preserve its monopoly with the support of that zone of civil society which the church represents. Essential importance of the separation of powers for political and economic liberalism, the entire liberal ideology, with its strengths. p.246. And its weaknesses, can be encapsulated in the principle of the separation of powers, and the source of liberalism's weakness then becomes apparent. It is the bureaucracy, i.e. the crystallization of the leading personnel which exercises coercive power, and at a certain point it becomes a caste. Hence the popular demand for making all posts elective, a demand which is extreme liberalism, and at the same time its dissolution, principle of the permanent constituent assembly, etc. In republics, the election at fixed intervals of the head of state gives the illusion of satisfying this elementary popular demand. Unity of the state in the differentiation of powers, parliament more closely linked to civil society, the judiciary power, between government and parliament, represents the continuity of the written law, even against the government. Naturally all three powers are also organs of political hegemony, but in different degrees. 1. Legislature, 2. Judiciary, 3. Executive. It is to be noted how lapses in the administration of justice make an especially disastrous impression on the public. The hegemonic apparatus is more sensitive in this sector, to which arbitrary actions on the part of the police and political administration may also be referred. 1930-32. The conception of law. A conception of the law which must be an essentially innovatory one is not to be found, integrally, in any pre-existing doctrine, not even in the doctrine of the so-called positive school, and notably that of Ferry. 311. If every state tends to create and maintain a certain type of civilization and of citizen, and hence of collective life and of individual relations, and to eliminate certain customs and attitudes and to disseminate others, then the law will be its instrument for this purpose, together with the school system, and other institutions and activities. It must be developed so that it is suitable for such a purpose, so that it is maximally effective and productive of positive results. The conception of law will have to be freed from every residue of transcendentalism and from every absolute, in practice, from every moralistic fanaticism. However, it seems to me that one cannot. p.247. Start from the point of view that the state does not punish, if this term is reduced to its human significance, but only struggles against social dangerousness. In reality, the state must be conceived of as an educator, inasmuch as it tends precisely to create a new type or level of civilization, because one is acting essentially on economic forces, reorganizing and developing the apparatus of economic production, creating a new structure. The conclusion must not be drawn that superstructural factors should be left to themselves, to develop spontaneously, to a haphazard and sporadic germination. The state, in this field, too, is an instrument of rationalization, of acceleration, and of taylorization. 312. It operates according to a plan, urges, incites, solicits, and punishes. 4. Once the conditions are created in which a certain way of life is possible, then criminal action or omission must have a punitive sanction, with moral implications, and not merely be judged generically as dangerous. The law is the repressive and negative aspect of the entire positive, civilizing activity undertaken by the state. The prize-giving 313 activities of individuals and groups, etc., must also be incorporated in the conception of the law, praiseworthy and meritorious activity is rewarded, just as criminal actions are punished, and punished in original ways, bringing in public opinion as a form of sanction. 1933-34, first version 1931-32. Politics and Constitutional Law. In Nuova Antologia, December 16, 1929, there is published a brief note by a certain M. Azzolini, La Politico, Scienza ed Arte di Stato, which may be of interest as a presentation of the elements among which scientific schematism flounders. Azzolini begins by affirming that it was a dazzling glory on Machiavelli's part to have circumscribed the ambit of politics within the state. What Azzolini means is not easy to grasp. He quotes from chapter 3 of The Prince the passage, "When the Cardinal of Rouen said to me that the Italians understood nothing of war, I replied that the French understood nothing of the state," and on this single quotation he bases his assertion that hence for Machiavelli politics must be understood as a science, and as the science of the state, and that was his glory, etc. The term p.248 science of the state for politics was, it seems, used, in the correct modern sense, only by Marsilio of Padua 314 before Machiavelli. Azzolini is fairly lightweight and superficial. The anecdote of the Cardinal of Rouen, torn from its context, means nothing. In its context it takes on a meaning which does not lend itself to scientific deductions. It was clearly just a witty epigram, a spontaneous retort. The Cardinal of Rouen had asserted that the Italians understood nothing of war. In retaliation, Machiavelli replies that the French understand nothing of the state, because otherwise they would not have allowed the Pope to extend his power in Italy, against the interests of the French state. Machiavelli was in fact very far from thinking that the French understood nothing of the state. On the contrary, he admired the manner in which the monarchy, Louis XI, had welded France into a unitary state, and he used the actions of the French state as a term of comparison for Italy. This conversation of his with the Cardinal of Rouen is political action and not political science, for, according to him, if it was damaging to French foreign policy that the Pope should grow stronger, it was even more damaging to the domestic affairs of Italy. The strange thing is that, taking this incongruous quotation as his cue, Azzolini goes on to say that despite the assertion that this science studies the state, a totally imprecise definition is given of it, since there is no indication of the criterion with which the object of the inquiry is to be examined. And the imprecision is absolute, in view of the fact that all the legal sciences in general, and constitutional law in particular, refer indirectly and directly to the state. What does all this mean, applied to Machiavelli? Less than nothing: mental confusion. Machiavelli wrote books of immediate political action, and not utopias which express the longing for a ready-made state, with all its functions and elements ready-made too. In his treatment, in his critique of the present, he expressed general concepts presented, however, in aphoristic rather than in systematic form, and an original conception of the world. This conception of the world too could be called philosophy of praxis, or neo-humanism, inasmuch as it does not recognize transcendent or immanent, in the metaphysical sense, elements, but p.249 bases itself entirely on the concrete action of man, who, impelled by historical necessity, works and transforms reality. It is not true, as Azzolini seems to believe, that in Machiavelli no account is taken of constitutional law, since general principles of constitutional law can be found scattered throughout Machiavelli's work. Indeed, he quite clearly asserts the necessity for the state to be ruled by law, by fixed principles, which virtuous citizens can follow in the certainty of not being destroyed by the blows of blind fate. But what Machiavelli does do is to bring everything back to politics, i.e. to the art of governing men, of securing their permanent consent, and hence of founding great states. It must be remembered that, in Machiavelli's opinion, neither the commune, nor the republic, nor the communal signoria 315 was a state, since they lacked not only a sizable territory but also a population capable of supporting the military force required for an autonomous international policy. In his opinion, there was still a situation of non-state in Italy, with the papacy, and this would last until religion too became a policy of the state, and ceased to be the Pope's policy for preventing the formation of strong states in Italy, a policy which involved intervention in the internal affairs of peoples not under his temporal domination, in the pursuit of interests which were not those of the states in question, and which hence were troublesome and disruptive. One could find in Machiavelli the confirmation of what I have noted elsewhere, that the Italian medieval bourgeoisie could not pass from the corporate to the political phase, because it was unable to free itself completely from the medieval cosmopolitan conception represented by the Pope, the clergy, and also by the lay intellectuals, humanists. In other words, it was unable to create an autonomous state, but remained within the medieval framework, feudal and cosmopolitan. Azzolini writes that Ulpian's 316 definition on its own, or better still the examples he gives in his digest, are sufficient to reveal the extrinsic identity, and so what? Of the object of the two sciences. Ius publicum ad statum rei, publici, Romani spectat. Publicum ius, in p.250. Sacri, in sacerdotibus, in magistratibus consisti. 317. Hence there is an identity of object in constitutional law and in political science, but not a substantive one, for the criteria with which the two sciences treat the same material are totally different. In fact, the spheres of the juridical order and the political order are different. And, in reality, while the first observes the public organism from a static perspective, as the natural product of a particular historical evolution, the second observes that same organism from a dynamic perspective, as a product whose virtues and whose defects can be evaluated, and which consequently must be modified in the light of new requirements and later developments. Hence one might say that the juridical order is ontological and analytical, since it studies and analyzes the various public institutions in their real essence, while the political order is deontological and critical, since it studies the various institutions not as they are, but as they ought to be, that is to say with evaluative criteria and considerations of expediency which are not, and cannot be, juridical. And this wiseacre considers himself an admirer of Machiavelli, a disciple indeed. He even thinks that he has perfected Machiavelli's thought. It follows from this that, despite the formal identity described above, there exists a substantive diversity so profound and striking that it perhaps invalidates the opinion pronounced by one of the greatest contemporary publicists, that it is difficult if not impossible to create a political science entirely distinct from constitutional law. It seems to us that that opinion is true only if the analysis of the juridical and political aspects stops there, but not if it goes further, defining that further area which belongs to the exclusive competence of political science. The latter, in fact, does not confine itself to studying the organization of the state with a criterion which is deontological and critical, and therefore different from that used by constitutional law for the same object. Instead it extends its sphere to a field which is proper to it, investigating the laws which regulate the rise, evolution, and decline of states. Nor can it be asserted that such a study belongs to history, understood in a general sense. For even if it is admitted that the search for causes, effects, and the mutual bonds of interdependence of the natural laws governing the nature and the evolution of states, constitutes an historical inquiry, the search for appropriate means to control in practice the overall political strategy will always p.251 remain of exclusively political competence, not historical and hence not juridical. The function which Machiavelli promised once more to carry out, and synthesized, when he said, "I will argue how these princedoms can be ruled and held," is such, both by the intrinsic importance of the problem and by definition, that it not only legitimizes the autonomy of politics, but it also allows, at least from the point of view last outlined, even a formal distinction between itself and constitutional law. And that is what is meant by autonomy of politics. But says Azzolini, there exists an art as well as a science of politics. There exist men who draw, or drew, from personal intuition their vision of the needs and interests of the country they govern, who, in their governmental activity, realized that vision of personal intuition in the external world. By this we certainly do not mean that intuitive, and hence artistic, activity is the only, or the predominant, activity of the statesman. We only mean that, side by side with practical, economic, and moral activities, he must also preserve the above-mentioned theoretical activity, whether in the subjective form of intuition, or the objective form of expression, and that if such requisites are missing, the politician cannot exist, and even less, can the statesman whose eminence is characterized precisely by this faculty, which cannot be learnt. Thus in the political field, too, in addition to the man of science in whom cognitive theoretical activity predominates, there subsists the artist, in whom intuitive theoretical activity predominates. Nor does that entirely exhaust the sphere of action of the art of politics, for this may be seen not only in terms of the statesman who, through the practical functions of government, externalizes the vision that intuition creates internally, but can also be evaluated in terms of the writer who realizes in the external world, the political truth which he intuits, realizes it not through political action, but through works and writings which translate the author's intuition. This is the case with the Indian Kumandaka, 3rd century AD, with Petrarch in the Trattarello Pe Carraresi, with Botero in the Region di Stato, and, from certain points of view, with Machiavelli and Mazzini. This all really is a fine hodgepodge worthy not so much of Machiavelli as, more than anything else, of Titani, editor of Nuova Antologia. Azzolini is incapable of finding his way about either in philosophy or in political science. But I wanted to take all these notes, in order to try to disentangle his plot, and see if I could arrive at clear concepts for my own sake. p.252. For instance, it is necessary to disembroil what intuition might mean in politics, and also the expression art of politics, etc. Certain points from Bergson should be recalled at this juncture. Of life, reality in movement, intelligence offers us only a translation in terms of inertia. It circles around, taking the greatest possible number of external views of the object, which, instead of penetrating, it draws towards itself. But it is intuition which will lead us into the very interior of life, by that I mean instinct which has become disinterested. Our eye perceives the traits of the living being, but juxtaposed to each other rather than organically related. The purpose of life, the simple movement which runs through the lineaments, which links them together and gives them a meaning, escapes it, and it is this purpose that the artist tends to capture, situating himself within the object by a kind of sympathy, breaking down by an effort of intuition the barrier which space places between him and his model. However, it is true that aesthetic intuition only captures that which is individual. Intelligence is characterized by a natural incomprehensibility of life, since it represents clearly only the discontinuous and the immobile. 31.8. Divergence, in the meantime, between political intuition and aesthetic, lyric, or artistic intuition, only by metaphor does one speak of the art of politics. Political intuition is not expressed through the artist, but through the leader, and intuition must be understood to mean not knowledge of men, but swiftness in connecting seemingly disparate facts, and in conceiving the means adequate to particular ends, thus discovering the interests involved, and arousing the passions of men and directing them towards a particular action. The expression of the leader is his action, in a positive or a negative sense, of launching or preventing a particular action, which is consistent or inconsistent with the end which one wishes to attain. However, the leader in politics may be an individual, but also be a more or less numerous political body. In the latter case, unity of purpose will be achieved by an individual, or by a small inner group, and within that small group by an individual, who may change from time to time even though the group remains united and consistent in its ongoing activity. If one had to translate the notion prince, as used in Machiavelli's work, into modern political language, one would have to make a series of distinctions. The prince could be a head p.253 of state, or the leader of a government, but it could also be a political leader whose aim is to conquer a state, or to found a new type of state. In this sense, Prince could be translated in modern terms as political party. In certain states, the head of state, in other words, the element which balances the various interests struggling against the predominant, but not absolutely exclusivistic, interest, is precisely the political party. With the difference, however, that in terms of traditional, constitutional law it juridically neither rules nor governs. It has de facto power, and exercises the hegemonic function and hence that of holding the balance between the various interests in civil society. The latter, however, is in fact intertwined with political society to such an extent that all the citizens feel that the party on the contrary both rules and governs. It is not possible to create a constitutional law of the traditional type on the basis of this reality, which is in continuous movement. It is only possible to create a system of principles asserting that the state's goal is its own end, its own disappearance, in other words the reabsorption of political society into civil society. 1930. Parliament and the State. 319. Professor Julius Miskolci, the director of the Hungarian Academy in Rome, has written in Magyar Zemel that in Italy Parliament, which used formerly to be so to speak outside the state, has now, despite the valuable contribution which it continues to make, become inserted in the state and has undergone a basic change in its composition. The notion that Parliament may have become inserted into the state is a discovery in the science and art of politics that is worthy of the Christopher Columbuses of contemporary reaction. All the same, the assertion is interesting as evidence of the way in which many politicians conceive the state in practice. For the question does indeed have to be asked: do parliaments, even in those countries where apparently they have most real power, in fact constitute a part of the state structure? In other words, what is their real function? Furthermore, if the answer is affirmative, in what way do they constitute a part of the state, and how do they carry out their particular function? On the other hand, even if parliaments do not constitute an organic part of the state, is there p.254 existence of no significance for the state? And what grounds are there for the accusations made against parliamentarianism and against the party system which is inseparable from parliamentarianism? Objective grounds, naturally, i.e. ones related to the fact that the existence of parliament, in itself, hinders and delays the technical actions of the government. That the representative system may politically be a nuisance for the career bureaucracy is understandable, but this is not the point. The point is to establish whether the representative and party system, instead of being a suitable mechanism for choosing elected functionaries to integrate and balance the appointed civil servants and prevent them from becoming ossified, has become a hindrance and a mechanism which operates in the reverse direction and, if so, for what reasons? Moreover, even an affirmative reply to these questions does not exhaust the problem. For even allowing, as it must be allowed, that parliamentarianism has become inefficient and even harmful, it is not necessary to conclude that the bureaucratic system must be rehabilitated and praised. It has to be considered whether parliamentarianism and representative system are synonymous, and whether a different solution is not possible both for parliamentarianism and for the bureaucratic system with a new type of representative system. 1933. Self-criticism and the hypocrisy of self-criticism. It is clear that self-criticism has become a fashionable word. 320. The stated claim is that an equivalent has been found to the criticism represented by the free political struggle of a representative. p.255. System an equivalent which, in fact, if it is seriously applied, is more effective and fruitful than the original. But this is the nub of the matter, that the surrogate should be applied seriously, that the self-criticism should be operative and pitiless, since its effectiveness lies precisely in its being pitiless. In reality, it has turned out that self-criticism offers an opportunity for fine speeches and pointless declarations, and for nothing else. Self-criticism has been parliamentarized. For it has not yet been remarked that it is not so easy to destroy parliamentarism as it seems. Implicit and tacit parliamentarism is far more dangerous than the explicit variety, since it has all its defects without its positive values. There often exists a tacit party system, i.e. a tacit and implicit parliamentarism where one would least think it. It is obvious that it is impossible to abolish a pure form, such as parliamentarism, without radically abolishing its content, individualism, and this in its precise meaning of individual appropriation of profit and of economic initiative for capitalist and individual profit. Hypocritical self-criticism is precisely a feature of such situation. Besides, statistics give an index of the real position. Unless it is claimed that criminality has disappeared, which in any case other statistics disprove, and how. The entire subject needs re-examining, especially with respect to the implicit party system and parliamentarism, i.e. that which functions like black markets and illegal lotteries where and when the official market and the state lottery are for some reason kept closed. Theoretically, the important thing is to show that between the old defeated absolutism of the constitutional regimes and the new absolutism there is an essential difference, which means that it is not possible to speak of a regression. Not only this, but also to show that such black parliamentarism is a function of present historical necessities, is a progress in its way, that the return to traditional parliamentarism would be an anti-historical regression, since even where this functions publicly, the effective parliamentarism is the black one. Theoretically, it seems to me that one can explain the phenomenon with the concept of hegemony, with a return to corporativism not in the ancien regime sense, but in the modern sense of the word, in which the p.25.6 corporation cannot have closed and exclusivistic limits as was the case in the past. Today it is corporativism of social function, without hereditary or any other restriction, which was anyway only relative in the past too, when its most obvious feature was that of legal privilege. In discussing this subject, care must be taken to exclude the slightest appearance of support for the absolutist tendency, and that can be achieved by insisting on the transitory character of the phenomenon, in the sense that it does not constitute an epoch, not in the sense of its short duration. 321. With respect to this, it should be noted that the fact of not constituting an epoch is too often confused with brief temporal duration. It is possible to last a long time, relatively, and yet not constitute an epoch. The viscous forces of certain regimes are often unsuspected, especially if they are strong as a result of the weakness of others, including where this has been procured. With respect to this, the opinions of Cesarino Rossi 322 should be recalled. These were certainly mistaken in the last resort, but they really did contain a certain effective realism. Black parliamentarism appears to be a theme which should be developed quite extensively. It also offers an opportunity to define the political concepts which constitute the parliamentary conception. Comparisons with other countries, in this respect, are interesting. For example, is not the liquidation of Leonid Davido v. Trotsky an episode of the liquidation also of the black parliamentarism which existed after the abolition of the legal parliament? Real fact and legal fact. System of forces in unstable equilibrium which find on the parliamentary terrain the legal terrain of their more economic equilibrium, and abolition of this legal terrain, because it becomes a source of organization and of reawakening of latent and slumbering social forces. Hence this abolition is a symptom, and prediction, of intensifications of struggles and not vice versa. When a struggle p.257 can be resolved legally, it is certainly not dangerous. It becomes so precisely when the legal equilibrium is recognized to be impossible. Which does not mean that by abolishing the barometer one can abolish bad weather. 1933. The State. In the new juridical tendencies represented by the Nuovi Studi of Volpicelli and Spirito, the confusion between the concept of class state and the concept of regulated society 323 should be noted, as a critical point of departure. This confusion is especially noteworthy in the paper on economic freedom presented by Spirito at the 19th Congress of the Society for Scientific Progress held at Bolzano in September 1930, and published in Nuovi Studi in the 1930 September-October issue. As long as the class state exists, the regulated society cannot exist, other than metaphorically, i.e. only in the sense that the class state too is a regulated society. The utopians, inasmuch as they expressed a critique of the society that existed in their day, very well understood that the class state could not be the regulated society. So much is this true that in the types of society which the various utopias represented, economic equality was introduced as p. 258. A necessary basis for the projected reform. Clearly in this the utopians were not utopians, but concrete political scientists and consistent critics. The utopian character of some of them was due to the fact that they believed that economic equality could be introduced by arbitrary laws, by an act of will, etc. But the idea that complete and perfect political equality cannot exist without economic equality, an idea to be found in other political writers, too, even right-wing ones, i.e. among the critics of democracy, insofar as the latter makes use of the Swiss or Danish model to claim that the system is a reasonable one for all countries, nevertheless remains correct. This idea can be found in the writers of the 17th century too, for example in Ludovico Zuccolo and in his book Il Bellizzi, and I think in Machiavelli as well. Moraz believes that in Switzerland that particular form of democracy is possible precisely because there is a certain common averageness of economic fortunes, etc. The confusion of class state and regulated society is peculiar to the middle classes and petty intellectuals, who would be glad of any regularization that would prevent sharp struggles and upheavals. It is a typically reactionary and regressive conception. 1930-32. In my opinion, the most reasonable and concrete thing that can be said about the ethical state, 324 the cultural state, is this: every state is ethical inasmuch as one of its most important functions is to raise the great mass of the population to a particular cultural and moral level, a level, or type, which corresponds to the needs of the productive forces for development, and hence to the interests of the ruling classes. The school as a positive educative function, and the courts as a repressive and negative educative function, are the most important state activities in this sense, but, in reality, a multitude of other so-called private initiatives and activities tend to the same end, initiatives and activities which form the apparatus of the political and cultural hegemony of the ruling classes. Hegel's conception belongs to a period in which the spreading development of the bourgeoisie could seem limitless. p. 259. So that its ethicity or universality could be asserted, all mankind will be bourgeois. But, in reality, only the social group that poses the end of the state and its own end as the target to be achieved can create an ethical state, i.e. one which tends to put an end to the internal divisions of the ruled, etc., and to create a technically and morally unitary social organism. 1931-32. Hegel's doctrine of parties and associations as the private woof of the state. This derived historically from the political experiences of the French Revolution, and was to serve to give a more concrete character to constitutionalism. Government with the consent of the governed, but with this consent organized, and not generic and vague as it is expressed in the instant of elections. The state does have and request consent, but it also educates this consent, by means of the political and syndical associations. These, however, are private organisms, left to the private initiative of the ruling class. Hegel, in a certain sense, thus already transcended pure constitutionalism and theorized the parliamentary state with its party system. But his conception of association could not help still being vague and primitive. Halfway between the political and the economic, it was in accordance with the historical experience of the time, which was very limited and offered only one perfected example of organization, the corporative, a politics grafted directly onto the economy. Marx was not able to have historical experiences superior, or at least much superior, to those of Hegel, but, as a result of his journalistic and agitational activities, he had a sense for the masses. Marx's concept of organization remains entangled amid the following elements: craft organization, Jacobin clubs, secret conspiracies by small groups, journalistic organization. The French Revolution offered two prevalent types. There were the clubs, loose organizations of the popular assembly type, centralized around individual political figures. Each had its newspaper, by means of which it kept alive the attention and interest of a particular clientele that had no fixed boundaries. This clientele then upheld the theses of the paper in the club's meetings. Certainly, among those who frequented the clubs, there must have existed tight, select groupings of people who knew each other, who met separately and prepared the climate of the meetings, in order to support one tendency or another depending on the circumstances and also on the concrete interests in play. The secret conspiracies, which subsequently spread so widely in Italy prior to 1848, must have developed in France after their mitre among the second-rank followers of Jacobinism, with great difficulty. p.260. In the Napoleonic period, on account of the vigilant control of the police, with greater facility from 1815 to 1830 under the Restoration, which was fairly liberal at the base and was free from certain preoccupations. In this period, from 1815 to 1830, the differentiation of the popular political camp was to occur. This already seemed considerable during the glorious days of 1830-325, when the formations which had been crystallizing during the preceding 15 years now came to the surface. After 1830 and up to 1848, this process of differentiation became perfected, and produced some quite highly developed specimens in Blanqui and Filippo Buonarroti. It is unlikely that Hegel could have had first-hand knowledge of these historical experiences, which are, however, more vivid in Marx**. For the series of facts, see as primary material the publications of Paul Louis and Maurice Bloch's Political Dictionary. For the French Revolution, see especially Allard, see 2 Andler's Notes to the Manifesto. For Italy, see Luzio's book on Masonry and the Risorgimento highly tendentious. The revolution which the bourgeois class has brought into the conception of law, and hence into the function of the state, consists especially in the will to conform, hence ethicity of the law and of the state. The previous ruling classes were essentially conservative in the sense that they did not tend to construct an organic passage from the other classes into their own, i.e. to enlarge their class sphere technically and ideologically. Their conception was that of a closed caste. The bourgeois class poses itself as an organism in continuous movement, capable of absorbing the entire society, assimilating it to its own cultural and economic level. The entire function of the state has been transformed, the state has become an educator, etc. How this process comes to a halt, and the conception of the state as pure force is returned to, etc. The bourgeois class is saturated. It not only does not expand, it starts to disintegrate. It not only does not assimilate new elements, it loses part of itself, or at least its losses are enormously more numerous than its assimilations. A class claiming to be capable of assimilating the whole of society, and which was at the same time really able to express such a process, would perfect this conception of the state and of law, so as to conceive the end of the state and of law rendered useless, since they will have exhausted their function and will have been absorbed by civil society. 1931-32. That the everyday concept of state is unilateral and leads to p.261. Grotesque errors can be demonstrated with reference to Daniel Halavy's recent book Décadence de la Liberté, of which I have read a review in Nouvelles Littéraires. For Halavy, state is the representative apparatus, and he discovers that the most important events of French history from 1870 until the present day have not been due to initiatives by political organisms deriving from universal suffrage, but to those either of private organisms, capitalist firms, general staffs, etc., or of great civil servants unknown to the country at large, etc. But what does that signify if not that by state should be understood not only the apparatus of government, but also the private apparatus of hegemony or civil society? It should be noted how from this critique of the state which does not intervene, which trails behind events, etc., there is born the dictatorial ideological current of the right, with its reinforcement of the executive, etc. However, Halavy's book should be read to see whether he too has taken this path. It is not unlikely in principle, given his antecedents, sympathies for Sarl, for Maurras, etc. 1930-32. Curzio Malaparte, in the introduction to his little volume on the technique of the coup d'état, seems to assert the equivalence of the formula, everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state, with the proposition, where there is freedom, there is no state. In the latter proposition, the term freedom cannot be taken in its ordinary meaning of political freedom, freedom of the press, etc., but as counterposed to necessity, it is related to Engels' proposition on the passage from the rule of necessity to the rule of freedom. 326 Malaparte has not caught even the faintest whiff of the significance of the proposition. 1931-32. In the, anyway superficial, polemic over the functions of the state, which here means the state as a politico-juridical organization in the narrow sense, the expression the state as valeur de nude corresponds to the Italian expression the state as policeman 327 and means a state whose functions are limited to the safeguarding of public order and of respect for the laws. The fact is glossed over that in this form of regime, which anyway has never existed except on paper, as a limiting hypothesis, hegemony over its historical development belongs to private forces, to civil society, which is state too, indeed is the state itself. p.262. It seems that the expression valeur de nude, which should have a more sarcastic ring than the state as policeman, comes from La Salette. Its opposite should be ethical state or interventionist state in general, but there are differences between the two expressions. The concept of ethical state is of philosophical and intellectual origin, belonging to the intellectuals, Hegel, and in fact could be brought into conjunction with the concept of state valeur de nude, for it refers rather to the autonomous, educative, and moral activity of the secular state, by contrast with the cosmopolitanism and the interference of the religious ecclesiastical organization as a medieval residue. The concept of interventionist state is of economic origin, and is connected on the one hand with tendencies supporting protection and economic nationalism, and on the other with the attempt to force a particular state personnel, of landowning and feudal origin, to take on the protection of the working classes against the excesses of capitalism, policy of Bismarck and of Disraeli. 328. These diverse tendencies may combine in various ways, and in fact have so combined. Naturally liberals, economists, are for the state as valeur de nude, and would like the historical initiative to be left to civil society and to the various forces which spring up there, with the state as guardian of fair play and of the rules of the game. Intellectuals draw very significant distinctions as to when they are liberals and when they are interventionists. They may be liberals in the economic field and interventionists in the cultural field, etc. The Catholics would like the state to be interventionist 100% in their favor. Failing that, or where they are in a minority, they call for a neutral state, so that it should not support their adversaries. 1935, first version 1930. The following argument is worth reflecting upon, is the conception of the gendarme night watchman state, leaving aside the polemical designation, gendarme, night watchman, etc., not in fact the only conception of the state to transcend the purely economic corporate stages? We are still on the terrain of the identification of state and government, an identification which is precisely a representation of the economic corporate form, in other words of the confusion between civil society and political society. For it should be. p.263. Remark that the general notion of state includes elements which need to be referred back to the notion of civil society, in the sense that one might say that state equals political society plus civil society, in other words hegemony protected by the armor of coercion. In a doctrine of the state which conceives the latter as tendentially capable of withering away and of being subsumed into regulated society, the argument is a fundamental one. It is possible to imagine the coercive element of the state withering away by degrees, as ever more conspicuous elements of regulated society, or ethical state or civil society, make their appearance. The expressions ethical state or civil society would thus mean that this image of a state without a state was present to the greatest political and legal thinkers, in so far as they placed themselves on the terrain of pure science, pure utopia, since based on the premise that all men are really equal and hence equally rational and moral, i.e. capable of accepting the law spontaneously, freely, and not through coercion, as imposed by another class, as something external to consciousness. It must be remembered that the expression night watchman for the liberal state comes from Lassalle, i.e. from a dogmatic and non-dialectical statalist. Look closely at Lassalle's doctrines on this point and on the state in general, in contrast with Marxism. In the doctrine of the state as regulated society, one will have to pass from a phase in which state will be equal to government, and state will be identified with civil society, to a phase of the state as night watchman, i.e. of a coercive organization which will safeguard the development of the continually proliferating elements of regulated society, and which will therefore progressively reduce its own authoritarian and forcible interventions. Nor can this conjure up the idea of a new liberalism, even though the beginning of an era of organic liberty be imminent. 1930-32. If it is true that no type of state can avoid passing through a phase of economic corporate primitivism, it may be deduced that the content of the political hegemony of the new social group which has founded the new type of state must be predominantly of an economic order. What is involved is the reorganization of the structure and the real relations between men on the one hand and the world of the economy or of production on the other. The superstructural elements will inevitably be few in number, and have a character of foresight and of struggle, but as yet few planned elements. Cultural policy will above all be negative, a critique of the past. It will be aimed at erasing from the memory and at p.264. Destroying. The lines of construction will as yet be broad lines, sketches, which might, and should, be changed at all times, so as to be consistent with the new structure as it is formed. This precisely did not happen in the period of the medieval communes, for culture, which remained a function of the church, was precisely anti-economic in character, i.e. against the nascent capitalist economy. It was not directed towards giving hegemony to the new class, but rather to preventing the latter from acquiring it. Hence humanism and the Renaissance were reactionary, because they signaled the defeat of the new class, the negation of the economic world which was proper to it, etc. 1931-32. Another element to examine is that of the organic relations between the domestic and foreign policies of a state. Is it domestic policies which determine foreign policy, or vice versa? In this case too, it will be necessary to distinguish between great powers, with relative international autonomy, and other powers, also, between different forms of government. A government like that of Napoleon III had two policies, apparently reactionary internally, and liberal abroad. Conditions in a state before and after a war. It is obvious that, in an alliance, what counts are the conditions in which a state finds itself at the moment of peace. Therefore it may happen that whoever has exercised hegemony during the war ends up by losing it as a result of the enfeeblement suffered in the course of the struggle, and is forced to see a subordinate who has been more skillful or luckier become hegemonic. This occurs in world wars when the geographic situation compels a state to throw all its resources into the crucible. It wins through its alliances, but victory finds it prostrate, etc. This is why in the concept of great power it is necessary to take many elements into account, and especially those which are permanent, i.e. especially economic and financial potential and population. 1932-32. Organization of national societies. I have remarked elsewhere that in any given society nobody is disorganist and without party, provided that one takes organization and party in a broad and not a formal sense. In this multiplicity of private associations, which are of two kinds, natural and contractual or voluntary, one or more predominates relatively or absolutely, constituting the hegemonic apparatus of one social group over the rest of the population, or civil society the basis. p.265. For the state in the narrow sense of the governmental coercive apparatus. It always happens that individuals belong to more than one private association, and often to associations which are objectively in contradiction to one another. A totalitarian 329 policy is aimed precisely, 1. At ensuring that the members of a particular party find in that party all the satisfactions that they formerly found in a multiplicity of organizations, i.e. at breaking all the threads that bind these members to extraneous cultural organisms, 2. At destroying all other organizations or at incorporating them into a system of which the party is the sole regulator. This occurs, 1. When the given party is the bearer of a new culture, then one has a progressive phase, 2. When the given party wishes to prevent another force, bearer of a new culture, from becoming itself totalitarian, then one has an objectively regressive and reactionary phase, even if that reaction, as invariably happens, does not avow itself, and seeks itself to appear as the bearer of a new culture. Luigi Einaudi, in Réformes sociales for May-June 1931, reviews a French work Les Sociétés de la Nation, Études sur les éléments constitutifs de la Nation française, by Étienne Martin Saint-Léon, volume of 415 pages, ed. Spes, Paris, 1930, in which some of these organizations are studied but only those which exist formally. For example, do the readers of a newspaper form an organization, or not, etc. In any case, inasmuch as the subject was dealt with, see the book and Einaudi's review as well. 1930-32. Who is a legislator? The concept of legislator must inevitably be identified with the concept of politician. Since all men are political beings, all are also legislators. But distinctions will have to be made. Legislator has a precise juridical and official meaning, i.e. it means those persons who are empowered by the law to enact laws. But it can have other meanings too. Every man, inasmuch as he is active, i.e. living, contributes to modifying the social environment in which he develops, to modifying certain of its characteristics or to preserving others. In other words, he tends to establish norms, rules of living and of behavior. One's circle of activity may be greater or smaller, one's awareness of one's own action and aims may be greater or smaller, furthermore, the representative power may be greater or smaller, and will p.266 be put into practice to a greater or lesser extent in its normative, systematic expression by the represented. A father is a legislator for his children, but the paternal authority will be more or less conscious, more or less obeyed, and so forth. In general, it may be said that the distinction between ordinary men and others who are more specifically legislators is provided by the fact that this second group not only formulates directives which will become a norm of conduct for the others, but at the same time creates the instruments by means of which the directives themselves will be imposed, and by means of which it will verify their execution. Of this second group, the greatest legislative power belongs to the state personnel, elected and career officials, who have at their disposal the legal coercive powers of the state. But this does not mean that the leaders of private organisms and organizations do not have coercive sanctions at their disposal too, ranging even up to the death penalty. The maximum of legislative capacity can be inferred when a perfect formulation of directives is matched by a perfect arrangement of the organisms of execution and verification, and by a perfect preparation of the spontaneous consent of the masses who must live those directives, modifying their own habits, their own will, their own convictions to conform with those directives and with the objectives which they propose to achieve. If everyone is a legislator in the broadest sense of the concept, he continues to be a legislator even if he accepts directives from others if, as he carries them out, he makes certain that others are carrying them out too, if, having understood their spirit, he propagates them as though making them into rules specifically applicable to limited and definite zones of living. 1933. Religion, State, Party. In Mein Kampf, Hitler writes, "The founding or the destruction of a religion is an action of immeasurably greater importance than the founding or the destruction of a state, not to speak of a party." Superficial and acritical. The three elements religion, or active conception of the world, state, party are indissoluble, and in the real process of historico-political development there is a necessary passage from one to the other. In Machiavelli, in the ways and language of the time, an understanding of this necessary homogeneity and interrelation of the three elements can be observed. To lose one's soul in order to save. p.267. One's country or state is an element of absolute laicism, of positive and negative conception of the world, against religion, or the dominant conception. In the modern world, a party is such integrally, and not, as happens, a fraction of a larger party when it is conceived, organized, and led in ways and in forms such that it will develop integrally into a state, an integral state, and not into a government technically understood, and into a conception of the world. The development of the party into a state reacts upon the party and requires of it a continuous reorganization and development, just as the development of the party and state into a conception of the world, i.e. into a total and molecular, individual, transformation of ways of thinking and acting, reacts upon the state and the party, compelling them to reorganize continually and confronting them with new and original problems to solve. It is evident that such a conception of the world is hindered in its practical development by blind, unilateral party fanaticism, in this case that of a sect, of a fraction of a larger party, within which the struggle takes place, i.e. by the absence either of a state conception or of a conception of the world capable of developing because historically necessary. The political life of today furnishes ample evidence of these mental limitations and deficiencies, which, besides, provoke dramatic struggles, for they are themselves the means by which historical development in practice occurs. But the past, and the Italian past which interests us most, from Machiavelli onwards, is no less rich in experiences, for all of history bears witness to the present. 1933. State and Parties. The function of hegemony or political leadership exercised by parties can be estimated from the evolution of the internal life of the parties themselves. If the state represents the coercive and punitive force of juridical regulation of a country, the parties representing the spontaneous adhesion of an elite to such a regulation, considered as a type of collective society to which the entire mass must be educated, must show in their specific internal life that they have assimilated as principles of moral conduct those rules which in the state are legal obligations. In the parties necessity has already become freedom, and thence is born the immense political value, i.e. value for political leadership, of the internal discipline of a party, and hence the value as a criterion of such. p.268. Discipline in estimating the growth potential of the various parties. From this point of view, the parties can be considered as schools of state life. Elements of party life: character, resistance to the pressures of surpassed cultures, honor, fearless will in maintaining the new type of culture and life, dignity, awareness of operating for a higher end, etc. 1930-32. Statolatry. Attitude of each particular social group towards its own state. The analysis would not be accurate if no account were taken of the two forms in which the state presents itself in the language and culture of specific epochs, i.e. as civil society and as political society. The term statolatry is applied to a particular attitude towards the government by functionaries or political society, which in everyday language is the form of state life to which the term of state is applied and which is commonly understood as the entire state. The assertion that the state can be identified with individuals, the individuals of a social group, as an element of active culture, i.e. as a movement to create a new civilization, a new type of man and of citizen, must serve to determine the will to construct within the husk of political society a complex and well-articulated civil society, in which the individual can govern himself without his self-government thereby entering into conflict with political society but rather becoming its normal continuation, its organic complement. For some social groups, which before their ascent to autonomous state life have not had a long independent period of cultural and moral development on their own, as was made possible in medieval society and under the absolute regimes by the juridical existence 330 of the privileged estates or orders, a period of statolatry is necessary and indeed opportune. This statolatry is nothing other than the normal form of state life, or at least of initiation to autonomous state life and to the creation of a civil society which it was not historically possible to create before the ascent to independent state life. However, this kind of statolatry must not be abandoned to itself, must not, especially, become theoretical fanaticism or be conceived of as perpetual. It must be criticized, precisely in order to develop and produce new forms of state life, in which the initiative of individuals and groups will have a state character. p.269. Even if it is not due to the government of the functionaries, make state life become spontaneous. 1931-32. Merits of the ruling classes. In view of the fact that the identity state/class is not easy to understand, there is something strange about the way in which a government, state, is able to reflect back upon the class it represents, as a merit and a source of prestige, the fact that it has finally done what should have been done for 50 years and more, and which should therefore be a demerit and a source of shame. 331. One lets a man starve until he is 50, when he is 50, one finally notices him. In private life, such behavior would warrant a good kicking. In the case of the state, it appears to be a merit. Not merely that, but the fact that one washes oneself at the age of 50 appears to be a sign of superiority over other men of 50 who have always washed. One hears this kind of thing said about drainage schemes, public works, roads, etc., i.e. about a country's basic social equipment. The fact that a country provides itself with this equipment, with which others have provided themselves in their day, is loudly acclaimed and trumpeted forth, and the others are told, do as much, if you can. But the others cannot, because they have already done so in their day, and this is presented as a sign of their impotence. At all events, the fact that the state/government, conceived as an autonomous force, should reflect back its prestige upon the class upon which it is based, is of the greatest practical and theoretical importance, and deserves to be analyzed fully if one wants a more realistic concept of the state itself. Moreover, this phenomenon is not something exceptional, or characteristic of one kind of state only. It can, it seems, be incorporated into the function of elites or vanguards, i.e. of parties, in relation to the class which they represent. This class, often, as an economic fact, which is what every class is essentially, might not enjoy any intellectual or moral prestige, i.e. might be incapable of establishing its hegemony, hence of founding a state. Hence the function of monarchies, even in the modern era, hence, too, in particular, the phenomenon, especially in England and in Germany, whereby the leading p.270 personnel of the bourgeois class organized into a state can be constituted by elements of the old feudal classes, who have been dispossessed of their traditional economic predominance, junkers and lords, but who have found new forms of economic power in industry and in the banks, and who have not fused with the bourgeoisie but have remained united to their traditional social group. 332-1933. Historical belles lettres. The position taken up in practice by Gramsci is an essential element of any analysis or critique of his philosophical position, indeed it is the fundamental element. In Gramsci, philosophy and ideology finally become identical, and philosophy is revealed as nothing other than a practical instrument for organization and action, for organizing a party, indeed an international of parties, and for a course of action in practice. Gramsci's speech to the Oxford Philosophical Congress 333 was in fact a political manifesto, for an international union of the great intellectuals of all nations, especially those of Europe. Moreover, this undeniably might become an important party, with a considerable role to play. Broadly speaking, one can already discern in the world of today a phenomenon which resembles the rift between spiritual and temporal in the Middle Ages, but a phenomenon that is far more complex than its predecessor, to the extent that modern life itself is more complex. To an ever-increasing extent, regressive and conservative social groupings are being reduced to their initial economic corporate stage, while the progressive and innovatory groupings are still in their initial, precisely economic corporate phase. The traditional intellectuals are detaching themselves from the social grouping to which they have hitherto given the highest and most comprehensive form, hence the most extensive and perfect consciousness of the modern state. In so doing, they are accomplishing an act of incalculable historical significance, they are marking and ratifying the crisis of the state in its decisive form. But these intellectuals neither have the organization which the Church possessed, nor anything comparable to it, and in that respect the crisis of today is more acute than that of the Middle Ages. The latter lasted several centuries, up to the French Revolution. p. 271. When the social grouping that had been economically the motor force in Europe throughout the millennium was able to present itself as an integral state, possessing all the intellectual and moral forces it needed to organize a complete and perfect society. Today, the spiritual which is detaching itself from the temporal, and distinguishing itself as autonomous of the latter, is something disorganic, lacking a center, an unstable diaspora of great cultural personalities, without a pope and without a territory. This process of disintegration of the modern state is, however, far more catastrophic than the medieval historical process, which was disintegrative and integrative at the same time, given the particular grouping which was the motor of the historical process itself, and given the type of state which had existed since the beginning of the millennium in Europe, a state which was innocent of the centralization of today, and which could be called federative of the dominant classes rather than the state of a single dominant class. It is worth considering the extent to which Gentile's actualism 334 corresponds to the positive phase of the state, whereas Gramsci provides the opposition to this. The concept of unity in the act allows Gentile to recognize as history what is anti-history for Gramsci. 335 for Gentile history is entirely state history, while for Gramsci it is ethical-political. In other words, Gramsci seeks to maintain a distinction between civil society and political society, between hegemony and dictatorship. The great intellectuals exercise hegemony, which presupposes a certain collaboration, i.e. an active and voluntary, free, consent, i.e. a liberal, democratic regime. Gentile sees the economic corporate phase as an ethical phase within the historical act. Hegemony and dictatorship are indistinguishable, force and consent are simply equivalent. One cannot distinguish political society from civil society, only the state, and of course the state as government, exists, etc. The same conflicting positions which emerge in the philosophical sphere, between Gramsci and Gentile, appear again in the field of political economy, between Einaudi and the followers of Gentile ***. See the Einaudi Benini Spirito polemic in Nuovi Studi, 1930. Spirito's 336 concept of citizen as state functionary derives directly from the absence of separation between political and civil society, between political hegemony and state political government. In p. 272. Other words, it derives from the anti-historicity or ahistoricity of the conception of the state that is implicit in Spirito's position, despite his peremptory assertions and polemical rantings. Spirito refuses to recognize that, since every form of property is linked to the state, even for the classical economists the latter intervenes at every moment of economic life, which is a continuous web of transfers of property. Spirito's position, concretely, represents a return to the pure economicity of which he accuses his opponents. It is interesting to note that this position contains the essence of Americanism. 337 Since America has not yet emerged from the economic corporate phase which Europe passed through in the Middle Ages, in other words, has not yet created a conception of the world or a group of great intellectuals to lead the people within the ambit of civil society. In this sense it is true that America is under the influence of Europe, and of European history. This question of the basic form of the state in the USA is a very complex one, but the kernel of the question seems to me to be precisely this. 1930-32. Subversive. The purely Italian concept of subversive 338 can be explained as follows: a negative rather than a positive class position. The people is aware that it has enemies, but only identifies them empirically as the so-called signori. 339 Contained in the concept of signori there is much of the old dislike of country for town. Dress is a fundamental element of distinction. There is also dislike of officialdom, the only form in which the state is perceived. The peasant, and even the small farmer, hates the civil servant. He does not hate the state, for he does not understand it. He sees the civil servant as a signore, even if he is himself in fact better off economically, hence the apparent contradiction whereby the signore is often at the same time a morto di fame 340 as far as the peasant is. p.273. Concerned. This generic hatred is still semi-feudal rather than modern in character, and cannot be taken as evidence of class consciousness merely as the first glimmer of such consciousness, in other words, merely as the basic negative, polemical attitude. Not only does the people have no precise consciousness of its own historical identity, it is not even conscious of the historical identity or the exact limits of its adversary. The lower classes, historically on the defensive, can only achieve self-awareness via a series of negations, via their consciousness of the identity and class limits of their enemy, but it is precisely this process which has not yet come to the surface, at least not nationally. A further element towards understanding the concept of subversive is furnished by the stratum known typically as the morti di fame. The morti di fame are not a homogeneous stratum, and serious mistakes can be made if they are identified abstractly. In the village, and in the small urban centers of certain agricultural regions, there exist two distinct strata of morti di fame, the day laborers, and the petty intellectuals. The essential characteristic of the day laborers is not their economic situation but their intellectual and moral condition. The typical peasant of these regions is the smallholder or the more primitive sharecropper, whose rent takes the form of a third, half, or even two-thirds of his crop, depending on the fertility and location of his holding, who owns a few tools, a pair of oxen, and a cottage which he has often built himself on days when he is not working, and who has obtained the necessary capital either by emigrating for a few years, or by spending a few years down the pits or serving in the carabinieri. 341 etc., or as a servant for a big landowner, i.e. by contriving and saving. The day laborer on the other hand, unable or unwilling to contrive, possesses nothing, is a morto di fame, because day labor is scarce and irregular. The petit bourgeois morto di fame came originally from the rural bourgeoisie. Property gets broken up among large families until it vanishes altogether, but the members of this class are not prepared to work with their hands. In this way there is formed a famished stratum of aspirants to minor municipal appointments, as clerks, messengers, etc. This stratum constitutes a disruptive element in the life of the countryside, always thirsting for changes, elections. p.274. etc., and furnishes the local subversive. Since it is fairly numerous, it has a certain importance. It allies itself especially with the rural bourgeoisie against the peasantry, and organizes the morti di fame to serve its interests. These strata exist in every region, and have ramifications in the towns, too, where they merge into the criminal underworld or into the shifting milieu which surrounds it. Many petty clerks in the towns originate socially from these strata, and conserve the arrogant mentality of the impoverished nobleman, of the landowner who endures work under compulsion. The subversivism of these strata has two faces, one turned to the left and one to the right, but the left face is simply a means of blackmail. At the decisive moments they always move to the right, and their desperate courage always prefers to have the carabinieri on their side. A further element to examine is the so-called internationalism of the Italian people, which is linked to the concept of subversivism. In reality, this is a kind of vague cosmopolitanism, related to certain easily identifiable historical phenomena, to the cosmopolitanism and the universalism of the Catholic Middle Ages, centered on Italy and preserved through the absence of any Italian political and national history. Little national or state consciousness in the modern sense. I have noted elsewhere 342 that there has existed, and still exists, a particular form of Italian chauvinism, more widespread than might at first appear. The two observations are not contradictory. In Italy, political, territorial and national unity enjoy a scanty tradition, or perhaps no tradition at all, since before 1870 Italy was never a unified entity, and even the name Italy, which in Roman times meant southern and central Italy up to the Magra and the Rubicon, during the Middle Ages lost ground to the name of Longobardia. See the study by Cicipalla on the name Italia, published in the Atti dell'Accademia di Torino. However, Italy did have, and preserve, a cultural tradition going back to the period 1300–1700, not, however, to classical antiquity, although humanism and Renaissance both claimed a continuity with the classical era. This cultural unity was the basis, and a very weak one at that, of the Risorgimento and of national unity. It served to group the most active and intelligent strata of the population around the bourgeoisie, and it is still the substratum of popular nationalism. As a consequence of the absence in this sentiment of politico-military or politico. p. 275. Economic elements, i.e. of the elements which are at the basis of French, German, or American nationalist psychology, it comes about that many so-called subversives and internationalists are chauvinists in this sense, without being aware of any contradiction. What one has to note if one wants to understand the virulence which this cultural chauvinism sometimes assumes is the following: the fact that in Italy a great scientific, artistic and literary flowering coincided with the period of political, military and state decadence. 16th and 17th centuries. Explain this phenomenon. Noble, courtly culture, i.e. when the bourgeoisie of the communes was already decadent, and wealth had become usurial rather than productive, with concentrations of luxury, the prelude to total economic decadence. The concept of revolutionary and of internationalist, in the modern sense of the word, is correlative with the precise concept of state and of class. Little understanding of the state means little class consciousness, and understanding of the state exists not only when one defends it, but also when one attacks it in order to overthrow it, hence low level of effectiveness of the parties, etc. Gypsy bands or political nomadism are not dangerous phenomena. 343 and similarly Italian subversivism and internationalism were not dangerous. Popular subversivism correlates with subversivism at the top, i.e. with the fact of there never having existed a rule of law, but only a politics characterized by absolute power and by cliques around individuals or groups. All these observations, naturally, cannot be taken as categorical or absolute. They constitute an attempt to describe certain aspects of a situation. Firstly, in order to be able the better to evaluate the activity undertaken to change it, or the non-activity, i.e. the failure to understand one's own task. Secondly, in order to give greater prominence to those groups which rose above it, as a result of having understood the situation and modified it within their own ranks. 1930. Wave of materialism and crisis of authority. That aspect of the modern crisis which is bemoaned as a wave of materialism is related to what is called the crisis of authority. If the ruling class has lost its consensus, i.e. is no longer leading 344. p. 276. But only dominant, exercising coercive force alone, this means precisely that the great masses have become detached from their traditional ideologies, and no longer believe what they used to believe previously, etc. The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. N.B. This paragraph should be completed by some observations which I made on the so-called problem of the younger generation. 345 A problem caused by the crisis of authority of the old generations in power, and by the mechanical impediment that has been imposed on those who could exercise hegemony, which prevents them from carrying out their mission. The problem is the following: can a rift between popular masses and ruling ideologies as serious as that which emerged after the war be cured by the simple exercise of force, preventing the new ideologies from imposing themselves? Will the interregnum, the crisis whose historically normal solution is blocked in this way, necessarily be resolved in favor of a restoration of the old? Given the character of the ideologies, that can be ruled out, yet not in an absolute sense. Meanwhile, physical depression will lead in the long run to a widespread scepticism, and a new arrangement will be found in which, for example, Catholicism will even more become simply Jesuitism, etc. From this too one may conclude that highly favorable conditions are being created for an unprecedented expansion of historical materialism. The very poverty which at first inevitably characterizes historical materialism as a theory diffused widely among the masses will help it to spread. The death of the old ideologies takes the form of skepticism with regard to all theories and general formulae, of application to the pure economic fact, earnings, etc., and to a form of politics which is not simply realistic in fact. This is always the case, but which is cynical in its immediate manifestation. Remember the story of the Prelude to Machiavelli, 346, written perhaps under the influence of Professor Renzi, which at a certain moment in 1921 or 1922 extolled slavery as a modern means of political economy. But this reduction to economics and to politics means precisely a reduction of the highest superstructures to the level of those which adhere more closely to the structure itself. In other words, the possibility and necessity of creating a new culture. 1930. 3. Americanism and Fordism. Introduction. p. 277. Americanism and Fordism is unique among Gramsci's prison writings. The problems it sets out to analyze were contemporary ones, brought into prominence by events that had taken place since his imprisonment: the development of the corporate, fascist, economy, the Depression, the first Soviet 5-year plan. Yet, despite his isolation, he nevertheless succeeds in this essay in laying the groundwork for a persuasive analysis of trends in social and economic development which had passed by most of his active contemporaries and whose importance is only now becoming clear. The basic question Gramsci asks himself in Americanism and Fordism is this: were the changes taking place within the world of production at the time he was writing of such importance as to constitute the beginnings of a new historical epoch, or were they merely a conjunction of events of no lasting significance? No definitive answer is offered, nor could one be demanded, but it is clear from the way he approaches the question, linking together features of the superstructures such as prohibition or the regulation of sexuality with changes in the socio-economic base, projecting each trend into the future as well as examining its roots in the past, that he regarded Americanism as a symptom of an historical development within the relations of production of the utmost importance, from which there could be no turning back. The starting point of Americanism and Fordism is the impact of America and American productive methods on Europe after the First World War. The fact that America had never known a feudal phase and was therefore free of parasitic residues of older modes of production has always intrigued European Marxists, ever since the days of Marx himself. In the early days of the Soviet Union, much attention was paid to the American phenomenon, to the efficiency of American productive technique, and even to the apparent democracy of American enterprise. There was also a general interest in the Soviet Union in the possibility of applying American ideas, notably those of Frederick Taylor on scientific management, under socialist relations of production. For Gramsci, the full-scale introduction of Americanism into Italy would have a different significance. It would represent a high point of capitalist development, the abolition of the last residues of feudalism. p. 278. Opposition to Americanism, as he saw it, came mostly from backward economic groups such as the rural bourgeoisie of petty landowners and their attendant parasites, but also from a reactionary intelligentsia, stuffed with myths about its cultural heritage and unable to accept its own uselessness and impending supersession by more vital forces. The working class, by contrast, he saw as not opposed to Americanism as such, nor even to its attendant effects in social life, but rather to the specific form it would take in conditions of intensified economic exploitation and authoritarian cultural repression. The victory of Americanism might also affect the political superstructures of fascism, now more and more embroiled, since the Concordat, with the Catholic Church, and increasingly torn between notions of a new order and a commitment to the most retrograde elements of culture and society. An essential, though unspoken, premise of Americanism and Fordism is that the revolutionary working class movement was in a phase of retrenchment and defeat throughout the capitalist world. In the absence of an antagonistic revolutionary force, any changes taking place within the mode of production could at most constitute what Gramsci, here and elsewhere in the Quaterni, terms a passive revolution. Changes would take place, leading to the suppression of certain contradictions. But new contradictions would appear in their place. Not the least of the merits of Americanism and Fordism lies in its recognition of the fluidity of the situation and the complexity of the contradictions generated. Although in general it foresees a development, already prefigured in fascist Italy, in the direction of a more achieved form of state monopoly capitalism, it emphatically rejects any undialectical pessimism and leaves open the question of how the contradictions that this new development of capitalism will bring about will themselves be contested in their turn. Americanism and Fordism. p.279. A series of problems requires to be examined under the general and somewhat conventional heading Americanism and Fordism. But first of all one should take account of the basic fact that solutions to these problems must necessarily be put forward within the contradictory conditions of modern society, which create complications, absurd positions, and moral and economic crises often tending towards catastrophe. In generic terms one could say that Americanism and Fordism derive from an inherent necessity to achieve the organization of a planned economy, and that the various problems examined here should be the links of the chain marking the passage from the old economic individualism to the planned economy. Problems arise from the various forms of resistance to this evolution encountered by the process of development, the source of the problems being difficulties inherent in both the societas rerum and the societas hominum. 347. The fact that a progressive initiative has been set in train by a particular social force is not without fundamental consequences. The subaltern forces, which have to be manipulated and rationalized to serve new ends, naturally put up a resistance. But resistance is also offered by certain sectors of the dominant forces, or at least by forces which are allied to those which are dominant. Prohibition, which in the United States was a necessary condition for developing a new type of worker suitable to Fordist industry, has failed as a result of the opposition of marginal and still backward forces and certainly not because of the opposition of either the industrialists or the workers, etc. A catalogue of some of the essentially most important or interesting problems, even if at first sight they do not appear to be in the forefront. 1. The replacement of the present plutocratic stratum by a new mechanism of accumulation and distribution of finance capital based directly on industrial production. 2. The question of sex. 3. The question of whether Americanism can constitute an historical epoch, that is, whether it can determine a gradual evolution of the same type as the passive revolution examined. p.280. Elsewhere and typical of the last century, 348, or whether on the other hand it does not simply represent the molecular accumulation of elements destined to produce an explosion, that is, an upheaval on the French pattern. 4. The question of the rationalization of the demographic composition of Europe. 5. The question of whether this evolution must have its starting point within the industrial and productive world, or whether it can come from the outside, through the cautious but massive construction of a formal juridical arm which can guide from the outside the necessary evolution of the productive apparatus. 6. The question of the so-called high wages paid by Fordist and rationalist industry. 7. Fordism as the ultimate stage in the process of progressive attempts by industry to overcome the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. 349. 8. Psychoanalysis and its enormous diffusion since the war, as the expression of the increased moral coercion exercised by the apparatus of state and society on single individuals, and of the pathological crisis determined by this coercion. 9. Rotary clubs and Freemasonry. Rationalization of the demographic composition of Europe. In Europe the various attempts which have been made to introduce certain aspects of Americanism and Fordism have been due to the old plutocratic stratum which would like to reconcile what, until proved to the contrary, appear to be irreconcilables, on the one hand the old, anachronistic, demographic social structure of Europe, and on the other hand an ultra-modern form of production. p.281. And of working methods such as is offered by the most advanced American variety, the industry of Henry Ford. For this reason, the introduction of Fordism encounters so much intellectual and moral resistance, and takes place in particularly brutal and insidious forms, and by means of the most extreme coercion. To put it crudely, Europe would like to have a full barrel and a drunken wife, to have all the benefits which Fordism brings to its competitive power while retaining its army of parasites who, by consuming vast sums of surplus value, aggravate initial costs and reduce competitive power on the international market. The reaction of Europe to Americanism merits, therefore, close examination. From its analysis can be derived more than one element necessary for the understanding of the present situation of a number of states in the Old World and the political events of the post-war period. Americanism, in its most developed form, requires a preliminary condition which has not attracted the attention of the American writers who have treated the problems arising from it, since in America it exists quite naturally. This condition could be called a rational demographic composition and consists in the fact that there do not exist numerous classes with no essential function in the world of production, in other words classes which are purely parasitic. European tradition, European civilization, is, conversely, characterized precisely by the existence of such classes, created by the richness and complexity of past history. This past history has left behind a heap of passive sedimentations produced by the phenomenon of the saturation and fossilization of civil service personnel and intellectuals, of clergy and landowners, piratical commerce and the professional, and later conscript, but for the officers always professional, army. One could even say that the more historic a nation the more numerous and burdensome are these sedimentations of idle and useless masses living on their ancestral patrimony, pensioners of economic history. Statistics of these economically passive elements, in a social sense, are very hard to work out because it is impossible to find a heading under which they can be defined for the purposes of immediate research. But useful indications can be derived indirectly, for example, from the existence of specific forms of national life. The considerable number of large, medium-sized, or even small, agglomerations of an urban type with no industry, with no factories, is one such indication and one of the most significant. On the so-called mystery of Naples, it is worth recalling the p.282 observations made by Goethe about Naples and the consoling moral conclusions which Giustino Fortunato drew from them. 350 Goethe was right to demolish the legend of the organic vagabondry Lazaronismo * of the Neapolitans, and to point out that, on the contrary, they are very active and industrious. Fortunato's short work on Goethe and his judgment on the Neapolitans has been republished by the Bibliografia ed Rice de Rieti in the collection Quadami Critici directed by Domenico Petrini. On Fortunato's short work, worth reading is Luigi Einaudi's review in La Riforma Sociale, perhaps 1912. 351. But the question consists in examining the actual result of their industry. It is not in itself productive, nor is it directed towards satisfying the needs and demands of the productive classes. Naples is the city where the majority of southern landowners, whether members of the nobility or not, spend the income from their estates. Around some tens of thousands of these landowning families, of greater or lesser importance, together with their immediate retinues of servants and lackeys, is organized the practical life of a large part of the city, its artisanal industries, its itinerant trades and the incredible way in which the immediate supply of goods and services is split up among the multitude of layabouts who hang around the streets. Another important part of the city is organized around transport and the wholesale trade, productive industry, in the sense of one that creates and accumulates new goods, is relatively small despite the fact that in the official statistics Naples is classified as the fourth industrial city of Italy, after Milan, Turin, and Genoa. This socio-economic structure of Naples, on which it is now possible to have reasonably exact information, thanks to the activities of the provincial councils of the corporate economy, 352 explains a great deal of the history of the city of Naples, so full of apparent contradictions and thorny political problems. The phenomenon of p.283 Naples is repeated on a large scale in Palermo and Rome, and also in a number of cities, the famous 100 cities, 353 not only in southern Italy and the islands, but in central and even in northern Italy, Bologna, to a certain extent, Parma, Ferrara, etc. For much of the population of cities of this type, one can recall the proverb, where a horse shits 100 sparrows feed. The fact that has not yet been properly studied is this, that the ownership of medium-sized and small property in the rural areas is not in the hands of the peasant cultivators but of a small-town bourgeoisie, and that the land is given over to primitive sharecropping mesodraia, that is, rented in exchange for natural goods and services, or is leased against rent emphyteacy. This means that there exists, in proportion to gross landed income, an enormous bulk of petty and middle bourgeoisie living on pensions and rents, which has created, in a species of economic literature truly worthy of Candide, the monstrous figure of the so-called producers of savings, an economically unproductive stratum which not only extracts its own sustenance from the primitive labor of a specific number of peasants, but also manages to save. This is the most hideous and unhealthy means of capital accumulation, because it is founded on the iniquitous usurial exploitation of a peasantry kept on the verge of malnutrition, and because it is inordinately expensive, since the small saving of capital is offset by the incredible expenditure which is often necessary to maintain a high standard of living for such a great mass of absolute parasites. The historical phenomenon whereby, in the Italian peninsula, since the fall of the medieval communes and the decline of the spirit of capitalist initiative among the urban bourgeoisie, this abnormal and stagnation-creating situation has grown, up, wave by wave, has been described by the historian Niccolò Rodolico as a return to the earth, and has even been taken as an index of healthy national progress. Such is the power of catchphrases to annul the critical sense. Another source of absolute parasitism has always been the state administration. Renato Spaventa has reckoned that in Italy 1/10 of the population, 4 million inhabitants, live off the state budget. Even today it happens that men who are still relatively young, not much above 40, in excellent health and at the height of their physical and intellectual capacities, after 25 years of state service cease to devote themselves to any productive activity. p.284. But make do with more or less substantial pensions. However, a worker can only enjoy his pension from the age of 65, and for a peasant there is no limit to the age up to which he may continue to work. One result of this is that the average Italian is surprised when he hears it said that an American multimillionaire continues to be active right up to the last day of his conscious life. If in any family a priest becomes a canon, immediately, for the entire clan, manual labor becomes a disgrace. The most one should do is to engage in commerce. The composition had already been rendered unhealthy by long-term emigration and by the low rate of employment of women in work productive of new goods. The relationship between potentially active and passive population was one of the most unfavorable in Europe. It is even more unfavorable if one takes into account the following. Cf. The research into the subject by Professor Mortera, for example, in Prospettive Economici of 1922. 1. Endemic diseases, malaria, etc., which reduce the average work potential of the labor force. 2. The chronic state of malnutrition of many of the lower strata of the peasantry, as documented in the researches of Professor Mario Camis published in La Riforma Sociale in 1926. 354 national averages of living standards should be broken down into class averages. If the national average hardly attains the standard scientifically established as indispensable, it follows obviously that a not inconsiderable stratum of the population lives in a state of chronic malnutrition. In the Senate discussion on the budget for 1929-30, Senator Mussolini affirmed that in some regions people live exclusively on wild plants and vegetables for whole seasons of the year. Cf. the Atti Parlamentari for the session, and the speech by Senator Ugo Ancona, whose reactionary fancies were smartly slapped down by the head of the government Mussolini. 3. The endemic unemployment which exists in a number of agricultural regions and does not figure in official reports. 4. The really remarkable segment of the population which is absolutely parasitic and which requires for its service the labor of another immense and indirectly parasitic mass, and the semi-parasitic segment, which is so because it multiplies to an abnormal and unhealthy degree subordinate economic activities like commerce and intermediary functions in general. p.285. This situation is not unique to Italy. To a greater or lesser extent it exists also in all countries of old Europe, and it exists in an even worse form in India and China, which explains the historical stagnation of those countries and their politico-military impotence. In the examination of this problem, what is immediately in question is not the form of economico-social organization, but the rationality of the proportional relationships between the various sectors of the population in the existing social system. Every system has its own law of fixed proportions 355 in its demographic composition, its own optimum equilibrium and forms of disequilibrium which, if not redressed, by appropriate legislation, can be catastrophic in themselves in that, apart from any other disintegrative element, they dry up the sources of economic life. America does not have great historical and cultural traditions, but neither does it have this leaden burden to support. This is one of the main reasons, and certainly more important than its so-called natural wealth, for its formidable accumulation of capital which has taken place in spite of the superior living standard enjoyed by the popular classes compared with Europe. The non-existence of viscous parasitic sedimentations left behind by past phases of history has allowed industry, and commerce in particular, to develop on a sound basis. It also allows a continual reduction of the economic function of transport and trade to the level of a genuinely subaltern activity of production. Indeed, it has led to the attempt to absorb these activities into productive activity itself. Recall here the experiments conducted by Ford and to the economies made by his firm through direct management of transport and distribution of the product. These economies affected production costs and permitted higher wages and lower selling prices. Since these preliminary conditions existed, already rendered rational by historical evolution, it was relatively easy to rationalize production and labor by a skillful combination of force, destruction of working-class trade unionism on a territorial basis, and persuasion, high wages, various social benefits, extremely subtle ideological and political propaganda, and thus succeed in making the whole life of the nation revolve around production. Hegemony here is born in the factory and requires for its exercise only a minute quantity of professional political and ideological intermediaries. The phenomenon of the masses which so struck Romer 356 is nothing but p.286. The form taken by this rationalist society in which the structure dominates the superstructures more immediately and in which the latter are also rationalist, simplified and reduced in number. Rotary clubs and Freemasonry. Rotary is a Freemasonry without the petits bourgeois and without the petit bourgeois mentality. America has Rotary and the YMCA, Europe has Freemasonry and the Jesuits. Attempts to introduce the YMCA into Italy, help given by Italian industry to these attempts, financial aid from Agnelli and the violent reactions of the Catholics, Agnelli's attempts to absorb the Ordine Nuovo Group 357 which upheld its own type of Americanism in a form acceptable to the workers. In America rationalization has determined the need to elaborate a new type of man suited to the new type of work and productive process. This elaboration is still only in its initial phase and therefore, apparently, still idyllic. It is still at the stage of psychophysical adaptation to the new industrial structure, aimed for through high wages. Up to the present, until the 1929 crash, there has not been, except perhaps sporadically, any flowering of the superstructure. In other words, the fundamental question of hegemony has not yet been posed. The struggle is conducted with arms taken from the old European arsenal, bastardist and therefore anachronistic compared with the development of things. The struggle taking place in America, as described by Philip, 358 is still in defense of craft rights against industrial liberty. In other words, it is similar to the struggle that took place in Europe in the 18th century, although in different conditions. American workers' unions are, more than anything else, the corporate expression of the rights of qualified crafts and therefore the industrialists' attempts to curb them have a certain progressive aspect. The absence of the European historical phase, marked even in the economic field by the French p.287 revolution, has left the American popular masses in a backward state. To this should be added the absence of national homogeneity, the mixture of race cultures, the Negro question. In Italy there have been the beginnings of a Fordist fanfare, exaltation of big cities, overall planning for the Milan conurbation, etc., the affirmation that capitalism is only at its beginnings and that it is necessary to prepare for its grandiose patterns of development. On this see some articles by Schiavi in La Riforma Sociale. But afterwards came a conversion to ruralism. 359 The disparagement of the cities typical of the Enlightenment, exaltation of the artisanat and of idyllic patriarchalism, reference to craft rights and a struggle against industrial liberty. All the same, even though the development is slow and full of understandable caution, one cannot say that the conservative side, the side that represents old European culture with all its train of parasites, has not encountered opposition. Interesting from this point of view is the tendency represented by Nuovi Studi and Critica Fascista and by the Intellectual Center for Corporate Studies organized at the University of Pisa. De Man's book 360 is also in its way an expression of these problems which are disturbing the old European bone structure, but it is an expression without greatness and is unattached to any of the major historical forces which are striving for mastery of the world. Supercity and Supercountry 361. Excerpts from La Fiero Letter Aria of January 15, 1928. From Giovanni Papini, 362. The city does not create, but consumes. Just as it is the emporium where congregate the goods seized from the country. p.288. Side and the mines, so it is to the city that there flow the freshest minds from the provinces and the ideas of great solitary men. The city is like a pyre which gives light because it is burning what was created far away from it and many times against it. All cities are sterile. Proportionately few children are born there, and genius almost never. In the city there is enjoyment, but no creation, there is love but no generation, consumption but no production. Apart from the absolute idiocies here, one should point out that Papini has in mind the relative model of the city non-city, the Koblenz of the consumers of landed income and tolerated houses. 363 In the same number of La Fiero Letter Aria the following item may be read. Our supercountry recipe has these characteristics: decisive aversion to all those forms of civilization which are not compatible with ours or which ruin, through being indigestible, the classical gifts of the Italians. Then, guardianship of the universal sense of the country, which is, spelt out, the natural and immanent relationship between the individual and his land. Finally, exaltation of our own native characteristics in every field and activity of life, that is to say, Catholic foundation, religious sense of the world, fundamental simplicity and sobriety, closeness to reality, control of fantasy, equilibrium between spirit and matter. Note, how would Italy of today, the Italian nation, have come into existence without the formation and development of cities and without the unifying influence of cities? Supercountrymanism in the past would have meant municipalism, just as it meant popular disarray and foreign rule. And would Catholicism itself have developed if the Pope, instead of residing in Rome, had taken up residence in Scaricalasino? 364. Or take this judgment of Francesco Mariano, from Elisalto, Bologna. In the philosophical field I claim to discover on the other hand a real antithesis, which is an antithesis more than 100. p.289. Years old but always reappearing in a new outward guise, between voluntarism, pragmatism and activism, identifiable in supercity and enlightenment, rationalism and historicism, identifiable in supercountry. In other words, the immortal principles have taken refuge in supercountry. In any case, it is worth noting that the literary polemic between supercountry and supercity was nothing but the froth on top of the polemic between parasitic conservatism and the innovating tendencies of Italian society. In La Stampa, May 4, 1929, Mino Macari writes: when supercountry opposes modernistic importations, its opposition is aimed at preserving the right to select from them with a view to preventing harmful contacts, mixed with those which could be useful, from corrupting the integrity of the nature and character proper to Italian civilization, quintessentialist over the ages and now yearning after a unifying synthesis. Already quintessentialist but not synthesist and unified. Financial Autarkia 365 of Industry. A noteworthy article by Carlo Pagna, a proposito di un tentativo di teoria per del corporativismo, la riforma sociale, September/October 1929, examines Massimo Fovel's book Economiae Corporativismo, Ferrara, Sate, 1929, and refers to another work of the same author Rendita e Salario nello Stato Sindacale, Rome, 1928. But he does not realize, or does not point out explicitly, that Fauvel in his writings conceives of corporatism as the premise for the introduction into Italy of the most advanced American systems of production and labor. It would be interesting to know whether Fauvel is writing out of his head or whether he has behind him specific social forces, practically speaking and not just in general, which back him and urge him on. Fauvel has never been a pure scientist, since all intellectuals, however pure, are always expressive of certain tendencies. In many ways he belongs to the Psicotai, Naldi, Bazzi, Preziosi, etc., coterie, but he is more complex, because of his undeniable intellectual quality. Fauvel has always harbored the aspiration of becoming a great political leader, 366, but he has never p.290 managed it because he lacks certain basic gifts of force of will directed to a single end and a freedom from Miss Early's type of intellectual volubility. Furthermore, he is all too often clearly connected with shady petty interests. He began as a young radical 367 before the war. He wanted to rejuvenate the traditional democratic movement by giving it a more concrete and modern content, and flirted a bit with the Republicans, especially with the federalist and regionalist trends, Olivero Zaccarini's Critica Politica. During the war he was a Giolidian neutralist. In 1919 he joined the Socialist Party in Bologna, but never wrote for Avanti. Before the armistice he made several excursions to Turin. The Turinese industrialists had acquired the old and infamous Gazzetta di Torino in order to transform it and make it their own direct mouthpiece. Fauvel aspired to become editor-in-chief of the new combination and was certainly in contact with industrial circles. But Tommaso Borelli, a young liberal, was chosen instead, and was shortly succeeded by Italo Minoni of the Idea Nazionale. However, La Gazzetta di Torino did not flourish, even under the name of Paese, despite the sums expended on its development, and was closed down by its promoters. A curious letter came from Fauvel in 1919. He wrote that he felt a duty to collaborate on the weekly Ordine Nuovo. We sent a reply establishing the limits of any possible contribution by him, after which the voice of duty was suddenly silent. Fauvel joined up with the Passigli, Montelli, Gardghi crowd, which had made out of the Lavoratore in Trieste a pretty lucrative business affair, and which must have had contacts with the Turinese industrial world. An attempt was made by Passigli to transport l'Ordine Nuovo to Trieste with a commercially profitable management. The date can be checked against the subscription of 100 lire made by Passigli, who had come to Turin for direct talks. 368 The question arose of whether a gentleman could collaborate on Il Lavoratore. In 1921 certain papers belonging to Fauvel and Gardghi were found in the Lavoratore offices, from which it emerged that the two colleagues were speculating in cotton shares on the stock exchange during the strike led by the syndicalists of Nicola Vecchia, and were p.291 running the paper according to the interests of their speculations. After Livorno 369 Fauvel was not heard of for some time. He reappeared in 1925, as a collaborator on Avanti with Nani 370 and Gardghi, and set up a campaign in favor of the vassalage of Italian industry to American finance, a campaign which was instantly exploited, but there must have been an agreement in advance, by the Gazzetta del Popolo, connected with Ponti of SIP. Piedmont Hydroelectrics. In 1925–26 Fauvel was a frequent contributor to La Voce Repubblicana. Today, 1929, he upholds corporatism as a premise for an Italian form of Americanization, collaborates on the Ferrara Corriere Patino, 371 on Nuovi Studi, Nuovi Problemi and Problemi del Lavoro and teaches, so it appears, at Ferrara University. What would appear significant in Fauvel's thesis, as summarized by Pigna, is his conception of the corporation as an autonomous industrial productive bloc destined to resolve in a modern and increasingly capitalist direction the problem of further development of the Italian economic apparatus. This is opposed to the semi-feudal and parasitic elements of society which appropriate an excessive tithe of surplus value and to the so-called producers of savings. The production of savings should become an internal, more economical, function of the productive bloc itself, with the help of a development of production at diminishing costs which would allow, in addition to an increase of surplus value, higher salaries as well. The result of this would be a larger internal market, a certain level of working class saving and higher profits. In this way one should get a more rapid rhythm of capital accumulation within the enterprise rather than through the intermediary of the producers of savings who are really nothing other than predators of surplus value. Within the industrial productive bloc, the technical element, management and workers, should be more important than the capitalistic element in the petty sense of the word. The alliance of captains of industry and petit bourgeois savers should be replaced by a bloc consisting of all the elements which are directly operative in production and which are the only ones capable of combining in a union and thus constituting the productive corporation. Whence the extreme conclusion drawn by Spirito, of the corporation as property. 372. p.292. Pigna's objection to Fauvel is that his treatment is not a new political economy but just a new economic policy. This is a purely formal objection, which could be important in a certain context but does not touch the core of the argument. The other objections, in concrete terms, are nothing other than the observation that there exist various aspects of the Italian situation which are backward in relation to the organizational upheaval of the economic machine. Fauvel's greatest weaknesses consist in his having neglected the economic function which the state has always had in Italy because of the diffident attitude of small savers towards the industrialists, and in having neglected the fact that the corporative trend did not originate from the need for changes in the technical conditions of industry, or even from that of a new economic policy, but rather from the need for economic policing, a need which was aggravated by the 1929 crisis which is still going on. In reality, skilled workers in Italy have never, as individuals or through union organizations, actively or passively opposed innovations leading towards lowering of costs, rationalization of work or the introduction of more perfect forms of automation and more perfect technical organization of the complex of the enterprise. On the contrary. However, this has happened in America and has resulted in the semi-liquidation of the free trade unions and their replacement by a system of mutually isolated factory-based workers' organizations. In Italy, on the other hand, even the slightest and most cautious attempt to make the factory the center of the trade union organization, recall the question of the shop stewards, 373, has been bitterly contested and resolutely crushed. A careful analysis of Italian history before 1922, or even up to 1926, which does not allow itself to be distracted by external trappings but manages to seize on the essential moments of the working class struggle, must objectively come to the conclusion that it was precisely the workers who brought into being newer and more modern industrial requirements and in their own way upheld these strenuously. It could also be said that some industrialists understood this movement and tried to appropriate it to themselves. This explains Agnelli's attempt to absorb the Ordine Nuovo and its school into the Fiat complex and thus to institute a school of workers and technicians qualified for industrial change and for work with rationalist systems. The YMCA tried to open courses of abstract Americanism, but despite all the money spent they were not a success. p.293. The considerations apart, a further series of questions is raised. The corporative movement exists. It is also true that in some ways the juridical changes which have already taken place have created the formal conditions within which major technical economic change can happen on a large scale, because the workers are not in a position either to oppose it or to struggle to become themselves the standard bearers of the movement. Corporative organization could become the form of the new change, but one asks oneself, shall we experience one of Vico's ruses of Providence 374 in which men, without either proposing or willing it, are forced to obey the imperatives of history? For the moment one is more inclined to be dubious. The negative element of economic policing has so far had the upper hand over the positive element represented by the requirements of a new economic policy which can renovate, by modernizing it, the socio-economic structure of the nation while remaining within the framework of the old industrialism. The juridical form possible is one of the conditions required, but not the only one or even the most important. It is only the most important of the immediate conditions. Americanization requires a particular environment, a particular social structure, or at least a determined intention to create it, and a certain type of state. This state is the liberal state, not in the sense of free trade liberalism or of effective political liberty, but in the more fundamental sense of free initiative and of economic individualism which, with its own means, on the level of civil society, through historical development, itself arrives at a regime of industrial concentration and monopoly. The disappearance of the semi-feudal type of rentier is in Italy one of the major conditions of an industrial revolution, and, in part, the revolution itself, and not a consequence. The economic and financial policy of the state is the instrument of their disappearance through the amortization of the national debt, compulsory registration of shares, and by giving a greater weight to direct rather than indirect taxation in the governmental budget. But it does not seem that this has been or is going to become the trend of financial policy. Indeed, the state is creating new rentiers, that is to say it is promoting the old forms of parasitic accumulation of savings and tending to create closed social forma. p.294. In reality the corporative trend has operated to shore up crumbling positions of the middle classes and not to eliminate them, and is becoming, because of the vested interests that arise from the old foundations, more and more a machinery to preserve the existing order just as it is rather than a propulsive force. Why is this? Because the corporative trend is also dependent on unemployment. It defends for the employed a certain minimum standard which, if there were free competition, would likewise collapse and thus provoke serious social disturbances, and it creates new forms of employment, organizational and not productive, for the unemployed of the middle classes. But there still remains a way out, the corporative trend, born in strict dependence on such a delicate situation whose essential equilibrium must at all costs be maintained if monstrous catastrophe is to be averted, could yet manage to proceed by very slow and almost imperceptible stages to modify the social structure without violent shocks. Even the most tightly swathed baby manages nevertheless to develop and grow. This is why it would be interesting to know whether Fauvel is speaking just for himself or whether he is the representative of economic forces which are looking for a way forward at all costs. In any case, the process would be so long and encounter so many difficulties that new interests could grow up in the meanwhile and once again oppose its development so tenaciously as to crush it entirely. Some aspects of the sexual question. Obsession with the sexual question and dangers of that obsession. The promoters of Blueprints for Society 375 put the sexual question in the forefront and resolve it frankly. It is worth noting that in utopias the sexual question plays a large and often dominant part. Croce's observation that Campanella's solutions in La Citadelle Sol 376 are inexplicable in terms of the sexual needs of Calabrian peasants is just inept. Sexual instincts are those that have undergone the greatest degree of repression from society in the course of its development. Regulation of sexual instincts, because of the contradictions it creates and the perversions that are attributed to it, seems particularly unnatural. Hence the frequency of appeals to nature in this area. Psychoanalytical. p.295. Literature is also a kind of criticism of the regulation of sexual instincts in a form which often recalls the Enlightenment, as in its creation of a new myth of the savage on a sexual basis, including relations between parents and children. There is a split, in this field, between city and country, but with no idyllic bias in favor of the country, where the most frequent and the most monstrous sexual crimes take place and where bestiality and sodomy are widespread. In the parliamentary inquiry on the South in 1911 it is stated that in Abruzzo and the Basilicata, which are the regions where there is most religious fanaticism and patriarchalism and the least influence of urban ideas, to such an extent that, according to Serpieri, in the years 1919 to 20 there was not even any peasant unrest in those areas, there is incest in 30% of families. And it does not appear that the situation has changed since then. Sexuality as reproductive function and as sport, the aesthetic ideal of woman oscillates between the conceptions of broodmare and of Dolly. But it is not only in the cities that sexuality has become a sport. The popular proverbs, man is a hunter, woman a temptress, the man who has no choice goes to bed with his wife, etc., show how widespread the conception of sex as sport is even in the countryside and in sexual relations between members of the same class. The economic function of reproduction. This is not only a general fact which concerns the whole of society in its totality, because society demands a certain proportion between age groups for purposes of production and of supporting the section of the population that for normal reasons, age, illness, etc., is passive. It is also a molecular fact which operates within the smallest economic units, such as the family. The expression about the staff of old age demonstrates an instinctive consciousness of the economic need for there to be a certain ratio of young to old over the entire area of society. The sight of the maltreatment meted out in country villages to old people without a family encourages couples to want to have children. The proverb to the effect that a mother may raise 100 sons, but 100 sons do not support a mother, shows another side to this question. Among the people old men without children are treated in the same way as bastards. Medical advance, which has raised the average expectancy of human life, is making the sexual question increasingly important as a fundamental and autonomous aspect of the economic, and this sexual aspect raises, in its turn, complex problems of a superstructural. p.296. Order. The increase of life expectancy in France, where the birth rate is low and where there is a rich and complex productive apparatus to be kept going, has already given rise to a number of problems connected with the national question. The older generations are finding themselves in an increasingly abnormal relationship with the younger generations of the same national culture, and the working masses are being swollen by immigrant elements from abroad which modify the base. The same phenomenon is happening there as in America, that of a certain division of labor, with the native population occupying the qualified trades and, of course, the functions of direction and organization, and the immigrants the unskilled work. In a number of states a similar relationship, with important negative economic consequences, exists between industrial cities with a low birth rate and a prolific countryside. Life in industry demands a general apprenticeship, a process of psychophysical adaptation to specific conditions of work, nutrition, housing, customs, etc. This is not something natural or innate, but has to be acquired, and the urban characteristics thus acquired are passed on by heredity or rather are absorbed in the development of childhood and adolescence. As a result, the low birth rate in the cities imposes the need for continual massive expenditure on the training of a continual flow of new arrivals in the city and brings with it a continual change in the socio-political composition of the city, thus continually changing the terrain on which the problem of hegemony is to be posed. The formation of a new feminine personality is the most important question of an ethical and civil order connected with the sexual question. Until women can attain not only a genuine independence in relation to men but also a new way of conceiving themselves and their role in sexual relations, the sexual question will remain full of unhealthy characteristics and caution must be exercised in proposals for new legislation. Every crisis brought about by unilateral coercion in the sexual field unleashes a romantic reaction which could be aggravated by the abolition of organized legal prostitution. All these factors make any form of regulation of sex and any attempt to create a new sexual ethic suited to the new methods of production and work extremely complicated and difficult. However, it is still necessary to attempt this regulation and to attempt to create a new ethic. It is worth drawing attention to the way in which industrialists, Ford in particular, have been concerned with the sexual affairs of their employees and with their p.297 family arrangements in general. One should not be misled, any more than in the case of prohibition, by the puritanical appearance assumed by this concern. The truth is that the new type of man demanded by the rationalization of production and work cannot be developed until the sexual instinct has been suitably regulated and until it too has been rationalized. Feminism and Masculinism. From the review which A. de Pietri Tonelli has published in the Rivista di Politico-Economica, February 1930, of the book by Anthony M. Ludovici, Woman. A Vindication, 2nd edition, London, 1921. When things are going badly in the social structure of a nation because of the decadence of the fundamental capacities of its men, Ludovici claims, two distinct tendencies seem always to assert themselves, on the one hand to interpret as symptoms of progress changes which are purely and simply signs of decadence and ruin of old and healthy institutions, and the second, which is due to a justified loss of confidence in the governing class, is to give to everyone, whether or not they have the qualities required, the certainty of being chosen to make an effort in the direction of putting things right. The translation is manifestly uncertain and inaccurate. 377. The author regards feminism as an expression of the second tendency and demands a resurgence of masculinism. Apart from any other considerations on the subject, difficult to make because the text printed by de Pietri Tonelli is so uncertain, this anti-feminist and masculinist tendency is worth drawing attention to. One should also study the origins of the legislation in the Anglo-Saxon countries 378 which is so favorable to women in a p.298. Whole series of questions relating to sentimental or pseudo-sentimental conflicts. This represents an attempt to regulate the sexual question, and to treat it seriously, but it doesn't seem to have accomplished its purpose. It has made way for unhealthy feministic deviations in the worst sense of the word, and has created for women, of the upper classes, a paradoxical social position. Animality and industrialism. The history of industrialism has always been a continuing struggle, which today takes an even more marked and vigorous form, against the element of animality in man. It has been an uninterrupted, often painful and bloody process of subjugating natural, i.e. animal and primitive, instincts to new, more complex and rigid norms and habits of order, exactitude and precision which can make possible the increasingly complex forms of collective life which are the necessary consequence of industrial development. This struggle is imposed from outside, and the results to date, though they have great immediate practical value, are to a large extent purely mechanical. The new habits have not yet become second nature. But has not every new way of life, in the period in which it was forced to struggle against the old, always been for a certain time a result of mechanical repression? Even the instincts which have to be overcome today because they are too animal are really a considerable advance on earlier, even more primitive instincts. Who could describe the cost in human lives and in the grievous subjugation of instinct involved in the passage from nomadism to a settled agricultural existence? The process includes the first forms of rural serfdom and trade bondage, etc. Up to now all changes in modes of existence and modes of life have taken place through brute coercion, that is to say through the dominion of one social group over all the productive forces of society. The selection or education of men adapted to the new forms of civilization and to the new forms of production and work has taken place by means of incredible acts of brutality which have cast the weak and the non-conforming into the limbo of the lumpen classes or have eliminated them entirely. With the appearance of new types of civilization, or in the course of their development, there have always been crises. But who has been involved in these crises? Not so much the working masses as the middle classes and a part even of the ruling class which had p.299 undergone the process of coercion which was necessarily being exercised over the whole area of society. Crises of libertinism have been many, and there has been one in every historical epoch. When the pressure of coercion is exercised over the whole complex of society, and this has taken place in particular since the fall of slavery and the coming of Christianity, Puritan ideologies develop which give an external form of persuasion and consent to the intrinsic use of force. But once the result has been achieved, if only to a degree, the pressure is fragmented. Historically, this fragmentation has assumed many different forms, which is to be expected, since the pressure itself has always taken original and often personal forms. It has been identified with the religious movement, it has created an apparatus of its own incarnated in particular strata or castes, it has taken the name of a Cromwell or a Louis XV as the case may be. It is at this point that the crisis of libertinism ensues. The French crisis following the death of Louis XV, for example, cannot be compared with the crisis in America following the appearance of Roosevelt, nor does Prohibition, with its consequent gangsterism, etc., have any parallel in preceding epochs. But the crisis does not affect the working masses except in a superficial manner, or it can affect them indirectly, in that it depraves their womenfolk. These masses have either acquired the habits and customs necessary for the new systems of living and working, or else they continue to be subject to coercive pressure through the elementary necessities of their existence. Opposition to prohibition was not wanted by the workers, and the corruption brought about by bootlegging and gangsterism was widespread amongst the upper classes. In the post-war period there has been a crisis of morals of unique proportions, but it took place in opposition to a form of coercion which had not been imposed in order to create habits suited to forms of work but arose from the necessities, admitted as transitory, of wartime life and life in the trenches. This pressure involved a particular repression of sexual instincts, even the most normal, among great masses of young people, and the crisis which broke out with the return to normal life was made even more violent by the disappearance of so many young men and by a permanent disequilibrium in the numerical proportions of individuals of the two sexes. The institutions connected with sexual life were profoundly shaken and new forms of enlightened utopias developed around the sexual question. The crisis was made even more violent, and still is, by the fact that it affected all strata of the population. p.30. And came into conflict with the necessities of the new methods of work which were meanwhile beginning to impose themselves. Taylorism and rationalization in general. These new methods demand a rigorous discipline of the sexual instincts, at the level of the nervous system, and with it a strengthening of the family in the wide sense, rather than a particular form of the familial system, and of the regulation and stability of sexual relations. It is worth insisting on the fact that in the sexual field the most depraving and regressive ideological factor is the enlightened and libertarian conception proper to those classes which are not tightly bound to productive work and spread by them among the working classes. This element becomes particularly serious in a state where the working masses are no longer subject to coercive pressure from a superior class and where the new methods of production and work have to be acquired by means of reciprocal persuasion and by convictions proposed and accepted by each individual. A twofold situation can then create itself in which there is an inherent conflict between the verbal ideology which recognizes the new necessities and the real animal practice which prevents physical bodies from effectively acquiring the new attitudes. In this case one gets the formation of what can be called a situation of totalitarian social hypocrisy. Why totalitarian? In other situations the popular strata are compelled to practice virtue. Those who preach it do not practice it, although they pay it verbal homage. 379 The hypocrisy is therefore a question of strata, it is not total. This is a situation which cannot last, and is certain to lead to a crisis of libertinism, but only when the masses have already assimilated virtue in the form of more or less permanent habits, that is with ever-decreasing oscillations. On the other hand, in the case where no coercive pressure is exercised by a superior class, virtue is affirmed in generic terms but is not practiced either through conviction or through coercion, with the result that the psychophysical attitudes necessary for the new methods of work are not acquired. The crisis can become permanent, that is, potentially catastrophic since it can be resolved only by coercion. This coercion is a new type, in that it is exercised by the elite of a class over the rest of that same class. It can also only be self-coercion and therefore self-discipline, like Alfieri tying himself to the chair. 380. p.301. In any case, in the sphere of sexual relations, what can be opposed to this function of the elites is the enlightened and libertarian mentality. The struggle against the libertarian conception means therefore precisely creating the elites necessary for the historical task, or at least developing them so that their function is extended to cover all spheres of human activity. Rationalization of production and work. The tendency represented by Lev Davidovich Trotsky was closely connected to the series of problems, a fact which does not seem to me to have been fully brought out. Its essential content, from this point of view, consisted in an over-resolute, and therefore not rationalist, will to give supremacy in national life to industry and industrial methods, to accelerate, through coercion imposed from the outside, the growth of discipline and order in production, and to adapt customs to the necessities of work. Given the general way in which all the problems connected with this tendency were conceived, it was destined necessarily to end up in a form of Bonapartism. Hence the inexorable necessity of crushing it. The preoccupations were correct, but the practical solutions were profoundly mistaken, and in this imbalance between theory and practice there was an inherent danger, the same danger, incidentally, which had manifested itself earlier, in 1921. The principle of coercion, direct or indirect, in the ordering of production and work, is correct, but the form which it assumed was mistaken. The military model had become a pernicious prejudice and the militarization of labor was a failure. 381. p.302. Interest of Lev Davidovich in Americanism. He wrote articles, researched into the BYT equals mode of living and into literature. These activities were less disconnected than might appear, since the new methods of work are inseparable from a specific mode of living and of thinking and feeling life. One cannot have success in one field without tangible results in the other. In America, rationalization of work and prohibition are undoubtedly connected. The inquiries conducted by the industrialists into the workers' private lives and the inspection services created by some firms to control the morality of their workers are necessities of the new methods of work. People who laugh at these initiatives, failures though they were, and see in them only a hypocritical manifestation of Puritanism, thereby deny themselves any possibility of understanding the importance, significance, and objective import of the American phenomenon, which is also the biggest collective effort to date to create, with unprecedented speed, and with a consciousness of purpose unmatched in history, a new type of worker and of man. The expression consciousness of purpose might appear humorous to say the least to anyone who recalls Taylor's phrase about the trained gorilla. 382. Taylor is in fact expressing with brutal cynicism the purpose of American society developing in the worker to the highest degree automatic and mechanical attitudes, breaking up the old psychophysical nexus of qualified professional work, which demands a certain active participation of intelligence, fantasy, and initiative on the part of the worker, and reducing productive operations exclusively to the mechanical, physical aspect. But these things, in reality, are not original or novel, they represent simply the most recent phase of a long process which began with industrialism itself. This phase is more intense than preceding phases, and manifests itself in more brutal forms, but it is a phase which will itself be superseded by the creation of a p.303. Psychophysical nexus of a new type, both different from its predecessors and undoubtedly superior. A forced selection will ineluctably take place, a part of the old working class will be pitilessly eliminated from the world of labor, and perhaps from the world tout court. It is from this point of view that one should study the puritanical initiative of American industrialists like Ford. It is certain that they are not concerned with the humanity or the spirituality of the worker, which are immediately smashed. This humanity and spirituality cannot be realized except in the world of production and work and in productive creation. They exist most in the artisan, in the demiurge, 383 When the worker's personality was reflected whole in the object created and when the link between art and labor was still very strong. But it is precisely against this humanism that the new industrialism is fighting. Puritanical initiatives simply have the purpose of preserving, outside of work, a certain psychophysical equilibrium which prevents the physiological collapse of the worker, exhausted by the new method of production. This equilibrium can only be something purely external and mechanical, but it can become internalist if it is proposed by the worker himself, and not imposed from the outside, if it is proposed by a new form of society, with appropriate and original methods. American industrialists are concerned to maintain the continuity of the physical and muscular nervous efficiency of the worker. It is in their interests to have a stable, skilled labor force, a permanently well-adjusted complex, because the human complex, the collective worker, of an enterprise is also a machine which cannot, without considerable loss, be taken to pieces too often and renewed with single new parts. The element of so-called high wages also depends on this necessity. It is the instrument used to select and maintain in stability a skilled labor force suited to the system of production and work. But high wages are a double-edged weapon. It is necessary for the worker to spend his extra money rationally to maintain, renew and, if possible, increase his muscular nervous efficiency and not to corrode or destroy it. Thus the struggle against alcohol, the most dangerous agent of destruction of laboring power, becomes a function of the state. It is possible for other puritanical struggles as well to become functions of the state if the private initiative of the industrialists proves insufficient or if a moral crisis breaks out among the p.304 working masses which is too profound and too widespread, as might happen as a result of a long and widespread crisis of unemployment. The sexual question is again connected with that of alcohol. Abuse and irregularity of sexual functions is, after alcoholism, the most dangerous enemy of nervous energies, and it is commonly observed that obsessional work provokes alcoholic and sexual deprivation. The attempts made by Ford, with the aid of a body of inspectors, to intervene in the private lives of his employees and to control how they spent their wages and how they lived is an indication of these tendencies. Though these tendencies are still only private or only latent, they could become, at a certain point, state ideology, inserting themselves into traditional Puritanism and presenting themselves as a renaissance of the pioneer morality and as the true America, etc. The most noteworthy fact in the American phenomenon in relation to these manifestations is the gap which has been formed and is likely to be increasingly accentuated, between the morality and way of life of the workers and those of other strata of the population. Prohibition has already given an example of this gap. Who drank the alcohol brought into the United States by the bootleggers? Alcohol became a luxury product and even the highest wages were not enough to enable it to be consumed by large strata of the working masses. Someone who works for a wage, with fixed hours, does not have time to dedicate himself to the pursuit of drink or to sport or evading the law. The same observation can be made about sexuality. Womanizing demands too much leisure. The new type of worker will be a repetition, in a different form, of peasants in the villages. The relative stability of sexual unions among the peasants is closely linked to the system of work in the country. The peasant who returns home in the evening after a long and hard day's work wants the venerum facilum parabolum 384 of Horace. It is not his style. He loves his own woman, sure and unfailing, who is free from affectation and doesn't play little games about being seduced or raped in order to be possessed. It might seem that in this way the sexual function has been mechanized, but in reality we are dealing with the growth of a new form of sexual union shorn of the bright and dazzling color of the romantic tinsel typical of the petit bourgeois and the bohemian layabout. It seems clear that the new industrialism wants monogamy, it wants the man as worker not to squander his nervous energies in the disorderly p.305 and stimulating pursuit of occasional sexual satisfaction. The employee who goes to work after a night of excess is no good for his work. The exaltation of passion cannot be reconciled with the timed movements of productive motions connected with the most perfected automatism. This complex of direct and indirect repression and coercion exercised on the masses will undoubtedly produce results, and a new form of sexual union will emerge whose fundamental characteristic would apparently have to be monogamy and relative stability. It would be interesting to know the statistical occurrence of deviation from the sexual behavior officially propagandized in the United States, broken down according to social group. It will show that in general divorce is particularly frequent among the upper classes. This demonstrates the moral gap in the United States between the working masses and the ever more numerous elements of the ruling classes. This moral gap seems to me one of the most interesting phenomena, and one which is most rich in consequences. Until recently, the American people was a working people. The vocation of work was not a trait inherent only in the working class, but it was a specific quality of the ruling classes as well. The fact that a millionaire continued to be practically active until forced to retire by age or illness, and that his activity occupied a very considerable part of his day, is a typically American phenomenon. This, for the average European, is the weirdest American extravagance. We have noted above that this difference between Americans and Europeans is determined by the absence of tradition in the United States, insofar as tradition also means passive residues of all the social forms eclipsed by past history. In the United States, on the other hand, there is a recent tradition of the pioneers, the tradition of strong individual personalities in whom the vocation of work had reached its greatest intensity and strength, men who entered directly, not by means of some army of servants and slaves, into energetic contact with the forces of nature in order to dominate them and exploit them victoriously. In Europe it is the passive residues that resist Americanism. They represent quality, etc., because they have the instinctive feeling that the new forms of production and work would sweep them away implacably. But if it is true that in Europe the old but still unburied residues are due to be definitively destroyed, what is beginning to happen in America itself? The moral gap mentioned above shows that ever wider margins of social passivity are in the process of being created. It would appear that women have a particularly p.306 important role here. The male industrialist continues to work even if he is a millionaire, but his wife and daughters are turning, more and more, into luxury mammals. Beauty competitions for new film actresses, recall the 30,000 Italian girls who sent photographs of themselves in bathing costumes to Fox in 1926, the theater, etc., all of which select the feminine beauty of the world and put it up for auction, stimulate the mental attitudes of prostitution, and white slaving is practiced quite legally among the upper classes. The women, with nothing to do, travel. They are continually crossing the ocean to come to Europe, escaping prohibition in their own country and contracting marriages for a season. It is worth recalling that ships' captains in the United States have been deprived of their right to celebrate marriages on board ship, since so many couples get married on leaving Europe and divorced again before disembarking in America. Prostitution in a real sense is spreading, in a form barely disguised by fragile legal formulae. These phenomena proper to the upper classes will make more difficult any coercion on the working masses to make them conform to the needs of the new industry. In any case, they are determining a psychological split and accelerating the crystallization and saturation of the various social groups, thereby making evident the way that these groups are being transformed into castes just as they have been in Europe. Taylor and Americanism. Eugenio Giovannetti has written an article in Pegasos, May 1929, on Frederick Taylor and Americanism, in which he says, "Literary energy, abstract and nourished on the rhetoric of generalization, is no longer in a position to understand technical energy, which is increasingly sharp and individual, a highly original fabric of singular will and specialized education. The literature of energy is still at the stage of its Prometheus unbound far too facile an image. The hero of technical civilization is not a man unchained, he is a man of silence, who can carry his iron chains up to the heavens. He is not an ignorant fool whiling away his time, he is a man of study in the finest classical sense, in that studium used to mean punta viva. 385 While technical. p.307. Or mechanicist civilization, whichever you prefer, is silently elaborating its new type of incisive hero. The literary cult of energy only succeeds in creating an airy-fairy good-for-nothing, a breathless fool reaching after the clouds. It is worth pointing out that no attempt has been made to apply to Americanism Gentile's little formula about philosophy which is not expressed in verbal formulations, but is affirmed in action. This fact is instructive and significant, because if the formula has any value at all, it is precisely in Americanism that it finds its justification. On the contrary, in any discussion of Americanism it is claimed that it is mechanicist, crude, brutal pure action in other words, and it is contrasted with tradition, etc. But why is this tradition not taken up as the basis of a philosophy or as the verbally formulated philosophy of those movements for which, conversely, philosophy is affirmed in action? This contradiction can explain many things, for example, the difference between real action on the one hand, which modifies in an essential way both man and external reality, in other words, real culture, and which is Americanism, and on the other hand the gladiatorial futility which is self-declared action but modifies only the word, not things, the external gesture and not the man inside. The former is creating a future which is intrinsic to its objective activity and which it prefers to keep quiet about. The second only creates a superior kind of puppet, modeled on a basis of rhetorical predicates, which will collapse into nothingness the moment the strings are cut which give from outside the appearance of motion and of life. Quantity and quality. In the world of production these words mean nothing more than inexpensive and expensive, i.e. satisfaction or failure to satisfy the basic needs of the popular classes and a tendency respectively to raise or to lower their standard of living. All the rest is just an ideological serial story, of which Guglielmo Ferrero has written the first episode. In a nation enterprise which has at its disposal a large labor force and a small amount of raw materials, which is a dubious hypothesis, since every nation enterprise can create its own raw materials, the term quality simply means the intention of employing a lot of labor on a little material, perfecting the product to the maximum. In other words, it means specialization for a luxury market. But is this possible for an entire, very populous p.308 nation? Where plenty of raw materials exist, both alternatives are possible, the qualitative and the quantitative, but the same does not hold good for the so-called poor countries. Quantitative production can also be qualitative, in the sense that it can compete with purely qualitative industry, at least among that part of the class of consumers of distinct objects which is not traditionalistic because it is a recent formation. These observations are valid if one accepts the commonly put forward criterion of quality, which is not however a rational criterion. In reality one should speak of quality only for works of art which are individual and not susceptible of reproduction. Everything that is susceptible of reproduction belongs to the realm of quantity, and can be mass-produced. One can further observe this: if a nation specializes in qualitative production, what industry provides the consumer goods for the poorer classes? Does this mean promoting a system of international division of labor? The whole thing is nothing more than a formula for idle men of letters and for politicians whose demagogy consists in building castles in the air. Quality should be attributed to men, not to things, and human quality is raised and refined to the extent that man can satisfy a greater number of needs and thus make himself independent of them. The high price of bread, due to a desire to keep a greater quantity of people tied to a specific activity, leads to malnutrition. A policy of quality almost always determines its opposite, disqualified quantity. Taylorism and the mechanization of the worker. Taylorism supposedly produces a gap between manual labor and the human content of work. On this subject some useful observations can be made on the basis of past history and specifically of those professions thought of as amongst the most intellectual, that is to say the professions connected with the reproduction of texts for publication or other forms of diffusion and transmission, the scribes of the days before the invention of printing, compositors on hand presses, linotype operators, stenographers and typists. If one thinks about it, it is clear that in these trades the process of adaptation to mechanization is more difficult than elsewhere. Why? Because it is so hard to reach the height of professional qualification when this requires of the worker that he should forget or not think about the intellectual content of the text he is reproducing, this in order to be able, if he is a scribe, to fix his attention exclusively. p.309. On the calligraphic form of the single letters, or to be able to break down phrases into abstract words and then words into characters, and rapidly select the pieces of lead in the cases, or to be able to break down not single words but groups of words, in the context of discourse, and group them mechanically into shorthand notation, or to acquire speed in typing, etc. The worker's interest in the intellectual content of the text can be measured from his mistakes. In other words, it is a professional failing. Conversely, his qualification is commensurate with his lack of intellectual interest, i.e. the extent to which he has become mechanized. The medieval copyist who was interested in the text changed the spelling, the morphology, and the syntax of the text he was copying. He missed out entire passages which, because of his meager culture, he could not understand. The train of thoughts aroused in his mind by his interest in the text led him to interpolate glosses and observations. If his language or dialect was different from that of the text, he would introduce nuances deriving from his own speech. He was a bad scribe because in reality he was remaking the text. The slow speed of the art of writing in the Middle Ages explains many of these weaknesses. There was too much time in which to reflect, and consequently mechanization was more difficult. The compositor has to be much quicker, he has to keep his hands and eyes constantly in movement, and this makes his mechanization easier. But if one really thinks about it, the effort that these workers have to make in order to isolate from the often fascinating intellectual content of a text, and the more fascinating it is, the less work is done and the less well, its written symbolization, this perhaps is the greatest effort that can be required in any trade. However, it is done, and it is not the spiritual death of man. Once the process of adaptation has been completed, what really happens is that the brain of the worker, far from being mummified, reaches a state of complete freedom. The only thing that is completely mechanicized is the physical gesture. The memory of the trade, reduced to simple gestures repeated at an intense rhythm, nestles in the muscular and nervous centers and leaves the brain free and unencumbered for other occupations. One can walk without having to think about all the movements needed in order to move, in perfect synchronization, all the parts of the body, in the specific way that is necessary for walking. The same thing happens and will go on happening in industry with the basic gestures of the trade. One walks automatically, and at the same time thinks about whatever one chooses. American industrialists have understood all too well this dialectic. p.310. Inherent in the new industrial methods. They have understood that trained guerrilla is just a phrase, that unfortunately the worker remains a man, and even that during his work he thinks more, or at least has greater opportunities for thinking, once he has overcome the crisis of adaptation without being eliminated. And not only does the worker think, but the fact that he gets no immediate satisfaction from his work and realizes that they are trying to reduce him to a trained guerrilla, can lead him into a train of thought that is far from conformist. That the industrialists are concerned about such things is made clear from a whole series of cautionary measures and educative initiatives which are well brought out in Ford's books and the work of Philip. 386. High wages. It is an obvious reflection that so-called high wages are a transitory form of remuneration. Adaptation to the new methods of production and work cannot take place simply through social compulsion. This is a prejudice which is widespread in Europe and even more so in Japan, which cannot fail before long to have serious consequences for the physical and psychic health of the workers. It is, furthermore, a prejudice which has its roots only in the endemic unemployment which has been a feature of the post-war period. If the situation were normal, the apparatus of coercion needed to obtain the desired result would involve more than just high wages. Coercion has therefore to be ingeniously combined with persuasion and consent. This effect can be achieved, in forms proper to the society in question, by higher remuneration such as to permit a particular living standard which can maintain and restore the strength that has been worn down by the new form of toil. But no sooner have the new methods of work and production been generalized and diffused, the new type of worker been created universally and the apparatus of material production further perfected, no sooner has this happened than the excessive turnover has automatically to be restricted by widespread unemployment, and high wages disappear. In reality, American high-wage industry is still exploiting a monopoly granted to it by p.311. The fact that it has the initiative with the new methods. Monopoly wages correspond to monopoly profits. But the monopoly will necessarily be first limited and then destroyed by the further diffusion of the new methods both within the United States and abroad. Compare the Japanese phenomenon of low-priced goods, and high wages will disappear along with enormous profits. Also, it is well known that high wages are of necessity connected with a labor aristocracy and are not granted to all American workers. The whole Fordian ideology of high wages is a phenomenon derived from an objective necessity of modern industry when it has reached a certain stage of development. It is not a primary phenomenon which does not, however, exonerate one from studying its importance and the repercussions that the ideology can have on its own account. Meanwhile, what is meant by high wages? Are the wages paid by Ford high only in relation to the average American wage? Or are they high as a price to be paid for the laboring power expended by Ford's employees in production and with those methods of work? It doesn't seem that any systematic research has been done on this, but that alone could provide a conclusive answer. The research is difficult, but the reasons why it is difficult are in themselves an indirect answer to the problem. The answer is difficult because the skilled labor force at Ford is extremely unstable, and as a result it is not possible to establish an average for rational turnover among Ford workers for the purpose of comparison with the average in other industries. But why is it unstable? Why on earth should a worker prefer lower wages than those paid by Ford? Does this not mean that the so-called high wages are less capable of reconstituting the labor power expended than the lower wages paid by other firms? The instability of the labor force demonstrates that as far as Ford's is concerned, the normal conditions of workers' competition for jobs, wage differentials, are effective only to a limited degree. The different level of average wages is not effective, nor is the pressure of the reserve army of the unemployed. This means that in dealing with Ford a new element must be looked for, and this new element will be the origin both of the high wages and of the other phenomena referred to, instability, etc. The new element must be looked for in this fact alone, that Ford's industry requires a discrimination, a qualification, in its workers, which other industries do not yet call for, a new type of qualification, a form of consumption of labor power and a quantity of power consumed in average hours which are the same numerically but which are more wearying and exhausting. p.312. Than elsewhere, and which, in the given conditions of society as it is, the wages are not sufficient to recompense and make up for. Once these reasons have been established, the problem arises, whether the type of industry and organization of work and production typical of Ford is rational, whether, that is, it can and should be generalized, or whether, on the other hand, we are not dealing with a malignant phenomenon which must be fought against through trade union action and through legislation. In other words, whether it is possible, with the material and moral pressure of society and of the state, to lead the workers as a mass to undergo the entire process of psychophysical transformation so that the average type of Ford worker becomes the average type of worker in general? Or whether this is impossible because it would lead to physical degeneration and to deterioration of the species, with the consequent destruction of all labor power. It seems possible to reply that the Ford method is rational, that is, that it should be generalized, but that a long process is needed for this, during which a change must take place in social conditions and in the way of life and the habits of individuals. This, however, cannot take place through coercion alone, but only through tempering compulsion, self-discipline, with persuasion. Persuasion should also take the form of high wages, which offer the possibility of a better standard of living, or more exactly perhaps, the possibility of realizing a standard of living which is adequate to the new methods of production and work which demand a particular degree of expenditure of muscular and nervous energy. To a limited but none the less important degree, phenomena similar to those created on a large scale by Fordism have been and still are occurring in certain branches of industry and in certain not yet Fordist establishments. To build up an organic and well-articulated skilled labor force in a factory or a team of specialized workers, has never been easy. Once the labor force or the team has been built up, its components, or a part of them, sometimes not only finish up enjoying monopoly wages but are not dismissed from work in the event of a temporary check in production. It would be uneconomic to allow the elements of an organic whole so laboriously built up to be dispersed, because it would be almost impossible to bring them together again, while on the other hand reconstructing it with new elements, chosen haphazardly, would involve not inconsiderable effort and expense. This is a limitation on the law of competition determined by the reserve army and by unemployment, and this limitation has always been at the origin. p.313 of the formation of privileged labor aristocracies. Since there has never functioned and does not function any law of perfect parity of systems and production and work methods valid for all firms in a specific branch of industry, it follows that every firm is, to a greater or less degree, unique and will form a labor force with qualifications proper to its own particular requirements. Little manufacturing and working secrets, or fiddles, practiced by this labor force, which in themselves seem insignificant, can, when repeated an infinite number of times, assume immense economic importance. A particular case of this can be observed in the organization of work in the docks, particularly in ports where there is an imbalance between loading and unloading of goods or where seasonal pile-ups of goods alternate with seasons which are entirely dead. There has to be a skilled labor force which is permanently available, which does not absent itself from the place of work, to deal with the minimum of seasonal or other work, and this leads to the formation of a kind of closed shop with high wages and other privileges, opposed to the mass of casual workers. The same thing happens in agriculture, in the relationship between tenant farmers and Gramsci 387 and also in many industries which have dead seasons, either for reasons inherent in the industry itself, as with the clothing industry, or because of the inefficient organization of the wholesale trade which does its buying according to a pattern of its own which is not properly geared to the pattern of production. Shares, debentures, and government bonds. What radical change will be brought about in the area of small and medium savings by the present economic depression, if, as seems probable, it continues for some time to come? It can be observed that the slump in the stock market has produced an enormous shift of wealth and a phenomenon of simultaneous expropriation of the savings of vast masses of the population almost everywhere, but in America most of all. Thus the malignant processes which had grown up as a result of inflation just after the war have started up again in a number of countries and have begun to operate in countries which did not experience inflation in the p.314 earlier period. The system whose application the Italian government has intensified in the last few years, continuing a tradition which already existed, though on a smaller scale, appears the most organic and rational, at least for a certain group of countries. But what are its consequences likely to be? Difference between ordinary and preference shares, between these and debentures, and between shares and debentures on the free market and government bonds. The mass of savers is trying to get rid of shares of every kind, which have been devalued to an unprecedented degree. It prefers debentures to shares, but it prefers government bonds to any other form of investment. It could be said that the mass of savers wants to break off any direct connection with the ensemble of private capitalism, but that it does not refuse its confidence to the state. It wants to take part in economic activity, but through the state, which can guarantee a modest but sure return on investment. The state thus finds itself invested with a primordial function in the capitalist system, both as a company, state holdings, which concentrates the savings to be put at the disposal of private industry and activity, and as a medium and long-term investor, creation in Italy of various mortgage houses, industrial reconstruction, etc., transformation of the Banca Commerciale, 388 consolidation of the savings banks, creation of new forms of post office savings, etc. But once, through unavoidable economic necessity, the state has assumed this function, can it fail to interest itself in the organization of production and exchange? Will it leave it, as before, up to the initiative of competition and private initiative? If this were to happen, the crisis of confidence that has struck private industry and commerce would overwhelm the state as well. The formation of a situation which obliged the state to devalue its bonds, either through inflation or otherwise, in the same way as private shares have been devalued, would become catastrophic for the ensemble of socio-economic organization. The state is therefore led necessarily to intervene in order to check whether the investments which have taken place through state means are properly administered. T.S. p.315 explains at least one aspect of the theoretical discussion about the corporate regime. But control by itself is not sufficient. It is not just a question of preserving the productive apparatus just as it is at a given moment. It is a matter of reorganizing it in order to develop it in parallel with the increase in the population, and in collective needs. It is in these necessary developments that private initiative is involved in the greatest risks, and here therefore that state intervention should be even greater, not that it is entirely free from dangers itself, indeed far from it. These elements are emphasized, as being the most organic and essential. But there are also other elements which are leading towards state intervention, or provide a theoretical justification for it, increasing protectionism and autarkic tendencies, investment premiums, dumping, salvaging of large enterprises which are in the process, or in danger of going bankrupt, in other words, as the phase goes, the nationalization of losses and industrial deficits, etc. If the state were proposing to impose an economic direction by which the production of savings ceased to a function of a parasitic class and became a function of the productive organism itself, such a hypothetical development would be progressive, and could have its part in a vast design of integral rationalization. But for that it would be necessary to promote both agrarian reform, involving the abolition of landed income of a non-working class, and its incorporation into the productive organism in the form of collective savings to be dedicated to reconstruction and further progress, and an industrial reform. One could thus reduce all income to the status of technico-industrial functional necessities and no longer keep them as the juridical consequences of pure property rights. This complex of demands, not always acknowledged, is at the origin of the historical justification of the so-called corporate trends, which manifest themselves for the most part in the form of an exaltation of the state in general, conceived as something absolute, and in the form of diffidence and aversion to the traditional forms of capitalism. The result of these phenomena is that in theory the state appears to have its socio-political base among the ordinary folk and the intellectuals, while in reality its structure remains plutocratic and it is impossible for it to break its links with big finance capital. Besides, it is the state itself which becomes the biggest plutocratic organism, the holding of the masses of savings of the small capitalists. The Jesuit state of Paraguay could be usefully recalled as a model for a number of contemporary 10. p.316 tendencies. That a state can exist politically based simultaneously on the plutocracy and on the ordinary folk is not in any case entirely contradictory, as is proved by the example of France, where the rule of finance capital could not be explained without the political base of a democracy of petits bourgeois and peasant rentiers. For complex reasons, however, France still has a relatively healthy social composition, since there exists there a broad base of small and medium-sized farming properties. In other countries, on the other hand, the savers are cut off from the world of production and work. Saving in these countries has too high a social cost, as it is obtained with a level of existence for industrial and especially agricultural workers which is far too low. If the new structure of credit were to consolidate this situation, in reality it would be a turn for the worse. If parasitic savings, thanks to state guarantees, were to be rendered exempt even from the general hazards of the normal market, then on the one hand parasitic landed property would be strengthened and on the other hand industrial debentures, with legally determined dividends, would undoubtedly impose an even more crushing burden on labor. American and European civilization. In an interview given to Corrado Alvaro, L'Italia Letteraria, April 14, 1929, Luigi Pirandello declares, "Americanism is swamping us. I think that a new beacon of civilization has been lit over there. The money that runs through the world is American, and behind the money runs the way of life and the culture. This is true only of the scum of society, and it is this cosmopolitan scum that Pirandello, and many others with him, thinks makes up the whole world. Does America have a culture? It would be more to the point to say, does it have a unitary and centralist culture, i.e. is America a nation of the French, German, or English type? It has books and customs. Its customs are its new literature, which penetrates through the best fortified and defended doors. In Berlin you do not feel the gap between the old and the new Europe, because the structure of the city itself offers no resistance. Today Pirandello could no longer say the same thing, so it is to be understood that he is referring to the Berlin of the nightclubs. In Paris, where there is an historical and artistic structure, where the evidence of an indigenous civilization is present, Americanism is as strident and jarring as the makeup on the face of an aging femme du monde. The problem is not whether in America there exists a new p.317 civilization, a new culture, even if only as a beacon, and whether it is invading or has invaded Europe. If the problem were to be posed in that way, the answer would be simple: no, it does not exist, and indeed all that they do in America is to remasticate the old European culture. The problem is rather this: whether America, through the implacable weight of its economic production, and therefore indirectly, will compel or is already compelling Europe to overturn its excessively antiquated economic and social basis. This would have happened anyway, though only slowly. In the immediate perspective it is presented as a repercussion of American superpower. In other words, whether we are undergoing a transformation of the material basis of European civilization, which in the long run, though not all that long, since in the contemporary period everything happens much faster than in the past ages, will bring about the overthrow of the existing forms of civilization and the forced birth of a new. The elements of a new culture and new way of life which are being spread around under the American label, are still just tentative feelers. They are not due to a new order deriving from a new basis, because that has not yet been formed, but are due to the superficial apish initiative of elements which are beginning to feel themselves socially displaced by the operation, still destructive and dissolutive, of the new basis in the course of formation. What is today called Americanism is to a large extent an advance criticism of old strata which will in fact be crushed by any eventual new order and which are already in the grips of a wave of social panic, dissolution, and despair. It is an unconscious attempt at reaction on the part of those who are impotent to rebuild and who are emphasizing the negative aspects of the revolution. But it is not from the social groups condemned by the new order that reconstruction is to be expected, but from those on whom is imposed the burden of creating with their own suffering the material basis of the new order. It is they who must find for themselves an original, and not Americanized, system of living, to turn into freedom what today is necessity. The criterion then is that both the intellectual and moral reactions against the establishment of the new methods of production, and the superficial praises of Americanism, are due to the remains of old, disintegrating strata, and not to groups whose destiny is linked to the further development of the new method. This criterion is extremely important, and explains how it is that some elements in responsible positions in modern politics, who base their fortunes p.318 on the organization of middle strata of the population as a whole, do not wish to take up a position but remain theoretically neutral, and resolve practical problems by the traditional methods of empiricism and opportunism. Compare the various interpretations of ruralism given by Hugo Spirito, who wants to urbanize the countryside, and by other writers blowing on their panpipes. In the case of Americanism, understood not only as a form of café life but as an ideology of the kind represented by Rotary clubs, we are not dealing with a new type of civilization. This is shown by the fact that nothing has been changed in the character of and the relationships between fundamental groups. What we are dealing with is an organic extension and an intensification of European civilization, which has simply acquired a new coating in the American climate. Pirandello's observation on the opposition that Americanism encounters in Paris, but in Le Creuset, and on the immediate welcome that it supposedly had in Berlin proves, in any case, that the difference between it and Europeanism is not one of nature but of degree. In Berlin the middle classes had already been ruined by the war and by inflation, and Berlin industry has very different characteristics overall from that of Paris. The French middle classes did not undergo either occasional crises, like the inflation in Germany, nor did they suffer the organic crisis of 1929 with the same intensity as Germany. For this reason it is true that in Paris Americanism can appear like a form of makeup, a superficial foreign fashion. 3. The philosophy of praxis. 1. The study of philosophy. Introduction. p.321. This section of Gramsci's philosophical notebooks is in two parts. The first part, some preliminary points of reference, starts by suggesting the terms of a Marxist historicist approach to philosophical activity, seeing it as organized critical reflection on existing forms of thought and their relation to the actual world which produced them. The premise behind this approach is that philosophy is not just the abstract cogitation of a few professional intellectuals but a concrete social activity in which, implicitly, all men are engaged. If this is the starting point from which the Marxist philosopher determines his own critique of philosophy, it follows that Marxist philosophy itself must be seen as a collective activity, involving not only the dissemination of ideas from above but also the extension of critical intellectual activity, in close links with the political practice of the movement, among ever-broadening sections of the population. In this way ideas are not only corrected and made adequate to the situation but become, in the phrase of Marx frequently quoted by Gramsci, a material force. The second part, Problems of Philosophy and History, consists of a number of notes from the quaterni dealing with the application of Gramsci's theory of philosophy as a critico-practical activity to problems thrown up by the philosophy of the time at which Gramsci was writing. The problematic which Gramsci is criticizing is mainly idealistic, and at first sight it may seem that what he does is to take this problematic and modify or invert its terms in a Marxist direction. If this were the case there would be some substance in the point of view that Gramsci's philosophy fails to escape from the idealist matrix provided by the culture of his time. Such an impression is strengthened by the fragmentary and elliptical character of many of the notes, which often fail to make explicit the real connection between the subject treated and the philosophy of praxis. In point of fact, however, Gramsci's procedure is more radical than it looks. He is not juggling abstractly with the ideas he criticizes, but always sets them in an implied or explicit historical perspective. Essential to Gramsci's approach is the notion that an intellectual revolution is not performed by simply confronting one philosophy with another. It is not just the ideas that require to be confronted but the social forces behind them and, more directly, p.322. The ideology these forces have generated and which has become part of what Gramsci calls common sense. This last term is used by Gramsci to mean the uncritical and largely unconscious way of perceiving and understanding the world that has become common in any given epoch. Correspondingly he uses the phrase good sense to mean the practical, but not necessarily rational or scientific attitude that in English is usually called common sense. The critique of common sense and that of the philosophy of the philosophers are therefore complementary aspects of a single ideological struggle. This struggle must be waged, as Gramsci himself wages it, with the utmost intensity, but its ultimate resolution lies on another terrain, that of revolutionizing praxis, which alone can determine the forms of thought appropriate to the new age. Some preliminary points of reference. p.323. It is essential to destroy the widespread prejudice that philosophy is a strange and difficult thing just because it is the specific intellectual activity of a particular category of specialists or of professional and systematic philosophers. It must first be shown that all men are philosophers, by defining the limits and characteristics of the spontaneous philosophy which is proper to everybody. This philosophy is contained in, one language itself, which is a totality of determined notions and concepts and not just of words grammatically devoid of content. 2. Common sense and good sense, 389. 3. Popular religion and, therefore, also in the entire system of beliefs, superstitions, opinions, ways of seeing things and of acting, which are collectively bundled together under the name of folklore. Having first shown that everyone is a philosopher, though in his own way and unconsciously, since even in the slightest manifestation of any intellectual activity whatever, in language, there is contained a specific conception of the world, one then moves on to the second level, which is that of awareness and criticism. That is to say, one proceeds to the question: is it better to think, without having a critical awareness, in a disjointed and episodic way? In other words, is it better to take part in a conception of the world mechanically imposed by the external environment, i.e. by one of the many social groups in which everyone is automatically involved from the moment of his entry into the conscious world, and this can be one's village or province, it can have its origins in the parish and the intellectual activity of the local priest or aging patriarch whose wisdom is law, or in the little old woman who has inherited the lore of the witches, or the minor intellectual soured by his own stupidity and inability to act? Or, on the other hand, is it better to work out consciously and critically one's own conception of the world and thus, in connection with the labors of one's own brain, choose one's sphere of activity, take an active part in the creation, of the history of the world, be one's own guide, refusing to accept p.324. Passively and supinely from outside the molding of one's personality? Note I. In acquiring one's conception of the world, one always belongs to a particular grouping, which is that of all the social elements which share the same mode of thinking and acting. We are all conformists of some conformism or other, always man in the mass, or collective man. The question is this: of what historical type is the conformism, the mass humanity to which one belongs? When one's conception of the world is not critical and coherent but disjointed and episodic, one belongs simultaneously to a multiplicity of mass human groups. The personality is strangely composite. It contains Stone Age elements and principles of a more advanced science, prejudices from all past phases of history at the local level, and intuitions of a future philosophy which will be that of a human race united the world over. To criticize one's own conception of the world means therefore to make it a coherent unity and to raise it to the level reached by the most advanced thought in the world. It therefore also means criticism of all previous philosophy, insofar as this has left stratified deposits in popular philosophy. The starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is, and is knowing thyself 390 as a product of the historical process to date which has deposited in you an infinity of traces, without leaving an inventory. Note 2. Philosophy cannot be separated from the history of philosophy, nor can culture from the history of culture. In the most immediate and relevant sense, one cannot be a philosopher, by which I mean have a critical and coherent conception of the world, without having a consciousness of its historicity, of the phase of development which it represents, and of the fact that it contradicts other conceptions or elements of other conceptions. One's conception of the world is a response to certain specific problems posed by reality, which are quite specific and original in their immediate relevance. How is it possible to consider the present, and quite specific present, with a mode of thought elaborated for a past which is often remote and superseded? When someone does this, it means that he is a walking anachronism, a fossil, and not living in the modern world, or at the least that he is strangely composite. And it is in fact the case that social groups which in some ways express the most developed p.325 modernity, lag behind in other respects, given their social position, and are therefore incapable of complete historical autonomy. Note 3. If it is true that every language contains the elements of a conception of the world and of a culture, it could also be true that from anyone's language one can assess the greater or lesser complexity of his conception of the world. Someone who only speaks dialect, or understands the standard language incompletely, necessarily has an intuition of the world which is more or less limited and provincial, which is fossilist and anachronistic in relation to the major currents of thought which dominate world history. His interests will be limited, more or less corporate or economistic. 391 Not universal. While it is not always possible to learn a number of foreign languages in order to put oneself in contact with other cultural lives, it is at the least necessary to learn the national language properly. A great culture can be translated into the language of another great culture, that is to say a great national language with historic richness and complexity, and it can translate any other great culture and can be a worldwide means of expression. But a dialect cannot do this. Note 4. Creating a new culture does not only mean one's own individual original discoveries. It also, and most particularly, means the diffusion in a critical form of truths already discovered, their socialization as it were, and even making them the basis of vital action. 392 An element of coordination and intellectual and moral order. For a mass of people to be led to think coherently and in the same coherent fashion about the real present world, is a philosophical event far more important and original than the discovery by some philosophical genius of a truth which remains the property of small groups of intellectuals. Connection between common sense, religion, and philosophy. Philosophy is intellectual order, which neither religion nor common sense can be. It is to be observed that religion and common sense do not coincide either, but that religion is an element of fragmented common sense. Moreover, common sense is a collective noun. Like religion, there is not just one common sense, for that too is a product. p.326. Of history and a part of the historical process. 393 Philosophy is criticism and the superseding of religion and common sense. In this sense it coincides with good as opposed to common sense. Relation between science, religion, and common sense. Religion and common sense cannot constitute an intellectual order, because they cannot be reduced to unity and coherence even within an individual consciousness, let alone collective consciousness. Or rather they cannot be so reduced freely, for this may be done by authoritarian means, and indeed within limits this has been done in the past. Note the problem of religion taken not in the confessional sense but in the secular sense of a unity of faith between a conception of the world and a corresponding norm of conduct. But why call this unity of faith religion and not ideology, or even frankly politics? 394. Philosophy in general does not in fact exist. Various philosophies or conceptions of the world exist, and one always makes a choice between them. How is this choice made? Is it merely an intellectual event, or is it something more complex? And is it not frequently the case that there is a contradiction between one's intellectual choice and one's mode of conduct? Which therefore would be the real conception of the world, that logically affirmed as an intellectual choice? Or that which emerges from the real activity of each man, which is implicit in his mode of action? And since all action is political, can one not say that the real philosophy of each man is contained in its entirety in his political action? This contrast between thought and action, i.e. the coexistence of two conceptions of the world, one affirmed in words and the other displayed in effective action, is not simply a product of self. p.327. Deception malafide. Self-deception can be an adequate explanation for a few individuals taken separately, or even for groups of a certain size, but it is not adequate when the contrast occurs in the life of great masses. In these cases the contrast between thought and action cannot but be the expression of profounder contrasts of a social historical order. It signifies that the social group in question may indeed have its own conception of the world, even if only embryonic, a conception which manifests itself in action, but occasionally and in flashes when, that is, the group is acting as an organic totality. But this same group has, for reasons of submission and intellectual subordination, adopted a conception which is not its own but is borrowed from another group, and it affirms this conception verbally and believes itself to be following it, because this is the conception which it follows in normal times. 395 That is when its conduct is not independent and autonomous, but submissive and subordinate. Hence the reason why philosophy cannot be divorced from politics. And one can show furthermore that the choice and the criticism of a conception of the world is also a political matter. What must next be explained is how it happens that in all periods there coexist many systems and currents of philosophical thought, how these currents are born, how they are diffused, and why in the process of diffusion they fracture along certain lines and in certain directions. The fact of this process goes to show how necessary it is to order in a systematic, coherent, and critical fashion one's own intuitions of life and the world, and to determine exactly what is to be understood by the word systematic, so that it is not taken in the pedantic and academic sense. But this elaboration must be, and can only be, performed in the context of the history of philosophy, for it is this history which shows how thought has been elaborated over the centuries and what a collective effort has gone into the creation of our present method of thought, which has subsumed and absorbed all this past history, including all its follies and mistakes. Nor should these mistakes themselves be neglected, for, although made in the past and since corrected, one cannot be sure that they will not be reproduced in the present and once again require correcting. What is the popular image of philosophy? It can be reconstructed by looking at expressions in common usage. One of the most usual, p.32.8, is being philosophical about it, which, if you consider it, is not to be entirely rejected as a phrase. It is true that it contains an implicit invitation to resignation and patience, but it seems to me that the most important point is rather the invitation to people to reflect and to realize fully that whatever happens is basically rational and must be confronted as such, and that one should apply one's power of rational concentration and not let oneself be carried away by instinctive and violent impulses. These popular turns of phrase could be compared with similar expressions used by writers of a popular stamp, examples being drawn from a large dictionary which contain the terms philosophy or philosophically. One can see from these examples that the terms have a quite precise meaning, that of overcoming bestial and elemental passions through a conception of necessity which gives a conscious direction to one's activity. This is the healthy nucleus that exists in common sense, the part of it which can be called good sense and which deserves to be made more unitary and coherent. So it appears that here again it is not possible to separate what is known as scientific philosophy from the common and popular philosophy, which is only a fragmentary collection of ideas and opinions. But at this point we reach the fundamental problem facing any conception of the world, any philosophy which has become a cultural movement, a religion, a faith, any that has produced a form of practical activity or will in which the philosophy is contained as an implicit theoretical premise. One might say ideology here, but on condition that the word is used in its highest sense of a conception of the world that is implicitly manifest in art, in law, in economic activity and in all manifestations of individual and collective life. This problem is that of preserving the ideological unity of the entire social bloc which that ideology serves to cement and to unify. The strength of religions, and of the Catholic Church in particular, has lain, and still lies, in the fact that they feel very strongly the need for the doctrinal unity of the whole mass of the faithful and strive to ensure that the higher intellectual stratum does not get separated from the lower. The Roman Church has always been the most vigorous in the struggle to prevent the official formation of two religions, one for the intellectuals and the other for the simple souls. This struggle has not been without serious disadvantages for the Church itself, but these disadvantages are connected with the historical process which is transforming the whole of civil society and which contains overall a corrosive critique of all religion, and they only serve to emphasize the organizational p.329 capacity of the clergy in the cultural sphere and the abstractly rational and just relationship which the Church has been able to establish in its own sphere between the intellectuals and the simple. The Jesuits have undoubtedly been the major architects of this equilibrium, and in order to preserve it they have given the Church a progressive forward movement which has tended to allow the demands of science and philosophy to be to a certain extent satisfied. But the rhythm of the movement has been so slow and methodical that the changes have passed unobserved by the mass of the simple, although they appear revolutionary and demagogic to the integralists. 396. One of the greatest weaknesses of immanentist 397 philosophies in general consists precisely in the fact that they have not been able to create an ideological unity between the bottom and the top, between the simple and the intellectuals. In the history of Western civilization, the fact is exemplified on a European scale, with the rapid collapse of the Renaissance and to a certain extent also the Reformation faced with the Roman Church. Their weakness is demonstrated in the educational field, in that the immanentist philosophies have not even attempted to construct a conception which could take the place of religion in the education of children. Hence the pseudo-historicist sophism whereby non-religious, non-confessional, and in reality atheist, educationalists justify allowing the teaching of religion on the grounds that religion is the philosophy of the infancy of mankind renewed in every non-metaphorical infancy. Idealism has also shown itself opposed to cultural movements which go out to the people, as happened with the so-called popular universities 398 and similar institutions. Nor was the objection solely to the worst aspects of the institutions, because in that case they could simply have tried to improve them. And yet these movements were worthy of attention, and deserved study. They enjoyed a certain success, in the sense that they demonstrated on p. 330. The part of the simple a genuine enthusiasm and a strong determination to attain a higher cultural level and a higher conception of the world. What was lacking, however, was any organic quality either of philosophical thought or of organizational stability and central cultural direction. One got the impression that it was all rather like the first contacts of English merchants and the Negroes of Africa, trashy baubles were handed out in exchange for nuggets of gold. In any case, one could only have had cultural stability and an organic quality of thought if there had existed the same unity between the intellectuals and the simple as there should be between theory and practice. That is, if the intellectuals had been organically the intellectuals of those masses, and if they had worked out and made coherent the principles and the problems raised by the masses in their practical activity, thus constituting a cultural and social bloc. The question posed here was the one we have already referred to, namely this: is a philosophical movement properly so called when it is devoted to creating a specialized culture among restricted intellectual groups, or rather when, and only when, in the process of elaborating a form of thought superior to common sense and coherent on a scientific plane, it never forgets to remain in contact with the simple and indeed finds in this contact the source of the problems it sets out to study and to resolve. Only by this contact does a philosophy become historical, purify itself of intellectualistic elements of an individual character and become life. Perhaps it is useful to make a practical distinction between philosophy and common sense in order to indicate more clearly the passage from one moment to the other. In philosophy, the features of individual elaboration of thought are the most salient; in common sense, on the other hand, it is the diffuse, uncoordinated features of a generic form of thought common to a particular period and a particular popular environment. But every philosophy has a tendency to become the common sense of a fairly limited environment, that of all the intellectuals. It is a matter therefore of starting with a philosophy which already enjoys, or could enjoy, a certain diffusion, because it is connected to and implicit in practical life, and elaborating it so that it becomes a renewed common sense possessing the coherence and the sinew of individual philosophies. But this can only happen if the demands of cultural contact with the simple are continually felt. A philosophy of praxis 399 cannot but present itself at the outset in a polemical and critical guise, as superseding the existing mode of thinking and existing concrete thought, the existing cultural world. First of all, therefore, it must be a criticism of common sense, basing itself initially, however, on common sense in order to demonstrate that everyone is a philosopher and that it is not a question of introducing from scratch a scientific form of thought. p. 331. Into everyone's individual life, but of renovating and making critical an already existing activity. It must then be a criticism of the philosophy of the intellectuals out of which the history of philosophy developed, and which, in so far as it is a phenomenon of individuals, in fact it develops essentially in the activity of single particularly gifted individuals, can be considered as marking the high points of the progress made by common sense, or at least the common sense of the more educated strata of society, but through them also of the people. Thus an introduction to the study of philosophy must expound in synthetic form the problems that have grown up in the process of the development of culture as a whole and which are only partially reflected in the history of philosophy. Nevertheless, it is the history of philosophy which, in the absence of a history of common sense, impossible to reconstruct for lack of documentary material, must remain the main source of reference. The purpose of the synthesis must be to criticize the problems, to demonstrate their real value, if any, and the significance they have had as superseded links of an intellectual chain, and to determine what the new contemporary problems are and how the old problems should now be analyzed. The relation between common sense and the upper level of philosophy is assured by politics, just as it is politics that assures the relationship between the Catholicism of the intellectuals and that of the simple. There are, however, fundamental differences between the two cases. That the Church has to face up to a problem of the simple means precisely that there has been a split in the community of the faithful. This split cannot be healed by raising the simple to the level of the intellectuals. The Church does not even envisage such a task, which is both ideologically and economically beyond its present capacities, but only by imposing an iron discipline on the intellectuals so that they do not exceed certain limits of differentiation and so render the split catastrophic and irreparable. In the past, such divisions in the community of the faithful were healed by strong mass movements which led to, or were absorbed in, the creation of new religious orders centered on strong personalities, Saint Dominic, Saint Francis. The heretical movements of the Middle Ages were a simultaneous reaction against the politicking of the Church and against the scholastic philosophy which expressed this. They were based on social conflicts determined by the birth of the communes, and represented a split between masses and intellectuals within the Church. This split was stitched over by the birth of popular religious movements subsequently reabsorbed by the Church through the formation of the mendicant orders and a new religious unity. p.332. But the Counter-Reformation has rendered sterile this upsurge of popular forces. The Society of Jesus is the last of the great religious orders. Its origins were reactionary and authoritarian, and its character repressive and diplomatic. 400 Its birth marked the hardening of the Catholic organism. New orders which have grown up since then have very little religious significance but a great disciplinary significance for the mass of the faithful. They are, or have become, ramifications and tentacles of the Society of Jesus, instruments of resistance to preserve political positions that have been gained, not forces of renovation and development. Catholicism has become Jesuitism. Modernism 401 has not created religious orders, but a political party Christian democracy. Asterisk. Recall the anecdote, recounted by Steed in his memoirs, 402 about the cardinal who explains to the pro-Catholic English Protestant that the miracles of San Gennaro St. Januarius are an article of faith for the ordinary people of Naples, but not for the intellectuals, and that even the Gospels contain exaggerations, and who answers the question, but aren't we Christians? With the words, we are the prelates, that is the politicians, of the Church of Rome. The position of the philosophy of praxis is the antithesis of the Catholic. The philosophy of praxis does not tend to leave the simple in their primitive philosophy of common sense, but rather to lead them to a higher conception of life. If it affirms the need for contact between intellectuals and simple, it is not in order to restrict scientific activity and preserve unity at the low level of the masses, but precisely in order to construct an intellectual. p.333. Moral block which can make politically possible the intellectual progress of the mass and not only of small intellectual groups. The active man in the mass has a practical activity, but has no clear theoretical consciousness of his practical activity, which nonetheless involves understanding the world in so far as it transforms it. 403 His theoretical consciousness can indeed be historically in opposition to his activity. One might almost say that he has two theoretical consciousnesses, or one contradictory consciousness, one which is implicit in his activity and which in reality unites him with all his fellow workers in the practical transformation of the real world, and one, superficially explicit or verbal, which he has inherited from the past and uncritically absorbed. But this verbal conception is not without consequences. It holds together a specific social group, it influences moral conduct and the direction of will, with varying efficacy but often powerfully enough to produce a situation in which the contradictory state of consciousness does not permit of any action, any decision, or any choice, and produces a condition of moral and political passivity. Critical understanding of self takes place therefore through a struggle of political hegemonies and of opposing directions, first in the ethical field and then in that of politics proper, in order to arrive at the working out at a higher level of one's own conception of reality. Consciousness of being part of a particular hegemonic force, that is to say, political consciousness, is the first stage towards a further progressive self-consciousness in which theory and practice will finally be one. Thus the unity of theory and practice is not just a matter of mechanical fact, but a part of the historical process, whose elementary and primitive phase is to be found in the sense of being different and apart, in an instinctive feeling of independence, and which progresses to the level of real possession of a single and coherent conception of the world. This is why it must be stressed that the political development of the concept of hegemony represents a great philosophical advance as well as a politico-practical one. 404 For it necessarily supposes an intellectual unity and an ethic in conformity with the conception of reality that has gone beyond common. p.334. Sense and has become, if only within narrow limits, a critical conception. However, in the most recent developments of the philosophy of praxis, the exploration and refinement of the concept of the unity of theory and practice is still only at an early stage. There still remain residues of mechanicism, since people speak about theory as a complement or an accessory of practice, or as the handmaid of practice. 405 It would seem right for this question too to be considered historically, as an aspect of the political question of the intellectuals. Critical self-consciousness means, historically and politically, the creation of an elite 406 of intellectuals. A human mass does not distinguish itself, does not become independent in its own right without, in the widest sense, organizing itself, and there is no organization without intellectuals, that is without organizers and leaders. 407 In other words, without the theoretical aspect of the theory-practice nexus being distinguished concretely by the existence of a group of people specialized in conceptual and philosophical elaboration of ideas. But the process of creating intellectuals is long, difficult, full of contradictions, advances and retreats, dispersals and regroupings, in which the loyalty of the masses is often sorely tried. And one must not forget that at this early stage loyalty and discipline are the ways in which the masses participate and collaborate in the development of the cultural movement as a whole. The process of development is tied to a dialectic between the intellectuals and the masses. The intellectual stratum develops both quantitatively and qualitatively, but every leap forward towards a new breadth and complexity of the intellectual stratum is tied to an analogous movement on the part of the mass of the simple, who raise themselves to higher levels of culture and at the same time extend their circle of influence towards the stratum of specialized intellectuals, producing outstanding individuals and groups of p.335. Greater or less importance. In the process, however, there continually recur moments in which a gap develops between the mass and the intellectuals, at any rate between some of them, or a group of them, a loss of contact, and thus the impression that theory is an accessory, a complement and something subordinate. Insistence on the practical element of the theory-practice nexus, after having not only distinguished but separated and split the two elements, an operation which in itself is merely mechanical and conventional, means that one is going through a relatively primitive historical phase, one which is still economic corporate, in which the general structural framework is being quantitatively transformed and the appropriate quality superstructure is in the process of emerging, but is not yet organically formed. One should stress the importance and significance which, in the modern world, political parties have in the elaboration and diffusion of conceptions of the world, because essentially what they do is to work out the ethics and the politics corresponding to these conceptions and act as it were as their historical laboratory. The parties recruit individuals out of the working mass, and the selection is made on practical and theoretical criteria at the same time. The relation between theory and practice becomes even closer the more the conception is vitally and radically innovatory and opposed to old ways of thinking. For this reason one can say that the parties are the elaborators of new integral and totalitarian intelligentsias 408 and the crucibles where the unification of theory and practice, understood as a real historical process, takes place. It is clear from this that the parties should be formed by individual memberships and not on the pattern of the British Labour Party, because, if it is a question of providing an organic leadership for the entire economically active mass, this leadership should not follow old schemas but should innovate. But innovation cannot come from the mass, at least at the beginning, except through the mediation of an elite for whom the conception implicit in human activity has already become to a certain degree a coherent and systematic ever-present awareness and a precise and decisive will. One of these phases can be studied by looking at the recent discussion in which the latest developments of the philosophy of praxis are brought out, and which has been summarized in an p.33.6 article by D.S. Mirsky, a collaborator on La Cultura. 409. One can see from this that a change has taken place from a mechanistic and purely external conception to one which is activist and, as has been pointed out, closer to a correct understanding of the unity of theory and practice, although it has not yet attained the full synthetic meaning of the concept. 410. It should be noted how the deterministic, fatalistic and mechanistic element has been a direct ideological aroma emanating from the philosophy of praxis, rather like religion or drugs, in their stupefying effect. It has been made necessary and justified historically by the subaltern 411 character of certain social strata. When you don't have the initiative in the struggle and the struggle itself comes eventually to be identified with a series of defeats, mechanical determinism becomes a tremendous force of moral resistance, of cohesion, and of patient and obstinate perseverance. I have been defeated for the moment, but the tide of history is working for me in the long term. Real will takes on the garments of an act of faith in a certain rationality of history and in a primitive and empirical form of impassioned finalism 412 which appears in the role of a substitute for the predestination or providence of confessional religions. It should be emphasized, though, that a strong activity of the will is present even here, directly intervening in the force of circumstance, but only implicitly, and in a veiled and, as it were, shamefaced manner. Consciousness here, therefore, is contradictory and lacking critical unity, etc. But when the subaltern becomes directive and responsible for the economic activity of the masses, mechanicism at a certain point becomes an imminent danger and a revision must take place in modes of thinking because a change has taken place in the social mode of existence. 413. The boundaries and the dominion of the force of p.337. Circumstance become restricted. But why? Because, basically, if yesterday the subaltern element was a thing, today it is no longer a thing but an historical person, a protagonist. If yesterday it was not responsible, because resisting a will external to itself, now it feels itself to be responsible because it is no longer resisting but an agent, necessarily active and taking the initiative. But even yesterday was it ever mere resistance, a mere thing, mere non-responsibility? Certainly not. Indeed, one should emphasize how fatalism is nothing other than the clothing worn by real and active will when in a weak position. This is why it is essential at all times to demonstrate the futility of mechanical determinism, for, although it is explicable as a naive philosophy of the mass and as such, but only as such, can be an intrinsic element of strength, nevertheless when it is adopted as a thought-out and coherent philosophy on the part of the intellectuals, it becomes a cause of passivity, of idiotic self-sufficiency. This happens when they don't even expect that the subaltern will become directive and responsible. In fact, however, some part of even a subaltern mass is always directive and responsible, and the philosophy of the part always precedes the philosophy of the whole, not only as its theoretical anticipation but as a necessity of real life. That the mechanicist conception has been a religion of the subaltern is shown by an analysis of the development of the Christian religion. Over a certain period of history in certain specific historical conditions, religion has been and continues to be a necessity, a necessary form taken by the will of the popular masses and a specific way of rationalizing the world and real life, which provided the general framework for real practical activity. This quotation from an article in La Civiltà Cattolica, Individualismo Pagano e Individualismo Cristiano, issue of March 5, 1932, seems to me to express very well this function of Christianity. Faith in a secure future, in the immortality of the soul destined to beatitude, in the certainty of arriving at eternal joy, was the force behind the labor for intense interior perfection and spiritual elevation. True Christian individualism found here the impulse that led it to victory. All the strength of the Christian was gathered around this noble end. Free from the flux of speculation which weakens the soul with doubt, and illuminated by immortal principles, man felt his hopes reborn, sure that a superior force was supporting him in the struggle against evil. He did violence to himself and conquered the world. p. 338. But here again it is naive Christianity that is being referred to, not Jesuitist Christianity, which has become a pure narcotic for the popular masses. The position of Calvinism, however, with its iron conception of predestination and grace, which produces a vast expansion of the spirit of initiative, or becomes the form of this movement, is even more revealing and significant. Asterisk on this question see, Max Weber, L'etica protestante e lo spirito del capitalismo, published in Nuovi Studi, volume 4 1931 et sec. Die Protestantische Ethik und der Geist des Kapitalismus, first published in the Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft und Sozialpolitik, volumes XX and XXI, 1904 and 1905. English translation, by Talcott Parsons, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, London, Allen and Unwin, 1930. And see Grothussen's book on the religious origins of the bourgeoisie in France. Origines de l'esprit bourgeois en France, Volume I l'Église et la bourgeoisie, Paris, 1927. What are the influential factors in the process of diffusion, which is also one of a substitution of the old conception, and, very often, of combining old and new? How do they act, and to what extent? Is it the rational form in which the new conception is expounded and presented? Or is it the authority, in so far as this is recognized and appreciated, if only generically, of the expositor and the thinkers and experts whom the expositor calls in his support? Or the fact of belonging to the same organization as the man who upholds the new conception, assuming, that is, that one has entered the organization for other reasons than that of already sharing the new conception? In reality, these elements will vary according to social groups and the cultural level of the groups in question. But the inquiry has a particular interest in relation to the popular masses, who are slower to change their conceptions, or who never change them in the sense of accepting them in their pure form, but always and only as a more or less heterogeneous and bizarre combination. The rational and logically coherent form, the exhaustive reasoning which neglects no argument, positive or negative, of any significance, has a certain importance, but is far from being decisive. It can be decisive, but in a secondary way, when the person in question is already in a state of intellectual crisis, wavering between the old and the new, when he has lost his faith in the old and has not yet come down in favor of the new, etc. One could say this about the authority of thinkers and experts: it is very important among the people, but the fact remains that every conception has its thinkers and experts to put forward, and authority does not belong to one side, further, with every thinker. p. 339. It is possible to make distinctions, to cast doubt on whether he really said such and such a thing, etc. One can conclude that the process of diffusion of new conceptions takes place for political, that is, in the last analysis, social, reasons, but that the formal element, that of logical coherence, The element of authority and the organizational element have a very important function in this process immediately after the general orientation has been reached, whether by single individuals or groups of a certain size. From this we must conclude, however, that in the masses as such, philosophy can only be experienced as a faith. Imagine the intellectual position of the man of the people. He has formed his own opinions, convictions, criteria of discrimination, standards of conduct. Anyone with a superior intellectual formation with a point of view opposed to his can put forward arguments better than he and really tear him to pieces logically and so on. But should the man of the people change his opinions just because of this? Just because he cannot impose himself in a bout of argument? In that case he might find himself having to change every day, or every time he meets an ideological adversary who is his intellectual superior. On what elements, therefore, can his philosophy be founded? And in particular his philosophy in the form which has the greatest importance for his standards of conduct? The most important element is undoubtedly one whose character is determined not by reason but by faith. But faith in whom, or in what? In particular in the social group to which he belongs, in so far as in a diffuse way it thinks as he does. The man of the people thinks that so many like-thinking people can't be wrong, not so radically, as the man he is arguing against would like him to believe. He thinks that, while he himself, admittedly, is not able to uphold and develop his arguments as well as the opponent, in his group there is someone who could do this and could certainly argue better than the particular man he has against him, and he remembers, indeed, hearing expounded, discursively, coherently, in a way that left him convinced, the reasons behind his faith. He has no concrete memory of the reasons and could not repeat them, but he knows that reasons exist, because he has heard them expounded, and was convinced by them. The fact of having once suddenly seen the light and been convinced is the permanent reason for his reasons persisting, even if the arguments in its favor cannot be readily produced. These considerations lead, however, to the conclusion that new conceptions have an extremely unstable position among the popular. p. 340. Masses, particularly when they are in contrast with orthodox convictions, which can themselves be new, conforming socially to the general interests of the ruling classes. This can be seen if one considers the fortunes of religions and churches. Religion, or a particular church, maintains its community of faithful, within the limits imposed by the necessities of general historical development, in so far as it nourishes its faith permanently and in an organized fashion, indefatigably repeating its apologetics, struggling at all times and always with the same kind of arguments, and maintaining a hierarchy of intellectuals who give to the faith, in appearance at least, the dignity of thought. Whenever the continuity of relations between the Church and the faithful has been violently interrupted, for political reasons, as happened during the French Revolution, the losses suffered by the Church have been incalculable. If the conditions had persisted for a long time in which it was difficult to carry on practicing one's own religion, it is quite possible that these losses would have been definitive, and a new religion would have emerged, as indeed one did emerge in France in combination with the old Catholicism. Specific necessities can be deduced from this for any cultural movement which aimed to replace common sense and old conceptions of the world in general. One never to tire of repeating its own arguments, though offering literary variation of form. Repetition is the best didactic means for working on the popular mentality. 2. To work incessantly to raise the intellectual level of ever-growing strata of the populace, in other words, to give a personality to the amorphous mass element. This means working to produce elites of intellectuals of a new type which arise directly out of the masses, but remain in contact with them to become, as it were, the whalebone in the corset. 414. This second necessity, if satisfied, is what really modifies the ideological panorama of the age. But these elites cannot be formed or developed without a hierarchy of authority and intellectual competence growing up within them. The culmination of this process can be a great individual philosopher. But he must be capable of reliving concretely the demands of the massive ideological community and of understanding that this cannot have the flexibility of movement proper to an individual brain, and must succeed in giving formal elaboration to the collective doctrine in p.341. The most relevant fashion, and the one most suited to the modes of thought of a collective thinker. It is evident that this kind of mass creation cannot just happen arbitrarily, around any ideology, simply because of the formally constructive will of a personality or a group which puts it forward solely on the basis of its own fanatical philosophical or religious convictions. Mass adhesion or non-adhesion to an ideology is the real critical test of the rationality and historicity of modes of thinking. Any arbitrary constructions are pretty rapidly eliminated by historical competition, even if sometimes, through a combination of immediately favorable circumstances, they manage to enjoy popularity of a kind, whereas constructions which respond to the demands of a complex organic period of history always impose themselves and prevail in the end, even though they may pass through several intermediary phases during which they manage to affirm themselves only in more or less bizarre and heterogeneous combinations. These developments pose many problems, the most important of which can be subsumed in the form and the quality of the relations between the various intellectually qualified strata, that is, the importance and the function which the creative contribution of superior groups must and can have in connection with the organic capacity of the intellectually subordinate strata to discuss and develop new critical concepts. It is a question, in other words, of fixing the limits of freedom of discussion and propaganda, a freedom which should not be conceived of in the administrative and police sense, but in the sense of a self-limitation which the leaders impose on their own activity, or, more strictly, in the sense of fixing the direction of cultural policy. In other words, who is to fix the rights of knowledge and the limits of the pursuit of knowledge? And can these rights and limits indeed be fixed? It seems necessary to leave the task of researching after new truths and better, more coherent, clearer formulations of the truths themselves to the free initiative of individual specialists, even though they may continually question the very principles that seem most essential. And it will in any case not be difficult to expose the fact whenever such proposals for discussion arise because of interested and not scientific motives. Nor is it inconceivable that individual initiatives should be disciplined and subject to an ordered procedure, so that they have to pass through the sieve of academies or cultural institutes of various kinds and only become public after undergoing a process of selection. It would be interesting to study concretely the forms of cultural p.342 organization which keep the ideological world in movement within a given country, and to examine how they function in practice. A study of the numerical relationship between the section of the population professionally engaged in active cultural work in the country in question and the population as a whole, would also be useful, together with an approximate calculation of the unattached forces. The school, at all levels, and the church, are the biggest cultural organizations in every country, in terms of the number of people they employ. Then there are newspapers, magazines, and the book trade and private educational institutions, either those which are complementary to the state system, or cultural institutions like the popular universities. Other professions include among their specialized activities a fair proportion of cultural activity. For example, doctors, army officers, the legal profession. But it should be noted that in all countries, though in differing degrees, there is a great gap between the popular masses and the intellectual groups, even the largest ones, and those nearest to the peripheries of national life, like priests and school teachers. The reason for this is that, however much the ruling class may affirm to the contrary, the state, as such, does not have a unitary, coherent, and homogeneous conception, with the result that intellectual groups are scattered between one stratum and the next, or even within a single stratum. The universities, except in a few countries, do not exercise any unifying influence. Often an independent thinker has more influence than the whole of university institutions, etc. With regard to the historical role played by the fatalistic conception of the philosophy of praxis, one might perhaps prepare its funeral oration, emphasizing its usefulness for a certain period of history, but precisely for this reason underlining the need to bury it with all due honors. Its role could really be compared with that of the theory of predestination and grace for the beginnings of the modern world, a theory which found its culmination in classical German philosophy and in its conception of freedom as the consciousness of necessity. 415 It has been a replacement in the popular consciousness for the cry of "'Tis God's will," although even on this primitive, elementary plane it was the beginnings of a more modern and fertile conception than that contained in the expression "'Tis God's will" or in the theory of grace. Is it possible that a formally new conception can present itself in a guise other than the crude, unsophisticated version of the populace? And yet the p.34.3 historian, with the benefit of all necessary perspective, manages to establish and to understand the fact that the beginnings of a new world, rough and jagged though they always are better than the passing away of the world in its death throes and the swan song that it produces. The fading away of fatalism and mechanicism marks a great historical turning point, hence the great impression of Mirsky's resumed memories that it has raised. I remember in Florence in November 1917, a discussion with Mario Trazzi, and the first mention of Bergsonism, voluntarism, etc. 416 One could make a semi-serious sketch of how this conception presented itself in reality. I also remember a discussion with Professor Prezzutti in Rome in June 1924. Comparison with Capt. Giulietti made by G. M. Cerruti, which was for him decisive and conferred a death sentence. For Cerruti, Giulietti was like the Confucian to the Taoist, like the Southern Chinese, the busy and active merchant, in the eyes of the Mandarin scholar from the north, who looks down with the supreme contempt of the enlightened sage for whom life holds no more mysteries, on the southern mannikins who hope, with their busy, ant-like movements to capture the way. Speech by Claudio Treves on expiation. This speech had something of the spirit of an Old Testament prophet. Those who had wanted and had made the war, who had torn the world from its hinges and were therefore responsible for post-war disorder, had to expiate their sins and bear the responsibility for the disorder. They were guilty of voluntarism and had to be punished for their sin, etc. There was a certain priestly grandeur about this speech, a crescendo of maledictions which should have petrified us with terror but were instead a great consolation, because they showed that the undertaker was not yet ready and that Lazarus could still rise again. Problems of philosophy and history. Scientific discussion. In the formulation of historico-critical problems it is wrong to conceive of scientific discussion as a process at law in which there is an accused and a public prosecutor whose professional duty it is to demonstrate that the accused is guilty and has to be put out of p.344. Circulation. In scientific discussion, since it is assumed that the purpose of discussion is the pursuit of truth and the progress of science, the person who shows himself most advanced is the one who takes up the point of view that his adversary may well be expressing a need which should be incorporated, if only as a subordinate aspect, in his own construction. To understand and to evaluate realistically one's adversary's position and his reasons, and sometimes one's adversary is the whole of past thought, means precisely to be liberated from the prison of ideologies in the bad sense of the word, that of blind ideological fanaticism. It means taking up a point of view that is critical, which for the purpose of scientific research is the only fertile one. Philosophy and history. Question of what should be understood by philosophy, or by philosophy in a particular epoch, and of what is the importance and the significance of philosophers' philosophy in each of these historical epochs. Accepting Croce's definition of religion as a conception of the world which has become a norm of life. 417. Since the term norm of life is understood here not in a bookish sense but as being carried out in practical life, it follows that the majority of mankind are philosophers in so far as they engage in practical activity, and in their practical activity, or in their guiding lines of conduct, there is implicitly contained a conception of the world, a philosophy. The history of philosophy as it is generally understood, that is as the history of philosophers' philosophies, is the history of attempts made and ideological initiatives undertaken by a specific class of people to change, correct, or perfect the conceptions of the world that exist in any particular age, and thus to change the norms of conduct that go with them, in other words, to change practical activity as a whole. From our point of view, studying the history and the logic of the various philosophers' philosophies is not enough. At least as a methodological guideline, attention should be drawn to the other parts of the history of philosophy, to the conceptions of the world held by the great masses, to those of the most restricted ruling, or intellectual, groups, and finally to the links between these various. p.345. Cultural complexes and the philosophy of the philosophers. The philosophy of an age is not the philosophy of this or that philosopher, of this or that group of intellectuals, of this or that broad section of the popular masses. It is a process of combination of all these elements, which culminates in an overall trend, in which the culmination becomes a norm of collective action and becomes concrete and complete, integral, history. The philosophy of an historical epoch is, therefore, nothing other than the history of that epoch itself, nothing other than the mass of variations that the leading group has succeeded in imposing on preceding reality. History and philosophy are in this sense indivisible, they form a block. But the philosophical elements proper can be distinguished, on all their various levels, as philosophers' philosophy and the conceptions of the leading groups, philosophical culture, and as the religions of the great masses. And it can be seen how, at each of these levels, we are dealing with different forms of ideological combination. Creative philosophy. What is philosophy? Is it a purely receptive or, at the very most, ordering activity? Or is it an absolutely creative activity? One must first define what is meant by receptive, ordering and creative. Receptive implies the certainty of an external world which is absolutely immutable, which exists in general, objectively in the vulgar sense. Ordering is similar to receptive. Although it implies an activity of thought, this activity is limited and narrow. But what does creative mean? Should it mean that the external world is created by thought? But what thought and whose? There is a danger of falling into solipsism, 418, and in fact every form of idealism necessarily does fall into solipsism. To escape simultaneously from solipsism and from mechanicist conceptions implicit in the concept of thought as a receptive and ordering activity, it is necessary to put the question in an historicist fashion, and at the same time to put the will, which in the last analysis equals practical or political activity, at the base of philosophy. But it must be a rational, not an arbitrary, will, which is realized in so far as it corresponds to objective historical necessities, or in so far as it is universal history itself in the moment of its progressive actualization. Should this will be represented at the beginning by a single indi. p.346. Visual, its rationality will be documented by the fact that it comes to be accepted by the many, and accepted permanently, that is, by becoming a culture, a form of good sense, a conception of the world with an ethic that conforms to its structure. Until classical German philosophy, philosophy was conceived as a receptive, or at the most an ordering activity, i.e. as knowledge of a mechanism that functioned objectively outside man. Classical German philosophy introduced the concept of creativity of thought, but in an idealistic and speculative sense. It seems that the philosophy of praxis alone has been able to take philosophy a step forward, basing itself on classical German philosophy but avoiding any tendency towards solipsism, and historicizing thought in that it assumes it in the form of a conception of the world and of good sense diffused among the many, a diffusion which precisely would be inconceivable without rationality or historicity, and diffused in such a way as to convert itself into an active norm of conduct. Creative, therefore, should be understood in the relative sense, as thought which modifies the way of feeling of the many and consequently reality itself, which cannot be thought without this many. 419. Creative also in the sense that it teaches that reality does not exist on its own, in and for itself, but only in an historical relationship with the men who modify it, etc. Historical importance of a philosophy. A great deal of research and study on the historical significance of different philosophies is utterly sterile and fanciful because it fails to take account of the fact that many philosophical systems are exclusively, or almost exclusively, individual expressions, and that part of them which can be called historical is often minimal and swamped in a complex of abstractions whose origins are purely and abstractly ratiocinative. One could say that the historical value of a philosophy can be calculated from the practical efficacy it has acquired for itself, understanding practical in the widest sense. If it is true that every philosophy is the expression of a society, it should react back on that society and produce certain effects, both positive and negative. The extent to which precisely it reacts back is the measure of its historical importance, of its not being individual elucubration but historical fact. p.347. The philosopher. The principle must first be established that all men are philosophers, that is, that between the professional or technical philosophers and the rest of mankind, the difference is not one of quality but only of quantity. The term quantity is being used here in a special sense, which is not to be confused with its meaning in arithmetic, since what it indicates is greater or lesser degrees of homogeneity, coherence, logicality, etc., in other words, quantity of qualitative elements. But having established this, it still remains to be seen exactly what the difference consists in. Thus it would not be exact to call by the name of philosophy every tendency of thought, every general orientation, etc., nor even every conception of the world and of life. The philosopher can be called a specialized worker by comparison with the unskilled laborer, but this isn't exact either, since in industry, in addition to the laborer and the specialized worker, there also exists the engineer, who not only knows the trade from the practical angle, but knows it theoretically and historically. The professional or technical philosopher does not only think with greater logical rigor, with greater coherence, with more systematic sense than do other men, but he knows the entire history of thought. In other words, he is capable of accounting for the development of thought up to his own day, and he is in a position where he can take up a problem from the point which it has reached after having undergone every previous attempt at a solution. He has the same function in the field of thought that specialists have in their various scientific fields. However, there is a difference between the specialized philosopher and other specialists, which is that the specialist philosopher is much more similar to the rest of mankind than are other specialists. The specialized philosopher has been represented as a figure similar to the specialists of other branches of science, and this has been responsible for his caricatured image. There can be specialists in entomology, without everybody else having to be an empirical entomologist, or specialists in trigonometry without the majority of people having to be concerned with trigonometry. One can find extremely refined, extremely specialized sciences which are necessary, but are not for that reason common. But it is not possible to conceive of any man who is not also a philosopher, who doesn't think, because thought is proper to man as such, or at least to any man who is not a pathological cretin. p.348. Language, languages, and common sense. In what exactly does the merit of what is normally termed common sense or good sense consist? Not just in the fact that, if only implicitly, common sense applies the principle of causality, but in the much more limited fact that in a whole range of judgments common sense identifies the exact cause, simple and to hand, and does not let itself be distracted by fancy quibbles and pseudo-profound, pseudo-scientific metaphysical mumbo-jumbo. It was natural that common sense should have been exalted in the 17th and 18th centuries, when there was a reaction against the principle of authority represented by Aristotle and the Bible. It was discovered indeed that in common sense there was a certain measure of experimentalism and direct observation of reality, though empirical and limited. Even today, when a similar state of affairs exists, we find the same favorable judgment on common sense, although the situation has in fact changed and the common sense of today has a much more limited intrinsic merit. We have established that philosophy is a conception of the world and that philosophical activity is not to be conceived solely as the individual elaboration of systematically coherent concepts, but also and above all as a cultural battle to transform the popular mentality and to diffuse the philosophical innovations which will demonstrate themselves to be historically true to the extent that they become concretely, i.e., historically and socially universal. Given all this, the question of language in general and of languages in the technical sense 420 must be put in the forefront of our inquiry. What the pragmatists 421 wrote about this question merits re-examination ***. Cf. The scritti writings of G. Valadi, Florence, 1911, among which the essay Il linguaggio come ostacolo alla eliminazione di contratti illusori. Language as an obstacle to the elimination of illusory conflicts. p.349. In the case of the pragmatists, as generally with any attempt to systematize philosophy in an organic fashion, it is not made clear whether the reference is to the system in its entirety or just to its essential nucleus. It seems to me safe to say that the conception of language held by Valadi and other pragmatists is not acceptable. But it also seems that they felt real needs and described them with an exactness that was not far off the mark, even if they did not succeed in posing the problems fully or in providing a solution. It seems that one can say that language 422 is essentially a collective term which does not presuppose any single thing existing in time and space. Language also means culture and philosophy, if only at the level of common sense, and therefore the fact of language is in reality a multiplicity of facts more or less organically coherent and coordinated. At the limit it could be said that every speaking being has a personal language of his own, that is his own particular way of thinking and feeling. Culture, at its various levels, unifies in a series of strata, to the extent that they come into contact with each other, a greater or lesser number of individuals who understand each other's mode of expression in differing degrees, etc. It is these historico-social distinctions and differences which are reflected in common language and produce those obstacles and sources of error which the pragmatists have talked about. From this one can deduce the importance of the cultural aspect, even in practical, collective, activity. An historical act can only be performed by collective man, and this presupposes the attainment of a cultural social unity through which a multiplicity of dispersed wills, with heterogeneous aims, are welded together with a single aim, on the basis of an equal and common conception of the world, both general and particular, operating in transitory bursts, in emotional ways, or permanently, where the intellectual base is so well rooted, assimilated, and experienced that it becomes passion 423. Since this is the way things happen, great importance is assumed by the general question of language, that is, the question of collectively attaining a single cultural climate. This problem can and must be related to the modern way of p.350. Considering educational doctrine and practice, according to which the relationship between teacher and pupil is active and reciprocal so that every teacher is always a pupil and every pupil a teacher. 424 But the educational relationship should not be restricted to the field of the strictly scholastic relationships by means of which the new generation comes into contact with the old and absorbs its experiences and its historically necessary values and matures and develops a personality of its own which is historically and culturally superior. This form of relationship exists throughout society as a whole and for every individual relative to other individuals. It exists between intellectual and non-intellectual sections of the population, between the rulers and the ruled, elites and their followers, leaders dirigenti and led, the vanguard and the body of the army. Every relationship of hegemony is necessarily an educational relationship and occurs not only within a nation, between the various forces of which the nation is composed, but in the international and worldwide field, between complexes of national and continental civilizations. One could say therefore that the historical personality of an individual philosopher is also given by the active relationship which exists between him and the cultural environment he is proposing to modify. The environment reacts back on the philosopher and imposes on him a continual process of self-criticism. It is his teacher. This is why one of the most important demands that the modern intelligentsias have made in the political field has been that of the so-called freedom of thought and of the expression of thought, freedom of the press, freedom of association. For the relationship between master and disciple in the general sense referred to above is only realized where this political condition exists, and only then do we get the historical realization of a new type of philosopher, whom we could call a democratic philosopher in the sense that he is a philosopher convinced that his personality is not limited to himself as a physical individual but is an active social relationship of modification of the cultural environment. When the thinker is content with his own thought, when he is subjectively, that is abstractly, free, that is when he nowadays becomes a joke. The unity of science and life is precisely an active unity, in which alone liberty of thought can be realized. It is a master-pupil relationship, one between the philosopher and the p.35.1 cultural environment in which he has to work and from which he can draw the necessary problems for formulation and resolution. In other words, it is the relationship between philosophy and history. What is man? This is the primary and principal question that philosophy asks. How is it to be answered? The definition can be found in man himself, that is, in each individual man. But is it correct? In every individual man one can discover what every individual man is. But we are not interested in what every individual man is, which then comes to mean what every individual man is at every individual moment. Reflecting on it, we can see that in putting the question what is man? What we mean is, what can man become? That is, can man dominate his own destiny, can he make himself, can he create his own life? We maintain therefore that man is a process, and, more exactly, the process of his actions. If you think about it, the question itself what is man? Is not an abstract or objective question. It is born of our reflection about ourselves and about others, and we want to know, in relation to what we have thought and seen, what we are and what we can become, whether we really are, and if so to what extent, makers of our own selves, of our life and of our destiny. And we want to know this today, in the given conditions of today, the conditions of our daily life, not of any life or any man. The question is born and receives its content from special, that is, specific ways of considering life and man. The most important of these is religion, and a specific religion, which is Catholicism. In reality, when we ask ourselves what is man, what importance do his will and his concrete activity have in creating himself and the life he lives? What we mean is Catholicism a correct conception of the world and of life? As Catholics, making Catholicism a norm of life, are we making a mistake or are we right? Everyone has a vague intuitive feeling that when they make Catholicism a norm of life they are making a mistake, to such an extent that nobody attaches himself to Catholicism as a norm of life, even when calling himself a Catholic. An integral Catholic, one, that is, who applied the Catholic norms in every act of his life, would seem a monster. Which, when you come to think about it, is the severest and most peremptory criticism of Catholicism itself. Catholics would say that no other conception is followed punctiliously either, and they would be right. But all this shows is p.352. That there does not exist, historically, a way of seeing things and of acting which is equal for all men, no more no less. It is not a reason in favor of Catholicism, although for centuries the Catholic way of seeing things and of acting has been organized around this very end, which has not been the case with any other religion possessed of the same means, of the same systematic spirit, of the same continuity and centralization. From the philosophical point of view, what is unsatisfactory in Catholicism is the fact that, in spite of everything, it insists on putting the cause of evil in the individual man himself, or in other words that it conceives of man as a dense and limited individual. It could be said of all hitherto existing philosophies that they reproduce this position of Catholicism, that they conceive of man as an individual limited to his own individuality and of the spirit as being this individuality. It is on this point that it is necessary to reform the concept of man. I mean that one must conceive of man as a series of active relationships, a process, in which individuality, though perhaps the most important, is not, however, the only element to be taken into account. The humanity which is reflected in each individuality is composed of various elements, 1 the individual, 2 other men, 3 the natural world. But the latter two elements are not as simple as they might appear. The individual does not enter into relations with other men by juxtaposition, but organically, inasmuch, that is, as he belongs to organic entities which range from the simplest to the most complex. Thus man does not enter into relations with the natural world just by being himself part of the natural world, but actively, by means of work and technique. Further, these relations are not mechanical. They are active and conscious. They correspond to the greater or lesser degree of understanding that each man has of them. So one could say that each one of us changes himself, modifies himself to the extent that he changes and modifies the complex relations of which he is the hub. In this sense the real philosopher is, and cannot be other than, the politician, the active man who modifies the environment, understanding by environment the ensemble of relations which each of us enters to take part in. If one's own individuality is the ensemble of these relations, 425 to create one's personality means to acquire consciousness of them, and to modify one's own personality means to modify the ensemble of these relations. p.353. But these relations, as we have said, are not simple. Some are necessary, others are voluntary. Further, to be conscious of them, to whatever degree of profundity, that is, to know, in varying degrees, how to modify them, already modifies them. Even the necessary relations, in so far as they are known to be necessary, take on a different aspect and importance. In this sense, knowledge is power. But the problem is complex in another way as well. It is not enough to know the ensemble of relations as they exist at any given time as a given system. They must be known genetically, in the movement of their formation. For each individual is the synthesis not only of existing relations, but of the history of these relations. He is a précis of all the past. It will be said that what each individual can change is very little, considering his strength. This is true up to a point. But when the individual can associate himself with all the other individuals who want the same changes, and if the changes wanted are rational, the individual can be multiplied an impressive number of times and can obtain a change which is far more radical than at first sight ever seemed possible. The societies in which a single individual can take part are very numerous, more than would appear. It is through these societies that the individual belongs to the human race. Thus the ways in which the single individual enters into relation with nature are many and complex, since by technique one should understand not only the ensemble of scientific ideas applied industrially, which is the normal meaning of the word, but also the mental instruments, philosophical knowledge. That man cannot be conceived other than as living in society is a commonplace. 426 But not all the necessary consequences have been drawn from this, even on an individual level. That a specific human society presupposes a specific society of things, and that human society is possible only in so far as there exists a specific society of things, is also a commonplace. It is true that up to now the significance attributed to these supra-individual organisms, both the Societas hominum and the Societas rerum, 427 has been mechanistic and determinist, hence the reaction against it. It is necessary to elaborate a doctrine in which these relations are seen as active and in movement, establishing quite clearly that the source of this p.354 activity is the consciousness of the individual man who knows, wishes, admires, creates, in so far as he does know, wish, admire, create, etc., and conceives of himself not as isolated but rich in the possibilities offered him by other men and by the society of things of which he cannot help having a certain knowledge. Just as every man is a philosopher, every man is a man of science, etc. Taken in itself, Feuerbach's assertion man is what he eats 428 can be interpreted in various ways. Crude and stupid interpretation, man is at any time what he eats materially, i.e. food has an immediate and determining influence on the way of thinking. Recall Amadeo Bordiga's remark to the effect that if one knew what a man had eaten before making a speech, for example, one would be in a better position to interpret the speech itself. A childish remark, and not even in conformity with positive scientific data, because the brain is not nourished on beans and truffles but rather the food manages to reconstitute the molecules of the brain once it has been turned into homogeneous and assimilable substances, which have potentially the same nature, as the molecules of the brain. If this assertion were true, then the determining matrix of history would be the kitchen and revolutions would coincide with radical changes in the diet of the masses. Historically the contrary is true. It is revolutions and the complex development of history which have modified diet and created the successive tastes in the choice of food. It wasn't the regular sowing of wheat that brought nomadism to an end, but vice versa. The emergence of conditions hostile to nomadism provided an impetus to regular sowing ***. Compare Feuerbach's assertion with Marinides' campaign against spaghetti and Bontempelli's polemical defense of it, all in 1930 at the height of the world crisis 429. On the other hand, it is also true that man is what he eats, insofar as diet is one of the expressions of social relations taken as a whole, and every social group has its own basic form of diet. But one might equally well say that man is his clothing, man is his housing, or man is his particular way of reproducing himself, that is, his family. For, together with diet, housing, clothing, and reproduction are among the elements of social life. p.355. In which social relations as a whole are manifested in the most evident and widespread, i.e. mass, fashion. The problem of what is man is always therefore the so-called problem of human nature or that of so-called man in general. It is thus an attempt to create a science of man, a philosophy, which starts from an initially unitary 430 concept, from an abstraction in which everything that is human can be contained. But is the human a starting point or a point of arrival, as a concept and as a unitary fact? Or might not the whole attempt, insofar as it posits the human as a starting point, be a theological or metaphysical residue? Philosophy cannot be reduced to a naturalistic anthropology. The nature of the human species is not given by the biological nature of man. The differences in man which count in history are not the biological race, shape of the cranium, color of skin, etc. For it is to these that the affirmation man is what he eats can be reduced. He eats wheat in Europe, rice in Asia, etc., and it could indeed be further reduced to the affirmation man is the country where he lives, since most of diet is in general connected with the land inhabited. Nor has biological unity ever counted for very much in history. Man is the animal which has eaten himself precisely when he was nearest to the state of nature and when he could not artificially multiply the production of natural goods. Nor yet have the faculty of reason or the mind created unity, and they cannot be recognized as a unitary fact as they represent a purely formal and categorical concept. 431. It is not thought but what people really think that unites or differentiates mankind. That human nature is the complex of social relations. 432 is the most satisfactory answer, because it includes the idea of becoming. Man becomes, he changes continuously with the changing of social relations, and because it denies man in general. Indeed, social relations are expressed by various groups of men which each presuppose the others and whose unity is dialectical, not formal. Man is aristocratic insofar as man is a serf, etc. 433. One could also say that the nature of man is history, and, in this sense, given history as equal to spirit, that the nature of man is spirit if one gives to history precisely the significance of p.356. Becoming, which takes place in a concordia discourse, discordant concord which does not start from unity, but contains in itself the reasons for a possible unity. For this reason human nature cannot be located in any particular man but in the entire history of the human species, and the fact that we use the word species, which is a naturalistic word, is itself significant. 434. While in each single individual there are to be found characteristics which are put in relief by being in contradiction with the characteristics of others. Both the conception of spirit found in traditional philosophy and that of human nature found in biology should be explained as scientific utopias which took the place of the greater utopia of a human nature to be sought for in God, and in men as sons of God, and they serve to indicate the continual travail of history, an aspiration of a rational and sentimental kind, etc. It is also true that both the religions which affirm the quality of man as the sons of God and the philosophies which affirm the equality of man as participants in the faculty of reason have been expressions of complex revolutionary movements, respectively the transformation of the classical world and the transformation of the medieval world, which laid the most powerful links of the chain of historical development. The idea that the Hegelian dialectic has been the last reflection of these great historical nexuses, and that the dialectic, from being the expression of social contradictions, should become, with the disappearance of these contradictions, a pure conceptual dialectic, would appear to be at the root of those recent philosophies, like that of Gramsci, which have a utopistic basis. In history, real equality, that is the degree of spirituality reached by the historical process of human nature, is to be identified in the system of private and public explicit and implicit associations whose threads are knotted together in the state and in the world political system. We are dealing here with equalities experienced as such between the members of an association, and inequalities experienced between one association and another. These are equalities and inequalities which are valid in so far as people, individually or as a group, are conscious of them. In this way we arrive also at the equality of, or equation between, philosophy and politics, thought and action, that is. p.357. At a philosophy of praxis. Everything is political, even philosophy or philosophies, cf. the notes on the character of ideologies, 435, and the only philosophy is history in action, that is, life itself. It is in this sense that one can interpret the thesis of the German proletariat as the heir of classical German philosophy, and one can affirm that the theorization and realization of hegemony carried out by Ilyich Lenin was also a great metaphysical event. Progress and becoming. Are these two different things or different aspects of one and the same concept? Progress is an ideology, becoming is a philosophical conception. Progress depends on a specific mentality, in the constitution of which are involved certain historically determined cultural elements. Becoming is a philosophical concept from which progress can be absent. In the idea of progress is implied the possibility of quantitative and qualitative measuring, of more and better. A fixed, or fixable, yardstick must therefore be supposed, but this yardstick is given by the past, by a certain phase of the past, or by certain measurable aspects, etc. Not that one should think of a metric system of progress. How was the idea of progress born? Does its birth represent a fundamental and epoch-making cultural event? It seems that it does. The birth and the development of the idea of progress correspond to a widespread consciousness that a certain relationship has been reached between society and nature, including in the concept of nature those of chance and irrationality, such that as a result mankind as a whole is more sure of its future and can conceive rationally of plans through which to govern its entire life. In order to combat the idea of progress, Leopardi 436 had to have recourse to volcanic eruptions, that is, to those natural phenomena which are still irresistible and irremediable. But in the past there were far more irresistible forces, famines, epidemics, etc., which, within certain limits, have now been overcome. There can be no doubt that progress has been a democratic ideology. Nor is there any doubt that it has had a political function in the formation of modern constitutional states, etc. It is also certain that it is no longer at its zenith. But in what sense is this? p.358. The case? Not in the sense that the faith in the possibility of rationally dominating nature and chance has been lost, but in the sense that it is democratic. In other words, the official standard-bearers of progress have become incapable of this domination, because they have brought into being in the present destructive forces like crises and unemployment, etc., every bit as dangerous and terrifying as those of the past. The past forces meanwhile have now been socially forgotten, though not by all elements of society. The peasants continue not to understand progress, they think of themselves as being, and still are all too much, in the hands of natural forces and of chance, and therefore retain a magical, medieval, and religious mentality. The crisis of the idea of progress is not therefore a crisis of the idea itself, but a crisis of the standard bearers of the idea, who have in turn become a part of nature to be dominated. In this situation, attacks on the idea of progress are very tendentious and interest motivated. Can the idea of progress be kept apart from that of becoming? It would appear not. They were born at the same time, as politics, France, and as philosophy, in Germany, subsequently developed in Italy. In the idea of becoming there has been an attempt to save the most concrete aspect of progress movement, and indeed dialectical movement. This also represents a development in depth, since progress tends to be linked with the vulgar notion of evolution. From a little article by Aldo Capasso in L'Italia Letteraria of December 4, 1932, I quote one or two extracts which present common doubts on these problems. Even here a derisive attitude is common towards the humanitarian and democratic optimism of a 19th century type, and Leopardi is not alone when he talks of progressive lot. 437 But an astute disguise has been devised for progress in the form of the idealistic becoming, an idea which will remain in history, in our opinion, more as Italian than as German. But what sense can there be in a becoming that is pursued ad infinitum, an improvement which can never be compared to a physical good? In the absence of a criterion of a final stable step, the unity of measurement of this improvement also lacking. Furthermore, we cannot even reach the point of luxuriating in the confidence of being we real living men better than, say, p. 359. The Romans or the early Christians, because, with improvement being understood in a purely ideal sense, it is quite possible for us all to be decadent, whereas in those days they could almost all have been complete men or even saints. So that, from an ethical point of view, the idea of an ascent ad infinitum which is implicit in the concept of becoming remains to a certain degree unjustifiable, given that ethical improvement is an individual fact and that on the individual plane it is quite possible to conclude, proceeding from individual case to individual case, that the whole latter epoch is worse. And then the optimistic concept of becoming proves as elusive on the ideal as on the real plane. It is well known that Gramsci denied any value as a thinker to Leopardi, maintaining that pessimism and optimism are sentimental and not philosophical attitudes. But the pessimist could observe that, for its part, the idealist conception of becoming is a matter of optimism and sentiment, since pessimism and optimism, if not animated by any faith in the transcendent, conceive of history in the same way, as the flow of a river that has no mouth, and then they place the emphasis either on the word river or on the words that has no mouth according to their state of mind. One side says, there is no mouth, but, as in a harmonious river, there is the continuity of the waves and the survival, in a developed form, of yesterday in today. And on the other side, there is the continuity of a river, but there is no river mouth. In brief, let us not forget that optimism is sentiment, no less than pessimism. It remains the fact that every philosophy cannot but form its attitudes sentimentally, as pessimism or as optimism, etc. Capasso's thought is not very coherent, but his way of thinking is expressive of a widespread state of mind, very snobbish and unsure, very disconnected and superficial, and often without much intellectual honesty and loyalty, and without the necessary formally logical character. The question is still the same: what is man? What is human nature? If man is defined as an individual, psychologically and speculatively, these problems of progress and becoming are insoluble or remain purely verbal. But if man is conceived as the ensemble of social relations, it then appears that every comparison between men, over time, is impossible, because one is dealing with different, if not heterogeneous, objects. Moreover, since man is also the ensemble of his conditions of life, one can provide a quantitative measurement. p. 360. Of the difference between past and present, since one can measure the extent to which man dominates nature and chance. Possibility is not reality, but it is in itself a reality. Whether a man can or cannot do a thing has its importance in evaluating what is done in reality. Possibility means freedom. The measure of freedom enters into the concept of man. That the objective possibilities exist for people not to die of hunger and that people do die of hunger, has its importance, or so one would have thought. But the existence of objective conditions, of possibilities, or of freedom is not yet enough. It is necessary to know them, and know how to use them. And to want to use them. Man, in this sense, is concrete will, that is, the effective application of the abstract will or vital impulse 438 to the concrete means which realize such a will. Men create their own personality, 1. By giving a specific and concrete, rational, direction to their own vital impulse or will, 2. By identifying the means which will make this will concrete and specific and not arbitrary, 3. By contributing to modify the ensemble of the concrete conditions for realizing this will to the extent of one's own limits and capacities and in the most fruitful form. Man is to be conceived as an historical block of purely individual and subjective elements and of mass and objective or material elements with which the individual is in an active relationship. To transform the external world, the general system of relations, is to potentiate oneself and to develop oneself. That ethical improvement is purely individual is an illusion and an error. The synthesis of the elements constituting individuality is individual, but it cannot be realized and developed without an activity directed outward, modifying external relations both with nature and, in varying degrees, with other men, in the various social circles in which one lives, up to the greatest relationship of all, which embraces the whole human species. For this reason one can say that man is essentially political, since it is through the activity of transforming and consciously directing other men that man realizes his humanity, his human nature. p.361. Individualism. On the question of so-called individualism, that is the attitude that every historical period has adopted towards the position of the individual in the world and in historical life. What is today called individualism had its origins in the cultural revolution that came after the Middle Ages, Renaissance and Reformation, and indicates a specific position adopted towards the problem of divinity and therefore of the Church. It is the passage from transcendental thought to immanentism. 439. Prejudices against individualism, taken to the point of Jeremiads, rather than criticisms of Catholic and reactionary thought. The form of individualism that today has become anti-historical is that manifested in the individual appropriation of wealth while the production of wealth has been progressively socialized. That the Catholics are the least qualified to moan about individualism can be deduced from the fact that, politically, they have always recognized a political personality only in property, implying in other words that man is not worthy for his own sake but insofar as he is completed by material goods. What is the meaning of the fact that people became electors though paying a census tax, and that one could belong to as many politico-administrative communities as one possessed property in, if not a devaluation of the spirit before matter? If only a man with possessions is conceived of as man, and if it has become impossible for all to have possessions, why should it be anti-spiritual to look for a form of property in which material forces complete and contribute to the constitution of all personalities? In reality, though, it was implicitly admitted that human nature was not within the individual but in the unity of man and material forces. Therefore, the conquest of material forces is one way, and indeed the most important, of conquest of personality. Recently a lot of praise has been showered on a book by the young French Catholic writer Daniel Rops, Le Monde Sansemi, Paris, Plan, 1932, also translated in Italy. It is important to examine, in this connection, a whole series of concepts through which, by a form of sophistry, positions of the past are revived as if they had contemporary importance. p.362. Examination of the concept of human nature. Origins of the feeling of equality, religion with its idea of God as Father and men as sons and therefore equal, philosophy according to the aphorism omnis enim philosophia, cum ad communem hominum cogitandi facultatem reviset, per se democratica est, Idiaci ab optimatibius non inuria sibi ex dimeter perniciosa. For every philosophy, since it refers to the common human faculty of thought, is democratic per esse, therefore the aristocracy is not wrong in estimating it pernicious to itself. Biological science, which affirms the natural, psychophysical, equality of all the individual elements of the human species, everyone is born in the same way, etc., man is mortal, John is a man, John is mortal. John equals all mankind. Hence the empirical scientific, folkloristic empirical science, origin of the formula we are all born naked. Recall Chesterton's story in The Innocence of Father Brown 440, about the postman and the little man who constructed prodigious machines. In the story there is an observation of this type: an old lady lives in a castle with 20 servants. Another lady visits, and she says to the visitor, "I am always so alone." The doctor informs her that the plague is spreading, that there is a danger of infection, etc., and then she says, "There are so many of us here." Chesterton uses this as a basis simply for purely novelistic plot effects. Philosophy and democracy. One can observe the parallel evolution of modern democracy and of specific forms of metaphysical materialism and idealism. Equality is sought for by the French materialists of the 18th century in the reduction of man to a category of natural history, an individual of a biological species, distinguished not by social and historical qualifications but by natural gifts, and in any case, essentially equal to his kind. This conception has passed into p. 363. Conventional common sense, where we rind the popular affirmation "we are all born naked," unless of course the common sense affirmation doesn't precede the ideological discussion of the intellectuals. In idealism we find the affirmation that philosophy is the democratic science par excellence insofar as it refers to the reasoning faculty common to all mankind, a fact which explains the hatred of the aristocracy for philosophy and the legal prohibitions on teaching and culture imposed by the classes of the ancien regime. Quantity and quality. Since there cannot exist quantity without quality or quality without quantity, economy without culture, practical activity without the intelligence and vice versa, any opposition of the two terms is, rationally, a nonsense. And, indeed, when we get the opposition of quantity and quality with all the idiotic variations on the theme practiced by Guglielmo Ferrero and co., what are really being opposed are one form of quality and another form of quality, one form of quantity and another form of quantity. In other words, a matter of politics and not a philosophical proposition. If the quantity-quality nexus is indivisible, the question is posed thus: where is it more useful to apply the force of one's will, to develop quantity or quality? Which of the two aspects is more easily controlled? Which is more easily measurable? On the basis of which can one make predictions and construct work plans? The answer appears to be in no doubt and to be the quantitative aspect. But to affirm that one wants to work on quantity, that one wants to develop the bodily aspect of reality, does not mean that one intends to neglect quality, but rather that one intends to pose the problem of quality in the most concrete and realistic form, in other words, to develop quality in the only way in which this development is controllable and measurable. This question is connected with the other question expressed in the proverb primum vivere and philosopheri live first and philosophies afterwards. In reality it is not possible to separate living from philosophizing, but nonetheless the proverb has a practical meaning. Living means concerning oneself in particular with practical economic activity, philosophizing means concerning oneself with the intellectual activities of odium literatum, learned leisure. However, there are people who just live and are forced to undertake servile and exhausting labor without which others would not have the chance to be exonerated from economic activity. p. 364. In order to philosophize. To back quality against quantity means simply this: to maintain intact specific conditions of social life in which some people are pure quantity and others quality. And how pleasant it is to think of oneself as one of the licensed representatives of quality, beauty, thought and the like. There is hardly a lady in the fashionable world who doesn't imagine she is performing this function of preserving quality and beauty upon earth. Theory and practice. It is worth searching for, analyzing and criticizing the various forms in which the concept of the unity of theory and practice has been presented in the history of ideas, since it appears without doubt that every conception of the world and every philosophy has been concerned with this problem. Affirmation of Aquinas and scholasticism, intellectus speculative extension fit practicus, theory by simple extension becomes practice. In other words, the affirmation of the necessary connection between the order of ideas and that of action. Aphorism of Leibniz, so often repeated by the Italian idealists, quo magis speculativa, magis practica. The more speculative, the more practical, in connection with science. The proposition of G. B. Vico, verum ipsum factum, true is what is done, 441, so much discussed and variously interpreted. See Croce's book on Vico and other polemical writings by Croce himself, and which Croce develops in the idealistic sense that knowledge is a form of doing and that one knows that which one does. To do here has a particular meaning, so particular in fact that it finally means nothing more than to know, and the phrase resolves itself into a tautology. This conception should, however, be considered in relation to the conception held by the philosophy of praxis. Since every action is the result of various wills, with a varying degree of intensity and awareness and of homogeneity with the entire complex of the collective will, it is clear that also the theory corresponding to it and implicit in it will be a combination of beliefs and points of view which are equally disordered and heterogeneous. However, in these terms and within these limits. p.365. The adhesion of theory to practice exists. If the problem of the identification of theory and practice is to be raised, it can be done in this sense, that one can construct, on a specific practice, a theory which, by coinciding and identifying itself with the decisive elements of the practice itself, can accelerate the historical process that is going on, rendering practice more homogeneous, more coherent, more efficient in all its elements, and thus, in other words, developing its potential to the maximum, or alternatively, given a certain theoretical position, one can organize the practical element which is essential for the theory to be realized. The identification of theory and practice is a critical act, through which practice is demonstrated rational and necessary, and theory realistic and rational. This is why the problem of the identity of theory and practice is raised especially in the so-called transitional moments of history, that is, those moments in which the movement of transformation is at its most rapid. For it is then that the practical forces unleashed really demand justification in order to become more efficient and expansive, and that theoretical programs multiply in number, and demand in their turn to be realistically justified, to the extent that they prove themselves assimilable into practical movements, thereby making the latter yet more practical and real. Structure and superstructure. The proposition contained in the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy 442 to the effect that men acquire consciousness of structural conflicts on the level of ideologies should be considered as an affirmation of epistemological and not simply psychological and moral value. From this, it follows that the theoretical practical principle of hegemony has also epistemological significance, and it is here that Ilyich Lenin's greatest theoretical contribution to the philosophy of praxis should be sought. In these terms one could say that Ilyich advanced philosophy as philosophy insofar as he advanced political doctrine and practice. The realization of a hegemonic apparatus, insofar as it creates a new ideological terrain, determines a reform of consciousness and of methods of knowledge. It is a fact of knowledge, a philosophical. p.366. Fact. In Crocian terms, when one succeeds in introducing a new morality in conformity with a new conception of the world, one finishes by introducing the conception as well. In other words, one determines a reform of the whole of philosophy. Structures and superstructures form an historical block. That is to say, the complex, contradictory, and discordant ensemble of the superstructures is the reflection of the ensemble of the social relations of production. From this, one can conclude that only a totalitarian 443 system of ideologies gives a rational reflection of the contradiction of the structure and represents the existence of the objective conditions for the revolutionizing of praxis. 444 If a social group is formed which is 100% homogeneous on the level of ideology, this means that the premises exist 100% for this revolutionizing, that is that the rational is actively and actually real. 445 This reasoning is based on the necessary reciprocity between structure and superstructure, a reciprocity which is nothing other than the real dialectical process. The term catharsis. The term catharsis can be employed to indicate the passage from the purely economic, or egoistic passional, to the ethico-political moment. 446 That is the superior elaboration of the structure into superstructure in the minds of men. This also means the p.367 passage from objective to subjective and from necessity to freedom. 447 Structure ceases to be an external force which crushes man, assimilates him to itself and makes him passive, and is transformed into a means of freedom, an instrument to create a new ethico-political form and a source of new initiatives. To establish the cathartic moment becomes therefore, it seems to me, the starting point for all the philosophy of praxis, and the cathartic process coincides with the chain of syntheses which have resulted from the evolution of the dialectic asterisk. One must keep permanently in mind the 2 points between which this process oscillates, that no society poses for itself problems the necessary and sufficient conditions for whose solution do not already exist or are coming into being, and that no society comes to an end before it has expressed all its potential content. 448. The Kantian noumenon. The question of the external objectivity of the real. 449 Insofar as it is connected with the concept of the thing in itself and of p.368. The Kantian noumenon. It seems difficult to exclude the assumption that the thing in itself is a derivation from the external objectivity of the real and from so-called Greco-Christian realism, Aristotle, Aquinas. This derivation can also be seen in the fact that an entire tendency of vulgar materialism and positivism has given rise to the neo-Kantian and neo-critical school. If reality is as we know it and if our knowledge changes continually, if, that is, no philosophy is definitive but all are historically determined, it is hard to imagine that reality changes objectively with changes in ourselves. Not only common sense but scientific thought as well make this difficult to accept. In the Holy Family 450 it is said that the whole reality is in phenomena and that beyond phenomena there is nothing, and this is certainly correct. But it is not easy to demonstrate. What are phenomena? Are they something objective, existing in and for themselves, or are they qualities which man has isolated in consequence of his practical interests, the construction of his economic life, and his scientific interests, the necessity to discover an order in the world and to describe and classify things, a necessity which is itself connected to mediated and future practical interests? Accepting the affirmation that our knowledge of things is nothing other than ourselves, our needs and interests, that is that our knowledge is superstructure, or non-definitive philosophy, it is difficult not to think in terms of something real beyond this knowledge, not in the metaphysical sense of a noumenon, an unknown God or an unknowable, but in the concrete sense of a relative ignorance of reality, of something still unknown, which will however be known one day when the physical and intellectual instruments of mankind are more perfect, when, that is, the technical and social conditions of mankind have been changed in a progressive direction. We are then making an historical prediction which consists simply in an act of thought that projects into the future a process of development similar to that which has taken place from the past until today. In any case one should study Kant and re-examine his concepts exactly. p.369. History and anti-history. It is worth observing that the present debate between history and anti-history is nothing other than a repetition, in the language of modern philosophical culture, of the debate that took place at the end of the last century, in the language of naturalism and positivism, about whether nature and history proceed by leaps or only by gradual and progressive evolution. The same debate can be seen to have been engaged in by earlier generations, whether in the field of natural science, the doctrines of Cuvier, or in that of philosophy, where it can be found in Hegel. The history of this problem should be dealt with in all its concrete and significant manifestations. One would find that it has always been contemporary, since at all times there have been conservatives and Jacobins, progressives and reactionaries. But the theoretical significance of this debate seems to me to consist in this, that it marks the logical point at which every conception of the world makes the passage to the morality appropriate to it, when contemplation becomes action and every philosophy becomes the political action dependent on it. In other words, it is the point at which the conception of the world, contemplation, philosophy become real, since they now aim to modify the world and to revolutionize praxis. One could say therefore that this is the central nexus of the philosophy of praxis, the point at which it becomes actual and lives historically, that is socially and no longer just in the brains of individuals, when it ceases to be arbitrary and becomes necessary rational real. The problem is precisely that of seeing things historically. That all those Nietzschean charlatans in verbal revolt against all that exists, against conventionality, etc., should have ended up by accepting it after all, and have thus made certain attitudes seem quite unserious, may well be the case, but it is not necessary to let oneself be guided in one's own judgments by charlatans. In opposition to fashionable titanism, to a taste for wishful thinking and abstraction, one must draw attention to a need for sobriety in words and in external attitudes, precisely so that there should be more strength in one's character and concrete will. But this is a question of style, not theory. The classical form of these passages from conception of the world to practical norm of conduct seems to me to be that through which out of Calvinist predestination there arose one of the greatest impulses to practical initiative the world has ever known. Similarly, every other form of determinism has at a certain point developed. p. 370. Into a spirit of initiative and into an extreme tension of collective will. Speculative philosophy. It would be wrong to conceal the difficulties presented by the discussion and criticism of the speculative character of certain philosophical systems and by the theoretical negation of the speculative form of philosophical conceptions. The following questions are raised. 1. Is the speculative element proper to every philosophy, and is it the form itself which every theoretical construction as such must assume? That is to say, is speculation synonymous with philosophy and with theory? 2. Or is the question to be put an historical one? Is the problem only an historical, and not a theoretical one, in the sense that every conception of the world, at a specific phase of its history, assumes a speculative form which represents its apogee and the beginning of its dissolution? Analogy and connection with the development of the state, which passes from the economic corporate phase to the hegemonic, that of active consent. One could say, that is, that every culture has its speculative and religious moment, which coincides with the period of complete hegemony of the social group of which it is the expression, and perhaps coincides exactly with the moment in which the real hegemony disintegrates at the base, molecularly, but precisely because of this disintegration, and to react against it, the system of thought perfects itself as dogma and becomes a transcendental faith. For this reason one can observe that every so-called decadent epoch, in which a disintegration of the old world takes place, is characterized by a refined and highly speculative form of thought. Criticism, however, must resolve speculation into its real terms as a political ideology and an instrument of practical action. But the critique itself will have its own speculative phase, which marks its apogee. The question is this: whether this apogee cannot be the beginning of an historical phase of a new type in which necessity and freedom have organically interpenetrated and there will be no more social contradictions, so that the only dialectic will be that of the idea, a dialectic of concepts and no longer of historical forces. The passage in the Holy Family 451 on French materialism in the 18th century describes quite well and quite clearly the genesis. p. 371. Of the philosophy of praxis. It is materialism perfected by the work of speculative philosophy itself and fused with humanism. It is also true that with this perfecting of the old materialism there remains only philosophical realism. Another point worth meditating on is this: whether the conception of spirit in speculative philosophy is not a transformed and updated version of the old concept of human nature which is proper both to the philosophies of transcendence and to vulgar materialism, whether that is, the conception of spirit is anything other than the old Holy Spirit made speculative. If this is true, one could then say that idealism is intrinsically theological. Has not speculation, in the idealistic sense, introduced a new type of transcendence into the reform of philosophy characterized by immanentist conceptions? It seems as if the philosophy of praxis is the only consistent immanentist conception. It is particularly worth re-examining and criticizing all historicist theories of a speculative character. A new anti-during 452 could be written, which from this point of view would be an anti-Gramsci, and which brought together not only the polemic against speculative philosophy but also that against positivism, mechanicism, and degenerate forms of the philosophy of praxis itself. Objectivity of knowledge. For Catholics, the whole theory of idealism is based on the denial of the objectivity of all our knowledge and on the idealistic monism of spirit, a monism which, as such, is equivalent to the positivistic monism of matter. In this conception, the very foundation of religion, God, does not exist objectively outside of ourselves, but is a creation of the intellect. Idealism, therefore, no less than materialism, is radically contrary to religion. Asterisk cf. The article by Father Mario Barbera in La Civiltà Cattolica, 1 June 1929. The question of the objectivity of knowledge, according to the philosophy of praxis, can be treated by starting from the proposition contained in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy that men become conscious of the conflict between the material forces of production, on the ideological level of juridical, political, religious, artistic, and philosophical forms. 453. But is this p.37.2 consciousness limited to the conflict between the material forces of production and the relations of production according to the letter of the text, or does it refer to all conscious knowledge? This is the point to consider, and which can be treated along with the whole ensemble of the philosophical doctrine of the value of the superstructures. In such a case, what will be the meaning of the term monism? It will certainly not be idealistic or materialistic monism, but rather the identity of contraries in the concrete historical act, that is, in human activity, history spirit, in the concrete, indissolubly connected with a certain organized, historicized, matter and with the transformed nature of man. Philosophy of the act, praxis, development, but not of the pure act, 454, but rather of the real impure act, in the most profane and worldly sense of the word. Pragmatism and politics. It would seem that pragmatism, as in James, etc., cannot be criticized without taking account of the Anglo-Saxon historical context in which it was born and developed. If it is true that every philosophy is a politics, and that every philosopher is essentially a politician, this is doubly true for the pragmatist who constructs philosophy in a way which is in an immediate sense utilitarian. Such a thing is unthinkable, as a movement, in Catholic countries where religion and cultural life have been split since the days of the Renaissance and Counter-Reformation, whereas it is thinkable in Anglo-Saxon countries, where religion is closely bound up with everyday cultural life and is neither bureaucratically centralized nor intellectually dogmatized. In any case, pragmatism escapes from the positive religious sphere and tends to create a secular morality, though not of the French type. It tends to create a popular philosophy superior to common sense, and it is an immediate ideological party 455 rather than a system of philosophy. Take the pragmatist principle as expounded by James. The best way of discussing the various points of any theory is to start by establishing what practical difference would result if one or p.373 other of the alternatives were the true one. 456. One can see from this the immediacy of the philosophical politicism of the pragmatists. The individual philosopher of the Italian or German type is tied to practice in a mediated way, and there are often many rings on the chain of mediations. The pragmatist on the other hand wishes to tie himself immediately to practice. It would appear, however, that the Italian or German type of philosopher is more practical than the pragmatist who judges from immediate reality, often at the most vulgar level, in that the German or Italian has a higher aim, sets his sights higher and tends, if he tends in any direction, to raise the existing cultural level. Hegel can be considered as the theoretical precursor of the liberal revolutions of the 19th century. The pragmatists, at the most, have contributed to the creation of the Rotary Club movement and to the justification of conservative and reactionary movements and to their justification in a real sense, and not just, as happened with Hegel and the Prussian state, as a result of polemical distortion. 457. Ethics. Kant's maxim act in such a way that your conduct can become a norm for all men in similar conditions 458 is less simple and obvious than it appears at first sight. What is meant by similar conditions? The immediate conditions in which one is operating, or the complex and organic general conditions, knowledge of which requires long and critically elaborated research? Foundation of the Socratic ethic, in which the moral will has its base in the intellect, in wisdom, so that wrongdoing is due to ignorance and the search for critical knowledge is the basis of superior morality or of morality tout court. p. 374. Kant's maxim can be considered as a truism, since it is hard to find anyone who does not act in the belief that in the conditions he is in everyone else would act in the same way. A man who steals for hunger maintains that hungry people steal. A man who kills his unfaithful wife maintains that all betrayed husbands should kill, etc. It is only madmen in the clinical sense who act without believing themselves to be in the right. This question is connected with others. 1. Everyone is indulgent towards himself, because when one acts in a nonconformist fashion one knows the mechanism of one's own sensations and judgments and of the chain of cause and effect which has led one to act as one did. But one is much more severe with others because one does not know their inner life. 2. Everyone acts according to his culture, that is the culture of his environment, and as far as one is concerned all men means one's environment, people who think like oneself. Kant's maxim presupposes a single culture, a single religion, a worldwide conformism. The objection which would not seem right is this, that similar conditions do not exist because among the conditions one must include the agent, his individuality, etc. What one can say is that Kant's maxim is connected with his time, with the cosmopolitan enlightenment and the critical conception of the author. In brief, it is linked to the philosophy of the intellectuals as a cosmopolitan stratum. Therefore the agent is the bearer of the similar conditions and indeed their creator. That is, he must act according to a model which he would like to see diffused among all mankind, according to a type of civilization for whose coming he is working or for whose preservation he is resisting the forces that threaten its disintegration. Scepticism. The common sense objection that one can make against scepticism is this, that to be consistent with himself the sceptic should do nothing else but live like a vegetable, without involving himself in the business of ordinary life. If the sceptic takes part in the debate, it means that he thinks that he can convince people. That is, he is no longer a sceptic, but represents a specific positive opinion, which is usually bad and can triumph only by convincing the community that other opinions are even worse, because useless. Scepticism is connected with vulgar materialism and positivism. Interesting in p. 375. This connection is an excerpt from Roberto Artigo, 459, in which he says that one should admire Bergson for his voluntarism. But what does this mean? Is it not a confession of the incapacity of one's own philosophy to explain the world if one has to turn to an opposite system in order to find the element necessary for practical life? This point of Artigo's, contained in his Scritti Vari, collected and arranged by G. Marcassini, Florence, L. E. Monnier, 1922, should be confronted with Marx's theses on Feuerbach 460 and goes to show precisely the extent to which Marx had got beyond the philosophical position of vulgar materialism. The concept of ideology. Ideology was an aspect of sensationalism, i.e. 18th century French materialism. Its original meaning was that of science of ideas, and since analysis was the only method recognized and applied by science, it means analysis of ideas, that is, investigation of the origin of ideas. Ideas had to be broken down into their original elements, and these could be nothing other than sensations. Ideas derived from sensations. But sensationalism could be associated, without too much difficulty, with religious faith and with the most extreme beliefs in the power of the spirit and its immortal destinies, so that Manzoni, 461, even after his conversion and return to Catholicism, even at the time when he wrote the Inni Sacri, continued to adhere in principle to the theory of sensationalism, until he learned about the philosophy of Rosmini. Asterisk. The most effective literary propagator of ideology was Destutt de Tracy, 1754–1836, because of the ease and popularity of his exposition. Another was Dr. Cabanis with his Rapport du physique et du moral. Condillac, Helvetius, etc., are more strictly speaking philosophers. Link between Catholicism and ideology, Manzoni, Cabanis, Bourget, Taine. Taine is the chef d'école for Maurras and others of a Catholic tendency, also the psychological novel, Stendhal was a pupil of de Tracy, etc. Destutt de Tracy's main work is The Elements d'Idéologie, Paris, 1817–18. The Italian translation is more complete. Elementi dell'ideologia del Conte Destutt de Tracy, translated by G. Campanoni, Milan, Stamperia di Giambattista Sunzano, 1819. In the French text a whole section is missing, I think the one on love, which Stendhal knew and used from the Italian translation. p.376. How the concept of ideology passed from meaning science of ideas and analysis of the origin of ideas to meaning a specific system of ideas needs to be examined historically. In purely logical terms, the process is easy to grasp and understand. It could be asserted that Freud is the last of the ideologues, and that de Man is also an ideologue. This makes the enthusiasm of Croce and the Crocines for de Man even more curious, or would if there wasn't a practical justification for their enthusiasm. 462. One should examine the way in which the author of the popular manual Bukharin 463 has remained trapped in ideology, whereas the philosophy of praxis represents a distinct advance and historically is precisely in opposition to ideology. Indeed, the meaning which the term ideology has assumed in Marxist philosophy implicitly contains a negative value judgment and excludes the possibility that for its founders the origin of ideas should be sought for in sensations, and therefore, in the last analysis, in physiology. Ideology itself must be analyzed historically, in the terms of the philosophy of praxis, as a superstructure. It seems to me that there is a potential element of error in assessing the value of ideologies, due to the fact, by no means casual, that the name ideology is given both to the necessary superstructure of a particular structure and to the arbitrary elucubrations of particular individuals. The bad sense of the word has become widespread, with the effect that the theoretical analysis of the concept of ideology has been modified and denatured. The process leading up to this error can be easily reconstructed. One ideology is identified as distinct from the structure, and it is asserted that it is not ideology that changes the structures but vice versa. 2. It is asserted that a given political solution is ideological, i.e. that it is not sufficient to change the structure, although it thinks that it can do so. It is asserted that it is useless, stupid, etc. 3. One then passes to the assertion that every ideology is pure appearance, useless, stupid, etc. One must therefore distinguish between historically organic ideologies, those, that is, which are necessary to a given structure. p.377. And ideologies that are arbitrary, rationalistic, or willed. To the extent that ideologies are historically necessary, they have a validity which is psychological. They organize human masses, and create the terrain on which men move, acquire consciousness of their position, struggle, etc. To the extent that they are arbitrary, they only create individual movements, polemics, and so on, though even these are not completely useless, since they function like an error which, by contrasting with truth, demonstrates it. It is worth recalling the frequent affirmation made by Marx on the solidity of popular beliefs as a necessary element of a specific situation. What he says more or less is, when this way of conceiving things has the force of popular beliefs, etc. Another proposition of Marx is that a popular conviction often has the same energy as a material force or something of the kind, which is extremely significant. The analysis of these propositions tends, I think, to reinforce the conception of historical block in which precisely material forces are the content and ideologies are the form, though this distinction between form and content has purely didactic value, since the material forces would be inconceivable historically without form and the ideologies would be individual fancies without the material forces. 2 Problems of Marxism. Introduction. p.378. In this section we have included some basic texts from the prison notebooks dealing with problems of Marxism itself. The first part, Some Problems in the Study of the Philosophy of Praxis, has the same fragmentary character as the Problems of Philosophy and History, pages 343-77, and like that text is the result of some reordering of Gramsci's MS by the original Italian editors. 2 basic themes underlie the notes. One is the need for a reconstruction of the origins of Marxism, beginning with the works of Marx and Engels themselves. The second concerns the liberation of the Marxist tradition from various accretions of a positivist and/or neo-Kantian order, characteristic of much of orthodox Marxism since the death of Engels. In the notes, Gramsci stresses Marx's debt to English political economy and to the idealist tradition in German philosophy, culminating in Hegel, seeing Marxism as a synthesis of these two trends with the political heritage of the French Revolution. The originality of Marxism, in this perspective, lies in its definitive rejection of any form of transcendentalism, rather than in its materialism. This leads Gramsci to a reformulation of the critique of idealism. Although he argues the need to combat directly the theories of Gramsci and devotes large sections of his notebooks, Ms. pages 171-254, not reproduced in this volume, to precisely this task, he locates the main enemy of the philosophy of praxis not in idealism as such but in transcendence and metaphysics, focusing his attention on the neo-Kantian deviations of the Austro-Marxism of Adler and Hilferding and on the materialist orthodoxy of Plekhanov and Bukharin. The second part of the section consists of Gramsci's critical notes on an attempt at popular sociology, which provide a sustained critique of the vulgar materialist aspect of Marxist orthodoxy. Nikolai Bukharin's The Theory of Historical Materialism, a manual of popular sociology, was first published in Moscow in 1921, where it went through several editions. An English translation, based on the third Russian edition, was published by Allen and Unwin in 1926, under the title Historical Materialism, A System of Sociology, and there was a French edition in the following year, which was probably y. p.379. The one known to Gramsci. For reasons which will appear, we have preferred, in our translation of Gramsci's text, to stick to the original title as used by Gramsci. Various criticisms were made of the book, on grounds of positivism and vulgar materialism, initially by Lukács, see New Left Review, number 39, but also by Soviet philosophers. Lenin had observed, in his testament, that Bukharin was a brilliant theoretician but ignorant of the dialectic, a criticism which was to gain force with the revival of interest in the dialectic following the publication in the Soviet Union of Lenin's philosophical notebooks. In the face of criticism, Bukharin made attempts to modify his point of view. Gramsci refers in this connection to a paper given by Bukharin at the London Congress of the History of Science in June-July 1931, which unfortunately we have been unable to trace. There is no doubt, though, that the text he wrote for the Academy of Sciences of the USSR in 1933, published in Marxism and Modern Thought, by N. Bukharin and others, edited by Ralph Fox, London 1935, represents a last-ditch attempt to reconcile the positions of the 1921 manual with the criticisms levelled against it, and not only from the idealist standpoint of Deborin and Lukács. By that time, however, Bukharin's days were numbered, politically as well as philosophically. He had been under fire for his opposition to the first five-year plan and the collectivization of agriculture, and was put on trial for his part in a supposed conspiracy and executed in 1938. The interest and importance of Gramsci's critique are twofold. In the first place, Bukharin, despite his subsequent disgrace, represented an influential current within orthodox Marxism. He was in many ways the inheritor of a materialist tradition which flourished as much in social democratic circles as within the communist movement, and whose influence has survived to this day. Gramsci's exposure, from an alternative Marxist standpoint, of the crudity and banality of a style of thinking of which the manual is a prime representative, has therefore more than academic and historical interest. More important still is the fact that, in the course of his demolition of the vulgar materialist position of the manual, Gramsci in the critical notes comes closer than anywhere else to a systematic expose of the principles underlying his own approach to the problems of Marxist theory. Gramsci's Marxism was essentially critical. For that reason he could not be content with any doctrine which attempted to reduce Marxism to the status of a positive science, in Bukharin's case a sociology separating the thing known from the process whereby knowledge is acquired. And, by reason of this, p. 380. Same critical method, it is through his analysis of the errors of the manual sociologism, vulgar materialism, philistinism, ignorance of the dialectic, that he himself most clearly expresses the dialectical historicism which is the hallmark of his own genius. Some problems in the study of the philosophy of praxis. p. 381. Statement of the problem. Production of new Weltanschauung and world outlooks to fertilize and nourish the culture of an historical epoch, and philosophically directed production according to the original Weltanschauungen. Marx is the creator of a Weltanschauung. But what is Ilyich Lenin's position? Is it purely subordinate and subaltern? The explanation is to be found in Marxism itself as both science and action. The passage from utopia to science and from science to action. The foundation of a directive class dirigent, i.e. of a state, is equivalent to the creation of a Weltanschauung. How is the statement that the German proletariat is the heir of classical German philosophy to be understood? Surely what Marx 464 wanted to indicate was the historical function of his philosophy when it became the theory of a class which was in turn to become a state. With Ilyich this really came about in a particular territory. I have referred elsewhere 465 to the philosophical importance of the concept and the fact of hegemony, for which Ilyich is responsible. Hegemony realized means the real critique of a philosophy, its real dialectic. Compare here what Graziadei asterisk. Graziadei is backward in comparison with Monsignor Algiadi, 466, who, in his volume on Marx, finds no comparison possible except with Jesus, a comparison which, coming from a prelate, is really the most extreme concession, given that he believes in the divine nature of Christ. Writes in the introduction to Prezzo e Sopra Prezzo. 467 he puts forward Marx as a unit in a series of great men of p. 382. Science. Fundamental error, none of the others has produced an original and integral conception of the world. Marx initiates intellectually an historical epoch which will last in all probability for centuries, that is, until the disappearance of political society and the coming of a regulated society. 468 only then will his conception of the world be superseded, when the conception of necessity is superseded by the conception of freedom. To make a comparison between Marx and Ilyich in order to create a hierarchy is stupid and useless. They express two phases, science and action, which are homogeneous and heterogeneous at the same time. Thus, historically, a parallel between Christ and St. Paul would be absurd. Christ Weltanschauung, and St. Paul Organizer, action, expansion of the Weltanschauung are both necessary to the same degree and therefore of the same historical stature. Christianity could be called historically Christianity Paulinism, and this would indeed be a more exact title. It is only the belief in the divinity of Christ which has prevented this from happening, but the belief is itself an historical and not a theoretical element. Questions of method. If one wishes to study the birth of a conception of the world which has never been systematically expounded by its founder, and one furthermore whose essential coherence is to be sought not in each individual writing or series of writings but in the whole development of the multiform intellectual work in which the elements of the conception are implicit, some preliminary detailed philological work has to be done. This has to be carried out with the most scrupulous accuracy, scientific honesty, and intellectual loyalty and without any preconceptions, a priorism or parti pris. It is necessary, first of all, to reconstruct the process of intellectual development of the thinker in question in order to identify those elements which were to become stable and permanent, in other words those p.383, which were taken up as the thinker's own thought, distinct from and superior to the material which he had studied earlier and which served as a stimulus to him. It is only the former elements which are essential aspects of the process of development. This selection can be made for periods of varying length, determined by intrinsic factors and not by external evidence, though that too can be utilized, and it results in a series of discards, that is to say of partial doctrines and theories for which the thinker may have had a certain sympathy, at certain times, even to the extent of having accepted them provisionally and of having availed himself of them for his work of criticism and of historical and scientific creation. It is a matter of common observation among all scholars, from personal experience, that any new theory studied with heroic fury 469, that is, studied not out of mere external curiosity but for reasons of deep interest, for a certain period, especially if one is young, attracts the student of its own accord and takes possession of his whole personality, only to be limited by the study of the next theory, until such a time as a critical equilibrium is created and one learns to study deeply but without succumbing to the fascination of the system and the author under study. These observations are all the more valid the more the thinker in question is endowed with a violent impetus, has a polemical character and is lacking in esprit de système, or when one is dealing with a personality in whom theoretical and practical activity are indissolubly intertwined and with an intellect in a process of continual creation and perpetual movement, with a strong and mercilessly vigorous sense of self-criticism. Given these premises, the work should be conducted on the following lines. 1. Reconstruction of the author's biography, not only as regards his practical activity, but also and above all as regards his intellectual activity. 2. A catalogue of all his works, even those most easily overlooked, in chronological order, divided according to intrinsic criteria of intellectual formation, maturity, possession, and application of the new way of thinking and of conceiving life and the world. Search for the leitmotif, 470 for the rhythm of the thought as it develops. p.384. Should be more important than that for single casual affirmations and isolated aphorisms. This preliminary work is needed to make any further research possible. A distinction should further be made within the work of the thinker under consideration between those works which he has carried through to the end and published himself or those which remain unpublished, because incomplete, and those which were published by a friend or disciple, but not without revisions, rewritings, cuts, etc., or in other words not without the active intervention of a publisher or editor. It is clear that the content of posthumous works has to be taken with great discretion and caution, because it cannot be considered definitive but only as material still being elaborated and still provisional. One should not exclude the possibility that these works, particularly if they have been a long time in the making and if the author never decided to finish them, might have been repudiated or deemed unsatisfactory in whole or in part by the author. In the specific case of the founder of the philosophy of praxis Marx, the literary work can be distinguished into two categories. 1. Works published under the direct responsibility of the author, among these one should reckon, generally speaking, not only those materially handed over for printing but all those published or put into circulation in any way by the author, things like letters, circulars, etc. A typical example would be the notes on the Gotha program, and the correspondence. Two works printed not under the direct responsibility of the author, but posthumously by others. For these works it is as well to have a diplomatic text, 471, as indeed is already being done, or at least a minute description of the original text made according to scientific criteria. Both sections should be reconstructed according to chronological critical periods, so that it is possible to establish valid comparisons and not purely mechanical and arbitrary ones. Minute study and analysis should be devoted to the work of p.385. Elaboration carried out by the author on the material of the works subsequently printed by the author himself. At the least this study would provide indications and criteria to enable one to evaluate critically the reliability of edited versions of posthumous works compiled by others. The further the preparatory material for the works published by the author is from the definitive text as revised by himself, the less reliable the revision by another hand of similar material. A work can never be identified with the raw material collected for its compilation. It is the definitive choice, the way the component elements are disposed, the greater or lesser importance given to this or that element of those collected in the preparatory phase, which are precisely what constitute the effective work. Even a study of the correspondence should be carried out with certain precautions. A confident assertion made in a letter would perhaps not be repeated in a book. The stylistic vivacity of the letters, though often artistically more effective than the more measured and considered style of a book, can sometimes lead to weaknesses in the argument. In letters, as in speeches or in conversations, logical errors occur more frequently. The greater rapidity of thought is often achieved at the expense of its solidity. Only at the secondary level, in the study of an original and innovating form of thought, should one consider the contribution of other people to its documentation. It is in this way, at least as a general principle and as method, that the question of the relationship of homogeneity between the two founders of the philosophy of praxis, Marx and Engels, should be posed. When one or other makes an affirmation on their reciprocal agreement, this affirmation is valid only for the subject in question. Even the fact that one of them has written some chapters for a book written by the other is not an absolute reason why the book should be considered the result of a perfect agreement. There is no need to underrate the contribution of the second Engels, but there is no need either to identify the second with the first Engels with Marx, nor should one think that everything attributed by Engels to Marx is absolutely authentic and free from infiltration. It is certain that Engels demonstrates a disinterest and a lack of personal vanity which are unique in the history of literature, but this is not the point, nor is it a question of doubting Engels's absolute scientific honesty. The point is that Engels is not Marx, and that if one wants to know Marx one must look for him above all in his authentic works, those published under his direct responsibility. From these observations there derive a number of warnings about p.386. Method and some indications for related research. For example, what would be the value of Rodolfo Mondolfo's book 472 on the historical materialism of Friedrich Engels, published by Formanini in 1912? In a letter to Gramsci, Searle expresses doubts whether, given Engels' scant capacities as an original thinker, such a subject can be studied, and he frequently repeats that one should not confuse the two authors. Apart from the question raised by Searle, it would seem that for the very reason that, apparently, it is asserted that the second of the two friends has scant capacities as a theoretician, or at least occupies a subaltern position in relation to the first, it is indispensable to study who is responsible for the original thought. In reality, apart from Mondolfo's book, no systematic research of this type has been undertaken in the world of culture. Indeed, Engels's expositions, some of which are relatively systematic, have by now been given a position in the front rank as an authentic source, and indeed as the only authentic source. For this reason Mondolfo's volume seems very useful, at least for the guiding line which it traces. Antonio Labriola 473. One very useful thing would be an objective and systematic resume, even of a scholastic analytical kind, of all the publications of Antonio Labriola on the philosophy of praxis to replace the volumes no longer available. A work of this kind is a necessary preliminary for any initiative aimed at putting back into circulation Labriola's philosophical position, which is very little known outside a restricted circle. It is amazing that Leo Bronstein Trotsky in his Memoirs 474 should speak of Labriola's dilettantism. This judgment is incomprehensible, unless it is a reference to the gap between theory and practice in Labriola as a person, which would not appear to be the case, except as an unconscious reflection of the pseudo-scientific pedantry of the German intellectual group that was so influential in Russia. In reality Labriola, who affirms that the p. 387 philosophy of praxis is independent of any other philosophical current, is self-sufficient and is the only man who has attempted to build up the philosophy of praxis scientifically. The dominant tendency manifested itself in two main currents. One, the so-called orthodox tendency, represented by Plekhanov 475, cf. his fundamental problems of Marxism, who, in reality, despite his assertions to the contrary, relapses into vulgar materialism. The problem of the origins of Marx's thought has not been properly considered. A detailed study of his philosophical culture, and of the general philosophical environment in which he was formed directly and indirectly, is certainly necessary, but only as the premise for a far more important study, that of his own original philosophy, which cannot be exhausted by study of a few sources or his personal culture. It is necessary, first of all, to take account of his creative and constructive activity. The way in which Plekhanov poses the problem is typical of the positivist method, and demonstrates his meager speculative and historiographical ability. 2. The orthodox tendency has determined the growth of its opposite, the tendency to connect the philosophy of praxis to Kantianism and to other non-positivist and non-materialist philosophical tendencies. This reached its agnostic conclusion with Otto Bauer, 476, who writes in his book on religion that Marxism can be supported and integrated by any philosophy, even Thomism. 477. This second tendency is not really a tendency in the strict sense, but an ensemble of all the tendencies including even the Freudianism of demand that do not accept the so-called orthodoxy of Germanic pedantry. Why is it that Labriola and his way of posing the philosophical problem has enjoyed such a limited fortune? One could repeat here what Rosa Luxemburg said about critical economy capital and its most refined problems, 478. In the Romantic period of struggle, the p. 388 period of popular Sturmundrang, 479, all interest is focused on the most immediate weapons and on tactical problems in the political field and on minor cultural problems in the philosophical field. But from the moment in which a subaltern group becomes really autonomous and hegemonic, thus bringing into being a new form of state, we experience the concrete birth of a need to construct a new intellectual and moral order, that is, a new type of society, and hence the need to develop more universal concepts and more refined and decisive ideological weapons. That is why it is necessary to bring Labriola back into circulation and to make his way of posing the philosophical problem predominant. One can thus open the struggle for an autonomous and superior culture, the positive part of the struggle whose negative and polemical manifestations bear names with a-privative and anti-atheism, anti-clericalism, etc. One thus gives a modern and contemporary form to the traditional secular humanism which must be the ethical basis of the new type of state ***. An analytical and systematic treatment of Antonio Labriola's philosophical conception could become the philosophical part of an ordinary magazine, Voci, Leonardo, Ordine Nuovo. An international bibliography on Labriola, Nook, etc., should also be compiled. The philosophy of praxis and modern culture. The philosophy of praxis has been a moment 480 of modern culture. To a certain extent it has determined or enriched certain cultural currents. Study of this fact, which is very important and full of significance, has been neglected or quite simply ignored by the so-called orthodoxy, and for this reason, the most important philosophical combination that has taken place has been between the philosophy of praxis and various idealistic tendencies, a fact which, to the so-called orthodoxy, essentially bound to a particular cultural current of the last quarter of the last century, positivism, scientism, has seemed an absurdity if not actually a piece of chicanery. In Plekhanov's essay on fundamentals the fact is, admittedly, referred to, but it is hardly touched upon and with no attempt at a critical explanation. For this reason it would appear necessary to re-evaluate the consideration of the problem as attempted by Antonio Labriola. p.389. What happened is this: the philosophy of praxis has undergone in reality a double revision, that is to say it has been subsumed into a double philosophical combination. On the one hand, certain of its elements, explicitly or implicitly, have been absorbed and incorporated by a number of idealist currents. One need mention only Gramsci, Gentile, Searle, Bergson, even pragmatism. 481. On the other hand, the so-called orthodoxy, concerned to find a philosophy which, according to their extremely limited viewpoint, was more comprehensive than just a simple interpretation of history, have believed themselves orthodox in identifying this philosophy fundamentally with traditional materialism. Another current has gone back to Kantianism. Here one can mention, apart from Professor Max Adler 482 in Vienna, the Italian professors Alfredo Poggi and Adelchi Barattono. 483. It can be observed, in general terms, that the currents which have attempted combinations of the philosophy of praxis with idealist tendencies consist for the most part of pure intellectuals, whereas the current which has constituted the orthodoxy consisted of intellectual personalities more markedly dedicated to practical activity and therefore more closely linked, with more or less extrinsic links, to the great popular masses, a fact which p.390. however, has not prevented the majority of them from performing somersaults of no small historico-political consequence. The distinction has considerable importance. The pure intellectuals, acting as the elaborators of the most widespread ideologies of the dominant classes and as leaders 484 of the intellectual groups in their countries, could not fail to make use of at least some elements of the philosophy of praxis, to give strength to their conceptions and moderate an excess of speculative philosophism with the historicist realism of the new theory and to provide new arms for the arsenal of the social group with which they were linked. The orthodox tendency, on the other hand, found itself involved in a struggle against the ideology most widespread amongst the popular masses, religious transcendentalism, and reckoned to overcome this only with the crudest and most banal materialism. But this materialism was itself a far from indifferent stratum of common sense, kept alive, to a much greater degree than was thought then or is thought today, by religion itself, which has its expression among the people in a low and trivial form, full of superstition and witchcraft, in which matter plays no small role. Labriola distinguishes himself from both currents by his affirmation, not always, admittedly, unequivocal, that the philosophy of praxis is an independent and original philosophy which contains in itself the elements of a further development, so as to become, from an interpretation of history, a general philosophy. This is the direction in which one must work, developing Antonio Labriola's position, which Rodolfo Mondolfo's books, as far as I remember, do not seem to develop coherently. It seems that Mondolfo has never completely abandoned the fundamentally positivist point of view of a pupil of Roberto Ardigo. The book by Mondolfo's disciple, Diambrini Palazzi, with preface by Mondolfo, on the philosophy of Antonio Labriola, 485 is evidence of the poverty of concepts and guidelines of Mondolfo's own university teaching. Why has the philosophy of praxis had this fate of having served to form combinations between its principal elements and either idealism or philosophical materialism? Research into this cannot but be complex and delicate. It requires a lot of finesse in analysis and intellectual sobriety. For it is very easy to be deceived by external similarities and not to see hidden similarities and necessary but camouflaged connections. The identification of the concepts which the philosophy of praxis has yielded up to traditional philosophies, and thanks to which these latter have enjoyed a brief moment of p.391 rejuvenation, must be made with great critical caution, and it means no more nor less than writing the history of modern culture since the activity of its founders Marx and Engels. Clearly, explicit absorption is not hard to track down, though that too must be critically analyzed. A classical example is that represented by the Crotian reduction of the philosophy of praxis to an empirical canon of historical research. This concept, which has penetrated even among the Catholics, cf. Monsignor Algiati's book, has contributed to the creation of the economico-juridical school of Italian historiography, 486, which has spread beyond the frontiers of Italy. But the most difficult and delicate research is that into implicit and unacknowledged absorption, which has taken place precisely because the philosophy of praxis has been a moment of modern culture, a diffuse atmosphere, which has modified old ways of thinking through actions and reactions which are neither apparent nor immediate. A study of Sorel is particularly interesting from this point of view, because through Sorel and his fortunes one can obtain many relevant indications. The same could be said for Gramsci. But the most important study, it seems to me, should be that of Bergsonian philosophy and of pragmatism, in order to find out to what extent certain of their positions would be inconceivable without the historical link of the philosophy of praxis. Another aspect of the question is the practical lesson in the science of politics which the philosophy of praxis has given even to those of its opponents who contest it bitterly on principle, just as the Jesuits contested Machiavelli in theory while remaining in practice his best disciples. In an opinion published in La Stampa at the time when he was its Rome correspondent, about 1925, Mario Miseroli 487 writes more or less that it would be interesting to know whether in their heart of hearts the more intelligent industrialists were not convinced that the critical economy capital contained very good insights into their affairs, and p.392. Whether they do not take advantage of the lessons thus acquired. This would not be in any way surprising, for if Marx has analyzed reality exactly then he has done nothing other than systematize rationally and coherently what the historical agents of this reality felt and still feel in a confused and instinctive way, and of which they have a clearer consciousness as a result of the hostile critique. A further aspect of the question is even more interesting. Why is it that even the so-called orthodoxy has combined the philosophy of praxis with other philosophies, and prevalently with one in particular rather than with others? In fact, the one that counts is the combination with traditional materialism. The combination with Kantianism has had only a limited success and only among certain restricted intellectual groups. On this question it is worth looking at Rosa Luxemburg's essay on Progress and Stagnation in the Development of the Philosophy of Praxis, 488, where she notes how the constituent parts of this philosophy have developed in varying degrees, but always following the necessities of practical activity. This implies that the founders of the new philosophy were a long way ahead of the necessities of their period and even of the period that followed, and that they created an arsenal stocked with weapons which were still not ready for use, because ahead of their time, and which were to be ready for service only some time later. The explanation is somewhat arbitrary in that to a large extent all it does is to present an abstract formulation of the fact to be explained as an explanation of the fact itself. Nonetheless, it contains a nugget of truth which is worth exploring in depth. One of the historical reasons can, it seems to me, be looked for in the fact that the philosophy of praxis has been forced to ally itself with extraneous tendencies in order to combat the residues of the pre-capitalist world that still exist among the popular masses, especially in the field of religion. The philosophy of praxis had two tasks to perform: to combat modern ideologies in their most refined form, in order to be able to constitute its own group of independent intellectuals, and to educate the popular masses, whose culture was medieval. This second task, which was fundamental, given the character of the new philosophy, has absorbed all its strength, not only in quantitative but also in qualitative terms. For didactic reasons, the new philosophy was combined into a form of culture which was a p.393. Little higher than the popular average, which was very low, but was absolutely inadequate to combat the ideologies of the educated classes. And yet the new philosophy was born precisely to supersede the highest cultural manifestation of the age, classical German philosophy, and to create a group of intellectuals specific to the new social group whose conception of the world it was. On the other side, modern culture, especially that marked by idealism, does not manage to elaborate a popular culture or to give a moral and scientific content to its own school programs, which remain abstract and theoretical schemas. 489 It remains the culture of a restricted intellectual aristocracy, which exercises a hold on youth only rarely and to the extent that it becomes immediate, and occasional. 490 Politics. It remains to be seen whether this form of cultural alignment of forces might not be an historical necessity, and whether one would not find similar alignments in past history, allowing for particular circumstances of time and place. The classical example, previous to the modern period, is undoubtedly that of the Renaissance in Italy and the Reformation in the Protestant countries. On page 11 of his book Storia dell'Età Barocca in Italia, 491 Croce writes: the movement of the Renaissance remained an aristocratic movement and one of elite circles, and even in Italy, which was both mother and nurse to the movement, it did not escape from courtly circles, it did not penetrate to the people or become custom and prejudice, in other words collective persuasion and faith. The Reformation, on the other hand, did indeed possess this efficacy of popular penetration, but it paid for it with the retarding of its intrinsic development, with the slow and often interrupted maturation of its vital germ. And again on page 8. Luther, like those humanists, deplores sadness and celebrates gaiety, he condemns idleness and commands work, but, on the p. 394 other hand, he is led to an attitude of diffidence and hostility towards letters and study, so that Erasmus could say Ubicum regnat Lutheranismus, ibi literarum est int iridus. Wherever Lutheranism reigns, there is the death of letters. Certainly, if not just as the effect solely of the aversion adopted by its founder, German Protestantism was for a couple of centuries all but sterile in the field of study, criticism, and philosophy. The Italian reformers, notably those of the circle of Juan de Valdez and their friends, managed however, to combine without stress humanism and mysticism, the cult of study and moral austerity. Calvinism, with its harsh conception of grace and its harsh discipline, did not favor the free search for knowledge and the cult of beauty either, but it acquired the role, by interpreting, developing and adapting the concept of grace into that of vocation, of energetically promoting economic life, production, and the increase of wealth. The Lutheran Reformation and Calvinism created a vast national popular movement through which their influence spread. Only in later periods did they create a higher culture. The Italian reformers were infertile of any major historical success. 492 It is true that even the Reformation, in its higher phase, necessarily adopted the style of the Renaissance and as such spread even in non-Protestant countries where the movement had not had a popular incubation. But the phase of popular development enabled the Protestant countries to resist the crusade of the Catholic armies tenaciously and victoriously. Thus there was born the German nation as one of the most vigorous in modern Europe. France was lacerated by the wars of religion leading to an apparent victory of Catholicism, but it experienced a great popular reformation in the 18th century with the Enlightenment, Voltairianism, and the Encyclopedia. This reformation preceded and accompanied the Revolution of 1789. It really was a matter here of a great intellectual and moral reformation of the French people, more complete than the German Lutheran Reformation, because it also embraced the great peasant masses in the countryside and had a distinct secular basis and attempted to replace religion with a completely secular ideology. p. 395. Represented by the national and patriotic bond. Not even this Reformation had an immediate flowering of high culture, except in political science in the form of the positive science of right asterisk. Compare here the comparison made by Hegel of the particular national forms assumed by the same culture in France and Germany in the period of the French Revolution. This Hegelian conception, at the end of a rather long chain, led to the famous verses of Carducci. Con apostafe decapitaro, Immanuel Kant, ideo Maximilien Robespierre, il re. With opposing faiths Immanuel Kant cut off the head of God and Maximilien Robespierre, that of the king. 493. A conception of the philosophy of praxis as a modern popular reformation, since those people who expect a religious reformation in Italy, a new Italian edition of Calvinism, like Miseroli and co., are living in cloud cuckooland, was perhaps hinted at by Georges Sorel, but his vision was fragmentary and intellectualistic, because of his kind of Jansenist fury against the squalor of parliamentarism and political parties. Sorel has taken from Renan the concept of the necessity of an intellectual and moral reformation. He has affirmed, in a letter to Miseroli, that great historical movements are often represented by a modern culture, etc. It seems to me, though, that a conception of this kind is implicit in Sorel when he uses primitive Christianity as a touchstone. In a rather literary way it is true, but nevertheless with more than a grain of truth, with mechanical and often contrived references, but nevertheless with occasional flashes of profound intuition. The philosophy of praxis presupposes all this cultural past, Renaissance and Reformation, German philosophy and the French Revolution, Calvinism and English classical economics, secular liberalism and this historicism which is at the root of the whole modern conception of life. The philosophy of praxis is the crowning point of this entire movement of intellectual and moral reformation, made dialectical in the contrast between popular culture and high culture. It corresponds to the nexus Protestant Reformation plus French Revolution. It is a philosophy which is also politics, and a politics which is also philosophy. It is still going through its populist 494 phase. Creating a group of independent intellectuals is not an easy thing. It requires a long process, with actions and reactions coming. p.396. Together and drifting apart, and the growth of very numerous and complex new formations. It is the conception of a subaltern social group, deprived of historical initiative, in continuous but disorganic expansion, unable to go beyond a certain qualitative level, which still remains below the level of the possession of the state and of the real exercise of hegemony over the whole of society, which alone permits a certain organic equilibrium in the development of the intellectual group. The philosophy of praxis has itself become prejudice and superstition. As it stands, it is the popular aspect of modern historicism, but it contains in itself the principle through which this historicism can be superseded. In the history of culture, which is much broader than the history of philosophy, every time that there has been a flowering of popular culture because a revolutionary phase was being passed through and because the metal of a new class was being forged from the ore of the people, there has been a flowering of materialism. Conversely, at the same time the traditional classes clung to philosophies of the spirit. Hegel, halfway between the French Revolution and the Restoration, gave dialectical form to the two moments of the life of thought, materialism and spiritualism, but his synthesis was a man walking on his head. 495. Hegel's successors destroyed this unity, and there was a return to materialist systems on the one side and spiritualist on the other. The philosophy of praxis, through its founder, relived all this experience of Hegelianism, Feuerbachaianism and French materialism, in order to reconstruct the synthesis of dialectical unity, the man walking on his feet. The laceration which happened to Hegelianism has been repeated with the philosophy of praxis. That is to say, from dialectical unity there has been a regress to philosophical materialism on the one hand, while on the other hand modern idealist high culture has tried to incorporate that part of the philosophy of praxis which was needed in order for it to find a new elixir. Politically, the materialist conception is close to the people, to common sense. It is closely linked to many beliefs and prejudices, to almost all popular superstitions, witchcraft, spirits, etc. This can be seen in popular Catholicism, and, even more so, in Byzantine Orthodoxy. Popular religion is crassly materialistic, and yet the p.397 official religion of the intellectuals attempts to impede the formation of two distinct religions, two separate strata, so as not to become officially, as well as in reality, an ideology of restricted groups. But from this point of view it is important not to confuse the attitude of the philosophy of praxis with that of Catholicism. Whereas the former maintains a dynamic contact and tends continually to raise new strata of the population to a higher cultural life, the latter tends to maintain a purely mechanical contact, an external unity based in particular on the liturgy and on a cult visually imposing to the crowd. Many heretical movements were manifestations of popular forces aiming to reform the Church and bring it closer to the people by exalting them. The reaction of the Church was often very violent. It has created the Society of Jesus, it has clothed itself in the protective armor of the Council of Trent, although it has organized a marvelous mechanism of democratic selection of its intellectuals, they have been selected as single individuals and not as the representative expression of popular groups. In the history of cultural developments, it is important to pay special attention to the organization of culture and the personnel through whom this organization takes concrete form. G. de Ruggiero's volume on Renaissance and Reformation 496 brings out the attitude of very many intellectuals, with Erasmus 497 at their head. They gave way in the face of persecution and the stake. The bearer of the Reformation was therefore the German people itself in its totality, as undifferentiated mass, not the intellectuals. It is precisely this desertion of the intellectuals in the face of the enemy which explains the sterility of the Reformation in the immediate sphere of high culture, until, by a process of selection, the people, which remained faithful to the cause, produced a new group of intellectuals culminating in classical philosophy. Something similar has happened up to now with the philosophy of praxis. The great intellectuals formed on the terrain of this philosophy, besides being few in number, were not linked with the people, they did not emerge from the people, but were the expression of traditional intermediary classes, to which they returned at the great turning points of history. Some remained, but rather to subject the new conception to a systematic revision than to advance. p. 398. Its autonomous development. The affirmation that the philosophy is a new, independent, and original conception, even though it is also a moment of world historical development, is an affirmation of the independence and originality of a new culture in incubation, which will develop with the development of social relations. What exists at any given time is a variable combination of old and new, a momentary equilibrium of cultural relations corresponding to the equilibrium of social relations. Only after the creation of the new state does the cultural problem impose itself in all its complexity and tend towards a coherent solution. In any case, the attitude to be taken up before the formation of the new state can only be critico-polemical, never dogmatic. It must be a romantic attitude, but of a romanticism which is consciously aspiring to its classical synthesis. Note I. One should study the period of the Restoration 498 as the period of the elaboration of all modern historicist doctrines, including the philosophy of praxis, which is their crowning point and which was in any case elaborated just on the eve of 1848, when Restoration was crumbling on every side and the Holy Alliance was falling to pieces. It is well known that Restoration is only a metaphorical expression. In reality there was no effective restoration of the ancien regime, but only a new alignment of forces through which the revolutionary conquests of the middle classes were limited and codified. The king in France and the pope in Rome became heads of their respective parties and no longer the unquestioned representatives of France or of Christianity. The position of the pope was particularly shaken. In this period begins the formation of permanent organisms of militant Catholics, which, after sundry intermediary stages 1848-49, 1861, year of the first disintegration of the papal state with the annexation of the Emilian Legations, 1870 and the post-war period were to become the powerful organization of Catholic action, powerful but in a defensive position. The historicist theories of the Restoration opposed the 18th century ideologies, abstract and utopistic, which remain alive as proletarian philosophy, ethics, and politics, particularly widespread in France up to 1870. The philosophy of praxis was opposed to these 18th-century popular conceptions as a mass philosophy, in all their forms, from the most infantile to that of Proudhon. Proudhon's conception underwent a certain grafting of conservative historicism. p. 399. And he can perhaps be called the French Gioberti, 499, but from the popular classes Italian history being backward in relation to French, as can be seen from the period of 1848. If the conservative historicists, theorists of the old, are well placed to criticize the utopian character of the mummified Jacobin ideologies, philosophers of praxis are better placed to appreciate the real and not abstract value that Jacobinism had as an element in the creation of the new French nation, that is to say as a fact of circumscribed activity in specific circumstances and not as something ideologized, and are better placed also to appreciate the historical role of the conservatives themselves, who were in reality the shamefaced children of the Jacobins, who damned their excesses while carefully administering their heritage. The philosophy of praxis not only claimed to explain and to justify all the past, but to explain and justify historically itself as well. That is, it was the greatest form of historicism, total liberation from any form of abstract ideologism, the real conquest of the historical world, the beginnings of a new civilization. Speculative immanence and historicist or realist immanence. It is affirmed that the philosophy of praxis was born on the terrain of the highest development of culture in the first half of the 19th century, this culture being represented by classical German philosophy, English classical economics and French political literature and practice. These three cultural movements are at the origin of the philosophy of praxis. 500 But in what sense is the affirmation to be understood? That each of these movements has p. 400 contributed respectively to the elaboration of the philosophy, the economics, and the politics of the philosophy of praxis? Or that the philosophy of praxis has synthesized the three movements, that is, the entire culture of the age, and that in the new synthesis, whichever moment one is examining, the theoretical, the economic, or the political, one will find each of the three movements present as a preparatory moment? This is what seems to me to be the case. And it seems to me that the unitary moment of synthesis is to be identified in the new concept of immanence, which has been translated from the speculative form, as put forward by classical German philosophy, into a historicist form with the aid of French politics and English classical economics. As far as concerns the substantial identity between German philosophical language and French political language, see the notes above. 501 But it seems to me that one of the most interesting and fecund subjects for research yet to be carried out concerns the relationship between German philosophy, French politics, and English classical economics. One could say in a sense, I think, that the philosophy of praxis equals Hegel plus David Ricardo. 502 The p. 401 problem should be presented thus at the outset. Are the new methodological canons introduced by Ricardo in the science of economics to be considered as merely instrumental values, alternatively as a new chapter of formal logic, or do they have a significance as a philosophical innovation? The discovery of the formal logical principle of the law of tendency 503, which leads to the scientific definition of the fundamental economic concepts of homo economicus and of the determined market, was this not also a discovery of epistemological value as well? Does it not precisely imply a new immanence, a new conception of necessity and of freedom, etc.? Translation into these terms seems to me precisely the achievement of the philosophy of praxis, which has universalist Ricardo's discoveries, extending them in an adequate fashion to the whole of history and thus drawing from them, in an original form, a new conception of the world. A whole series of questions will have to be studied. 1. To summarize Ricardo's formal scientific principles in their form of empirical canons. 2. To look for the historical origin of these Ricardian principles, which are connected with the rise of economic science itself, that is, to the development of the bourgeoisie as a concrete world class and to the subsequent formation of a world market which was already sufficiently dense in complex movements for it to be possible to isolate and study necessary laws of regularity. It should be said that these are laws of tendency which are not laws in the naturalistic sense or that of speculative determinism, but in a historicist sense, valid, that is, to the extent that there exists the determined market, or in other words an environment which is organically alive and interconnected in its movements of development. Economics studies these laws of tendency insofar as they are quantitative expressions of phenomena. In the passage from economics to general history, the concept of quantity is integrated with that of quality and of the dialectic quality that becomes quality. Quantity necessity, quality freedom. The dialectical nexus, of quantity quality is identical with that of necessity freedom. p.402. 3. To establish the connection of Ricardo with Hegel and Robespierre. 4. To consider how the philosophy of praxis has arrived, from the synthesis of the three living currents to the new conception of immanence, purified of any trace of transcendence and theology. Alongside the research outlined above must be put that concerning the attitude of the philosophy of praxis towards the contemporary continuations of classical German philosophy as represented by the modern Italian idealist philosophy of Croce and Gentile. How are we to understand Engels' proposition on the inheritance of classical German philosophy? 504. Is it to be understood as a historical circle already completed, in which the vital part of Hegelianism has already been definitively absorbed once and for all, or should it rather be understood as a historical process still in motion in which the necessity for a philosophical cultural synthesis is being renewed? To me the second answer seems correct. In reality the reciprocally unilateral position contrasting materialism and idealism, criticized in the first thesis on Feuerbach, 505 is being repeated, and now, as then, though at a more advanced moment of history, a synthesis remains necessary at a higher level of development of the philosophy of praxis. Unity in the constituent elements of Marxism. Unity is given by the dialectical development of the contradictions between man and matter, nature-material forces of production. In economics the unitary center is value, alias the relationship between the worker and the industrial productive forces. Those who deny the theory fall into crass vulgar materialism by posing machines in themselves as constant and technical capital as producers of value independent of the man who runs them. In philosophy it p.403 is praxis, that is, the relationship between human will, superstructure, and economic structure. In politics it is the relationship between the state and civil society, that is, the intervention of the state, centralist will, to educate the educator, the social environment in general. Question to be gone into in depth and stated in more exact terms. Philosophy, politics, economics. If these three activities are the necessary constituent elements of the same conception of the world, there must necessarily be, in their theoretical principles, a convertibility from one to the others and a reciprocal translation into the specific language proper to each constituent element. Any one is implicit in the others, and the three together form a homogeneous circle. Asterisk. Compare the notes above on the reciprocal translatability of scientific languages. Ms. pages 63 to 67. From these propositions, still in need of elaboration, there derive for the historian of culture and of ideas a number of research criteria and critical canons of great significance. It can be that a great personality expresses the more fecund aspects of his thought not in the section which, or so it would appear from the point of view of external classification, ought to be the most logical, but elsewhere, in a part which apparently could be judged extraneous. A man of politics writes about philosophy. It could be that his true philosophy should be looked for rather in his writings on politics. In every personality there is one dominant and predominant activity. It is here that his thought must be looked for, in a form that is more often than not implicit and at times even in contradiction with what is professedly expressed. Admittedly, such a criterion of historical judgment contains many dangers of dilettantism, and it is necessary to be very cautious in applying it, but that does not deprive it of its capacity to generate truth. In reality, the occasional philosopher can succeed only with difficulty in making abstractions from the currents dominant in his age and from interpretations of a certain conception of the world that have become dogmatic, etc. As a scientist of politics, on the other hand, he feels himself free from these idols of his age and of his group and treats the same conception with more immediacy and with total originality. He penetrates to its heart and develops it in a vital way. Here again the thought expressed by Rosa Luxemburg remains useful and suggestive when she writes about the impossibility. p.404 of treating certain questions of the philosophy of praxis in so far as they have not yet become actual for the course of history in general or that of a given social grouping. To the economico-corporate phase, to the phase of struggle for hegemony in civil society, and to the phase of state power there correspond specific intellectual activities which cannot be arbitrarily improvised or anticipated. In the phase of struggle for hegemony it is the science of politics which is developed. In the state phase all the superstructures must be developed, if one is not to risk the dissolution of the state. Historicity of the philosophy of praxis. That the philosophy of praxis thinks of itself in a historicist manner, that is, as a transitory phase of philosophical thought, is not only implicit in its entire system, but is made quite explicit in the well-known thesis that historical development will at a certain point be characterized by the passage from the reign of necessity to the reign of freedom. 506 All hitherto existing philosophies, philosophical systems, have been manifestations of the intimate contradictions by which society is lacerated. But each philosophical system taken by itself has not been the conscious expression of these contradictions, since this expression could be provided only by the ensemble of systems in conflict with each other. Every philosopher is, and cannot but be, convinced that he expresses the unity of the human spirit, that is, the unity of history and nature. Indeed, if such a conviction did not exist, men would not act, they would not create new history, philosophies would not become ideologies and would not in practice assume the fanatical granite compactness of the popular beliefs which assume the same energy as material forces. 507. In the history of philosophical thought Hegel represents a chapter on his own, since in his system, in one way or another, even in the form of a philosophical romance, one manages to understand what reality is. That is to say, one finds, in a single system and in a single philosopher, that consciousness of contradictions which one previously acquired from the ensemble of systems and of philosophers in polemic and contradiction with each other. In a sense, moreover, the philosophy of praxis is a reform and a development of Hegelianism. It is a philosophy that has been liberated, or is attempting to liberate itself, from any unilateral p.405 and fanatical ideological elements. It is consciousness full of contradictions, in which the philosopher himself, understood both individually and as an entire social group, not only grasps the contradictions, but posits himself as an element of the contradiction and elevates this element to a principle of knowledge and therefore of action. Man in general, in whatever form he presents himself, is denied, and all dogmatically unitary concepts are spurned and destroyed as expressions of the concept of man in general or of human nature immanent in every man. But even the philosophy of praxis is an expression of historical contradictions, and indeed their most complete, because most conscious, expression. This means that it too is tied to necessity and not to a freedom which does not exist and, historically, cannot yet exist. If, therefore, it is demonstrated that contradictions will disappear, it is also demonstrated implicitly that the philosophy of praxis too will disappear, or be superseded. In the reign of freedom thought and ideas can no longer be born on the terrain of contradictions and the necessity of struggle. At the present time the philosopher of praxis can only make this generic affirmation and can go no further. He cannot escape from the present field of contradictions, he cannot affirm, other than generically, a world without contradictions, without immediately creating a utopia. This is not to say that utopia cannot have a philosophical value, for it has a political value, and every politics is implicitly a philosophy, even if disconnected and crudely sketched. In this sense religion is the most gigantic utopia, that is the most gigantic metaphysics that history has ever known, since it is the most grandiose attempt to reconcile, in mythological form, the real contradictions of historical life. It affirms, in fact, that mankind has the same nature, that man in general exists, in so far as created by God, Son of God, therefore brother of other men, equal to other men, and free amongst and as other men, and that he can conceive of himself as such, mirrored in God, who is the self-consciousness of humanity, but it also affirms that all this is not of this world, but of another, the utopia. Thus do ideas of equality, fraternity, and liberty ferment among men, among those strata of mankind who do not see themselves as equals nor as brothers of other men, nor as free in relation to them. Thus it has come about that in every radical stirring of the multitude, in one way or another, with particular forms and particular ideologies, these demands have always been raised. p.46. At this point one can insert an element proposed by Ilyich Lenin. The April 1917 program, 508 in the section devoted to the common school, 509 and more exactly in the explanatory note to that section, see the Geneva edition of 1918, refers to the chemist and educationalist Lavoisier, 510 guillotined under the Terror, who had put forward the concept of the common school, and had done so in accord with the popular sentiments of his age, which saw in the democratic movement of 1789 a developing reality and not just an ideology used as an instrument of government, and which drew from this concrete egalitarian consequences. In Lavoisier this was still a utopian element, an element which crops up more or less in all cultural currents that presuppose the singleness of human nature, whereas for Ilyich it had the demonstrative theoretical significance of a political principle. If the philosophy of praxis affirms theoretically that every truth believed to be eternal and absolute has had practical origins and has represented a provisional value, historicity of every conception of the world and of life, it is still very difficult to make people grasp practically that such an interpretation is valid also for the philosophy of praxis itself, without in so doing shaking the convictions that are necessary for action. This is, moreover, a difficulty that recurs for every historicist philosophy. It is taken advantage of by cheap polemicists, particularly Catholics, in order to contrast within the same individual the scientist and the demagogue, the philosopher and the man of action, and to deduce that historicism leads necessarily to moral scepticism and depravity. From this difficulty arise many dramas of conscience in little men, and in great men the Olympian attitude à la Goethe. This is the reason why the proposition about the passage from the reign of necessity to that of freedom must be analyzed and elaborated with subtlety and delicacy. As a result, even the philosophy of praxis tends to become an p.407 ideology in the worst sense of the word, that is to say a dogmatic system of eternal and absolute truths. This is particularly true when, as happens in the Popular Manual, 511, it is confused with vulgar materialism, with its metaphysics of matter which is necessarily eternal and absolute. It is also worth saying that the passage from necessity to freedom takes place through the society of men and not through nature, although it may have effects on our intuition of nature, on scientific opinions, etc. One can go so far as to affirm that, whereas the whole system of the philosophy of praxis may fall away in a unified world, many idealist conceptions, or at least certain aspects of them which are utopian during the reign of necessity, could become truth after the passage. One cannot talk of the spirit when society is divided into groups without necessarily concluding that this spirit is just esprit de corps. This fact is implicitly recognized when it is said, as is done by Gentile in his book on modernism following Schopenhauer, that religion is the philosophy of the multitude, whereas philosophy is the religion of the elect, that is of the great intellectuals. But it will be possible to talk in these terms after the unification has taken place, etc. *G. Gentile, il modernismo e I rapporti tra religione e filosofa, Bari, La Terza, 1909. Economy and Ideology. The claim, presented as an essential postulate of historical materialism, that every fluctuation of politics and ideology can be presented and expounded as an immediate expression of the structure, must be contested in theory as primitive infantilism, and combated in practice with the authentic testimony of Marx, the author of concrete political and historical works. Particularly important from this point of view are the 18th Brumaire and the writings on the Eastern question, but also other writings, Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, the Civil War in France and lesser works. An analysis of these works allows one to establish better the Marxist historical methodology, integrating, illuminating and interpreting the theoretical affirmations scattered throughout his works. One will be able to see from this the real precautions introduced by Marx into his concrete researches, precautions which could have p.408. No place in his general works * among these precautions the following examples can be enumerated. * They could have a place only in a systematic and methodical exposition such as that of Bernheim, 512, and Bernheim's book can be held up as a model for a scholastic or popular manual of historical materialism, in which, apart from the philological and scholarly method, which Bernheim holds to as a matter of principle, although in his treatment there is implicit a conception of the world, the Marxist conception of history should be explicitly treated. 1. The difficulty of identifying at any given time, statically, like an instantaneous photographic image, the structure. Politics in fact is at any given time the reflection of the tendencies of development in the structure, but it is not necessarily the case that these tendencies must be realized. A structural phase can be concretely studied and analyzed only after it has gone through its whole process of development, and not during the process itself, except hypothetically and with the explicit proviso that one is dealing with hypotheses. 2. From this it can be deduced that a particular political act may have been an error of calculation on the part of the leaders dirigenti of the dominant classes, an error which historical development, through the parliamentary and governmental crises of the directive dirigenti classes, then corrects and goes beyond. Mechanical historical materialism does not allow for the possibility of error, but assumes that every political act is determined, immediately, by the structure, and therefore as a real and permanent, in the sense of achieved, modification of the structure. The principle of error is a complex one. One may be dealing with an individual impulse based on mistaken calculations, or equally it may be a manifestation of the attempts of specific groups or sects to take over hegemony within the directive grouping, attempts which may well be unsuccessful. 3. It is not sufficiently borne in mind that many political acts are due to internal necessities of an organizational character, that is, they are tied to the need to give coherence to a party, a group, a society. This is made clear, for example, in the history of the Catholic Church. If, for every ideological struggle within the Church, one wanted to find an immediate primary explanation in the structure, one would really be caught napping. All sorts of politico-economic romances have been written for this reason. It is evident, on the contrary, that the majority of these discussions are connected with sectarian and organizational necessities. In the discussion between p.409 Rome and Byzantium on the procession of the Holy Spirit, 513, it would be ridiculous to look in the structure of the European East for the claim that it proceeds only from the Father, and in that of the West for the claim that it proceeds from the Father and the Son. The two churches, whose existence and whose conflict is dependent on the structure and on the whole of history, posed questions which are principles of distinction and internal cohesion for each side, but it could have happened that either of the churches could have argued what in fact was argued by the other. The principle of distinction and conflict would have been upheld all the same, and it is this problem of distinction and conflict that constitutes the historical problem, and not the banner that happened to be hoisted by one side or the other. Note 2. The author of ideological serial stories in Problemi del Lavoro, who must be none other than the notorious Franz Weiss, during his farcical fairy tale Russian Dumping and its historical significance, speaking about precisely these controversies in early Christian times, asserts that they are tied to the immediate material conditions of the age, and that if we do not succeed in identifying this immediate link, it is because the facts are so distant from us or because of some other intellectual weakness. The position is a convenient one, but scientifically insignificant. In fact, every real historical phase leaves traces of itself in succeeding phases, which then become in a sense the best document of its existence. The process of historical development is a unity in time through which the present contains the whole of the past, and in the present is realized that part of the past which is essential with no residue of any unknowable representing the true essence. The part which is lost, i.e. not transmitted dialectically in the historical process, was in itself of no import, casual and contingent dross, chronicle and not history, a superficial and negligible episode in the last analysis. Moral science and historical materialism. The scientific base for a morality of historical materialism is to be looked for, in my opinion, in the affirmation that society does not p.410 pose for itself tasks the conditions for whose resolution do not already exist. 514 Where these conditions exist, the solution of the tasks becomes duty, will becomes free. 515 Morality would then become a search for the conditions necessary for the freedom of the will in a certain sense, aimed at a certain end, and the demonstration that these conditions exist. It should be a question also not of a hierarchy of ends but of a gradation of the ends to be attained, granted that what one wants to moralize is not just each individual taken singly but also a whole society of individuals. Regularity and necessity. How did the founder of the philosophy of praxis arrive at the concept of regularity and necessity in historical development? I do not think that it can be thought of as a derivation from natural science but rather as an elaboration of concepts born on the terrain of political economy, particularly in the form and with the methodology that economic science acquired from David Ricardo. Concept and fact of determined market, i.e. the scientific discovery that specific decisive and permanent forces have risen historically and that the operation of these forces presents itself with a certain automatism which allows a measure of predictability and certainty for the future of those individual initiatives which accept these forces after having discerned and scientifically established their nature. Determined market is therefore equivalent to determined relation of social forces in a determined structure of the productive apparatus, this relationship being guaranteed, that is, rendered permanent, by a determined political, moral, and juridical superstructure. After having established the character of these decisive and permanent forces and their spontaneous automatism, i.e. their relative independence from individual choices and from arbitrary government interventions, the scientist has, by way of hypothesis, rendered the automatism absolute. He has isolated the merely economic facts from the combinations of varying importance in which they present themselves in reality. He has established relations of cause and effect, of premises and conclusions. And he has thus produced an abstract scheme of a determined economic society. On this realistic and concrete scientific construct there has subsequently been imposed a new, more p.411 generalist abstraction of man as such, historical and generic, and it is this abstraction that has come to be seen as true economic science. 516. Given these conditions in which classical economics was born, in order to be able to talk about a new science or a new conception of economic science, which is the same thing, it would be necessary to have demonstrated that new relations of forces, new conditions, new premises, have been establishing themselves, in other words that a new market has been determined with a new automatism and phenomenism of its own, which present themselves as something objective, comparable to the automatism of natural phenomena. Classical economics has given rise to a critique of political economy, but it does not seem to me that a new science or a new conception of the scientific problem has yet been possible. The critique of political economy 517 starts from the concept of the historical character of the determined market and of its automatism, whereas pure economists conceive of these elements as eternal and natural. The critique analyses in a realistic way the relations of forces determining the market, it analyzes in depth their contradictions, evaluates the possibilities of modification connected with the appearance and strengthening of new elements and puts forward the transitory and replaceable nature of the science being criticized. It studies it as life but also as death and finds at its heart the elements that will dissolve it and supersede it without fail, and it puts forward the inheritor, the heir presumptive who must yet give manifest proof of his vitality, etc. It is true that in modern economic life the arbitrary element, whether at individual, consortium or state level, has acquired an importance it previously did not have and has profoundly disturbed the traditional automatism, but this fact is not sufficient in itself. p.412. To justify the conception of new scientific problems, precisely because these interventions are arbitrary, vary in scale, and are unpredictable. It could justify the affirmation that economic life has been modified, that there is a crisis, but this is obvious. Besides, it is not claimed that the old automatism has disappeared, it only asserts itself on a scale larger than before, at the level of major economic phenomena, while individual facts have gone wild. It is from these considerations that one must start in order to establish what is meant by regularity, law, automatism in historical facts. It is not a question of discovering a metaphysical law of determinism, or even of establishing a general law of causality. It is a question of bringing out how in historical evolution relatively permanent forces are constituted which operate with a certain regularity and automatism. Even the law of large numbers, 518, although very useful as a model of comparison, cannot be assumed as the law of historical events. In order to establish the historical origin of the philosophy of praxis, an element which is nothing less than its particular way of conceiving immanence, it will be necessary to study the conception of economic laws put forward by David Ricardo. It is a matter of realizing that Ricardo was important in the foundation of the philosophy of praxis not only for the concept of value in economics, but was also philosophically important and has suggested a way of thinking and intuiting history and life. The method of supposing that, of the premise that gives a certain conclusion, should it seems to me, be identified as one of the starting points, one of the intellectual stimuli, of the philosophical experience of the founders of the philosophy of praxis. It is worth finding out if Ricardo has ever been studied from this point of view. One should also consider in this light the philosophical concept of chance and law, the concept of irrationality or providence through which one ends up in transcendental, if not transcendent, teleologism, and that of chance, as in the metaphysical materialism that ascribes the world to chance. 519. It would appear that the concept of necessity in history is closely connected to that of regularity and rationality. Necessity in the speculative abstract and in the historical concrete sense, necessity exists when there exists an efficient and active. p.413. Premise, consciousness of which in people's minds has become operative, proposing concrete goals to the collective consciousness and constituting a complex of convictions and beliefs which acts powerfully in the form of popular beliefs. In the premise must be contained, already developed, or in the process of development, the necessary and sufficient material conditions for the realization of the impulse of collective will, but it is also clear that one cannot separate from this material premise, which can be quantified, a certain level of culture, by which we mean a complex of intellectual acts and, as a product and consequence of these, a certain complex of overriding passions and feelings, overriding in the sense that they have the power to lead men on to action at any price. As we have said, this is the only way through which one can reach a historicist and not speculative abstract conception of rationality, and therefore irrationality, in history. Concepts of providence and fortune, in the sense in which they are employed, speculatively, by Italian idealist philosophers and particularly Gramsci, one should look at Gramsci's book on Gambetta Vico, 520, in which the concept of providence is translated into speculative terms and in which is to be found the beginnings of the idealist interpretation of Vico's philosophy. For the meaning of fortune in Machiavelli, one should look at Luigi Russo's writings. 521. According to Rousseau, fortune has a double meaning for Machiavelli, objective and subjective. Fortune is the natural force of circumstances, i.e. the causal nexus, the chance concurrence of events. What providence is in the works of Vico, it can also be that transcendent power, i.e. God, mythologized in old medieval doctrine, but for Machiavelli this is then nothing other than individual virtue 522 itself, and its power is rooted in p.414. Man's will. Machiavelli's virtue, as Rousseau puts it, is no longer the virtues of the scholastics, which has an ethical character and takes its power from heaven, nor that of Livy, which generally means military valor, but it is the virtue of Renaissance man, which is capacity, ability, industriousness, individual strength, sensibility, intuition of opportunity and a measure of one's own possibilities. After this Rousseau vacillates in his analysis. For him the concept of fortune, as force of circumstances, which in Machiavelli as in the Renaissance humanists still retains a naturalistic and mechanical character, will become truth and deepened historical perception only in the rational providence of Vico and Hegel. But it is important to point out that such concepts in Machiavelli never have a metaphysical character, as they do in the philosophers proper of humanism, but are simple and profound intuitions, and therefore philosophy, of life, and are to be understood and explained as symbols of sentiments *** on the gradual metaphysical formation of these concepts. For the pre-Machiavellian period, Rousseau refers to Gentile, Giordano Bruno e il pensiero del Rinascimento, chapter on il concetto dell'uomo nel Rinascimento and Appendix, Florence, Vallecca. For these concepts in Machiavelli, cf. Ercole, La Politica di Machiavelli, Rome 1920. A repertory of the philosophy of praxis. An extremely useful thing would be a critical inventory of all the questions that have been raised and discussed in connection with the philosophy of praxis, together with full critical bibliographies. The material for such a specialized, encyclopedic work is so extensive, so disparate, so varied in quality and in so many languages that only an editorial committee would be able to prepare it within a reasonable length of time. But the usefulness that a compilation of this type would be of tremendous importance both in the scientific field, in that of education and among independent scholars. It would become an instrument of prime importance for the dissemination of the study of the philosophy of praxis and for its consolidation into a scientific discipline. It would mark a definite split between two epochs, a modern age and the previous period of elementary fumblings, parrot-like repetitions and journalistic amateurism. In order to set up the project one would have to study all the material of the same type published by the Catholics, in various countries, in relation to the Bible, the Gospels, the early Fathers, the liturgy and apologetics, great specialized encyclopedias of p.415. Uneven value which are continually being published and which maintain the ideological unity of the hundreds of thousands of priests and other cadres dirigenti who provide the framework and the strength of the Catholic Church. For the bibliography of the philosophy of praxis in Germany one should look at the compilations of Ernest Dron, mentioned by Dron himself in his introduction to numbers 6068 to 6069 of the Reclam Universal Bibliothek. One would have to do for the philosophy of praxis something similar to the work Bernheim did for the historical method **E. Bernheim. Lehrbuch der historischen Methods, 6th edition, 1908. Leipzig, Duncker and Humblot. Translated into Italian and published by Sandrin, Palermo, partial translation only. Bernheim's book is not a treatise on the philosophy of historicism, but it is implicitly linked to that. A so-called sociology of the philosophy of praxis should stand in the same relation to the philosophy itself as Bernheim's book does to historicism in general. In other words, it should be a systematic exposition of practical canons of research and interpretation of history and politics, a collection of immediate criteria, of critical precautions, etc., a philology of history and politics as they are conceived by the philosophy of praxis. It would also, in certain ways, be useful to prepare a critique of a number of tendencies within the philosophy of praxis, tendencies which because of their sheer crudeness would probably prove among the most widespread. This would take the same form as the critique that modern historicism has made of the old historical method and old-fashioned philology, which have led to the growth of naive forms of dogmatism and replaced interpretations and historical construction with external description and the cataloging of unevaluated sources put together often in a disordered and incoherent way. The strength of these publications consisted for the most part of a kind of dogmatic mysticism which had grown up and become popularized and which expressed itself in the unjustified claim to be followers of the historical method and of science. Asterisk. On this question, see some of the observations made elsewhere in the series Rivis Tipo and those concerning the Dizionario Critico 523. The founders of the philosophy of praxis and Italy. A systematic collection of all the writings, including letters, of Marx and Engels that concern Italy or treat of Italian problems. But a collection that limited itself to a choice of this kind would. p.416. Not be organic and properly complete. There are writings of these authors which, although they do not concern themselves specifically with Italy, nonetheless have a significance for Italy, and not just a generic significance, needless to add, for in that case one could claim that all their works were relevant to Italy. The plan of the collection could be designed according to the following criteria. 1. Writings with specific reference to Italy. 2. Writings on specific arguments of historical and political criticism which, although not referring to Italy, have a relevance to Italian problems. Examples: the article on the Spanish Constitution of 1812 has a relevance to Italy because of the political function that this constitution had in Italian political movements up to 1848. Similarly, the critique in The Poverty of Philosophy against the falsification of Hegelian dialectics made by Proudhon is also relevant to Italy in that this falsification finds its reflection in corresponding Italian intellectual movements, Gioberti, the Hegelianism of the moderates, concept of passive revolution, dialectic revolution/restoration. The same could be said of Engels' writings on the Spanish libertarian movements of 1873, after the abdication of Amadeus of Savoy, again relevant to Italy, etc. For this second series of writings there is no need perhaps to produce a collection, but just to offer a critico-analytical exposition. Perhaps the most organic plan might be one in 3 parts. 1. Historico-critical introduction. 2. Writings on Italy. 3. Analysis of writings indirectly relevant to Italy, i.e. those which set out to resolve questions which are essential and specific for Italy as well. Hegemony of Western culture over the whole world culture. 1. Even if one admits that other cultures have had an importance and a significance in the process of hierarchical unification of world civilization, and this should certainly be admitted without question, they have had a universal value only insofar as they have become constituent elements of European culture, which is the only historically and concretely universal culture insofar, that is, as they have contributed to the process of European thought and been assimilated by it. 2. However, even European culture has undergone a process of unification and, in the historical moment that interests us, this has culminated in Hegel and the critique of Hegelianism. p.417. 3. It emerges from these 2 points that we are dealing with the cultural process that is personified in the intellectuals. One should not talk about popular cultures in this connection, since with regard to these one cannot speak of critical elaboration and process of development. For nor is one speaking here of those cultural processes which culminate in real activity, such as that which took place in France in the 18th century, or rather one should speak of them only in connection with the process that culminated in Hegel and in classical German philosophy, using them as a practical confirmation, in the sense referred to frequently elsewhere, 524 of the reciprocal translatability of the 2 processes, 1, the French, political and juridical, the other, German, theoretical and speculative. 5. From the disintegration of Hegelianism derives the beginning of a new cultural process, different in character from its predecessors, a process in which practical movement and theoretical thought are united, or are trying to unite through a struggle that is both theoretical and practical. 6. It is not important that this movement had its origins in mediocre philosophical works, or at best, in works that were not philosophical masterpieces. What matters is that a new way of conceiving the world and man is born, and that this conception is no longer reserved to the great intellectuals, to professional philosophers, but tends rather to become a popular, mass phenomenon, with a concretely worldwide character, capable of modifying, even if the result includes hybrid combinations, popular thought and mummified popular culture. 7. One should not be surprised if this beginning arises from the convergence of various elements, apparently heterogeneous. Feuerbach, in his role as a critic of Hegel, the Tübingen school as an affirmation of the historical and philosophical critique of religion, etc. Indeed, it is worth nothing that such an overthrow could not but have connections with religion. 8. The philosophy of praxis as the result and the crowning point of all previous history. Out of the critique of Hegelianism arose modern idealism and the philosophy of praxis. Hegelian immanentism becomes historicism, but it is absolute historicism only with the philosophy of praxis absolute historicism or absolute humanism. Ambiguity of atheism and of deism in many modern idealists. p.418. Philosophers, it is clear that atheism is a purely negative and sterile form, unless it is to be conceived as a period of pure popular literary polemic. Passage from knowing to understanding and to feeling, and vice versa from feeling to understanding and to knowing. The popular element feels but does not always know or understand, the intellectual element knows but does not always understand, and in particular does not always feel. The two extremes are therefore pedantry and philistinism on the one hand, and blind passion and sectarianism on the other. Not that the pedant cannot be impassioned, far from it. Impassioned pedantry is every bit as ridiculous and dangerous as the wildest sectarianism and demagogy. The intellectual's error consists in believing that one can know without understanding, and even more without feeling and being impassioned, not only for knowledge in itself but also for the object of knowledge. In other words, that the intellectual can be an intellectual, and not a pure pedant, if distinct and separate from the people-nation, that is, without feeling the elementary passions of the people, understanding them and therefore explaining and justifying them in the particular historical situation, and connecting them dialectically to the laws of history and to a superior conception of the world, scientifically and coherently elaborated, i.e. knowledge. One cannot make politics history without this passion, without this sentimental connection between intellectuals and people-nation. In the absence of such a nexus, the relations between the intellectual and the people-nation are, or are reduced to, relationships of a purely bureaucratic and formal order. The intellectuals become a caste, or a priesthood, so-called organic centralism. 525. If the relationship between intellectuals and people-nation, between the leaders and the led, the rulers and the ruled, is provided by an organic cohesion in which feeling passion becomes understanding and thence knowledge, not mechanically but in a way that is alive, then and only then is the relationship one of representation. Only then can there take place an exchange of individual elements between the rulers and ruled, leaders dirigenti and led, and can the shared life be realized which alone is a social force with the creation of the historical bloc. De Man studies popular feelings, he does not feel with them. p.419. To guide them, and lead them into a catharsis of modern civilization. His position is that of the scholarly student of folklore who is permanently afraid that modernity is going to destroy the object of his study. What one finds in his book is the pedantic reflection of what is, however, a real need, for popular feelings to be known and studied in the way in which they present themselves objectively, and for them not to be considered something negligible and inert within the movement of history. Critical notes on an attempt at popular sociology. A work like the Popular Manual, 526, which is essentially destined for a community of readers who are not professional intellectuals, should have taken as its starting point a critical analysis of the philosophy of common sense, which is the philosophy of non-philosophers, or in other words the conception of the world which is uncritically absorbed by the various social and cultural environments in which the moral individuality of the average man is developed. Common sense is not a single unique conception, identical in time and space. It is the folklore of philosophy, and, like folklore, it takes countless different forms. Its most fundamental characteristic is that it is a conception which, even in the brain of one individual, is fragmentary, incoherent, and inconsequential, in conformity with the social and cultural position of those masses whose philosophy it is. At those times in history when a homogeneous social group is brought into being, there comes into being also, in opposition to common sense, a homogeneous, in other words coherent and systematic philosophy. 527. The first mistake of the popular manual is that it starts, at least implicitly, from the assumption that the elaboration of an original philosophy of the popular masses is to be opposed to the great systems of traditional philosophy and the religion of the leaders of the clergy, i.e. the conception of the world of the intellectuals and of high culture. In reality these systems are unknown to the p.420 multitude and have no direct influence on its way of thinking and acting. This does not mean of course that they are altogether without influence, but it is influence of a different kind. These systems influence the popular masses as an external political force, an element of cohesive force exercised by the ruling classes and therefore an element of subordination to an external hegemony. This limits the original thought of the popular masses in a negative direction, without having the positive effect of a vital ferment of interior transformation of what the masses think in an embryonic and chaotic form about the world and life. The principal elements of common sense are provided by religion, and consequently the relationship between common sense and religion is much more intimate than that between common sense and the philosophical systems of the intellectuals. But even within religion some critical distinctions should be made. Every religion, even Catholicism, indeed Catholicism more than any, precisely because of its efforts to retain a surface unity and avoid splintering into national churches and social stratifications, is in reality a multiplicity of distinct and often contradictory religions. There is one Catholicism for the peasants, one for the petits bourgeois and town workers, one for women, and one for intellectuals, which is itself variegated and disconnected. But common sense is influenced not only by the crudest and least elaborated forms of these sundry Catholicisms as they exist today. Previous religions have also had an influence and remain components of common sense to this day, and the same is true of previous forms of present Catholicism, popular heretical movements, scientific superstitions connected with past cults, etc. In common sense it is the realistic, materialistic elements which are predominant, the immediate product of crude sensation. This is by no means in contradiction with the religious element, far from it. But here these elements are superstitious and acritical. This, then, is a danger of the popular manual, which often reinforces, instead of scientifically criticizing, these acritical elements which have caused common sense to remain Ptolemaic, anthropomorphic, and anthropocentric. The above remarks about the way in which the popular manual criticizes systematic philosophies instead of starting from a critique of common sense, should be understood as a methodological point and within certain limits. Certainly they do not mean that the critique of the systematic philosophies of the intellectuals is to be neglected. When an individual from the masses succeeds in criticizing and going beyond common sense, he by this very fact. p.421 accepts a new philosophy. Hence the necessity, in an exposition of the philosophy of praxis, of a polemic with traditional philosophies. Indeed, because by its nature it tends towards being a mass philosophy, the philosophy of praxis can only be conceived in a polemical form and in the form of a perpetual struggle. Nonetheless, the starting point must always be that common sense which is the spontaneous philosophy of the multitude and which has to be made ideologically coherent. More than in any other national literature there exist in French philosophical literature treatments of common sense. This is due to the more strictly popular national 528 character of French culture, in other words to the fact that the intellectuals, because of certain specific traditional conditions, tend more than elsewhere to approach the people in order to guide it ideologically and keep it linked with the leading group. One will be able to find in French literature a lot of material on common sense that can be used and elaborated. The attitude of French philosophical culture towards common sense can indeed offer a model of hegemonic ideological construction. American and English culture can also offer some suggestions, but not in such an organic and complete way as the French. Common sense has been treated in various ways. Sometimes it has even been taken as the base of philosophy itself. Alternatively, it has been criticized from the point of view of another philosophy. In reality, in either case, the result was to transcend a particular form of common sense and to create another which was closer to the conception of the world of the leading group. In an article on Leon Brunswick 529 in Les Nouvelles Littéraires of the October 17, 1931, Henry Guhire writes, on the subject of Brunswick's philosophy, there is but one sole movement of spiritualization, be it in mathematics, physics, biology, philosophy, or morals. It is the effort through which the spirit frees itself from common sense and from its spontaneous metaphysics which envisages. p. 422. A world of real sensible things and man in the middle of this world. Asterisk Brunswick's works Les Étapes de la philosophie mathématique, l'expérience humaine et la causalité physique, les progrès de la conscience dans la philosophie occidentale, la connaissance de soi. Croce's attitude towards common sense seems unclear. In Croce, the proposition that all men are philosophers has an excessive influence on his judgment about common sense. It seems that Croce often likes to feel that certain philosophical propositions are shared by common sense. But what can this mean concretely? Common sense is a chaotic aggregate of disparate conceptions, and one can find there anything that one likes. Furthermore, this attitude of Croce's towards common sense has not led to a conception of culture which is productive from the national popular point of view, that is to a more concretely historicist conception of philosophy, but that in any case could happen only with the philosophy of praxis. As far as Gentile is concerned, one must look at his article La concezione umanistica del mondo, the humanistic conception of the world, in La Nuova Antologia, June 1, 1931. Gentile writes, philosophy could be defined as a great effort accomplished by reflective thought to gain critical certainty of the truths of common sense and of the naive consciousness, of those truths of which it can be said that every man feels them naturally and which constitute the solid structure of the mentality he requires for everyday life. This seems yet another example of the disordered crudity of Gentile's thought. Gentile's affirmation seems to be naively derived from Croce's affirmations on popular modes of thought as the confirmation of the truth of certain philosophical propositions. Further on, Gentile writes, the healthy man believes in God and in the freedom of his spirit. Thus just in these two propositions of Gentiles we find, 1. An extra-historical human nature which one can't see quite what it is, 2. The human nature of the healthy man, 3. The common sense of the healthy man and therefore also a common sense of the non-healthy. But what is meant by healthy man? Physically healthy? Or not mad? 530 Or someone who thinks in a healthy way, right thinking, Philistin, etc. And what does a truth of common sense mean? Gentile's philosophy, for example, is utterly contrary to common sense, whether one understands thereby the naive philosophy of the people, which revolts against any form of subjectivist idealism, or whether one understands it. p. 423. To be good sense and a contemptuous attitude to the abstruseness, ingenuities, and obscurity of certain forms of scientific and philosophical exposition. This flirtation of Gentile with common sense is quite comical. What was said above does not mean that there are no truths in common sense. It means rather that common sense is an ambiguous, contradictory, and multiform concept, and that to refer to common sense as a confirmation of truth is a nonsense. It is possible to state correctly that a certain truth has become part of common sense in order to indicate that it has spread beyond the confines of intellectual groups, but all one is doing in that case is making a historical observation and an assertion of the rationality of history. In this sense, and used with restraint, the argument has a certain validity, precisely because common sense is crudely neophobe and conservative, so that to have succeeded in forcing the introduction of a new truth is a proof that the truth in question has exceptional evidence and capacity for expansion. Recall Justi's epigram. Good sense, which once ruled far and wide. Now in our schools to rest is laid. Science, its once beloved child, killed it to see how it was made. 53:1. This quotation can serve to indicate how the terms good sense and common sense are used ambiguously, as philosophy, as a specific mode of thought with a certain content of beliefs and opinions, and as an attitude of amiable indulgence, though at the same time contemptuous, towards anything abstruse and ingenious. It was therefore necessary for science to kill a particular form of traditional good sense, in order to create a new good sense. References to common sense and to the solidity of its beliefs are frequent in Marx. 532. But Marx is referring not to the validity of the content of these beliefs but rather to their formal solidity and p.424. To the consequent imperative character they have when they produce norms of conduct. There is, further, implicit in these references an assertion of the necessity for new popular beliefs, that is to say a new common sense and with it a new culture and a new philosophy which will be rooted in the popular consciousness with the same solidity and imperative quality as traditional beliefs. Note I. One should add on the subject of Gentile's propositions about common sense, that his language is deliberately equivocal for disreputable opportunistic ideological reasons. When he writes, as an example of one of those truths of common sense whose critical certainty is elaborated by reflective thought, that the healthy man believes in God and in the freedom of his spirit, he wants it to be believed that his philosophy is the conquest of the critical certainty of the truths of Catholicism, but the Catholics do not take the bait and continue to maintain that Gentiles' idealism is the purest paganism, etc. Nonetheless, Gentile insists and perpetuates an ambiguity which is not without consequence in creating a climate of demi-mundane culture, in which all cats are grey, religion embraces atheism, immanence flirts with transcendence, and Antonio Brewers has a field day, because the more the threads get tangled and thought becomes obscure the more he feels himself justified in his macaronic syncretism. If Gentiles' words meant what they literally say, actual idealism 533 would have become indeed the manservant of theology. Note 2. In the teaching of philosophy, which is aimed not at giving the student historical information about the development of past philosophy, but at giving him a cultural formation and helping him to elaborate his own thought critically so as to be able to participate in an ideological and cultural community, it is necessary to take as one starting point what the student already knows and his philosophical experience, having first demonstrated to him precisely that he has such an experience, that he is a philosopher without knowing it. And since one presupposes a certain average cultural and intellectual level among the students, who in all probability have hitherto only p.425 acquired scattered and fragmentary bits of information and have no methodological and critical preparation, one cannot but start in the first place from common sense, then secondly from religion, and only at a third stage move on to the philosophical systems elaborated by traditional intellectual groups. General questions. Historical materialism and sociology. One preliminary observation to be made is this, that the title does not correspond to the content of the book. 534 Theory of the philosophy of praxis ought to mean a logical and coherent systematic treatment of the philosophical concepts generically known under the title of historical materialism, many of which are spurious and come from other sources and as such require to be criticized and eliminated. The first chapters should treat the following questions: what is philosophy? In what sense can a conception of the world be called a philosophy? How has philosophy been conceived hitherto? Does the philosophy of praxis renew this conception? What is meant by a speculative philosophy? Would the philosophy of praxis ever be able to have a speculative form? What are the relationships between ideologies, conceptions of the world and philosophies? What is or should be the relationship between theory and practice? How do traditional philosophies conceive of this relationship? Etc. The answer to these and other questions constitutes the theory of the philosophy of praxis. 535. In the popular manual there is not even a coherent justification offered of the premise implicit in the exposition and explicitly referred to elsewhere, quite casually, that the true philosophy is philosophical materialism and that the philosophy of praxis is purely a sociology. What does this assertion really mean? If it were true, then the theory of the philosophy of praxis would be p.426. Philosophical materialism. But in that case, what does it mean to say that the philosophy of praxis is a sociology? What sort of thing would this sociology be? A science of politics and historiography? Or a systematic collection, classified in a particular ordered form, of purely empirical observations on the art of politics and of external canons of historical research? Answers to these questions are not to be found in the book. But only they could be a theory. Thus the connection between the general title Theory of Historical Materialism and the subtitle Popular Manual of Marxist Sociology is unjustified. The subtitle would be a more exact title, on condition that one gave an extremely restricted meaning to the term sociology. In fact, the question arises of what is sociology. Is not sociology an attempt to produce a so-called exact, i.e. positivist, science of social facts, that is of politics and history, in other words a philosophy in embryo? Has not sociology tried to do something similar to the philosophy of praxis? 536. One must however be clear about this: the philosophy of praxis was born in the form of aphorisms and practical criteria for the purely accidental reason that its founder dedicated his intellectual forces to other problems, particularly economic, which he treated in systematic form, but in these practical criteria and these aphorisms is implicit an entire conception of the world, a philosophy. Sociology has been an attempt to create a method of historical and political science in a form dependent on a pre-elaborated philosophical system, that of evolutionist positivism, against which sociology reacted, but only partially. It therefore became a tendency on its own. It became the philosophy of non-philosophers, an attempt to provide a schematic description and classification of historical and political facts, according to criteria built up on the model of natural science. It is therefore an attempt to derive experimentally the laws of evolution of human society in such a way as to predict that the oak tree will develop out of the acorn. Vulgar evolutionism is at the root of sociology, and sociology cannot know the dialectical principle with its passage from quantity to quality. But this passage disturbs any form of evolution and any law of uniformity understood in a vulgar evolutionist sense. In any case, any sociology presupposes a philosophy, a conception of the p.427 world, of which it is but a subordinate part. Nor should the particular internal logic of the varying forms of sociology, which is what gives them a mechanical coherence, be confused with general theory, that is to say philosophy. Naturally, this does not mean that the search for laws of uniformity is not a useful and interesting pursuit, or that a treatise of immediate observations on the art of politics does not have its purpose. But one should call a spade, and present treatises of this kind for what they really are. All these are theoretical problems, while those that the author of the Manna considers as such are not. The questions which he poses are all of an immediate political and ideological order, understanding ideology as an intermediate phase between philosophy and day-to-day practice. They are reflections on disconnected and casual individual historical and political facts. One theoretical question arises for the author right at the beginning, when he refers to a tendency which denies that it is possible to construct a sociology of the philosophy of praxis, and which maintains that this philosophy can be expressed only through concrete historical works. This objection, which is extremely important, is not resolved by the author except on the level of phrase-mongering. Certainly the philosophy of praxis is realized through the concrete study of past history and through present activity to construct new history. But a theory of history and politics can be made, for even if the facts are always unique and changeable in the flux of movement of history, the concepts can be theorized. Otherwise one would not even be able to tell what movement is, or the dialectic, and one would fall back into a new form of nominalism *. It is because he has not posed with any exactitude the question of what theory is that the author has been prevented from posing the further question of what is religion and from offering a realistic historical judgment of past philosophies, all of which he presents as pure delirium and folly. The reduction of the philosophy of praxis to a form of sociology has represented the crystallization of the degenerate tendency, already criticized by Engels, in the letters to two students published in the Social Academiker, 537, and which consists in reducing a p. 428. Ception of the world to a mechanical formula which gives the impression of holding the whole of history in the palm of its hand. This has provided the strongest incentive to the pocket geniuses, with their facile journalistic improvisations. The experience on which the philosophy of praxis is based cannot be schematized. It is history in all its infinite variety and multiplicity, whose study can give rise to philology 538 as a method of scholarship for ascertaining particular facts, and to philosophy understood as a general methodology of history. This perhaps is what was meant by those writers who, as is mentioned in rather summary fashion in the first chapter of the manual, deny that one can make a sociology of the philosophy of praxis and maintain rather that this philosophy lives only in particular historical essays. This assertion, in such a bald and crude form, is certainly erroneous and seems like a new and curious form of nominalism and philosophical scepticism. To deny that one can construct a sociology, understood in the sense of a science of society, that is a science of history and politics, which is not coterminous with the philosophy of praxis itself, does not mean that one cannot build up an empirical compilation of practical observations which extend the sphere of philology as traditionally understood. If philology is the methodological expression of the importance of ascertaining and precising particular fact in their unique and unrepeatable individuality, one cannot however exclude the practical utility of isolating certain more general laws of tendency corresponding in the political field to the laws of statistics or to the law of large numbers which have helped to advance various of the natural sciences. 539 But the fact has not been properly emphasized that statistical laws can be employed in the science and art of politics only so long as the great masses of the population remain, or at least are reputed to remain, essentially passive, in relation to the questions which interest historians and politicians. Furthermore, the extension of statistics to the science and art of politics can have very serious consequences to the extent that it is adopted for working out future perspectives and programs of action. In the natural sciences, the worst that statistics p. 429 can do is produce blunders and irrelevances which can easily be corrected by further research, and which in any case simply make the individual scientist who used the technique look a bit ridiculous. But in the science and art of politics it can have literally catastrophic results which do irreparable harm. Indeed, in politics the assumption of the law of statistics as an essential law operating of necessity is not only a scientific error, but becomes a practical error in action. What is more, it favors mental laziness and a superficiality in political programs. It should be observed that political action tends precisely to rouse the masses from passivity, in other words to destroy the law of large numbers. So how can that law be considered a law of sociology? If one thinks about it, even the demand for a planned, i.e. guided, economy is destined to break down the statistical law understood in a mechanical sense, that is, statistics produced by the fortuitous putting together of an infinity of arbitrary individual acts. Planning of this kind must be based on statistics, but that is not the same thing. Human awareness replaces naturalistic spontaneity. A further element which, in the art of politics, leads to the overthrow of the old naturalistic schema is the replacement by political organisms, parties, of single individuals and individual, or charismatic, 540 as Michaels calls them, leaders. With the extension of mass parties and their organic coalescence with the intimate, economic productive, life of the masses themselves, the process whereby popular feeling is standardized ceases to be mechanical and casual, that is produced by the conditioning of environmental factors and the like, and becomes conscious and critical. Knowledge and a judgment of the importance of this feeling on the part of the leaders is no longer the product of hunches backed up by the identification of statistical laws, which leaders then translate into ideas and words as force. This is the rational and intellectual way and is all too often fallacious. Rather, it is acquired by the collective organism through active and conscious co-participation, through compassionality, through experience of immediate particulars, through a system which one could call living philology. In this way a close link is formed between great mass, party, and leading group, and the whole complex, thus articulated, can move together as collective man. p.430. Henry de Man's book, 541, if it has any value, has it precisely in this sense, in that he invites us to inform ourselves in more detail about the real feelings of groups and individuals and not those that are assumed on the basis of sociological laws. But de Man has made no original discoveries, nor has he found any original principle which goes beyond the philosophy of praxis or scientifically proves it to be sterile or mistaken. He has elevated to the status of a scientific principle an empirical criterion of the art of politics which was already well known and had been applied, although it had perhaps been insufficiently defined and developed. But de Man has not even been able to establish the exact limits of his criterion, for he has finished up by just producing a new statistical law and, unconsciously and under another name, a new method of social mathematics and of external classification, a new abstract sociology. Note I. The so-called laws of sociology which are assumed as laws of causation, such and such a fact occurs because of such and such a law, etc., have no causal value, they are almost always tautologies and paralogisms. Usually they are no more than a duplicate of the observed fact itself. A fact or a series of facts is described according to a mechanical process of abstract generalization. A relationship of similarity is derived from this and given the title of law, and the law is then assumed to have causal value. But what novelty is there in that? The only novelty is the collective name given to a series of petty facts, but names are not an innovation. In Michael's treatises 542 one can find a whole catalogue of similar tautological generalizations, the last and most famous being that about the charismatic leader. What is not realized is that in this way one falls into a Baroque form of Platonic idealism, since these abstract laws have a strange resemblance to Plato's pure ideas which are the essence of real earthly facts. p.431. The constituent parts of the philosophy of praxis. A systematic treatment of the philosophy of praxis cannot afford to neglect any of the constituent parts of the doctrines of its founder Marx. But how should this be understood? It should deal with all the general philosophical part, and then should develop in a coherent fashion all the general concepts of a methodology of history and politics and, in addition, of art, economics and ethics, finding place in the overall construction for a theory of the natural sciences. One widespread conception is that the philosophy of praxis is a pure philosophy, the science of dialectics, the other parts of it being economics and politics, and it is therefore maintained that the doctrine is formed of three constituent parts, which are at the same time the consummation and the transcending of the highest level reached around 1848 by science in the most advanced countries of Europe, classical German philosophy, English classical economics and French political activity and science. This conception, which reflects rather a generic search for historical sources than a classification drawn from the heart of the doctrine itself, cannot be set up in opposition, as a definitive scheme, to some other definition of the doctrine which is closer to reality. It will be asked whether the philosophy of praxis is not precisely and specifically a theory of history, and the answer must be that this is indeed true, but that one cannot separate politics and economics from history, even the specialized aspects of political science and art and of economic science and policy. This means that, after having accomplished the principal task in the general philosophical part, which deals with the philosophy of praxis proper, the science of dialectics or the theory of knowledge, within which the general concepts of history, politics, and economics are interwoven in an organic unity, it would be useful, in a popular manual, to give a general outline of each moment or constituent part, even to the extent of treating them as independent and distinct sciences. On close examination it is clear that in the popular manual all these points are at least referred to, but casually and incoherently, in a quite chaotic and indistinct way, because there is no clear and precise concept of what the philosophy of praxis itself actually is. Structure and historical movement. This fundamental point is not dealt with. How does the historical movement arise on the structural base? The problem is how Eve R. p. 432. Referred to in Plekhanov's Fundamentals 543 and could be developed. This is furthermore the crux of all the questions that have arisen around the philosophy of praxis, and without resolving this one cannot resolve the corresponding problem about the relationship between society and nature, to which the manual devotes a special chapter. It would have been necessary to analyze the full import and consequences of the two propositions in the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy to the following effect. 1. Mankind only poses for itself such tasks as it can resolve. The task itself only arises when the material conditions for its resolution already exist, or at least are in the process of formation. 2. A social order does not perish until all the productive forces for which it still has room have been developed and new and higher relations of production have taken their place, and until the material conditions of the new relations have grown up within the womb of the old society. Only on this basis can all mechanicism and every trace of the superstitiously miraculous be eliminated, and it is on this basis that the problem of the formation of active political groups, and, in the last analysis, even the problem of the historical function of great personalities must be posed. The intellectuals. It would be worth compiling a reasoned catalogue of the men of learning whose opinions are widely quoted or contested in the book, each name to be accompanied by notes on their significance and scientific importance, this to be done also for the supporters of the philosophy of praxis who are certainly not quoted in the light of their originality and significance. In fact, there are only the most passing references to the great intellectuals. The question is raised, would it not have been better to have referred only to the major intellectuals on the enemy side, leaving aside the men in the second rank, the regurgitators of second-hand phrases? One gets the impression that the author wants to combat only the weakest of his adversaries and the weakest of their positions, or the ones which the weakest adversaries have maintained least adequately, in order to obtain facile verbal victories, for one can hardly speak of real victories. The illusion is created that there exists some kind of more than formal and metaphorical resemblance between an ideological and a politico-military front. In the political and military p. 433. Struggle, it can be correct tactics to break through at the points of least resistance in order to be able to assault the strongest point with maximum forces that have been precisely made available by the elimination of the weaker auxiliaries. Political and military victories, within certain limits, have a permanent and universal value, and the strategic end can be attained decisively with a general effect for everyone. On the ideological front, however, the defeat of the auxiliaries and the minor hangers-on is of all but negligible importance. Here it is necessary to engage battle with the most eminent of one's adversaries. Otherwise one confuses newspapers with books, and petty daily polemic with scientific work. The lesser figures must be abandoned to the infinite casebook of newspaper polemic. A new science proves its efficacy and vitality when it demonstrates that it is capable of confronting the great champions of the tendencies opposed to it, and when it either resolves by its own means the vital questions which they have posed, or demonstrates, in peremptory fashion, that these questions are false problems. It is true that an historical epoch and a given society are characterized rather by the average run of intellectuals, and therefore by the more mediocre. But widespread, mass ideology must be distinguished from the scientific works and the great philosophical syntheses which are its real cornerstones. It is the latter which must be overcome, either negatively, by demonstrating that they are without foundation, or positively, by opposing to them philosophical syntheses of greater importance and significance. Reading the manual one has the impression of someone who cannot sleep for the moonlight and who struggles to massacre the fireflies in the belief that by so doing he will make the brightness lessen or disappear. Science and System. Is it possible to write an elementary book, a handbook, a popular manual, on a doctrine that is still at the stage of discussion, polemic, and elaboration? A popular manual cannot be conceived other than as a formally dogmatic, stylistically poised and scientifically balanced exposition of a particular subject. It can only be an introduction to scientific study, and not an exposition of original scientific researches, since it is written for young people or for a public which, from the point of view of scientific discipline, is in a condition like that of youth and therefore has an immediate need. p.434. For certainties, for opinions which, at least on a formal level, appear as reliably true and indisputable. If the doctrine in question has not yet reached this classical phase of its development, any attempt to manualise it is bound to fail. Its logical ordering will be purely apparent and illusory, and one will get, as with the popular manual, just a mechanical juxtaposition of disparate elements which remain inexorably disconnected and disjointed in spite of the unitary varnish provided by the literary presentation. Why not therefore pose the question in its correct theoretical and historical terms and rest content with a book in which each of the essential problems of the doctrine receives separate monographic treatment? This would be more serious and more scientific. But the vulgar contention is that science must absolutely mean system, and consequently systems of all sorts are built up which have only the mechanical exteriority of a system and not its necessary inherent coherence. The dialectic. The manual contains no treatment of any kind of the dialectic. The dialectic is presupposed, in a very superficial manner, but is not expounded, and this is absurd in a manual which ought to contain the essential elements of the doctrine under discussion and whose bibliographical references should be aimed at stimulating study in order to widen and deepen understanding of the subject and not at replacing the manual itself. The absence of any treatment of the dialectic could have two origins. The first of these would be the fact that philosophy of praxis is envisaged as split into two elements, on the one hand a theory of history and politics conceived as sociology, i.e. one that can be constructed according to the methods of natural science, experimental in the crudest positivist sense, and on the other hand a philosophy proper, this being philosophical alias metaphysical or mechanical, vulgar, materialism. Even after the great debate which has taken place against mechanicism, the author of the manual does not appear to have changed very much his way of posing the philosophical problem. It would appear from the contribution presented at the London Congress on the History of Science 544 that he continues to maintain that the philosophy of praxis has always been split into two, a. p.435. Doctrine of history and politics, and a philosophy, although he now calls the latter dialectical materialism. But if the question is framed in this way, one can no longer understand the importance and significance of the dialectic, which is relegated from its position as a doctrine of knowledge and the very marrow of historiography and the science of politics, to the level of a subspecies of formal logic and elementary scholastics. The true fundamental function and significance of the dialectic can only be grasped if the philosophy of praxis is conceived as an integral and original philosophy which opens up a new phase of history and a new phase in the development of world thought. It does this to the extent that it goes beyond both traditional idealism and traditional materialism, philosophies which are expressions of past societies, while retaining their vital elements. If the philosophy of praxis is not considered except in subordination to another philosophy, then it is not possible to grasp the new dialectic, through which the transcending of old philosophies is effected and expressed. The second origin would appear to be psychological. It is felt that the dialectic is something arduous and difficult, in so far as thinking dialectically goes against vulgar common sense, which is dogmatic and eager for peremptory certainties and has as its expression formal logic. To understand this better, one can think of what would happen if in primary and secondary schools natural and physical sciences were taught on the basis of Einsteinian relativity and the traditional notion of a law of nature was accompanied by that of a statistical law or of the law of large numbers. The children would not understand anything at all, and the clash between school teaching and family and popular life would be such that the school would become an object of ridicule and caricature. This motivation seems to me to act as a psychological brake on the author of the manual. He really does capitulate before common sense and vulgar thought, since he has not put the problem in exact theoretical terms and is therefore in practice disarmed and impotent. The uneducated and crude environment has dominated the educator, and vulgar common sense has imposed itself on science rather than the other way round. If the environment is the educator, it too must in turn be educated. 545. But the manual does not understand this revolutionary dialectic. The source of all the errors of the manual, and of its author, who does not seem to have changed. p. 436. His position, even after the great debate which apparently, or so it would appear from the text presented at the London Congress, resulted in his repudiating the book, consists precisely in this pretension to divide the philosophy of praxis into two parts, a sociology and a systematic philosophy. Separated from the theory of history and politics, philosophy cannot be other than metaphysics, whereas the great conquest in the history of modern thought, represented by the philosophy of praxis, is precisely the concrete historicization of philosophy and its identification with history. On metaphysics. Can one extract from the popular manual a critique of metaphysics and of speculative philosophy? It has to be said that the author fails to grasp the very concept of metaphysics, just as he fails to grasp the concepts of historical movement, of becoming and, therefore, of the dialectic itself. To think of a philosophical affirmation as true in a particular historical period, that is, as the necessary and inseparable expression of a particular historical action, of a particular praxis, but as superseded and rendered vain in a succeeding period, without however falling into scepticism and moral and ideological relativism, in other words to see philosophy as historicity, is quite an arduous and difficult mental operation. The author, however, falls headlong into dogmatism and therefore into a form, though a naive one, of metaphysics. This is clear from the beginning in the way in which the problem is situated and from the desire to construct a systematic sociology of the philosophy of praxis, sociology, in this case, meaning precisely naive metaphysics. In the final section of the introduction, the author is incapable of replying to those critics who maintain that the philosophy of praxis can live only in concrete works of history. He does not succeed in elaborating the concept of philosophy of praxis as historical methodology, and of that in turn as philosophy, as the only concrete philosophy. That is to say, he does not succeed in posing and resolving, from the point of view of the real dialectic, the problem which Gramsci has posed and has attempted to resolve from the speculative point of view. Instead of a historical methodology, of a philosophy, he constructs a casebook of particular questions which he envisages and resolves in a dogmatic fashion, and sometimes purely verbally, with paralogisms that are as pretentious as they are naive. This casebook could be useful and interesting if p. 437. It was presented as such, with no pretension beyond that of giving approximate schemas of an empirical character, useful for immediate practice. But one can see why this is bound to happen, since in the popular manual the philosophy of praxis is not an autonomous and original philosophy but the sociology of metaphysical materialism. As far as the book is concerned, metaphysics means only a specific philosophical formulation, that of speculative idealism, rather than any systematic formulation that is put forward as an extra-historical truth, as an abstract universal outside of time and space. The philosophy implicit in the popular manual could be called a positivistic Aristotelianism, an adaptation of formal logic to the methods of physical and natural science. The historical dialectic is replaced by the law of causality and the search for regularity, normality, and uniformity. But how can one derive from this way of seeing things the overcoming, the overthrow of praxis? 546. In mechanical terms, the effect can never transcend the cause or the system of causes, and therefore can have no development other than the flat vulgar development of evolutionism. If speculative idealism is the science of categories and of the a priori synthesis of the spirit, i.e. a form of anti-historicist abstraction, the philosophy implicit in the popular manual is idealism upside down, in the sense that the speculative categories are replaced by empirical concepts and classifications which are no less abstract and anti-historical. One of the most blatant traces of old-fashioned metaphysics in the popular manual is the attempt to reduce everything to a single ultimate or final cause. One could reconstruct the history of the problem of the single ultimate cause and demonstrate that it is one manifestation of the search for God. In opposition to this dogmatism, recall once again the 2 letters of Engels published in the Social Academiker. 547. The concept of science. The situating of the problem as a search for laws and for constant, regular, and uniform lines is connected to a need, conceived in a somewhat puerile and ingenuous way, to resolve in peremptory fashion the practical problem of the predictability of historical events. Since it appears, by a strange inversion of the perspectives, p.438, that the natural sciences provide us with the ability to foresee the evolution of natural processes, historical methodology is scientifically conceived only if, and in so far as, it permits one abstractly to foresee the future of society. Hence the search for essential causes, indeed for the first cause, for the cause of causes. But the theses on Feuerbach had already criticized in advance this simplistic conception. In reality, one can scientifically foresee only the struggle, but not the concrete moments of the struggle, which cannot but be the results of opposing forces in continuous movement, which are never reducible to fixed quantities, since within them quantity is continually becoming quality. In reality, one can foresee to the extent that one acts, to the extent that one applies a voluntary effort and therefore contributes concretely to creating the result foreseen. Prediction reveals itself thus not as a scientific act of knowledge, but as the abstract expression of the effort made, the practical way of creating a collective will. And how could prediction be an act of knowledge? One knows what has been and what is, not what will be, which is something non-existent and therefore unknowable by definition. Prediction is therefore only a practical act which cannot, at the risk of being an utterly futile waste of time, have any other explanation than that given above. It is necessary to pose in exact terms the problem of the predictability of historical events in order to be able to criticize exhaustively the conception of mechanical causalism, to rid it of any scientific prestige and reduce it to a pure myth which perhaps was useful in the past in a backward period of development of certain subaltern social groups. But it is the concept itself of science, as it emerges from the popular manual, which requires to be critically destroyed. It is taken root and branch from the natural sciences, as if these were the only sciences or science par excellence, as decreed by positivism. But in the popular manual the term science is used in several meanings, some explicit, some only by implication or barely mentioned. The explicit sense is the one that science has in physical research. At other times, however, it seems to indicate the method. But does there exist a method in general, and if it does exist, surely then it can only mean philosophy? At other times it could mean nothing more than formal logic, but can one call that a method and a science? It has to be established that every research has its own specific method and constructs its own specific science, and that the method has developed and been elaborated together with the development and elaboration of this specific research and science and forms with them. p.439. A single whole. To think that one can advance the progress of a work of scientific research by applying to it a standard method, chosen because it has given good results in another field of research to which it was naturally suited, is a strange delusion which has little to do with science. There do, however, exist certain general criteria which could be held to constitute the critical consciousness of every man of science whatever his specialization, criteria which should always be spontaneously vigilant in his work. Thus one can say someone is not a scientist if he displays a lack of sureness in his particular criteria, if he does not have a full understanding of the concepts he is using, if he has scant information on an understanding of the previous state of the problems he is dealing with, if he is not very cautious in his assertions, if he does not proceed in a necessary but in an arbitrary and disconnected fashion, if he cannot take account of the gaps that exist in knowledge acquired but covers them over and contents himself with purely verbal solutions and connections instead of stating that one is dealing with provisional positions which may have to be gone over again and developed, etc. One observation which could be made on many polemical references in the manual is its systematic failure to recognize the possibility of error on the part of individual authors quoted, with the result that a social group of which the men of science are always assumed to be the representatives finds attributed to it the most disparate opinions and the most contradictory intentions. This is connected precisely to a more general criterion of method, which is this: it is not very scientific, or more simply it is not very serious, to choose to combat the stupidest and most mediocre of one's opponents, or even to choose the least essential and the most occasional of their opinions, and then to presume thereby to have destroyed all the enemy because one has destroyed a secondary and incidental opinion of his, or to have destroyed an ideology or a doctrine because one has demonstrated the theoretical inadequacy of its third or fourth-rate champions. Further, one must be fair to one's enemies, in the sense that one must make an effort to understand what they really meant to say and not maliciously stop short at the superficial immediate meaning of their expressions. That is to say, if the end proposed is that of raising the tone and intellectual level of one's followers, and not just the immediate aim of creating a desert around oneself by all means possible. The point of view to be adopted is this: one's supporter must discuss and uphold his own point of view in debate with capable and intelligent p.440 opponents, and not just with clumsy untrained people who are convinced by authority or by emotion. The possibility of error must be asserted and justified, but without being untrue to one's own conception, because what counts is not the opinion of Tom, Dick, and Harry, but that ensemble of opinions which have become collective, a social element and a social force. These are the opinions that must be refuted, in the person of those of their theoretical exponents who are most representative and indeed worthy of respect for the high quality of their thought and for their disinterestedness in the immediate term. Nor should this be done with the idea that one has thereby destroyed the corresponding social element and social force, which would be pure Enlightenment rationalism, but only with the idea of having contributed 1. to maintaining and strengthening among one's own side the spirit of distinction and division, and 2. to preparing the ground for one's own side to absorb and give life to an original doctrine of its own, corresponding to its own conditions of life. It is worth observing that many of the deficiencies of the popular manual are connected with its oratory. The author refers in the preface, as if with pride, to the spoken origin of his work. But as Macaulay observed long ago in connection with oral discussions in Greece, it is precisely oral demonstrations and the mentality of orators which tend to be connected with the most incredible superficialities of logic and argumentation. In any case, this does not lessen the responsibility of authors who do not revise before printing the text of lectures delivered orally, often with improvisation in which a mechanical and casual association of ideas often replaces the sinew of the argument. The worst thing is when, as a result of this oratorical practice, the facile attitude of mind is consolidated and critical restraints cease to function. One could make a list of the ignorantia, mutations, elenchi 548 of the popular manual, due in all probability to its oratorical ardor. A typical example, in my opinion, would be the section devoted to Professor Stammeiler, which is quite exceptionally superficial and sophistic. The so-called reality of the external world. The entire polemic against the subjectivist conception of reality, with the fearsome question of the objective reality of the external world, is badly framed and conducted worse, and is to a great degree p.441 futile and superfluous. I refer here also to the paper presented at the Congress of History of Science, held in London in June-July 1931. From the point of view of a popular manual, the whole treatment is more a response to an intellectual pedantic itch than to any logical necessity. The popular public does not think that a problem such as whether the external world exists objectively can even be asked. One just has to enunciate the problem in these terms to provoke an irresistible and gargantuan outburst of laughter. The public believes that the external world is objectively real, but it is precisely here that the question arises: what is the origin of this belief, and what critical value does it objectively have? In fact, the belief is of religious origin, even if the man who shares it is indifferent to religion. Since all religions have taught and do teach that the world, nature, the universe were created by God before the creation of man, and therefore man found the world already made, catalogued, and defined once and for all. This belief has become an iron fact of common sense and survives with the same solidity even if religious feeling is dead or asleep. It follows therefore that to base oneself on this experience of common sense in order to destroy the subjectivist conception by poking fun at it has a rather reactionary significance, an implicit return to religious feeling. Indeed, Catholic writers and orators have recourse to the same means in order to obtain the same effect of corrosive ridicule. The Church, through the Jesuits and in particular the Neo-Scholastics, universities of Louvain and of the Sacred Heart in Milan, has attempted to absorb positivism and indeed takes advantage of this reasoning to ridicule the idealists in the eyes of the crowd. The idealists are the people who think that this or that tower only exists because you think it. If you didn't think it, the tower would no longer exist. In the paper presented at the London Congress, the author of the Popular Manual replies implicitly to this observation, which, though it has its importance, is of an external character, noting that Berkeley, to whom we owe the first worked-out enunciation of the subjectivist conception, was an archbishop 549, from which, it seems, one could deduce the religious origin of the theory, and then saying that only Adam, finding himself on the world for the first time, could think that the world exists only because he thinks, and here again the religious origin of the theory is insinuated, though without much, or any, force of conviction. p.442. The problem, on the other hand, it seems to me, is this: how can one explain how such a conception, which is certainly not pure futility, even for a philosophy of praxis, should today, when exposed to the public, provoke only laughter and mockery? This seems to me the most typical cause of the distance that has grown up between science and life, between certain groups of intellectuals who are however in central positions of command in high culture on the one hand, and the great popular masses on the other, and a cause also of the way in which the language of philosophy has become a jargon which produces the same effect as that of harlequin. But if common sense finds it funny, the philosopher of praxis should all the same look for an explanation both of the real meaning which the conception has and of the reason why it was born and became diffused among the intellectuals, and also of the reason why it is found laughable by common sense. Without doubt the subjectivist conception is proper to modern philosophy in its most achieved and advanced form, in that it gave birth to, and was superseded by, historical materialism, a philosophy which, in its theory of superstructures, poses in realistic and historicist terms what traditional philosophy expressed in a speculative form. A demonstration of this point, which is hardly referred to in the book, would have the greatest cultural significance because it would put an end to a whole series of futile and irrelevant discussions and permit an organic development of the philosophy of praxis even to the point of it becoming the hegemonic exponent of high culture. It is surprising that there has been no proper affirmation and development of the connection between the idealist assertion of the reality of the world as a creation of the human spirit and the affirmation made by the philosophy of praxis of the historicity and transience of ideologies on the grounds that ideologies are expressions of the structure and are modified by modifications of the structure. The question is closely connected, for obvious reasons, with the question of the value of the so-called exact or physical sciences and the position they have come to acquire within the philosophy of praxis, a position of near fetishism, in which indeed they are regarded as the only true philosophy or knowledge of the world. But what are we to understand by the subjectivist conception of reality? Can we take up any one of the countless subjectivist theories thought up by a whole series of philosophers and professors stretching right through into solipsism? It is clear that here again the philosophy of praxis can be compared only with Hegelianism. p.443. Which represents the most brilliant and achieved form of this conception, and that from subsequent theories one need take into consideration only certain partial aspects and instrumental values. It is also worth looking into the more bizarre forms taken by the conception, whether amongst its adherents or amongst its critics of greater or lesser intelligence. Thus it is worth recalling what Tolstoy writes in his memoirs of childhood, boyhood, and youth. He writes there that he became so enthused with the subjectivist conception of reality that he often used to make himself dizzy with suddenly turning face about, convinced that he could thus capture the moment in which he would see nothing because his spirit would not have had time to create reality, or something of the kind. The passage of Tolstoy is characteristic and of great literary interest. Asterisk L. Tolstoy. Childhood, Boyhood, and Youth. Ch. 19 of the Boyhood section. But by none of my philosophical tendencies was I so carried away as by scepticism, which at one time led me to the verge of insanity. I imagined that besides myself nobody existed in the universe, that objects were not objects at all, but images which appeared only when I paid attention to them, and that as soon as I left off thinking of them these images immediately disappeared. In a word, I coincided with Schelling in the conviction that not objects exist but my relation to them. There were moments when, under the influence of this idée fixe, I reached such a state of insanity that I sometimes looked rapidly round to one side, hoping to catch emptiness, and, unawares where I was not. Apart from the Tolstoy example, recall the facetious way in which a journalist described the professional or traditional philosopher, represented by Gramsci in the chapter The Philosopher, who had sat for years at his desk staring at the inkwell and asking himself, is this inkwell inside me or outside? Thus too in his Linee de Philosophia Critica 550, p. 159, Bernardino Virisco writes, I open the newspaper for information on the news. How can you maintain that I myself created the news by opening the paper? That Tolstoy should have given such an immediate and mechanical significance to the subjectivist proposition is understandable. But is it not incredible that Virisco should write in this way, for, although nowadays he is oriented towards religion and transcendental dualism, he is nevertheless a serious scholar and should know his own subject? Virisco's is a common-sense critique, and it is worth noting that such a critique is disregarded by the idealist philosophers despite its extreme importance in hindering the diffusion of a mode of thought and of a culture. One can recall an article by Mario Miseroli in L'Italia Letteraria, where he writes, p. 444, that he would feel very embarrassed if he found himself obliged, in front of an ordinary public and in debate with a neo-scholastic, to defend, for example, the subjectivist point of view. He also observes how Catholicism tends, in its competition with idealist philosophy, to appropriate to its side natural and physical science. Elsewhere Miseroli has written that he foresees a period of decline of speculative philosophy and an ever-increasing diffusion of the experimental and realistic sciences. In this other text, however, published by Il Saggiatore, he also foresees a wave of anti-clericalism. In other words, he apparently no longer believes in the appropriation of science by Catholicism. Also worth recalling is the Pumpkin Polemic 551 to be found in the volume of writings of Roberto Ardigud, Scritti Vari, collected and arranged by G. Marcassini, Lemonnier, 1922. In a minor provincial clerical paper, some writer, a priest of the episcopal curia, in order to disqualify Ardigud in the eyes of a popular public, called him more or less one of those philosophers who maintain that the cathedral, of Mantua or wherever it may be, only exists because they think it, and when they cease to think it the cathedral disappears, etc., a charge which was sharply resented by Ardigo, who was a positivist and agreed with the Catholics as to the way of conceiving external reality. It must be demonstrated that while the subjectivist conception has had its usefulness as a criticism of the philosophy of transcendence on the one hand and the naive metaphysics of common sense and of philosophical materialism on the other, it can find its truth and its historicist interpretation only in the concept of superstructures. As for its speculative form, it is no more than a mere philosophical romance ***, a reference to a somewhat more realistic interpretation of subjectivism in classical German philosophy can be found in a review by G. de Ruggiero of some posthumous writings, letters, I think, of B. Constant published in Critica some years ago 552. The point that must be made against the popular manual is that it has presented the subjectivist conception just as it appears from the point of view of common sense criticism, and that it has adopted the conception of the objective reality of the external world in its most trivial and uncritical sense without so much as a suspicion that p.445. It can run into objections on the grounds of mysticism, as indeed it has asterisk. In the text presented to the London Congress, the author of the popular manual refers to an accusation of mysticism, attributing it to Sombart and dismissing it contemptuously. Sombart certainly took it from Gramsci. 553. However, if one analyses this idea, it is not all that easy to justify a view of external objectivity understood in such a mechanical way. It might seem that there can exist an extra-historical and extra-human objectivity. But who is the judge of such objectivity? Who is able to put himself in this kind of standpoint of the cosmos in itself, and what could such a standpoint mean? It can indeed be maintained that here we are dealing with a hangover of the concept of God, precisely in its mystic form of a conception of an unknown God. Engel's formulation that the unity of the world consists in its materiality, demonstrated by the long and laborious development of philosophy and natural science 554, contains the germ of the correct conception, in that it has recourse to history and to man in order to demonstrate objective reality. Objective always means humanly objective, which can be held to correspond exactly to historically subjective. In other words, objective would mean universal subjective. 555. Man knows objectively insofar as knowledge is real for the whole human race, historically unified in a single unitary cultural system. But this process of historical unification takes place through the disappearance of the internal contradictions which tear apart human society, while these contradictions themselves are the condition for the formation of groups and for the birth of ideologies which are not concretely universal but are immediately rendered transient by the practical origin of their substance. There exists therefore a struggle for objectivity, to free oneself from partial and fallacious ideologies, and this struggle is the same as the struggle for the cultural unification of the human race. What the idealists call spirit is not a point of departure but p.446. A point of arrival. It is the ensemble of the superstructures moving towards concrete and objectively universal unification, and it is not a unitary presupposition. Up to now, experimental science has provided the terrain on which a cultural unity of this kind has reached its furthest extension. This has been the element of knowledge that has contributed most to unifying the spirit and making it more universal. It is the most objectivist and concretely universalist subjectivity. The idea of objective in metaphysical materialism would appear to mean an objectivity that exists even apart from man, but when one affirms that a reality would exist even if man did not, one is either speaking metaphorically or one is falling into a form of mysticism. We know reality only in relation to man, and since man is historical becoming, knowledge and reality are also a becoming, and so is objectivity, etc. Engel's phrase that the materiality of the world is demonstrated by the long and laborious development of philosophy and natural science should be analyzed and made more precise. Does science mean theoretical activity or the practical experimental activity of scientists, or a synthesis of the two? One might say that the typical unitary process of reality is found here in the experimental activity of the scientist, which is the first model of dialectical mediation between man and nature, and the elementary historical cell through which man puts himself into relation with nature by means of technology, knows her and dominates her. There can be no doubt that the rise of the experimental method separates two historical worlds, two epochs, and initiates the process of dissolution of theology and metaphysics and the process of development of modern thought, whose consummation is in the philosophy of praxis. Scientific experiment is the first cell of the new method of production, of the new form of active union of man and nature. The scientist experimenter is also a worker, not a pure thinker, and his thought is continually controlled by practice and vice versa, until there is formed the perfect unity of theory and practice. The neo-scholastic Casati writes asterisk. Mario Casati, Maestro e Scolaro Milan, 1930, p. 49. The researches of naturalists and biologists presuppose life and real organisms already in existence, an expression which relates to that of Engels in Anti-Düring. Agreement of Catholicism and Aristotelianism on the question of the objectivity of the real. p.447. To understand exactly what might be meant by the problem of the reality of the external world, it might be worth taking up the example of the notions of East and West, which do not cease to be objectively real even though analysis shows them to be no more than a conventional, that is, historico-cultural construction. The terms artificial and conventional often indicate historical facts which are products of the development of civilization and not just rationalistically arbitrary or individually contrived constructions. One can also recall the example contained in a little book by Bertrand Russell. 556. Russell says approximately this: we cannot, without the existence of man on the earth, think of the existence of London or Edinburgh, but we can think of the existence of 2 points in space, one to the north and one to the south, where London and Edinburgh now are. It could be objected that without the existence of man one cannot think of thinking, one cannot think at all of any fact or relationship which exists only in so far as man exists. What would north-south or east-west mean without man? They are real relationships, and yet they would not exist without man and without the development of civilization. Obviously East and West are arbitrary and conventional, that is, historical, constructions, since outside of real history every point on the earth is East and West at the same time. This can be seen more clearly from the fact that these terms have crystallized not from the point of view of a hypothetical melancholic man in general, but from the point of view of the European cultured classes who, as a result of their worldwide hegemony, have caused them to be accepted everywhere. Japan is the Far East not only for Europe but also perhaps for the American from California, and even for the Japanese himself, who, through English political culture, may then call Egypt the Near East. So because of the historical content that has become attached to the geographical terms, the expressions East and West have finished up indicating specific relations between different cultural complexes. Thus Italians often, when speaking of Morocco, call it an Eastern country, to refer to its Muslim and Arab civilization. And yet these references are real, they correspond to real facts, they allow one to travel by land and by sea, to arrive where one has decided to arrive, to foresee. p.448. The future, to objectivize reality, to understand the objectivity of the external world. Rational and real become one. Without having understood this relationship, it seems that one cannot understand the philosophy of praxis, its position in comparison with idealism and with mechanical materialism, the importance and significance of the doctrine of superstructures. It is not exact, as Gramsci maintains, to say that in the philosophy of praxis the Hegelian idea has been replaced by the concept of structure. The Hegelian idea has been resolved both in the structure and in the superstructures, and the whole way of conceiving philosophy has been historicized, that is to say, a new way of philosophizing which is more concrete and historical than what went before it has begun to come into existence. Note: one must study the position of Professor Lukács towards the philosophy of praxis. It would appear that Lukács maintains that one can speak of the dialectic only for the history of men and not for nature. He might be right and he might be wrong. If his assertion presupposes a dualism between nature and man, he is wrong, because he is falling into a conception of nature proper to religion and to Greco-Christian philosophy, and also to idealism, which does not in reality succeed in unifying and relating man and nature to each other except verbally. But if human history should be conceived also as the history of nature, also by means of the history of science, how can the dialectic be separated from nature? Perhaps Lukács, in reaction to the Baroque theories of the popular manual, has fallen into the opposite error, into a form of idealism. 557. Judgment on past philosophies. The superficial critique of subjectivism in the popular manual is part of a more general question, which is that of the attitude taken up. p.449. Towards past philosophies and philosophers. To judge the whole of past philosophy as delirium and folly is not only an anti-historical error in that it makes the anachronistic claim that people in the past should have thought as we do today, it is also a real hangover from metaphysics in that it presumes a dogmatic form of thought, valid at all times and in all countries, in the light of which the past can be judged. Methodical anti-historicism is sheer metaphysics. The fact that philosophical systems have been superseded does not exclude their once having been historically valid and having performed a necessary function. The fact that they fall by the wayside is to be considered from the point of view of the entire development of history and of the real dialectic. That they were worthy of falling is not a moral judgment nor one of mental hygiene, made from an objective point of view, but a dialectical historical judgment. One should compare Engels' presentation of Hegel's proposition that all that is rational is real and the real is rational, 558, a proposition which should be equally valid for the past. In the manual the past is judged as irrational and monstrous and the history of philosophy becomes a historical treatise on teratology, because the starting point is metaphysical. The Communist Manifesto, by contrast, contains the highest praises for the world that is a-dying. If this way of judging the past is a theoretical error, a deviation from the philosophy of praxis, can it have any educative value or inspire energetic activity? It would seem not, because the matter becomes reduced to the presumption of being someone by virtue of the simple fact of being born at the present time instead of in some past century. But in every age there has been a past and a present, and the title contemporary belongs strictly to the world of comic anecdote ***. The story is told of the little French bourgeois who had the word contemporary printed on his visiting card. He had thought he was a nobody and then one day he discovered he was somebody after all. He was a contemporary. Immanence and the philosophy of praxis. The point is made in the manual that the words immanence and immanent are indeed used in the philosophy of praxis but that evidently this use is purely metaphorical. Fine. But is it explained what immanence and immanent metaphorically mean? p.450. Why have these terms continued to be used and not been replaced? Is it just through a revulsion against creating new words? Usually, when a new conception replaces the previous one, the previous language continues to be used but is, precisely, used metaphorically. The whole of language is a continuous process of metaphor, and the history of semantics is an aspect of the history of culture. Language is at the same time a living thing and a museum of fossils of life and civilizations. When I use the word disaster no one can accuse me of believing in astrology, and when I say by Jove, no one can assume that I am a worshipper of pagan divinities. These expressions are however a proof that modern civilization is also a development of paganism and astrology. The term immanence has in the philosophy of praxis a quite precise meaning which is concealed beneath the metaphor, and this meaning had to be defined and made precise. Such a definition would in reality have been genuinely theory. The philosophy of praxis continues the philosophy of immanence but purifies it of all its metaphysical apparatus and brings it onto the concrete terrain of history. The use is metaphorical only in the sense that the old immanence has been superseded, that it has been superseded but is still assumed as a link in the process of thought out of which the new usage has come. And besides, is the new concept of immanence completely new? It would seem that in Giordano Bruno, 559 for example, there are many traces of a new conception of this type. The founders of the philosophy of praxis were acquainted with Bruno. They knew his writings and their marginal notes on copies of his works still survive. Furthermore, Bruno was not without influence on classical German philosophy, etc. Here are a number of problems in the history of philosophy which could be usefully pursued. The question of the relationship between language and metaphor is far from simple. Language, moreover, is always metaphorical. If perhaps it cannot quite be said that all discourse is metaphorical in respect of the thing or material and sensible object referred to, or the abstract concept, so as not to widen the concept of metaphor excessively, it can however be said that present language is metaphorical with respect to the meanings and the ideological content which the words used had in preceding periods of civilization. A. p.451. Treatise of Semantics, that of Michel Briel 560 for example, can provide an historically and critically reconstructed catalogue of the semantic mutations of given groups of words. A failure to ta.ke account of this fact, that is to say the absence of a critical and historicist conception of the phenomenon of language, can lead to many errors in both the scientific and the practical field. One, an error of an aesthetic nature, which today is increasingly being corrected but which in the past used to be a dominant doctrine, is the notion that certain expressions as opposed to others are beautiful in themselves in that they are crystal-lised metaphors. Rhetoricians and grammarians drool on about certain little phrases in which they discern God knows what abstract artistic virtues and essentiality. The purely bookish joy of the philologist ecstatic over the result of some of his etymological or semantic researches is confused with artistic enjoyment proper. A recent pathological example of this is the case of Giulio Bertoni's Linguaggio e Poesia. 2. A practical error which has many adherents is the utopia of fixed and universal languages. 3. An arbitrary trend towards neologism, which arises from the question posed by Pareto and the pragmatists about language as a source of error. 561. Both Pareto and the pragmatists claim to have originated a new conception of the world or at least to have renewed a particular science and therefore to have given a new meaning or at least a new nuance to words or to have created new concepts. They then find themselves faced with the fact that traditional words, particularly as commonly used but also in the usage of the educated classes and even in the usage of specialists in the same science, continue to retain their old meaning despite the change of content, and they react against it. Pareto creates his own dictionary, demonstrating his tendency to create his own pure or mathematical language. The pragmatists theorize abstractly about language as a source of error, see Prietzelina's little book. But is it possible to remove from language its metaphorical and extensive meanings? It is not possible. Language is transformed with the transformation of the whole of civilization, through the acquisition of culture by new classes and through the hegemony exercised by one national language over others, etc., and what it p.452 does is precisely to absorb in metaphorical form the words of previous civilizations and cultures. Nobody today thinks that the word disaster is connected with astrology or can claim to be misled about the opinions of someone who uses the word. Similarly, even an atheist can speak of disgrace without being thought to be a believer in predestination, etc. 562. The new metaphorical meaning spreads with the spread of the new culture, which furthermore also coins brand new words or absorbs them from other languages as loan words, giving them a precise meaning and therefore depriving them of the extensive halo they possessed in the original language. Thus it is probable that for many people the term immanence is known, understood, and used for the first time only in the new metaphorical sense given to it by the philosophy of praxis. Questions of nomenclature and content. One of the characteristics of the intellectuals as a crystal-lised social group, 1, that is, which sees itself as continuing uninterruptedly through history and thus independent of the struggle of groups 563 rather than as the expression of a dialectical process through which every dominant social group elaborates its own category of intellectuals, is precisely that of connecting itself, in the ideological sphere, with the preceding intellectual category by means of a common conceptual nomenclature. Every new social organism, type of society, creates a new superstructure whose specialized representatives and standard bearers, the intellectuals, can only be conceived as themselves being new intellectuals who have come p.453 out of the new situation and are not a continuation of the preceding intellectual milieu. If the new intellectuals put themselves forward as the direct continuation of the previous intelligentsia, they are not new at all, that is, not tied to the new social group which organically represents the new historical situation, but are a conservative and fossilist leftover of the social group which has been historically superseded. This is another way of saying that the new historical situation has not reached the level of development necessary for it to have the capacity to create new superstructures but continues to live in the worm-eaten integument of old history. It must however be borne in mind that no new historical situation, however radical the change that has brought it about, completely transforms language, at least in its external formal aspect. But the content of language must be changed, even if it is difficult to have an exact consciousness of the change in immediate terms. The phenomenon is, moreover, historically complex and complicated by the existence of characteristic cultures among the various strata of the new social group, some of whom, in the ideological field, are still immersed in the culture of preceding historical situations, including sometimes the one that has most recently been superseded. A class some of whose strata still have a Ptolemaic conception of the world can nonetheless be the representative of a very advanced historical situation. Ideologically backward, or at least in certain aspects of their conception of the world, which remains disconnected and ingenuous, these strata are nevertheless very advanced on a practical level, in terms, that is, of economic and political function. If the task of the intellectuals is to determine and to organize the reform of moral and intellectual life, in words to fit culture to the sphere of practice, it is clear that crystal-listed intellectuals are conservative and reactionary. For while the new social group at least feels itself split off and distinct from its predecessor, these intellectuals are not even conscious of this distinction, but think that they can reconnect themselves with the past. This is not to say, however, that the whole heritage of the past must be rejected. There are instrumental values which cannot but be absorbed in their entirety in order to continue to be elaborated and refined. But how is one to distinguish the instrumental value from the transient philosophical value that has to be rejected outright? It often happens that, because one has accepted a transient philosophical value belonging to a particular past tendency, one then rejects an instrumental value from another tendency because it conflicts with the first, even though this instrumental p.454 value could have been useful to express the new historical cultural content. Thus we have seen the term materialism accepted with its past content, while the term immanence was rejected because in the past it had a particular historical cultural content. The difficulty of fitting literary expression to conceptual content and the confusion of questions of terminology with questions of substance and vice versa is typical of philosophical dilettantism and of the lack of an historical sense in grasping the different moments of a process of cultural development, typical, in other words, of an anti-dialectical and dogmatic conception, imprisoned within the abstract schemas of formal logic. The term materialism in the first 50 years of the 19th century should be understood not only in its restricted technical philosophical sense but with the more extended meaning that it acquired polemically in the debates that grew up in Europe with the rise and victorious development of modern culture. The name materialism was given to any philosophical doctrine which excluded transcendence from the realm of thought. It was given therefore, not only to pantheism and immanentism, but to any practical attitude inspired by political realism, i.e. to any that was opposed to certain of the worst currents of political romanticism such as the popularizations of the doctrines of Mazzini 564 which carried on all the time about missions and ideals and such like vague, nebulous, and sentimental abstractions. Even today in Catholic polemics the term materialism is often used in this sense. Materialism is the opposite of spiritualism in the strict sense, i.e. religious spiritualism, and therefore one can include under the heading materialism the whole of Hegelianism and classical German philosophy in general, as well as sensationalism and the philosophy of the French Enlightenment. Similarly, in the terminology of common sense, materialism includes everything that tends to locate the purpose of life on this earth and not in paradise. Any form of p.455 economic activity which went beyond the bounds of medieval production was materialism because it seemed an end in itself, economics for the sake of economics, activity for the sake of activity, just as today for the average European America is materialist because the use of machinery and the scale of firms and businesses goes beyond the limit which the average European considers just that within which spiritual demands are not mortified. Thus a polemical riposte made by feudal culture against the developing bourgeoisie has now been appropriated by European bourgeois culture, on the one hand against a more developed form of capitalism than the European, and on the other hand against the practical activity of subaltern social groups. For these groups at the outset and for a whole historical epoch, until they have been able to construct an economy and a social structure of their own, activity cannot but be prevalently economic, or at least expressed in economic and structural terms. Traces of this conception of materialism remain in language. The German Geistlich spiritual also means clerical, proper to the clergy, and so does the Russian Tukhofis. How prevalent it is can be seen from many writers of the philosophy of praxis, for whom, precisely, religion, theism, etc., are the points of reference for recognizing thoroughgoing materialists. One of the reasons, and perhaps the most important, for the reduction of historical materialism to traditional metaphysical materialism is to be looked for in the fact that historical materialism could not but be a mainly critical and polemical phase of philosophy, while there was a need for an achieved and perfected system. But achieved and perfected systems are always the work of single philosophers, and in them, side by side with the historically relevant part, the part, that is, which corresponds to contemporary conditions of life, there always exists an abstract part, which is ahistorical in the sense that it is tied to preceding philosophies and corresponds to external pedantic necessities of the architecture of the system, or is due to personal idiosyncrasies. Therefore the philosophy of an epoch cannot be any systematic tendency or individual system. It is the ensemble of all individual philosophies and philosophical tendencies, plus scientific opinions, religion, and common sense. Can a system of this type be created artificially? And if so, by individuals or by groups? Critical activity is the only kind possible, particularly in the sense of posing and resolving critically the problems that present themselves as an expression of historical development. But the first problem which has to be formulated and understood is this, that the new philosophy cannot coincide with any past system. p.456. Under whatever name. Identity of terms does not mean identity of concepts. A book worth looking at in connection with this question is Lang's History of Materialism. 565. This work may have been more or less superseded by subsequent studies of individual materialist philosophers, but from our point of view its cultural importance remains intact. A whole series of adherents of historical materialism have referred to it, for information on their forerunners and for the fundamental concepts of materialism. It could be said, schematically, that what has happened is this. One starts from the dogmatic presupposition that historical materialism is straightforward traditional materialism slightly revised and corrected by the dialectic, which therefore becomes absorbed as a chapter of formal logic and not as a logic of its own, that is a theory of knowledge, and one then studies in Lang what traditional materialism was, and concepts of this materialism are represented as the concepts of historical materialism. So that it could be said that the major part of the corpus of concepts that goes under the label of historical materialism have as their founder and fountainhead none other than Lang. For this reason the study of this work is of great cultural and critical interest, all the more so because Lang is a conscientious and acute historian who has a quite precise, definite, and limited conception of materialism, and therefore, to the great surprise and even indignation of certain people, such as Plekhanov, does not regard as materialist either historical materialism or even the philosophy of Feuerbach. 566. Here again one can see how the terminology is conventional but not without importance in making for errors and deviations as soon as one forgets that it is always necessary to return to the cultural sources in order to identify the exact value of concepts, since there may be different heads under the same hat. It is well known, moreover, that the originator of the philosophy of praxis Marx never called his own conception materialist, and that when writing about French materialism he criticizes it and affirms that the critique ought to be more exhaustive. 567. Thus he never uses the formula materialist dialectic, but p.457 calls it rational as opposed to mystical, which gives the term rational a quite precise meaning. 56(8). On this question it is worth looking again at the essays of Antonio Labriola. Science and the Instruments of Science. It is affirmed, in the popular manual, that the progress of science is dependent, as an effect from a cause, on the development of the instruments of science. This is a corollary of the general principle adopted by the manual, originating with Loria, 569 about the historical function of the instrument of production and work, which is substituted for the ensemble of social relations of production. But in the science of geology no instruments except a hammer are used, and the technical progress in hammers is in no way comparable with progress in geology. If the history of sciences can be reduced, as the manual claims, to the history of their particular instruments, how can one produce a history of geology? It is no good saying that geology is based also on the progress of a complex of other sciences, so that the history of the instruments of these sciences helps to describe the history of geology, because with this let out one ends up with an empty generalization and a recourse to ever wider movements right up to the relations of production. It is very apt that the motto of geology should be ment et maleo, with the mind and with the hammer. It can be said in general that the advance of science cannot be materially documented. The history of the sciences can at most be brought alive in the memory, and that not in all cases, through the description of the successive perfecting of the instruments which have been one means of advance, and through the description of the machines which have been applications of the science itself. The principal instruments of scientific progress are of an intellectual, and even political, and methodological order, and Engels has written 570 that intellectual instruments are not born from p.45.8. Nothing, and are not innate in man, but are acquired, have developed, and are developing historically. How great a contribution to the progress of science was made by the expulsion from the scientific fields of the authority of Aristotle and the Bible! And was not this expulsion due to the general progress of modern society? Recall the example of theories on the origin of springs. The first exact formulation of the way that springs are produced is to be found in the Encyclopedia of Diderot, etc. While the ordinary people can be shown to have had correct opinions on the question before then, in the scientific world there were a succession of the most arbitrary and bizarre theories which aimed to reconcile the Bible and Aristotle with the experimental observations of good sense. Another question is this: if the affirmation in the manual were true, what would distinguish the history of the sciences from the history of technology? With the development of the material instruments of science, which begins historically with the coming of the experimental method, a particular science has developed, the science of instruments, which is closely connected with the general development of production and technology*. On this question see G. Boffetto, Gli strumenti della scienza e la scienza degli strumenti, Libreria Internazionale Sieber, Firenze, 1929. How superficial the affirmation in the manual is can be seen from the example of the mathematical sciences, which have no need of any material instruments. The development of the abacus is not, I think, a valid counterexample, and which are themselves an instrument of all the natural sciences. The technical instrument. The notion of the technical instrument in the popular manual is completely mistaken. From Orost's essay on Achille Loria 571 in Materialismo Storico ed Economia Marxistica, it seems that Loria was the first person who arbitrarily, or else through the puerile desire, p.459, for original discovery, put the expression technical instrument in the place of material forces of production or complex of social relations. The preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy states: in the social production of their life men enter into relations with each other which are determined, necessary, and independent of their will, that is, into relations of production, which correspond to a given level of development of the material forces of production. The ensemble of these relations constitutes the economic structure of society, in other words the real base on top of which is raised a political and juridical superstructure and to which correspond given social forms of consciousness. At a given point in their development, the material productive forces of society enter into contradiction with the pre-existing relations of production, that is the property relations, which is the juridical equivalent of that expression, within which these forces had previously moved. These relations of production, from a form of development of the productive forces, are converted into an obstacle to them. And then there arrives an age of social revolution. With the change in the economic base, the colossal overhanging superstructure is revolutionized and collapses more or less rapidly. A social formation does not perish until all the productive forces for which there is room in it have been developed, and new relations of production do not take their place until the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the existing society. Translation by Antonio Labriola in his essay, In Memoria, in Memory of the Communist Manifesto. 57-2. And here is a rehash by Loria, taken from La Terra e il Sistema Sociale, p. 19, Verona, Drucker, 1892. Gramsci maintains that similar statements are to be found in other writings of Loria. To a certain stage of the productive instrument there corresponds, and is built upon it, a given system of production, and p. 460. Thus of economic relations, which then shape the whole mode of being of society. But the incessant evolution of productive methods generates sooner or later a radical metamorphosis of the technical instrument, which renders intolerable the system of production and economy on which the previous stage of technique was founded. Then the outdated economic form is destroyed through a social revolution and replaced by a superior economic form, which corresponds to the new phase of the productive instrument. Gramsci adds that in Capital, Volume I, ch. ill, Sector 3, and ch. 14, and elsewhere the importance of technical inventions is stressed and a history of techniques is invoked, but that there is no text in which the technical instrument is turned into the unique and supreme cause of economic development. The passage from Zoocritic contains the phrases level of development of the material forces of production, mode of production of material life, economic conditions of production and the like, which certainly affirm that economic development is determined by material conditions, but it never reduces these to the mere metamorphosis of the technical instrument. Gramsci then adds that the founder of the philosophy of praxis never framed his inquiry around the ultimate cause of economic life. His philosophy was not that cheap. He had not flirted in vain with the Hegelian dialectic to go then in search of ultimate causes. 573. It is worth noting that the popular manual does not quote the passage from the preface to the Zoocritic nor even refer to it. This is pretty strange, given that this is the most important authentic source for a reconstruction of the philosophy of praxis. 574. Furthermore, in this respect the mode of thinking expounded in the manual is no different from that of Loria, if not indeed even more superficial and open to criticism. It is hard to tell what the manual means by structure, superstructure, or technical instrument. All its general concepts are nebulous and vague. The technical instrument is p. 461. Conceived in such a generic way that it can mean any form of equipment or utensil, including the instruments used by scientists in their experiments and musical instruments. This way of treating the question just makes matters uselessly complicated. If one starts from this Baroque way of thinking, a whole series of Baroque questions are thrown up. For example, are libraries structure or superstructure? Or the specialized laboratories of scientists? If it can be maintained that an art or a science is developed through the developments of its technical instruments, why could one not maintain quite the contrary or argue that certain instrumental forms are structure and superstructure at the same time? Thus it could be said that certain superstructures have a particular structure of their own while remaining superstructures. The art of typography would be the material structure of a whole series of ideologies, indeed of all ideologies, and the existence of the printing industry would be sufficient to provide a materialistic justification of the whole of history. There would then remain the case of pure mathematics and algebra which, having no instruments of their own, could not develop. It is clear that the whole theory of the technical instrument in the manual is pure abracadabra and comparable to the theory of memory concocted by Gramsci to explain why artists are not content to conceive their works purely in an ideal form but write them or sculpt them, etc. With Tilger's phenomenal objection that in the case of architecture it would be a bit much to think of an engineer constructing a building just to preserve the memory of his idea. There is no doubt that all this is just an infantile deviation of the philosophy of praxis generated by the Baroque conviction that the more one goes back to material objects the more orthodox one must be. Objection to empiricism. An inquiry into a series of facts to discover the relations between them presupposes a concept that permits one to distinguish that series from other possible series of facts. How can there take place a choice of facts to be adduced as proof of the truth of one's own assumption if one does not have a pre-existing criterion of choice? But what is this criterion of choice to be, if not something superior to each single fact under inquiry? An intuition, a conception, which must be regarded as having a complex history, a process that is to be connected with the whole process of the development of culture, etc. This observation may be connected with the other. p. 462. 1. On the sociological law, in which one simply repeats the same fact twice, the first time as a fact and the second time as a law, and which is a sophism of the double fact and not a law at all. Concept of orthodoxy. From a few of the points developed above it emerges that the concept of orthodoxy requires to be renewed and brought back to its authentic origins. Orthodoxy is not to be looked for in this or that adherent of the philosophy of praxis, or in this or that tendency connected with currents extraneous to the original doctrine, but in the fundamental concept that the philosophy of praxis is sufficient unto itself, that it contains in itself all the fundamental elements needed to construct a total and integral conception of the world, a total philosophy and theory of natural science, and not only that but everything that is needed to give life to an integral practical organization of society, that is, to become a total integral civilization. This concept of orthodoxy, thus renewed, helps to give a better definition of the attribute revolutionary which is applied with such facility to various conceptions of the world, theories, or philosophies. Christianity was revolutionary in relation to paganism because it was an element of complete split between the supporters of the old and new worlds. A theory is revolutionary precisely to the extent that it is an element of conscious separation and distinction into two camps and is a peak inaccessible to the enemy camp. To maintain that the philosophy of praxis is not a completely autonomous and independent structure of thought in antagonism to all traditional philosophies and religions, means in reality that one has not severed one's links with the old world, if indeed one has not actually capitulated. The philosophy of praxis has no need of support from alien sources. It is sufficiently robust and rich in new truths for the old world to come to it to supply itself with a more modern and efficacious arsenal of weapons. This means that the philosophy of praxis is beginning to exercise its own hegemony over traditional culture. But traditional culture, which is still strong and above all is more polished and refined, is trying to react like Greece in defeat which finished by vanquishing its uncouth Roman conqueror. It could be said that a large part of the philosophy of Gramsci represents this attempt to reabsorb the philosophy of praxis and incorporate it as the handmaid of traditional culture. But, as the p. 463 manual demonstrates, even some self-styled orthodox adherents of the philosophy of praxis fall into the trap and themselves conceive their philosophy as subordinated to a general, vulgar, materialist philosophy just as others are to idealism. This does not mean that there are no points of relationship between the philosophy of praxis and the old philosophies, but they are less than those that exist between Christianity and Greek philosophy. In Otto Bauer's little book on religion 575 one can find a number of references to the combinations that have been given rise to by this erroneous notion that the philosophy of praxis is not autonomous and independent but needs the support, as need arises, of some other materialist or idealist philosophy. Bauer maintains as a political thesis the agnosticism of parties and the granting of permission to party members to group themselves into idealists, materialists, atheists, Catholics, etc. Note: people tend to look for a general philosophy underlying the philosophy of praxis and implicitly to deny to it any originality of content and method. One case of this error would appear to be this, that a confusion is made between on the one hand the personal culture of the founder of the philosophy of praxis, i.e. the philosophical currents and the great philosophers in which he was very interested in his youth and whose language he often reproduces, Always however with detachment and often with the observation that he uses it in order to make his own concept easier to understand, and on the other the origins or constituent parts of the philosophy of praxis. This error has a long history, particularly in the field of literary criticism. It is well known that the business of reducing great poetic works to their sources became at one period the major task of many distinguished scholars. This problem comes up in its external form in so-called plagiaries, but it is also true that even in the case of a number of plagiaries and indeed literal reproductions it is not impossible to claim originality for the plagiarism or reproduction. 576 Two notable examples can be cited. 1. The sonnet of Tanzilo reproduced by Giordano Bruno in Degli Eroici Furori, or in La Scena del Cineri, Poi spiegato l'ali al bel Decio, which in Tanzilo was a love poem to the Marchesa del p.464. Vasto, 577 2. The verses for the Dead of Dogoli which D'Annunzio put forward as his own, having in fact copied them word for word from a collection by Tomaseo of Serbian songs. 578 In both Bruno and D'Annunzio these reproductions acquire a new and original flavor which makes one forget their origins. The study of the philosophical culture of a man like Marx is not only interesting but necessary. But one must not forget that it belongs exclusively to the field of the reconstruction of his intellectual biography. The elements of Spinoza, Feuerbach, Hegel, French materialism, etc., are in no way essential parts of the philosophy of praxis, nor can that philosophy be reduced to those elements. What is interesting is precisely the transcending of the old philosophies, the new synthesis or the elements of a new synthesis and the way of conceiving philosophy. One should further bear in mind that the elements of this new mode of conceiving philosophy are contained in aphorisms or in some way dispersed throughout the writings of the founder of the philosophy of praxis, and that it is necessary precisely to distinguish these elements and develop them coherently. At the level of theory the philosophy of praxis cannot be confounded with or reduced to any other philosophy. Its originality lies not only in its transcending of previous philosophies but also and above all in that it opens up a completely new road, renewing from head to toe the whole way of conceiving philosophy itself. At the level of historical biographical research, however, one can study those interests which provided the occasion for the philosophical activity of the founder of the philosophy of praxis. Here one should bear in mind the psychology of the young scholar who every so often allows himself to be intellectually attracted by whatever new current he is studying and examining and who forms his own individuality as a result of this very process, a critical spirit and a power of original thought being generated as a result of having tried out and compared with each other so many contrasting ideas. For this one must therefore locate which p.465 elements he has incorporated and made homogeneous with his own thought and especially what is new creation. There is no doubt that Hegelianism is, relatively speaking, the most important of the philosophical motivations of our author, particularly because it attempted to go beyond the traditional conceptions of idealism and materialism in a new synthesis which undoubtedly had a quite exceptional importance and which represents a world historical moment of philosophical inquiry. So when the manual says that the term immanence in the philosophy of praxis is used in a metaphorical sense, it is saying nothing. In reality the term immanence has here acquired a special meaning which is not that of the pantheist nor any other metaphysical meaning but one which is new and needs to be specified. It has been forgotten that in the case of a very common expression historical materialism one should put the accent on the first term historical and not on the second, which is of metaphysical origin. The philosophy of praxis is absolute historicism, the absolute secularization and earthliness of thought, an absolute humanism of history. It is along this line that one must trace the thread of the new conception of the world. Matter. What does the popular manual mean by matter? A popular handbook, even more than a book for specialists, particularly a book like this which claims to be the first of its kind, must define exactly not only its fundamental concepts, but its entire terminology, in order to avoid the sources of error deriving from the popular and vulgar usages of scientific words. Clearly, for the philosophy of praxis, matter should be understood neither in the meaning that it has acquired in natural science, physics, chemistry, mechanics, etc. meanings to be noted and studied in the terms of their historical development, nor in any of the meanings that one finds in the various materialistic metaphysics. The various physical, chemical, mechanical, etc., properties of matter which together constitute matter itself, unless one is to fall back on a conception of the Kantian noumenon, 579 should be considered, but only to the extent that they become a productive economic element. Matter as such therefore is not our subject but how it is socially and historically organized for production, and natural science should be. p. 466. Seen correspondingly as essentially an historical category, a human relation. Has the ensemble of the properties of all forms of matter always been the same? The history of the technical sciences shows that it has not. For how long was the mechanical power of steam neglected? Can it be claimed that this mechanical power existed before it was harnessed by man-made machines? Might it not be said in a sense, and up to a certain point, that what nature provides the opportunity for are not discoveries and inventions of pre-existing forces of pre-existing qualities of matter but creations, which are closely linked to the interests of society and to the development and further necessities of development of the forces of production? And might not the idealistic conception 580 according to which nature is none other than the economic category be reduced, once cleansed of its speculative superstructures, into the terms of the philosophy of praxis and demonstrated to be historically linked to and a development of that philosophy? In reality the philosophy of praxis does not study a machine in order to know about and to establish the atomic structure of its materials or the physical, chemical, and mechanical properties of its natural components, which is the business of the exact sciences and of technology, but only in so far as it is a moment of the material forces of production, is an object of property of particular social forces, and expresses a social relation which in turn corresponds to a particular historical period. The ensemble of the material forces of production is the least variable element in historical development. It is the one which at any given time can be ascertained and measured with mathematical exactitude and can therefore give rise to observations and criteria of an experimental character and thus to the reconstruction of a solid skeleton of the historical process. The variability of the ensemble of the material forces of production can also be measured, and one can establish with a fair degree of precision the point at which its development ceases to be merely quantitative and becomes qualitative. The ensemble of the material forces of production is at the same time a crystallization of all past history and the basis of present and future history. It is both a document and an active and actual propulsive force. But the concept of activity applied to forces of this kind must not be confused or even compared with activity in either the physical or the metaphysical sense. Electricity is historically active, not merely however. p. 467. As a natural force, e.g. an electrical discharge which causes a fire, but as a productive element dominated by man and incorporated into the ensemble of the material forces of production, an object of private property. As an abstract natural force, electricity existed even before its reduction to a productive force, but it was not historically operative and was just a subject of hypothetical discourse in natural history. Earlier still it was historical nothingness, since no one was interested in it or indeed knew anything about it. These observations help to explain how the element of causality used by the natural sciences to explain human history is in fact quite an arbitrary assumption, if not actually a return to old ideological interpretations. For example, the manual affirms that modern atomic theory destroys individualism, Robinson aids. 581. But what does this mean? What is implied in this juxtaposition of politics and scientific theories, if not that history is moved by these scientific theories, in other words by ideologies? So that by trying to be ultra-materialist one falls into a baroque form of abstract idealism. And it cannot be maintained that it is not atomic theory but the natural reality that the theory observes and describes that has destroyed individualism, but without falling into further complicated contradictions in that this natural reality is supposed to be prior to the theory and therefore already operative even when individualism was at its height. How could atomistic reality, if it is and was a natural law, not have been always in operation but have needed the construction of a theory on the part of mankind for it to come into operation? Do men only obey the laws they know, as if these laws were acts of parliament? And who could have imposed on mankind observation of laws of which they were unaware, on the principle of modern legislation according to which ignorance of the law is no excuse? Nor, again, can it be held that the laws of a given natural science are identical with the laws of history, or that, because the whole complex of scientific ideas is a homogeneous unity, one can reduce one science to another or one law to another. For in this case, by what right does this particular element of physics rather than any other become the one that can be reduced to the unity of the conception of the world? This is indeed just one of many elements in the popular manual which demonstrate the superficial way in which it has posed the p.468 problem of the philosophy of praxis and its failure to give to this conception of the world its proper scientific autonomy and the position due to it in relation to natural science, or even, what is worse, in relation to that vague concept of science in general which is typical of the vulgar popular conception which regards even conjuring tricks as science. Is modern atomic theory a definitive theory, established once and for all? What scientist would dare make such an assertion? Might it not rather be simply a scientific hypothesis which may be superseded, that is to say, absorbed into a vaster and more comprehensive theory? Why then should reference to this theory be so decisive and have put an end to the question of individualism and of Robinsonades? Quite apart from the fact that Robinsonades can sometimes be practical models constructed to indicate a tendency or for the purposes of a demonstration ad absurdum, even the author of the Critical Economy Marx had recourse to Robinsonades. But there are further questions. If atomic theory is what the manual makes it out to be, given that the history of society is a series of upheavals and there have been many forms of society, whereas atomic theory would appear to be the reflection of an ever-constant natural reality, how then has society not always obeyed this law? Or is it being claimed that the change from the medieval corporate regime to economic individualism was anti-scientific, a mistake of history and of nature? According to the theory of praxis, it is evident that it is not atomic theory that explains human history but the other way about, in other words that atomic theory and all scientific hypotheses and opinions are superstructures ***. Atomistic theory can be used to explain biological man as an aggregate of various bodies and so explain the society of man. Talk about a comprehensive theory. Quantity and quality. In the popular manual it is said, but only in passing, for the assertion is not justified or evaluated and does not express a fertile concept, but is casual, with no links with what goes before or comes after, that every society is more than the mere sum of its individual components. This is true in the abstract, but what does it mean concretely? The explanation given empirically is often baroque. It is said that 100 cows taken one at a time are quite different from 100 cows together which are then a herd, thus reducing the question to one of terminology. Similarly, it is said that in p.469 numbers when we get to 12 we have a dozen, as if there didn't also exist couples, triplets, and quartets, etc., i.e. simply different ways of counting. The most concrete theoretico-practical explanation, however, is that to be found in the first volume of Capital, where it is demonstrated that in the factory system there exists a quota of production which cannot be attributed to any individual worker but to the ensemble of the labor force, to collective man. A similar process takes place for the whole of society, which is based on the division of labor and of functions and for this reason is worth more than the sum of its parts. How the philosophy of praxis has concretized the Hegelian law about quantity becoming quality is another of those knotty theoretical problems which the popular manual does not go into but regards as already known, contenting itself with wordplay about water changing its state, ice, liquid, gas, with changes in temperature, a purely mechanical fact determined by external agents, fire, sun, evaporation of carbonic acid, etc. In the case of man, who is this external agent? In the factory it is the division of labor, etc., conditions created by man himself. In society it is the ensemble of productive forces. But the author of the manual has not considered that, if every social aggregate is something more, and different, than the sum of its components, this must mean that the law or principle which explains the development of society cannot be a physical law, since in physics one does not get out of the quantitative sphere except metaphorically. However, in the philosophy of praxis quality is also connected to quantity, and this connection is perhaps its most fertile contribution. Idealism, on the other hand, hypostasises this mysterious something else known as quality, it makes it into an entity of its own, spirit, just as religion had done with the idea of divinity. But if the notion of quality is a hypostasis in religious thought and in idealism, that is to say an arbitrary abstraction rather than a process of analytical distinction necessary for explanatory purposes, then the same is true in the case of vulgar materialism, which defines as a hypostasis of matter. This way of looking at the conception of society should be compared with the conception of the state typical of the actual idealists. 582 For the actualists the state has ended up being precisely the sort of entity superior to individuals, though in the light of the consequences derived by Spirito from the idealist identification of p. 470. State and individual in relation to property, Gentile in l'Educazione Fascista of August 1932 has been careful to make some qualifications. 583 The ideas of the vulgar actualists had degenerated into such parrot talk that the only possible critique was humorous caricature. Thus one could imagine a recruit explaining to the recruiting officers the theory of the state as superior to individuals and demanding that they should leave in liberty his physical and material person and just enroll that mysterious something that contributes to building that national something known as the state. Or recall the story in the Novellino 584 in which the wise Saladin decides the issue between the innkeeper who wants to be paid for the consumption of the aroma emanating from his meat and the beggar who does not want to pay. Saladin pays him with the chinking of coin and tells the innkeeper to pocket the sound in the same way as the beggar ate the aromatic exhalations. Teleology. The treatment of the question of teleology brings out even more blatantly the manual's weakness for presenting the philosophical doctrines of the past as all equally trivial and banal, so that the reader gets the impression that all past culture was a phantasmagoric sequence of Bacchante in delirium. The method is reprehensible from various points of view. The serious reader, aiming to broaden his knowledge and deepen his understanding, believes that he is being fooled and extends his suspicions to the whole of the system. It is easy to think one has got beyond a position by denigrating it, but this is a pure verbal illusion. To give a burlesque treatment to questions can be valid for Voltaire, but not everyone can be a Voltaire, i.e. a great artist. Thus the manual presents the question of teleology in its most infantile manifestations, while ignoring the solution to the problem. p. 471. Offered by Kant. It could perhaps be demonstrated that in the manual there survives a lot of unconscious teleology which without knowing it reproduces the Kantian point of view. See for example the chapter on the equilibrium of nature and society. Asterisk from Goethe's Xenian, the teleologist we most humbly adore the world's good creator who when the cork tree first he made, also invented the cork. 585 Croce in his volume on Goethe, Op. 3, 12, I, p. 279, adds this note, in opposition to extrinsic finalism, generally accepted in the 18th century and recently criticized by Kant, who had replaced it with a more profound conception of finality. Elsewhere and in another form Goethe repeats the same motif and claims to have derived it from Kant. Kant is the most eminent of modern philosophers, the man whose doctrines have most influenced my formation. The distinction of subject and object and the scientific principle that everything exists and develops for its own proper intrinsic reasons, that the cork tree, to use a proverbial example, does not come into being to provide stoppers for our bottles, was something I held in common with Kant, and later I devoted much study to his philosophy. Might one not trace to a teleological root the expression historic mission? In many cases indeed this expression has acquired an equivocal and mystical meaning. But in other cases it does have a meaning, which, in the light of the Kantian conception of teleology, could be maintained and justified by the philosophy of praxis. On art. In the chapter devoted to art it is affirmed that the most recent works on aesthetics maintain the unity of form and content. This can be seen as one of the most glaring examples of the author's critical inability to establish the history of concepts and to identify the real significance of the concepts themselves within various theories. In point of fact, the identification of content and form is affirmed by idealist aesthetics, Gramsci, but on idealistic premises and with idealistic terminology. Content and form do not therefore have the meaning the manual supposes. That form and content are identified means that in art the content is not the abstract subject, that is the novelistic plot and a particular mass of generic sentiments, but is art itself, a philosophical category, a distinct moment of the spirit, etc. Nor does form mean technique as the manual maintains. All the points and references to aesthetics and to artistic criticism in the manual should be collected and analyzed. Meanwhile, one can take as an example the section devoted to Goethe's Prometheus. The judgment given is superficial and extremely generic. The author, as far as one can gather, knows neither the exact history of p.472. This ode of Goethe's nor the history of the Prometheus myth in world literature prior to Goethe and particularly in the period before and during Goethe's literary activity. But is it possible to give a judgment, of the type given in the manual, without knowing precisely these elements? How, in their absence, can one distinguish what is strictly personal to Goethe from what is representative of an age and of a social group? Judgments of this type are justified only to the extent that they are not empty generalities containing in themselves the most disparate things but are precise, proven, and decisive. Failing this, they can only serve to disparage a theory and to encourage a superficial way of looking at questions. It is again worth recalling Engel's phrase contained in the letter to a student published in the Social Academiker. 586.